Chapter 1. When the dark night finally descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword raised against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. So, what exactly is the regret of slaying gods? You must be Lin Xie, right? Your seat. That voice, just now, it felt as if it was right beside me. Zhang Luocheng leaned on the desk, his eyes slightly squinted, resembling someone just awakening from slumber. Before him sat a boy with dark satin-wrapped eyes, who was being helped by several classmates to sit steadily beside him. Hey, Zhang Luocheng, tidy up your desk a bit, our new classmate has arrived, and why are you still sprawled out sleeping? The speaker was a girl with a neat ponytail, her features strikingly delicate, who had just introduced herself as the class monitor, Jiang Qian. Zhang Luocheng remained in a state of bewilderment, glancing around at the group of classmates encircling him. Technically, they were gathered around this newly arrived deskmate, and he looked at his own attire. Why has the color of the school uniform changed? Wait, what? Zhang Luocheng seemed to recall something, abruptly grabbing Lin Kai's arm beside him. You just said his name was what? Zhang Luocheng's emotions were tinged with excitement. Lin Xie, sitting next to him, instinctively leaned back. I am Lin Xie. Zhang Luocheng, don't be so rude to your deskmate. A tall boy beside him pulled Zhang Luocheng's arm away. You are Li Yifei, and you are Jiang Qian? Zhang Luocheng's gaze returned to Lin Xie. You are Lin Xie. Zhang Luocheng held his head, recalling that he had been reading a novel in class titled Learning to Slay Gods in a Psychiatric Hospital. Dark satin-wrapped eyes, standing at 175, with a delicate appearance in the ordinary divine realm. Who else could this person be, if not Lin Xie? Oh my, I've crossed into the world of slaying gods. Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, springing from his seat with arms raised high. His classmates stared at him in stunned silence. Apologies, Lin Xie. It seems your deskmate might not be quite right in the head, Jiang Qian said apologetically. At this moment, Zhang Luocheng realized he had become the center of attention in the classroom, feeling a bit embarrassed as he sat back down and turned to Lin Xie once more. Lin Xie, my good deskmate, I shall take great care of you. Haha, Zhang Luocheng grinned. Lin Xie slightly turned his head towards Zhang Luocheng. Despite his dark satin-wrapped eyes, one could sense a hint of awkwardness in his expression. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Kai's situation is special. You must not bully him, class monitor Jiang Qian admonished. Am I the sort to do such a thing? Rest assured, class monitor, Zhang Luocheng replied with a wide smile. By the way, class monitor, that outfit you're wearing today really suits you. It looks great. Isn't everyone wearing school uniforms? Jiang Qian shot him a glance. All right, everyone return to your seats. Class is about to begin. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, and the teacher commenced a lesson on the history and dilemmas of modern-day Xia. Although class was in session, Zhang Luocheng's gaze remained fixated on Lin Xie, the protagonist of the novel, suddenly appearing before him. It felt as though he was gazing upon his idol, and now he had become the deskmate of this esteemed character. Ah, Lin Xie is indeed the protagonist. He is so handsome, Zhang Luocheng mused, entranced. However, Jiang Qian is also quite beautiful. Oh, if only. Wait, this is Cangnan City, the miracle of the decade. Zhang Luocheng suddenly seemed to recall something. Cangnan City had gained an extra decade due to the miracles wrought by Lin Xie. But if he were also one of them, wouldn't he be on the verge of vanishing? Damn it, I've just crossed over and am already facing death? Zhang Luocheng's heart raced with panic. Every move he made had already been detected by Lin Xie. The academic pressure in this school is quite intense, Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself. Right, having crossed over, what about the memories of this body? Are there any relevant memories? Zhang Luocheng promptly shut his eyes, attempting to recall. Indeed, a portion of this Bodhi's original memories surged into his mind. Zhang Luocheng, a student in Class 2, Year 2 of Cangnan City High School, 17 years old, height 176 centimeters. Who even cares about that? Is there anything else? Zhang Luocheng continued to rummage through his memories. Both parents deceased, with no other relatives. He is an orphan. Oh no, how tragic. Lin Xie has an aunt and a younger brother, and I'm just an orphan? Zhang Luocheng lamented helplessly. After the high school entrance examination, transferred to Cangnan City, entering Cangnan City High School. Finally, Some useful information. Zhang Luocheng sighed in relief, realizing he was not among the miracle of the decade. This memory is truly flawed. Such crucial information is placed so far back. Knowing he would not face death, Zhang Luocheng visibly relaxed, while Lin Xie observed Zhang Luocheng's demeanor, finding his deskmate's behavior utterly transformed. By the way, typically when one crosses over, shouldn't there be a golden finger or some system? Where's my system? Zhang Luocheng looked at his hands, but there was evidently no change. Did I forget to receive my golden finger during the crossing? Zhang Luocheng grumbled again. Without a golden finger, how am I supposed to survive in a world of slaying gods? Could it be that I'm merely a bystander? Although Lin Xie did not turn his head, all his senses were attuned to Zhang Luocheng. He was even beginning to contemplate whether he should inform the teacher to switch his deskmate. Ding! At that moment, Zhang Luocheng heard a familiar sound. Of course, this voice was audible only to him. System detected that the host urgently requires a system. Host has obtained the Naruto system. Aha! So you only appear when I call for you. Huh? Zhang Luocheng secretly rejoiced. The Naruto system? Does that mean I can possess many techniques from Naruto, like Chidori, Sharingan, Rasengan? Complete the preliminary task to successfully activate the system and gain the opportunity to draw 2 Naruto abilities. Wow, 2 abilities! I can hardly contain my excitement. What's the preliminary task? Zhang Luocheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. System. Capture a photo of Lin Xie as a 6-winged seraph. Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, but Lin Kai's eyes haven't even recovered, yet where am I supposed to find a 6-winged seraph photo? He glanced at Lin Xie. Right, today is Lin Kai's first day at school tonight. Lin Xie will encounter the Phantom Mask. At that time, the energy released from his ordinary divine realm will be known throughout Cangnan City, along with Team 136. Yes, and he might also meet Zhao Kongsheng. It seems tonight is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Xie, let me take a candid photo of you tonight. Lin Xie felt a strange aura emanating from his deskmate. The starlight of the night cascaded upon the ground, shadows elongated under the moonlight. After evening self-study, the bustling crowd emerged from the school, friends walking in groups of 3 or 5. Surrounded by classmates, Lin Xie felt quite helpless. Actually, I can go back by myself, Lin Xie stated, feeling overwhelmed by the attention. Lin Xie, we promised your aunt we would take good care of you, Jiang Qian asserted firmly. Yes, Xie, we are all on the same path, others chimed in. I am too, came a voice from the crowd. Zhang Luocheng, you live on campus. What path are you on? Jiang Qian's large eyes turned to Zhang Luocheng. I just want to help my new deskmate. It's fine. I can come back in time. Zhang Luocheng forced a smile, realizing only now that he actually lived on campus, having assumed he had a house outside. Clearly, he had overestimated his wealth. Moreover, tonight was of utmost importance. He must capture the image of Lin Xie as a 6-winged seraph. Just don't stray too far, come back soon, or the dormitory will close, Jiang Qian advised. I truly can. No, Lin Xie, we will escort you back together, Jiang Qian interrupted him decisively. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Kai's shoulders, smiling brightly. Come on, my deskmate, don't be polite, let's head home together. Lin Xie. Thus, a group of classmates, with a dark satin-wrapped blind boy in the center, became a striking scene as they exited the campus. The streets of Cangnan City at night had grown sparse with pedestrians, and the number of classmates surrounding Lin Xie had dwindled. They began to turn into various streets and alleyways, leaving only Jiang Qian and Li Yifei by his side. Zhang Luocheng, we are quite far from the school now. You should head back, Jiang Qian reminded him, considering they were nearing Lin Kai's home. No worries, class monitor. After I see Lin Xie home, he'll escort you back too. It's even less safe for a girl to go alone. Zhang Luocheng waved his hand dismissively. I've never seen you so kind before, Jiang Qian remarked, rolling her eyes. Li Yifei, why are you trailing behind, silent as a mouse? At this moment, everyone noticed Li Yifei, who appeared to be lost in thought. Indeed, why are you so absent-minded? Zhang Luocheng approached and gently patted Li Yifei on the shoulder. I was just pondering whether the fog will truly resurge and engulf the great Xia. Li Yifei replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Not at all, you must have faith that the fog will eventually disperse. Zhang Luocheng recalled that in the novel, the characters were about to delve into such discussions, so he decisively opted to bring it to a close. Lu Yuan interjected, "This is merely a natural phenomenon. I estimate that in my lifetime, I shall not witness any changes in the fog." Wang Xiao attempted to voice his thoughts, but suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. "Hey, I feel like I should say something, yet I can't seem to find the words." Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly, thinking, "Lu Yuan, you won't live to see that day, especially considering the subsequent campus Nada snake demon incident from which Lu Yuan did not emerge alive." However, tonight, as Zhang Luocheng contemplated this, his gaze drifted to Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian, primarily resting on Jiang Qian. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the old district, where Zhang Luocheng felt his heart racing. After all, he too was currently a person devoid of any fighting capability. "I'm going to turn here, it'll be on my way," Wang Xiao said, turning back to address those behind him. Two voices chimed in unison as Li Yifei and Zhang Luocheng exchanged glances. "Wang Xiao, why not accompany Lin Xie for a while longer?" "It's still early," Zhang Luocheng said, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Wang Xiao's neck, forcibly altering his path. "Huh, but this way is not convenient for me," Wang Xiao replied, attempting to disentangle Zhang Luocheng's arm. "Wang Xiao, I've heard that the old district is not safe lately. There's a deranged killer on the loose." Li Yifei chimed in at that moment. Zhang Luocheng sighed in exasperation. "Is it truly so difficult to change the course of events? A deranged killer?" Jiang Qian inquired, puzzled. "Yes, the victims were particularly brutalized. Their faces were unrecognizable," Li Yifei elaborated, gesturing animatedly. "Li Yifei, it's late. Please refrain from making such baseless claims," Jiang Qian replied, visibly displeased. Wang Xiao swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear at the revelations, and the next moment, Lin Kai's words rendered everyone momentarily speechless. "Are you certain that these were done by humans?" Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng turned to the now dumbfounded Wang Xiao. "Hey Wang Xiao, how about we wander a bit more? It's too late, I must head home, and I don't believe any of you," Wang Xiao stated, choosing to jog away, leaving Zhang Luocheng with no opportunity to stop him. "Oh no, something bad is about to happen," Zhang Luocheng thought as he prepared to chase after him. Suddenly, Jiang Qian spoke up. "Do you smell something foul?" "Ugh." Lu Yuan began to retch before he could finish his sentence, while Li Yifei sniffed the air and promptly vomited. Lin Xie reacted similarly. Zhang Luocheng caught a whiff of the stench previously. He had only imagined it through the descriptions in the novel. But this time, the reality was overwhelmingly nauseating, prompting him to brace himself against a nearby surface as he retched. "This odor is truly revolting." Zhang Luocheng wiped his mouth, but had no time to linger, sprinting in the direction Wang Xiao had vanished. After all, he was the only one privy to what had transpired. If he did not act swiftly, Wang Xiao would surely be in peril. However, after only a few paces, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the alley, causing everyone to gaze into its shadows. "Wang Xiao," Li Yifei called out, and he, along with Lu Yuan and Jiang Qian, dashed towards the alley's depths. "Hey, don't go over there. Run," Zhang Luocheng shouted at the top of his lungs, fully aware of what awaited them. Racing into the alley would undoubtedly lead them directly into the clutches of the ghost-faced figure. Zhang Luocheng felt a pang of uncertainty as Lin Xie remained rooted in place. With only a 10-meter range of perception, he could not discern what lay within the alley, and he had a mission that needed completion. Forget it. Zhang Luocheng decided to pursue deeper into the alley. As for Lin Xie, he would act in due time. Another scream pierced the air, this time a female voice, unmistakably from Jiang Qian. Zhang Luocheng raced forward, but despite his efforts, he was still merely an ordinary person the system had yet to activate, and deep down, he desperately wished for Jiang Qian to survive this ordeal. As he rounded the corner, Zhang Luocheng spotted Jiang Qian and Li Yifei, with Lin Xie trailing closely behind. Before them, a ghost-faced figure was devouring Wang Xiao's face. "Run!" Li Yifei and Lu Yuan surged forward, but in their haste, Lu Yuan collided with Lin Xie, while Li Yifei crashed into Zhang Luocheng. Thus, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Jiang Qian found themselves left behind. Run! Zhang Luocheng bellowed, grabbing Jiang Qian's arm. However, their speed was no match for that of the ghost-faced figure. Zhang Luocheng felt a chill run down his spine. According to the narrative, Jiang Qian was destined to perish here. At that moment, Jiang Qian couldn't help but glance back, finding the ghostly visage mere inches away. Zhang Luocheng, witnessing this, summoned an unexpected surge of strength, delivering a kick to the ghost-faced figure, providing Jiang Qian with a fleeting chance to escape. Yet, this kick seemed to incite the ghost-faced figure's wrath as it lunged at Zhang Luocheng, sending him crashing to the ground. Bleh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just as Lin Xie and Jiang Qian managed to flee a few steps, another ghost-faced figure emerged, blocking their escape, effectively sandwiching them between two of the malevolent beings. Observing this scene, Zhang Luocheng's lips curled into a slight smirk. The realm of mortal deities is about to manifest. The two ghost-faced figures surrounded them, and Zhang Luocheng felt a dull ache in his chest. Jiang Qian had collapsed in terror, while Lin Xie stood at the center, gripping his cane, the only one among them still upright. Lin Xie, unleash your power now. If you don't, we'll all perish here, Zhang Luocheng silently urged. In the next instant, a brilliant golden beam of light pierced the heavens, illuminating the once dark sky. Lin Kai's form eerily levitated above the ground, a black satin cloth drifting down from his eyes, his gaze radiating golden brilliance. This is the divine might of the seraphim, Zhang Luocheng mused, having only comprehended it through the pages of the novel. Yet now, witnessing it unfold before his eyes, he couldn't help but be profoundly moved. Oh, indeed, let me quickly capture a photograph. Zhang Luocheng immediately retrieved his mobile phone, which, despite possessing camera function, was not the modern kind of smartphone, but rather an archaic button phone with exceedingly low pixels. Goodness, what a piece of junk, he lamented to himself. My circumstances after traversing through time are truly dismal. As he expressed his grievances, he frantically pressed the shutter button aimed at Lin Xie, bathed in the golden rays. Lin Xie's form levitated gracefully, a full moon hovering above his head. Zhang Luocheng felt as if the Archangel Michael was observing this spectacle from the lunar surface. This should suffice, he murmured, contemplating the photograph. The pixels may be lacking, yet one can still sense the presence of the six-winged seraph on the moon. Ding! A familiar chime echoed. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the image of the six-winged seraph, successfully activating the system, allowing you to draw two abilities from the Naruto universe. In an instant, a colossal wheel materialized before Zhang Luocheng, and the world around him seemed to freeze in place. Rising slowly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his inaugural attempt at drawing an ability, and the wheel was replete with a myriad of powers. He never anticipated that his beloved novels and favorite comics would converge in this manner. Skills such as Sharingan, Chidori, Rasengan, Tailed Beast Bomb, and 8 Gates dazzled before him, overwhelming him with choices. Give me something formidable, he silently prayed. Begin drawing. With his command, the immense wheel began to spin rapidly, various abilities whizzing past the pointer. As the wheel gradually slowed, Zhang Luocheng's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat, overwhelmed with anticipation. Ultimately, the wheel came to a steady halt, landing on a specific ability. Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened in disbelief. His expression shifted from initial delight to astonishment, ultimately culminating in rage. 100% accuracy with throwing objects. Read the fine print below. With this ability, one can utilize shuriken, darts, and various concealed weapons as projectiles, ensuring a perfect hit on targets within 100 meters. What the hell is this? Am I being tricked? Is there even such a power in Naruto? Zhang Luocheng fumed, wanting nothing more than to curse aloud. Indeed, such an ability existed within Naruto, where every character could reliably hit their target with shuriken. A skill so easily overlooked that it was the first one Zhang Luocheng managed to draw. I need to deal with the masked specter. Are you suggesting I should throw darts at him? Furthermore, where on earth am I supposed to find concealed weapons? He continued to grumble. Fortunately, he still had another chance to draw an ability. Please, don't let me be disappointed again. He clasped his hands together. Fervently praying, begin drawing. Once more, the gigantic wheel commenced its rotation, mirroring the earlier scenario of swift motion followed by a gradual deceleration until it finally settled on a segment. This time, Zhang Luocheng's expression transformed from anger to sheer elation, an extraordinary joy washing over him. The pointer indicated 3 monumental characters. Sharingan. Basic Sharingan activated. The host unlocks the Two-Tomo Sharingan, gaining both the ability to replicate and cast Jinjutsu as the host power escalates. More potent forms of Sharingan may be unlocked later. Wow, Sharingan. At last, I have not been let down. Wait, there are numerous variants of Sharingan. Which one do I possess? Is it Sasuke's? Or perhaps Madara's? Or Itachi's? System, you haven't clarified. Zhang Luocheng inquired. Indeed, the intricacies of Sharingan's lore were manifold, a detail the system had failed to elucidate. The system encompasses all types of Sharingan. As the host abilities progress, they will discern the specifics. Moreover, the host will not suffer blindness from utilizing Sharingan, the system explained. This was exhilarating. Did that mean I have access to the full array of Uchiha clan abilities? Once I unlock Susanoo, I shall be incredibly formidable. Zhang Luocheng was bursting with excitement, and the thought of wielding Sharingan without the risk of blindness made him eager to put it to use. As the wheels spinning concluded, the surroundings reverted to their previous state, with Lin Xie descending gracefully from his earlier suspension in midair. Due to the influence of the Seraph's divine might, the 2 masked specters were firmly pinned to the ground, but as Lin Xie's celestial power gradually waned, they regained their footing. Beside them, Jiang Qian gazed in a daze at the 2 figures, the unfolding events far exceeding her comprehension, and she felt an overwhelming desire to flee. Yet her body was utterly drained, her legs trembling uncontrollably, making it a monumental effort to take even a single step. Oh, not worry. We shall handle the situation from here. A gentle voice emanated from behind Jiang Qian, infusing her with a profound sense of security amid the chaos. The 2 specters charged towards them with alarming speed. One aimed at Lin Xie, while the other rushed toward Zhang Luocheng and Jiang Qian. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng shoved Jiang Qian aside, executing a swift roll to evade the oncoming threat. Now's my chance to test the Sharingan. Zhang Luocheng smirked. Sharingan. His eyes transformed instantly into a crimson hue, the 2 kama-like shapes distinctly visible within. Jinjutsu. The specter barreling toward Zhang Luocheng abruptly froze in place, its body collapsing to the ground in a half-kneel. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? Jiang Qian hurried over to assess his condition. I'm fine, he replied, just as Lin Xie's half of a cane soared toward him, which he deftly caught. Suddenly, the specter previously immobilized by the Jinjutsu stirred, though it appeared to be in a rather poor state. Though Jinjutsu could not maintain control for extended periods, it could still inflict considerable disruption on the specter. Zhang Luocheng mused. Run, Zhang Luocheng. Jiang Qian instinctively urged, yet she noticed that he had no intention of retreating. Zhang Luocheng glanced at the half-cane in his hand and hurled it at the specter, the projectile piercing directly into its eye. Well, it truly does hit the mark. Zhang Luocheng turned to Jiang Qian. Fear not, class monitor. A man must seize the opportunity to play the hero when the occasion arises. The specter, now impaled in its eye, let out a furious roar, causing Jiang Qian to take several steps back in alarm. Despite Zhang Luocheng's reassurances, the creature before them was an entirely unfamiliar menace, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this might all be a surreal dream. With a heavy thud, Lin Xie collapsed to the ground, having just expended the divine might of the Seraph. And after enduring a prolonged struggle with the specters, his mental energy had been utterly depleted. He could only persist thus far due to his heightened reflexes and the divine influence of the Seraph. Sharingan! Zhang Luocheng directed his gaze toward the specter lunging at Lin Xie, employing Jinjutsu once more. The creature froze once again, and Lin Xie looked on in confusion before glancing back at Zhang Luocheng. A thought blossoming in his mind that, he like me. Zhang Luocheng had recently activated his Sharingan, meaning his reflexes were likely on par with Lin Xie's. Meanwhile, the other specter, its eye recently impaled, was indiscriminately attacking. Drawing closer to Lin Xie. "Watch out," Zhang Luocheng shouted, leaping to protect Lin Xie and successfully avoiding the incoming strike. The specter, now free from the Jinjutsu's grasp, charged once more at the two. Lin Xie delivered a kick to the creature, but its substantial mass rendered the blow ineffective. Jinjutsu. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan again, freezing the specter in place once more. Puffed. A mouthful of blood escaped Zhang Luocheng's lips, having just activated the Naruto system. He was still a novice. His mental energy was already limited, and the repeated use of abilities had significantly drained why mental energy is running low, Zhang Luocheng thought as dizziness enveloped him. Like Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although they had activated different abilities, neither had experienced an actual enhancement in strength. They were both completely untrained in martial arts. Merely flailing about in desperation, "I can't let this continue. Perhaps I can replicate an ability," Zhang Luocheng murmured, glancing at Lin Xie, pondering whether the Sharingan could replicate the divine might. Sharingan. Zhang Luocheng's crimson eyes fixed upon Lin Xie, who stood nearby, utterly oblivious to Zhang's intentions. The mere sight of Zhang's blood-red gaze sent a chill down Lin Xie's spine, as if the true terror lay not with the two ghastly figures before them, but rather with Zhang Luocheng himself. That it was evident that something was amiss. Whether it was Lin Xie's lack of mental fortitude or the inherent limitations of the divine realm, Zhang Luocheng felt no change in his physical state. Nor did he possess the perceptive abilities of the mundane domain. The two ghastly figures stirred once more, as if they were capable of communication. The one that had lost its sight accurately pinpointed the locations of Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. "Be cautious," Jiang Qian shouted, her voice cutting through the tension that moment. Lin Xie's pupils constricted, and the corners of Zhang Luocheng's mouth curled upward slightly. He understood that the man had arrived. A shadow materialized before them. A middle-aged man draped in a dark red cloak, his face adorned with a thick beard that bore the marks of time. In his grasp, he wielded a black, straight knife. Zhao Kongcheng lunged forward, swiftly advancing towards one of the ghastly figures. With a decisive strike of his blade, he forced the blind specter back several meters. Yet, the peril confronting Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng remained unresolved. As the other ghastly figure continued its pursuit of the two, regardless of the outcome, "We must make our stand," Zhang Luocheng thought. Instinctively seizing the half-length cane from Lin Xie's hand, he dove towards the specter, mirroring Zhao Kongcheng's previous movement. Although he could not replicate the divine realm, surely he could mimic a fighting technique. Utilizing the copying ability of his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng had already absorbed Zhao Kongcheng's movements. "Is this kid truly that adept at learning?" Zhao Kongcheng marveled at the unfolding scene. However, the half-length cane in Zhang Luocheng's hand paled in comparison to the specialized straight knife wielded by Zhao Kongcheng. Despite the flawless imitation, Zhang Luocheng had not undergone formal training, and the already shortened cane broke once more. "Let me handle it," Zhao Kongcheng declared, his straight knife slicing downwards towards the ghastly figure's head. Blood gushing forth, that he followed up with several swift strikes, ultimately bringing the last specter to the ground, motionless. Zhao Kongcheng sheathed his knife, casting a dismissive glance at the fallen specters. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before producing a walkie-talkie. "The two fleeing specters have been dealt with. Send in the cleanup crew, and remember to erase their memories." After stowing the walkie-talkie, Zhao Kongcheng approached Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, while Jiang Qian observed the three men with a look of confusion. The events of the day had far exceeded her understanding. Lin Xie, having encountered the Seraphim Michael in his youth, was unfazed by the supernatural occurrences. As for Zhang Luocheng, he was uniquely aware of the narrative's trajectory. What unfolded before him was merely a transition from text to vivid imagery. Thus, among them, only Jiang Qian was an ordinary individual, and according to the original plot, she should have perished by now. Had Zhang Luocheng not rescued her, it was a pity that Wang Shao had met his demise here. As Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie observed Zhao Kongcheng approaching, the latter, cigarette in mouth, appraised the two before finally speaking. I know, quite impressive," Zhang Luocheng interjected, cutting off Zhao Kongcheng's attempt to speak. "Why do I feel as though I've been spoiled?" Zhao Kangxing muttered, then turned to Lin Xie. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luocheng, then back at Zhao Kangcheng, nodding in agreement at the serious look in Zhao's eyes. Indeed, impressive. Then, Zhao Kangcheng was about to continue, but once more, Zhang Luocheng interrupted him that I'm quite interested, but he likely isn't. Zhang Luocheng gestured towards Lin Xie. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xie and Zhao Kangcheng turned their gazes towards Zhang Luocheng, a shared sentiment of realization dawning upon them. I seriously suspect I've been spoiled, Zhao Kangcheng thought, looking back at Lin Xie. Do you truly not wish to? Lin Xie resolutely nodded in affirmation. Wait a moment, who was it that unleashed the mundane divine realm? Zhao Kangcheng pointed at Zhang Luocheng, then at Lin Xie, finally glancing towards Jiang Qian. That it couldn't possibly be her, could it? It was him, Zhang Luocheng stated, pointing at Lin Xie. ITSU. You possess such abilities. Yet why do you refuse to join us? Zhao Kangcheng asked incredulously. Because it's perilous, Lin Xie replied, his resolve unyielding. Zhao Kangcheng attempted to persuade Lin Xie further, but the latter remained unmoved. Zhang Luocheng observed this exchange, sighing softly. To convince Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers, there was a prerequisite that was exceedingly harsh. A 10-year pact made on a rainy night. Forget it, it's not convenient to converse here. Let us change our location. By the way, I am Zhao Kangcheng, he said, extinguishing his cigarette. Lin Xie. Zhang Luocheng. Right, Lin Xie, our study materials are still over there. Please assist me in retrieving them. Zhang Luocheng pointed in a direction. Lin Xie regarded him quizzically, while Zhang Luocheng exuded an air of confidence, as if conveying to Lin Xie, my friend understands you. Truth be told, Lin Xie was also perplexed. He had intended to use this excuse to extricate himself. How did Zhang Luocheng know? All right, give me a moment. Lin Xie signaled to Zhang Luocheng, as if to say he would take his leave, leaving Zhang to handle Zhao Kangcheng. Go on, I'll wait for you here. Zhao Kangcheng waved dismissively. In an instant, Lin Xie's figure vanished into the night. Zhao Kangcheng turned to Zhang Luocheng. You activated the Forbidden Realm too? I suppose so, Zhang Luocheng replied sheepishly. After all, his abilities were distinct from Lin Xie's. When Lin Xie had unleashed the Seraphim's divine might, it had reverberated throughout the city of Cangnan, while Zhang Luocheng's activation merely triggered the system. Perhaps it couldn't even be termed as a Forbidden Realm. What is your ability? I noticed you effortlessly replicated my movements just now. Though your speed and strength need improvement, the execution was indeed a perfect imitation, Zhao Kangcheng remarked, lighting another cigarette. Don't tell me you learned it just by watching. Know that this technique took me years of arduous training, he added. Actually, I can replicate others' abilities, Zhang Luocheng explained awkwardly. In all honesty, the concept of the Sharingan was difficult to elucidate, especially in this world of god-slaying. As opposed to the world of shinobi. When I first arrived, I saw you merely glare at the specter, and it stood there momentarily dazed. That shouldn't be an ability to replicate, Zhao Kangcheng continued. That was the use of an illusion, briefly ensnaring the specter in a hallucination, Zhang Luocheng clarified. Illusion? What is this Forbidden Realm? I've never heard of it. Never mind, I'll ask the captain later. Zhao Kangcheng took a deep drag from his cigarette, suddenly recalling something, turning sharply. Where did that kid go? Zhao Kangcheng exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. He should have fled, Zhang Luocheng replied. Glancing at Zhao Kangcheng at that moment, Zhang Luocheng scrutinized Zhao Kangcheng under the moonlight. This middle-aged man was indeed quite ordinary, the kind of person one could encounter on any street. Zhao Kangcheng, noticing Zhang Luocheng's gaze, felt an inexplicable sensation emanating from the latter's eyes, an indescribable feeling akin to regret. This man represented Lin Xie's deepest sense of regret. Today he had saved Jiang Qian. The next step was to save you, Zhao Kangcheng thought, determination radiating from his eyes. Kid, why are you staring at me? Zhao Kangcheng interrupted Zhang Luocheng's contemplation. But in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng stood at attention and saluted Zhao Kangcheng with a formal military gesture. General Zhao, your efforts are appreciated. Zhao Kangcheng looked at Zhang Luocheng with confusion. Kid, have you been stunned by the specters? By the way, what did you just call me? Quite flattering. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes, only to suddenly recall Jiang Qian, who was still in shock beside him. Hey, monitor, it's all right now. Don't be scared. Zhang Luocheng hurriedly approached Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian stared blankly at Zhang Luocheng, and then her tears began to cascade uncontrollably from her eyes. With a loud wow, Jiang Qian threw herself into Zhang Luocheng's embrace. Sobbing heartily, "It's okay. Monitor, it's all over now. You don't have to be afraid." Zhang Luocheng gently patted Jiang Qian's back to comfort her. Zhao Kongcheng stood nearby, observing. Such an event was indeed hard for an ordinary person to accept. "Rest assured, someone will handle this. She won't remember any of it," Zhao Kongcheng reassured, giving Zhang Luocheng a pat on the shoulder. After a while, Jiang Qian managed to calm her emotions. This kind of blow was absolutely devastating for her. "Thank you, Zhang Luocheng," Jiang Qian said, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her hair tousled from the earlier escape. "It's nothing, monitor. Let me escort you home," Zhang Luocheng replied with a gentle smile towards Jiang Qian. Before long, the logistics team of the Night Watchman arrived, utilizing dream whispers to create a dream for Jiang Qian, erasing this segment of her memory, while Zhang Luocheng took her home. "What a pity. She will forget that I saved her tonight," Zhang Luocheng remarked with a wry smile. Suddenly, a large hand slapped Zhang Luocheng on the back, and Zhao Kongcheng's stubbled face came into view. "You high schoolers, why don't you focus on your studies instead of thinking about romance?" Zhao Kongcheng exhaled a puff of smoke. "Uncle, that's called adolescence," Zhang Luocheng retorted, pouting slightly. "Enough chatter, follow me," Zhao Kongcheng said, heading in a particular direction. Zhang Luocheng cast one last glance at the room where Jiang Qian was before following Zhao Kongcheng's footsteps. The two arrived at Hepping Bridge in Cangnan City, and, just as described in novels, both sides were lined with an array of charming little shops. Zhang Luocheng immediately spotted the Hepping Affairs office, flanked on either side by Hepping Wedding Services on the left and Hepping Funeral Services on the right. Experiencing this peculiar pairing firsthand was quite astonishing. As Zhang Luocheng entered the Hepping Affairs office, the sound of a tinkling wind chime greeted him. The interior was quite simple, no different from an ordinary studio. Little did anyone in Cangnan City know that within this small office, a group of individuals had been silently guarding the city. Inside, 6 people simultaneously turned their gazes toward the door, their eyes shifting from Zhao Kongcheng to Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng surveyed the individuals inside, managing to identify them based on descriptions from the novels. These are the members of Team 136, the Guardians of Cangnan City, as Zhang Luocheng's eyes swept over their faces. He was met with the vibrant characters he had once read about in the novels, now standing before him. "Hello, we're the Night Watchmen of Daxia, and I am Wu Xiangnan, the Vice Captain of the Cangnan City Night Watchman Team 136. One of them introduced, the Undying Swordsman of the Blue Rain Team, Wu Xiangnan. Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself one by one. The members of Team 136 appeared before Zhang Luocheng, and it would be a lie to say he was not excited. However, he composed himself, suppressing his inner thrill to maintain his composure. "What did you say?" Wu Xiangnan, having caught a hint of Zhang Luocheng's muttering, inquired curiously, seemingly wanting to confirm he had not misheard. Zhang Luocheng snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling that only Captain Chen Muye was aware of Wu Xiangnan's past. "Hello, Captain Wu. I am Zhang Luocheng," he responded politely. That moment, a strikingly attractive girl stepped forward, her delicate features scrutinizing Zhang Luocheng closely. From her attire, it was evident that she was Hong Ying. On her other side stood a girl dressed in a similar fashion, undoubtedly the agent of the trickster god Loki. Sisha S. Hong Ying suddenly drew near. Zhang Luocheng instinctively took a step back in surprise. "You are the agent of Michael. You look quite good for an ordinary high school student," Hong Ying remarked, returning to her seat on the sofa. I am not Michael's agent." Zhang Luocheng quickly waved his hands, clearly realizing that they mistook him for Lin Chiye. Upon hearing Zhang Luocheng's words, the others turned their gazes toward Zhao Kongcheng, whose face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Well, there was a bit of an accident. That kid ran away." Zhao Kongcheng's voice trailed off. "Ran away. After all, he is 003. It's not surprising he escaped under your watch, old Zhao," Hong Ying remarked, trying to alleviate Zhao Kongcheng's embarrassment. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt incredibly awkward. That kid is just a high school student, same age as him. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. But he is my desk mate. Hong Ying burst into laughter. Ha ha. Old Zhao, a high school student, escaped from under your nose. Hey, you have no idea. That kid is quite cunning. No, it was you who stirred the pot. Zhao Kongqing recalled, realizing it had been Zhang Luocheng who had directed Lin Qiye to seek study materials. Hey, I'm innocent. I still haven't retrieved my study materials, Zhang Luocheng replied earnestly. All right, we can discuss this matter later. He's been leaning against the pillar. Captain Chen Muye interjected. Zhang Luocheng turned toward the voice, locking eyes with Chen Muye, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Forbidden Ruin Series 037, Black Wu Cheng, Captain Chen Muye, guardian of Cangnan City for 10 years. Zhang Luocheng regarded him with admiration, his demeanor turning serious. Chen Muye noticed Zhang Luocheng's change in attitude, but did not dwell on it. He has successfully activated the Forbidden Ruins, but I still haven't matched him with the classification. Zhao Kongqing explained. No classification? Pray tell. Wu Xiangnan expressed interest. After Zhao Kongqing elaborated on Zhang Luocheng's abilities, the group fell into deep contemplation. To replicate others' abilities and even utilize illusions, Wu Xiangnan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Could it be Wu Xiang? Hong Ying interjected. Before Wu Xiangnan could respond, Zhao Kongqing answered, Wu Xiang is about replicating the Forbidden Ruins. I don't have that either. Oh, right. Hong Ying obediently fell silent. Currently, it appears there is no Forbidden Ruins that matches, Wu Xiangnan concluded. Moreover, we cannot yet define the strength of this ability. Throughout their analysis, Zhang Luocheng remained silent. After all, he had merely acquired the two-tomo Sharingan. He was still a novice. We'll find out by trying. Chen Muye suddenly spoke, stepping away from the pillar and approaching Zhang Luocheng. Use an illusion on me, he instructed. Zhang Luocheng was somewhat at a loss. He had just grasped this skill. Furthermore, Chen Muye's abilities were far superior, making it unlikely to succeed. It's fine, just use it normally. I can roughly gauge it, Chen Muye explained. The other members of Team 136 watched the scene with keen interest. Well, I'll give it a try, Zhang Luocheng said. Sharingan. In that instant, as Chen Muye slowly rose from the sofa, he appeared unaffected. For a brief moment, Zhang Luocheng had indeed ensnared him in an illusion. Chen Muye began to speak. I briefly fell into an illusion, given that Chen Muye possessed the highest level of ability among them. Zhang Luocheng could only control the ghost-faced man for a few minutes. Controlling Chen Muye was nothing but a fantasy. Based on Chen Muye's power, he had easily dispelled the illusion almost instantly. After a moment, Chen Muye spoke again. Report this. Let the higher-ups classify it. Then, turning to Zhang Luocheng, he asked, now that you have acquired such abilities, do you wish to join the Night Watchman? Zhang Luocheng nodded firmly. Since he had entered the world of god-slaying, he was determined to join the Night Watchman, ready to unleash the powers bestowed upon him by the Naruto system. All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Chen Muye, the captain of the Cangnan City Night Watchman Team 136. Team 130 SXS Frontline Combatant. Hong Ying, Team 130 SXS Frontline Combatant. Wen Qima. The Night Watchman Team 136, Combat Support Part-Time Military Doctor, Si Xiaonan. The Night Watchman Team 136, Long-Range Fire Support, Lung Xian. Well, I suppose I need not introduce myself, Zhao Kongqing said with a silly smile. Zhang Luocheng regarded the individuals before him, standing at attention and offering them a formal military salute. Luocheng, there's no need to be so serious, Hong Ying remarked with a slight smile directed at Zhang Luocheng that you're not any older than him, yet you insist on calling him little brother, interjected Wen Qima from the side. It's none of your business, Hong Ying retorted. All right, let's get down to business, Wu Xiangnan said solemnly. There's still a ghost-faced king that hasn't been eliminated. The captain encountered it in the suburbs to the north, and, after inflicting severe injuries, it managed to escape. Upon hearing the term ghost-faced king, Zhang Luocheng's expression instantly tensed. He was acutely aware of what it entailed. Simultaneously, he glanced at Zhao Kongqing beside him. It escaped, and given its injuries, it should have already left Cangnan City. Hong Ying reasoned that no. Two voices interjected simultaneously. Zhang Luocheng and Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan's input was expected. He was regarded as the brain of Team 136. However, Zhang Luocheng's contribution piqued curiosity, drawing everyone's attention to him. What insights do you have? Wu Xiangnan inquired with curiosity. Cangnan City is relatively remote, with the nearest city being several dozen kilometers away. Moreover, the Ghost-Faced King is severely injured and cannot possibly leave Cangnan City. Zhang Luocheng stated, effectively echoing Wu Xiangnan's previous analysis that Wu Xiangnan regarded Zhang Luocheng with appreciative eyes and asked, indeed, the Ghost-Faced King must consume human flesh to recover. The sewer, Zhang Luocheng declared that Wu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why? He probed. The Ghost-Faced King escaped through the sewer. The captain drove it off in the northern suburbs, and there's only one sewer connecting to that area. Therefore, the Ghost-Faced King must be somewhere in this vicinity. Zhang Luocheng illustrated, tracing an area on the map. Very astute. Your analysis is quite thorough, Wu Xiangnan praised, clearly impressed by the newcomer. Chen Muye's expression turned serious. Very well, we will conduct a thorough investigation of the sewer in this area. Additionally, Wu Xiangnan continued, the agent of the Seraph must be brought back. He possesses significant potential. Let Zhao Kongsheng and Zhang Luocheng handle it. Chen Muye nodded in agreement. Yes, Zhang Luocheng, you should return to school. He is your desk mate, so keep an eye on him. Zhao Kongsheng will provide support outside the school. Understood, Captain, the team members acknowledged as they prepared to depart. Noticing everyone getting ready to leave, Zhang Luocheng tentatively spoke up. I have a question. Yes, what is it? Wu Xiangnan asked. It's quite late, and I can't return to the school dormitory. May I sleep on the couch for the night? Oh dear, I almost forgot, Zhao Kongsheng remarked. Slapping his forehead, realizing it was already past midnight, and returning to school was impossible. Tea wouldn't do to sleep here, either. Chen Muye pondered, stroking his chin for a solution, that it's fine. It's just for one night. Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. This isn't merely a one-night affair. You've now become a reserve member, so you needn't return to school anymore, Wu Xiangnan clarified. Zhang Luocheng suddenly understood, recalling that Lin Xie had also left the campus directly after joining the night watch. Let's just manage one night. I still have to return to school later, Zhang Luocheng said. Come to my house. It's spacious enough, Hong Ying suggested, approaching. When Shima's expression changed at that moment, did I ask that really appropriate? Zhang Luocheng hesitated, knowing that Lin Xie had also moved in with Hong Ying after joining the night watch. Did that mean he would end up sharing a bed with Lin Xie? It's fine. It's just for one night, Hong Ying insisted, leading Zhang Luocheng to follow her. If I'm going to Hong Ying's house, I might as well protect my new little brother, when Shima interjected, trying to justify his presence. Get lost, Hong Ying retorted, before stepping into her red sports car. Before long, they arrived at Hong Ying's grand villa, and Zhang Luocheng stood in awe, gazing at the expansive estate that seemed to stretch endlessly. Though he had anticipated its size, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Just wait a moment, Hong Ying instructed, asking Zhang Luocheng to stay at the entrance while she and Si Xiaonan hurried inside. Zhang Luocheng was already aware that Si Xiaonan lived with Hong Ying, so he saw no need to inquire further. Shortly thereafter, Hong Ying opened the grand door, peering out. Luocheng, come in. The place is a bit messy. I've only tidied up a little, so please don't mind, she greeted with a charming smile. It's all right, Hong Yingjia. It's already quite clean that I almost ended up sleeping on the street if it weren't for you. Zhang Luocheng responded as he entered, swapping his shoes for the slippers Hong Ying had prepared for him. Zhang Luocheng was aware of Hong Ying's background. Her parents were part of a reconnaissance team that had gone missing in the fog 5 years ago. He had no intention of bringing up such a somber topic. Subsequently, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You can stay in that room. Everything is ready. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours. So don't mix them up. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but chuckle. That room was likely meant for Lin Xie later on. As for the towel and toiletries, they were the same style Lin Xie would eventually use. So Zhang Luocheng figured he would need to change to a different color later on. All right, thank you, Hong Yingjia, he said with a knowing smile. By the way, if you want to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must knock first. Our rooms are also on the second floor, but if I find out... Hey, Hong Yingjia, rest assured I wouldn't dare. Besides, your frontline combat strength. No one can match you except the captain, Zhang Luocheng quickly reassured her. Oh, how did you know I was going to say that? Hong Ying asked. Her curiosity piqued as she lowered her arm, which had been exposed. Zhang Luocheng awkwardly smiled, realizing that not only had he borrowed Lin Xie's belongings, but even the words meant for Lin Xie were now directed at himself. Would he have to repeat them when Lin Xie came next time? All right, it's late. Get some rest, Hong Ying concluded, ascending the stairs. Wu Xiangnan waved at Zhang Luocheng and said, "Good night," before following her upstairs. Zhang Luocheng entered his room, freshened up briefly, and then lay down on the bed. Today had indeed been exhausting. He activated the Naruto system. Although he had obtained a Sharingan, it was still in its two-tomo state, and he had just stepped into the realm of illumination, the weariness from mental exertion enveloping him. He pondered what the next task would entail and what abilities he might acquire. Before long, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Luocheng rose early, tidied himself up, shouldered his backpack, and stepped out the door. He was still a standard second-year high school student. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed Hong Ying practicing with a gun in the yard, and she spotted him as he came down. "Good morning, Hong Yingjia." Zhang Luocheng greeted her. "Luocheng, you're up early," Hong Ying remarked, putting away her firearm. "I need to go to school." Where's Xiaonan? Zhang Luocheng noticed Xiaonan was not in the house. "She's still sleeping." Hong Ying pointed towards the second-floor room. "Hong Yingjia, I'm off to school," Zhang Luocheng said quickly as he exited the house that he yearned to experience the life of an ordinary high school student. Hong Ying watched Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "Hey, Uncle Zhao, you're here awfully early," Zhang Luocheng exclaimed upon arriving at the school gate, where Zhao Kongsheng was stationed. The trash can in front of Zhao Kongsheng was already overflowing with cigarette butts, indicating he had been there since before dawn, waiting to catch the boy off guard before he entered the school. "Uncle Zhao, you won't catch him today. He's coming in late," Zhang Luocheng informed him knowingly. He was aware that Lin Xie had plans for the day. Last night, Lin Xie had undoubtedly opened the first room of the mental hospital and encountered Nikes. Today, he was scheduled to visit a real-life mental hospital for a consultation. "How do you know?" Zhao Kongsheng asked curiously. Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly. "I'm his desk mate." "How could I not know?" "Alas, it seems I must come tomorrow to extinguish the cigarette," but in Zhao Kongsheng's hand. "Uncle Zhao, there's no need for such trouble. Around 10 p.m. tonight, just keep an eye on that road intersection, as it is the only route he must take home." Zhang Luocheng pointed towards the other side of the street. "Oh, wait, this task is meant for both of us. Why am I the only one doing it?" Zhao Kongsheng suddenly recalled, "I'm still a student and can only trouble Uncle Zhao for now." Zhang Luocheng said, then swiftly jogged towards the school gate. "This kid," Zhao Kongsheng muttered as he glanced towards the intersection Zhang Luocheng had just indicated. "I refuse to believe I cannot wait for you." Upon entering the classroom of the second year, Class 2, Zhang Luocheng immediately noticed Li Yifei and Lu Yuan looking at him with a hint of embarrassment. However, Zhang Luocheng's gaze did not linger long on them. It was drawn instead to Jiang Qian, who was seated and engrossed in her own activities. Class monitor, Zhang Luocheng approached and spoke softly. Jiang Qian lifted her head slightly, looking toward Zhang Luocheng. "What is it?" Zhang Luocheng. "Ah, it's nothing, class monitor." "How did you rest last night?" Zhang Luocheng inquired tentatively. "Last night? Quite well. Actually, I returned home, finished my homework, and then went to sleep," Jiang Qian replied, but suddenly her expression shifted, as if she had realized something, and fixed her gaze on Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, instinctively taking a step back. "Your homework is yet to be submitted. Hurry up," Jiang Qian said sternly. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily at a loss for words. "There was no time to complete the homework last night, that I forgot to bring it." "Never mind, I will let you off the hook this time." Jiang Qian returned to her tasks, keeping her head down. Zhang Luocheng sighed softly. Indeed, she had genuinely forgotten. Returning to his seat, Zhang Luocheng felt the unwavering stares of Lu Yuan and Li Yifei upon him. At that moment, Li Yifei mustered his courage and approached, gently tapping Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. Zhang Luocheng turned to face him. Li Yifei appeared to have gathered all his bravery. "Luocheng, can you step outside for a moment?" Zhang Luocheng nodded and followed Li Yifei into the corridor. "I'm sorry, Zhang Luocheng. I was truly terrified at the time. What happened to Lin Xie? Is he okay?" As he spoke, tears began to shimmer in Li Yifei's eyes. He feared that he might have harmed Lin Xie. "Rest assured, Lin Xie is fine. He simply had something to attend to today, which is why he took a leave of absence. You need not feel too guilty. Anyone in such a situation would likely choose to flee. When Lin Xie returns tomorrow, just apologize to him. He will forgive you. Zhang Luocheng reassured Li Yifei, acknowledging the kindness within this rather timid serpent demon. Upon hearing that Lin Xie was unharmed, Li Yifei visibly relaxed. That's good to hear, but alas, Wang Xiao is still dead. By the way, did you sign a confidentiality agreement? Zhang Luocheng suddenly remembered the necessity of such an agreement. However, since he had already joined the Night Watch, he was not required to sign one. Yes, I signed it, Zhang Luocheng replied, not wishing to disclose his membership in the Night Watch to Li Yifei. If only I could join such an organization, Li Yifei expressed with evident yearning. Fear not. You will have your chance point one day. You shall shine brightly in your own way. Zhang Luocheng smiled gently. Before Li Yifei could react, Zhang Luocheng continued, the class is about to start. Let us return to the classroom. Zhang Luocheng strode directly back into the classroom. Li Yifei finally reacted, following Zhang Luocheng inside. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Luocheng noticed that Li Yifei had expressed his thoughts, appearing considerably more relaxed and natural, while Lu Yuan continued to fixate on Zhang Luocheng. As for what Lu Yuan was thinking, Zhang Luocheng chose not to concern himself with it. After all, Lin Xie would deal with him later. There was no need for Zhang Luocheng to intervene. Zhang Luocheng's gaze once again fell upon Jiang Qian, feeling a sense of relief that she had survived. Though regrettably, she had forgotten about the incident in which he had saved her. Never mind. Soon, he would be leaving the campus, and the days spent with her would become fewer. Zhang Luocheng mused silently. As the day's classes concluded, the bell rang, and all the students uniformly engaged in the same task, organizing their backpacks in preparation to return home. The news of Wang Xiao's demise had not spread throughout the school, but in consideration of student safety, the school had temporarily canceled evening study sessions to allow students to return home earlier. Zhang Luocheng approached the school gate, glancing around until he quickly spotted Zhao Kongqing's figure. Uncle Zhao, are you still here, or did you arrive early to keep watch? Zhang Luocheng asked as he approached Zhao Kongqing. Of course, I did not leave. If that kid were to pass by unexpectedly, I would surely miss him, Zhao Kongqing replied, his eyes frequently darting towards the intersection, wary of missing anyone. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, the time has not yet come. Since there are no evening classes, it is still light outside. There are several hours until Lin Xie appears. Zhao Kongqing shifted his gaze to Zhang Luocheng. Hey, I've noticed something about you. What is it? Zhang Luocheng inquired, puzzled that I suspect your forbidden realm is not merely a replication. Is it? Zhang Luocheng's expression changed abruptly, fearing that Zhao Kongqing had uncovered something. Your forbidden realm seems more akin to prophecy. It feels as if you know everything that is about to transpire. Zhao Kongqing remarked. Zhang Luocheng awkwardly smiled. Uncle Zhao, I possess no such abilities. That don't you live on campus? Why are you out here? Zhao Kongqing asked. I must accompany you in waiting for Lin Xie. After all, this is our task though. So you acknowledge that's our task, yet you comfortably remained indoors all day while I endured the cold winds outside. While the captain instructed me to keep watch within the school, Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. Thus, a middle-aged man and a youth stood in the biting wind for several more hours, and soon the clock struck 10 in the evening. Oh dear, standing for so long has left me stiff as a board. Zhao Kongqing remarked, stretching his limbs, the joints cracking audibly. That moment, from the corner of his eye, Zhao Kongqing caught sight of a familiar figure, one he recognized all too well. Uncle Zhao, he has arrived. Zhang Luocheng also spotted Lin Xie's silhouette, but before he could finish speaking, Zhao Kongqing had already vanished from his spot. With a whoosh, Zhao Kongqing swiftly closed the distance between them, taking 3 steps to every 2. Such speed! He ought to compete in a sprinting contest. What a pity! Zhang Luocheng hurried to match Zhao Kongqing's pace. By the time Zhang Luocheng caught up, Zhao Kongqing had firmly grasped Lin Xie's shoulder. Lin Xie, noticing Zhang Luocheng, spoke. Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie, I just happened to pass by and saw Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luocheng replied with an innocent grin. Uncle Zhao. From this title alone, Lin Xie deduced that the relationship between the two had evolved over the course of the night. Kid, it seems we meet again. Lin Xie replied with an awkward smile before asking, who are you? Zhao Kongqing tightened his grip on Lin Xie's arm, fearful that he might attempt to flee once more. You dare ask who I am? Zhang Luocheng sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Zhao Kongqing's frustration from the cold winds had clearly not subsided. "You are definitely not getting away today," Zhao Kongqing stated. Lin Xie appeared to surrender, adopting a posture of resignation. "Fine. Where shall we go to talk?" "Follow me," Zhao Kongqing commanded. "Wait," Zhang Luocheng interjected, wanting to prevent something. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Zhao Kongqing assumed Zhang Luocheng had an urgent matter. I have an embarrassing request, and I am uncertain whether to voice it." Zhang Luocheng's expression turned slightly awkward. Meanwhile, Lin Xie remained curious about the unfolding scene. Strictly speaking, Zhang Luocheng had indeed aided him in his escape yesterday. Even if Lin Xie could have deduced that himself, it was merely that Zhang Luocheng had spoken it first. If you're unsure whether to mention it, then it's best not to. "Let us handle the important matters first," Zhao Kongqing said as he pulled Lin Xie along, ready to move forward. Wait. Zhang Luocheng quickly positioned himself in their path. "Can we avoid going to a couple's hotel?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xie looked at Zhao Kongqing with a mixture of confusion and shock. "Hey, what are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. I am still a minor. What are you high school boys thinking?" "It's merely a conversation," Zhang Luocheng exclaimed that a CF or a tea house would suffice. He urged hastily, "You all misunderstand. That place is a safe house, and I am not that type of person." Zhang Luocheng gazed helplessly at the retreating figures of the two, pondering how challenging it could be to alter the course of events. Zhao Kongqing grasped Lin Xie's hand tightly, with Zhang Luocheng trailing behind them. Thus, the trio entered a couple's hotel. The female receptionist at the front desk was rendered speechless by such an unusual combination. A middle-aged, somewhat greasy man accompanied by two high school students. One of the students appeared to be coerced, particularly given the late hour. One dynamic and passionate themed room with a large bed. "Please," Lin Xie exclaimed. Zhang Luocheng inwardly cursed, lamenting the volume of her voice. As if she feared others might be oblivious to their situation, the receptionist remained momentarily stunned, then looked back at the trio, her expression morphing into one of excitement. "You three? One bed? Yes, hurry up, check us in. Time is of the essence," Zhao Kongqing urged. Upon hearing that time was pressing, the receptionist's excitement intensified. "All right, I'll process that immediately. Please show me your ID, and, these two young ones as well. Come on, just get out," Zhao Kongqing exclaimed impatiently. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie were compelled to present their identification. "And no need to rush. No need to rush. I'll be right with you," the receptionist said, her movements becoming remarkably nimble in response to Zhao Kongqing's urgency. Zhang Luocheng silently lamented, "Sister, it really isn't what you think. Your room is 3966. Wishing you a pleasant stay." Zhang Luocheng wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He felt a profound sympathy for Lin Xie's predicament depicted in the novel. After all, he was experiencing it firsthand. How did he end up entangled with such an eccentric man? "You too. Let us go," Zhao Kongqing urged. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had no choice but to follow suit with trepidation. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a plethora of enticing amenities that screamed excitement and passion. Zhang Luocheng, being a pure-hearted young man, had never encountered such sights before, sharing Lin Xie's naivety. Zhao Kongqing plopped down on the edge of the bed, stretching his weary limbs. After a long day's exertion, his body felt stiff. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie settled onto a nearby sofa. "How did you end up with him?" Lin Xie finally found the opportunity to voice her curiosity to me. "I've already joined them," Zhang Luocheng replied. "Oh, so soon? Were you coerced?" Lin Xie inquired. No, it was my own choice. Unlike you, I'm an orphan," Zhang Luocheng explained. Lin Xie was taken aback. Strictly speaking, she had known Zhang Luocheng for merely a day, as they had only shared a desk for that short span. She was entirely ignorant of his background. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. I'm used to it," Zhang Luocheng stated nonchalantly. "Ahem," Zhao Kongqing pretended to cough. "Let us talk about you, me." Lin Xie pointed to herself. "I'm Lin Xie, 175 cm tall." "Who asked you that?" "I meant your eyes," Zhao Kongqing interjected, gesturing toward Zhang Luocheng's eyes. "Have you ever seen me, Shell?" Lin Xie shuddered, hesitating before giving a slight nod. Subsequently, Zhao Kongqing elaborated on the mythological beings, While Zhang Luocheng listened attentively, refraining from interrupting, he found this segment somewhat unclear, having skimmed through it previously. Such specialized matters were best left to the experts. Divine Agent Code 003. Lin Xie pondered, am I really that remarkable? Your future is limitless, after all. You are a divine agent. Zhang Luocheng chimed in. And you? What is your ability? Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng. As for me, my forbidden realm has yet to be documented. I've just reported it to the higher-ups. Zhang Luocheng clarified point one is a divine agent, and the other is an unknown forbidden realm. Your futures are both immeasurable, Zhao Kongsheng remarked enviously. What about you? What is your forbidden realm? Lin Xie questioned. Zhang Luocheng's eyes filled with regret. It was, after all, Zhao Kongsheng's disappointment. Zhao Kongsheng bowed his head slightly, lighting a cigarette for himself. I don't possess a forbidden realm, which is why I envy both of you who don't. Yet you handled the ghost face adeptly. How could you not have a forbidden realm? Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise that I'm just a somewhat capable, ordinary person. Zhao Kongsheng explained. You two have only just stepped into the realm of Zhan, and as your abilities grow, so too will your levels. Zhan realm? Lin Xie asked, puzzled. I haven't explained that to you yet. I suppose you wouldn't know. Zhao Kongsheng replied to Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng nodded slightly. Possessing a goddess perspective, he was indeed aware. However, given the current circumstances, he could only feign ignorance. Zhao Kongsheng elucidated the Zhan realm, Qi realm, Chuan realm, Hai realm, Wuliang, and Klein. Naturally, divine agents receive instructions from their deities. Some are tasked with annihilating humanity, while others are designated as guardians. Deities can be divided into good and evil. Thus, Lin Xie, I must ascertain which side you belong to. Zhao Kongsheng stated earnestly, to the very least. I can assure you, I won't annihilate humanity, and I have my own matters to attend to. Lin Xie responded. Aren't you curious about our organization? Zhao Kongsheng attempted to entice Lin Xie. Not really. According to movie plots, the more you know, the faster you die. Besides, I cannot ascertain whether you are good or evil. Lin Xie replied sincerely. What? Hey look, your classmate has joined, and he hasn't been deceived, has he? You should watch fewer movies, Zhao Kongsheng lamented, and we offer excellent benefits. Zhao, he has his own affairs to manage. He has a family to protect. Zhang Luocheng interjected, defending Lin Xie. Hearing Zhang Luocheng speak up for him, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had always assumed Zhang Luocheng was allied with Zhao Kongsheng and would support him instead. Kid, which side are you on? Zhao Kongsheng queried, puzzled as to why Zhang Luocheng wasn't defending him, that I'm merely expressing his own thoughts. Zhang Luocheng clarified. Lin Xie nodded in agreement that I have an aunt and a younger brother. They have always cared for me, that I cannot abandon them, just because I have become powerful. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback by this revelation, then turned to Zhang Luocheng, sensing that Zhang Luocheng understood Lin Xie better than he did, yet felt as if someone was still divulging spoilers. Very well, I won't pressure you further. Just sign this confidentiality agreement, Zhao Kongsheng said, handing a piece of paper to Lin Xie. After Lin Xie signed the agreement, he promptly left the room. Watching him depart, Zhao Kongsheng sighed, one must protect their little family to safeguard the greater good. This fellow has just opened his eyes, before he could return to fulfill his filial duties. We are asking him to join us. Perhaps we have been a bit cruel. Lin Xie is fortunate. He has a home, a loving aunt, and a younger brother, while I have no family at all. Zhang Luocheng sighed. Kid, from now on, Team 136 will be your home, Zhao Kongsheng declared, throwing an arm around Zhang Luocheng's shoulder. I just remembered. I should have asked Lin Xie to get a signature from his brother. Zhang Luocheng muttered softly. His brother. For a signature, is his brother a child star? Zhao Kongsheng inquired. No, then is his brother a renowned academic prodigy in Cangnan City? Not that either. Then what do you need a signature for? That is none of your business. Anyway, his brother is quite an impressive individual. T.H. After Lin Xie's departure, Zhao Kongsheng and Zhang Luocheng also exited the hotel to the front desk. While checking out, the female receptionist's eyes still sparkled with excitement. That was quick, she remarked while processing the checkout. Zhang Luocheng replied. The two exited the couple's hotel. Are you planning to visit his home again tomorrow? Zhang Luocheng initiated the conversation. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened as he turned to Zhang Luocheng. Kid, you can't really predict the future, can you? Zhang Luocheng shrugged. I saw you toss the emblem in his pocket. Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly, still yearning to see the little family he wished to protect. Tomorrow night, Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself, fully aware of the significance of the following evening. Uncle Zhao, let's go together. After all, Lin Xie is my classmate. Zhao Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Where are you staying tonight? Back at Hong Ying's home again. Zhang Luocheng shook his head. That I will officially leave school tomorrow, so I'll return to the dormitory tonight to pack my belongings. Very well, then we shall part ways here. Just as Zhao Kongcheng was about to depart, he seemed to recall something and reminded him once more, be cautious on your way back. The ghost-faced king has yet to be dealt with. Zhang Luocheng nodded, watching as Zhao Kongcheng turned and walked away, lost in thought as he gazed at his retreating figure. According to the plot, tomorrow, upon leaving Lin Xie's home, Zhao Kongcheng would encounter the ghost-faced king. At present, my strength is woefully inadequate to confront such a foe. If Captain and the others were to preemptively position their forces in the old city, would it not be more advantageous? Zhang Luocheng pondered, acutely aware of the devastating impact Zhao Kongcheng's demise would have on Lin Xie. Moreover, having spent the past few days in Zhao Kongcheng's company, Zhang Luocheng found himself genuinely captivated by the man's charm. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the stars twinkled, and beneath those stars, a fleeting moon cast its glow. That man must be rescued, no matter the cost. Zhang Luocheng clenched his fists tightly. After a night had passed, Zhang Luocheng hastily tidied his belongings in the dormitory. It seemed to be his first night spent there since he had crossed over to this world. Moreover, he could scarcely recall the names of his roommates. And while packing, he realized how pitifully little he possessed. Some of his clothes were simply gone. Am I truly this impoverished? Zhang Luocheng could not help but lament, for he could barely scrape together 100 yuan. Once he finished packing, he made his way to the peace office. Upon entering, he found the members of Team 136 bustling about, each engrossed in their own tasks. Captain, Zhang Luocheng greeted Chen Muye. Have you left school? Chen Muye observed the small bag in Zhang Luocheng's hand. Is that all you have? Zhang Luocheng nodded bashfully. Indeed, it was all he possessed. Luocheng, have you found yourself without a place to stay again? At that moment, Hong Ying approached, her gun in hand. Zhang Luocheng found it somewhat difficult to speak. No worries. You can continue to stay at my place, Hong Ying offered. Upon hearing this, Wen Shima looked visibly startled. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luocheng stammered in response. By the way, the reserve team does not cover food and lodging. Chen Muye interjected. I understand. It's fine, I'll manage my meals. Zhang Luocheng thought about how to stretch the meager sum of less than 100 yuan until the new recruit training camp began. However, that does not apply to me. Stay here for lunch, Chen Muye said before heading directly to the kitchen. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. Wow, Luocheng, you're truly our lucky star. Getting the captain to cook is no small feat. Hong Ying exclaimed excitedly. Smells delicious. As plates of food were brought out, Zhang Luocheng could smell the aroma from afar. His surprise. Chen Muye's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Previously, he had only experienced it through written descriptions. Now he could genuinely appreciate Chen Muye's talent, devouring a bowl of rice without reservation. Nothing much planned for the afternoon? Chen Muye inquired, directing the question at Zhang Luocheng, that I'll be accompanying Uncle Zhao to find the Seraphim agent. Zhang Luocheng knew that Zhao Kongcheng was reluctant to disclose the true situation to them. By the way, whereas Uncle Zhao? Zhang Luocheng noticed that Zhao Kongcheng was not present, that he should be at home. Hong Ying explained. Chen Muye nodded and continued. Once you return, we will begin your training. Zhang Luocheng acknowledged. Understood, Captain. Luocheng, aren't you curious why? Hong Ying's large eyes stared intently at Zhang Luocheng, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Zhao mentioned that reserve team members are required to attend a year-long new recruit training camp. Zhang Luocheng quickly clarified. As long as you've heard it from him, there is no need for further explanation. Chen Muye remarked. Captain, I have something else to discuss. Zhang Luocheng spoke again. The others in the room turned to look at him. What is it? Chen Muye asked. Any progress from the search team regarding the ghost-faced king? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. The search team is currently conducting a thorough sweep of all the sewers that I believe we will have news soon. Wu team, I feel that the probability of the Ghost-Faced King appearing in the Old City is exceedingly high. We should set up a perimeter there in advance. Zhang Luocheng's expression grew tense. He had spent the entire night contemplating how to save Zhao Kongsheng. He had even considered finding and dealing with the Ghost-Faced King himself. Yet such thoughts seemed utterly foolish. How could his current abilities possibly match the Ghost-Faced King? Perhaps if he, along with Lin Xie and Zhao Kongsheng, combined their strengths, they could successfully vanquish the Ghost-Faced King. However, this also risked Zhao Kongsheng invoking the Ghost Goddess influence. After much deliberation, one approach remained: to preemptively position the members of Team 136 near the Old City, ensuring Hong Ying would not arrive too late. That is hard to say. The search team has yet to provide any updates, and we cannot act recklessly. Furthermore, it's also possible the Ghost-Faced King could appear in the city center, given its high foot traffic, Wu Xiangnan explained. But if he indeed comes to the Old City, we will be unable to provide timely support, leading to casualties. Zhang Luocheng's tone grew somewhat agitated. The others were puzzled as to why this newcomer was so fervently animated if he appears in the city center. The high foot traffic means the Ghost-Faced King could easily consume a few people and recover immediately to that point. It would become exceedingly difficult for us to deal with him. Zhang Luocheng wanted to say more, but Wu Xiangnan interrupted him, saying, "I understand your concerns. Regardless of whether he appears in the city center or the Old City, we will not relent if necessary. We will deploy the boundless void to trap him. Luocheng, you are still a newcomer. Do not worry that I will protect you. If anything happens, do not be afraid," Hong Ying said, sensing the tense atmosphere and stepping forward to pat Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. "Understand that I apologize for my earlier outburst. Wu team," Zhang Luocheng realized convincing them to set up a perimeter early would be quite challenging. After all, he was merely a newcomer, who would heed the words of an inexperienced individual without reason. "It's all right. You are clever, and I will take your concerns into account." Wu Xiangnan also patted Zhang Luocheng's shoulder. "Oh, Uncle Zhao is looking for me. I must go see him." Zhang Luocheng bid farewell to everyone and left the peace office. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luocheng arrived in the Old City and soon spotted Zhao Kongsheng's figure. "Luocheng, you're here. Let us go. We're off to visit." Zhao Kongsheng waved his hand, pointing towards an old building. Zhang Luocheng glanced at the old structure. Though he had never been there, he recognized it as Lin Xie's home from the arrangement he observed. Through the window, he could almost see his aunt bustling about. "Uncle Zhao, you're not planning to masquerade as a teacher, are you?" With an omniscient perspective, Zhang Luocheng knew exactly what Zhao Kongsheng was contemplating. "Oh, you truly have a keen mind. Using the guise of a teacher is indeed the most convenient way to enter." Zhao Kongsheng replied proudly, "Aren't you curious how I figured it out? The emblem has a positioning function. The captain informed me today." Zhang Luocheng suddenly realized that this phrase was particularly useful, effectively glossing over many spoilers. How boring. Everyone knows that already. Zhao Kongsheng realized he could not boast further and dropped the subject. "Let us go. That kid should be getting out of school soon." The two made their way towards the old building, Zhao Kongsheng carrying a bag of fruit. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Xie's home. Zhao Kongsheng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a woman opened the door, looking perplexedly at the two of them. "Hello, Annie, I am Lin Xie's teacher, and this is his classmate. We came to check on Lin Xie." Zhao Kongsheng's ability to spin a tale was truly remarkable. Zhang Luocheng could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up for his calmness and line. "Oh, please come in. No need to take off your shoes. Just come right in." The aunt beckoned them inside. Two individuals entered the modest abode, where the furnishings exuded a simplicity that was permeated with warmth and tea. That moment, a scruffy dog bounded toward them, its eyes flitting between Zhang Luocheng and Zhao Kongsheng. This was the legendary Xiaotian dog. Zhang Luocheng found himself momentarily entranced by the creature, having only ever seen mythical beings on television. This was his first encounter with one in reality. Unable to resist, he reached out to stroke the dog's head, affectionately dubbed Xiao Hailai. "How do you know its name?" Zhao Kongsheng inquired. "Oh, Lin Xie mentioned it to me." Zhang Luocheng quickly fabricated an explanation. There's something specific that brings you here today." "Teacher, did our Xie get into trouble at school?" Ani asked while serving them 2 cups of water. "What? No, we are, We are, Zhao Kongcheng faltered, struggling to concoct a plausible excuse. Zhang Luocheng, however, was intrigued, noticing that Zhao Kongcheng clearly had not prepared a satisfactory reason. How did characters in novels manage this? He decided it was best to deflect for now. ITS about Lin Chia's eyes. He is our physical education teacher, and since their SA sports class coming up, I thought I'd check on his condition. Zhang Luocheng asserted promptly. Yes, exactly that. Zhao Kongcheng quickly echoed, casting a look of approval at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng sighed in exasperation, wondering what reason had been provided in the original narrative. It surely could not have been better than Lin Chia's own reasoning that a physical education teacher, you say? Ani glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, who indeed bore the physique of one. My Chia's eyes have just recovered, and I would prefer not to risk any further issues to that moment. The sound of the door opening echoed through the room, and a handsome young man stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Zhang Luocheng stood frozen in place. The scruffy dog rushed toward the newcomer. "Mom, we have guests!" Yang Jin exclaimed, observing Zhao Kongcheng and Zhang Luocheng with curiosity. "Indeed, they are your brother's teachers, here to inquire about him." Ani clarified, "Oh, this is my son." Yang Jin. "Hello." Zhao Kongcheng greeted Yang Jin, only to notice that Zhang Luocheng was lost in thought. "This is Yang Jian," Zhang Luocheng mused, astonished that the legendary figure stood before him. "Hey, what is wrong? Are you starstruck?" Zhao Kongcheng playfully nudged Zhang Luocheng. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Luocheng stammered, No, hello." Yang Jin regarded the two with curiosity, but said nothing further, moving on to set down his backpack. "Please, make yourselves at home. The children will be back soon. I must prepare dinner," Ani announced, rising from her seat. "That I'll help you." Zhao Kongcheng offered that I'll come too. Zhang Luocheng chimed in before Ani could decline. Once they completed their tasks, they retreated to Lin Chia's room, awaiting his return as the night deepened outside. Zhang Luocheng gazed out the window, muttering, "It looks like it's gonna rain. It's raining," Zhao Kongcheng remarked, eyes drawn to the downpour intensifying outside. Just then, Lin Chia opened the door, his hair still damp. "What brings you to my home?" "It wasn't me. It was him who wanted to come." Zhang Luocheng quickly distanced himself from the situation, acutely aware of Zhao Kongcheng's piercing gaze. Lin Chia promptly locked the door. "I've already said I want tea joined, and we're not here to discuss that," Zhao Kongcheng said, producing a roll of parchment and placing it on Lin Chia's desk. Carefully unrolling it to reveal bundles of money, Lin Chia's expression soured. "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Kongcheng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, but Zhang Luocheng interjected, "He doesn't like it. Don tea smoke." Lin Chia paused, clearly taken aback, yet he indeed had reservations about smoking. Zhao Kongcheng withdrew the cigarette, complying. "When I was young, I also ding." At that moment, Zhang Luocheng found himself frozen in astonishment as a voice from his system echoed in his mind. "The host has successfully triggered a new mission. Rewards will be granted upon completion." The mission will now be disclosed. Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Chia continued their discussion, oblivious to Zhang Luocheng's sudden transformation. Mission theme: the regret of slaying gods. Mission content: document a singular moment of oblivion beneath the starry sky. Successful completion will yield 2 ability draws. Mission theme: preventing regrets. Mission content: assist Lin Chia and save Zhao Kongcheng. Successful completion will yield 2 ability draws. The host may complete either mission. The choice to perpetuate regret or to cease its occurrence lies with the host. Zhang Luocheng stared blankly at the lines of text. Fully aware of the story's eventual outcome, he desired to prevent regret from becoming a reality once more. Yet even now, he felt a sense of confusion. Right, the sigil, as long as I avoid using the divine summoning. Zhao Kongcheng has a chance of survival. How did I not think of this sooner? Zhang Luocheng pondered. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go, Zhao Kongcheng urged, patting Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. Zhang Luocheng realized their conversation had concluded, and he rose to follow Zhao Kongcheng, his mind focused on how to acquire the sigil. Your belongings, Lin Chia suddenly spoke. This moment, Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of joy. It was as if an opportunity had presented itself at the perfect moment. He swiftly seized the sigil before Zhao Kongcheng could. "Uncle Zhao, by the way, I've never seen this sigil before. May I take a look?" Zhang Luocheng inquired, clutching the sigil tightly. Sure, but be careful not to damage it. Zhao Kongchang cautioned Lin Chia. Well, we should be on our way. Wait, it's pouring outside. Take an umbrella. Ani insisted as the two accepted the umbrellas. Goodbye, they called, stepping out into the torrential downpour, their figures weaving through the streets of the old district. Zhao Kongcheng held the umbrella as he climbed into a black sedan, ITS coming down hard. I'll take you straight to Hong Ing's place. Zhang Luocheng, also holding an umbrella, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The rain had reduced visibility to nearly nothing, and perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated on him. Hey, kid, what are you dawdling for? Get in the car, Zhao Kongcheng urged, noticing Zhang Luocheng standing still. Uncle Zhao, I just remembered I need to stop by somewhere to take care of something. I can manage on my own, Zhang Luocheng replied to Zhao Kongcheng inside the car. Zhao Kongcheng looked puzzled. In this heavy rain, are you sure you can handle it? Let me drive you there, and no need. Uncle Zhao, you should head back, Zhang Luocheng insisted, dashing away before Zhao Kongcheng could respond. Youngsters are so impatient, Zhao Kongcheng observed as he started the car. Zhang Luocheng concealed himself nearby, relieved to see Zhao Kongcheng's south car drive away. To prevent Zhao Kongcheng from using the divine summoning. He had not returned the sigil after taking it from Lin Chia. For safety's sake, it was best to have Zhao Kongcheng leave the area. Now, he prepared to confront the ghost-faced king alone. Who would have thought I'd arrive only to save the world? Zhang Luocheng sighed softly, retrieving a baseball bat from beneath his school uniform. He had stealthily taken the bat from school earlier. As he currently lacked a proper weapon and had to make do with the most weapon-like object he could find, Zhang Luocheng trudged through the rain-soaked night, recalling that the Ghost-Faced King had been sighted not far from Lin Chia's residence. However, the old district's labyrinthine streets left him uncertain of the exact location, forcing him to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses, causing his stomach to churn with nausea, almost prompting him to vomit. This odor was even more repugnant than when he encountered the ghost-faced man. Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened as his two-tomo Sharingan activated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, I've found it. He turned to see the familiar low building, murmuring to himself, "This is your little home. How intriguing it is to see it from this angle." With a resounding clang, a manhole cover was thrust upwards, arcing through the air before crashing to the ground, from which an arm suddenly emerged. Subsequently, the entire figure of the Ghost-Faced King leaped from the sewer. My goodness, it's enormous. Zhang Luocheng gazed in awe at the Ghost-Faced King, whose size dwarfed that of the original Ghost-Face by several folds. Sharingan. Zhang Luocheng's eyes instantly transformed into a crimson hue, with the distinct pattern of the two kama-like tomo vividly visible. What? The Ghost-Face has appeared. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng, who was still driving through the old city, heard Wu Xiangnan's voice crackling over the intercom. The search team just reported, Wu Xiangnan explained from the other end of the radio. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened as a realization struck him. Oh no, that kid. The black van swiftly changed direction, heading back towards the old city. Lao Zhao, can you hear me? Wu Xiangnan inquired, sensing Zhao Kongcheng's silence and growing anxious. Xiangnan, the Ghost-Faced King has surfaced in the old city, and the newcomer Zhang Luocheng has likely encountered him. What? Zhang Luocheng, you mean he has already encountered the Ghost-Faced King? Wu Xiangnan asked incredulously. Although it is merely my conjecture, we just parted ways. Yet judging by his expression earlier, he must have discovered the Ghost-Faced King's whereabouts. Moreover, he seemed to be attempting to steer me away from that place. Though I cannot fathom why. Wu Xiangnan recalled Zhang Luocheng's earlier words and concluded, it seems we ought to heed that boy's advice. Lao Zhao, you must find Zhang Luocheng immediately. Additionally, Hong Ing and the others are on their way to assist and should arrive in 10 minutes at the earliest. If necessary, deploy the boundless domain to trap it. Understood. Zhao Kongcheng halted the vehicle, surveying the desolate streets of the old city. The rain continued to fall, yet for some inexplicable reason, the street felt eerily quiet, as if it were the calm before a storm. With a sudden crack, a black rear panel swung open, revealing 3 notice boards inside. The newcomers really are becoming increasingly unruly, Zhao Kongcheng remarked with a shake of his head, expressing his exasperation. Thud! Zhang Luocheng's body crashed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he clutched a baseball bat that was now reduced to a mere half. The disparity in realms was overwhelming. The illusion of the Sharingan could only restrain the Ghost-Faced King for a few fleeting seconds. Zhang Luocheng beheld the towering figure of the Ghost-Faced King before him. After all, the Ghost-Faced King existed in the Chuan realm, while Zhang Luocheng had only just stepped into the Zhan realm as a newcomer. He was utterly no match, even if the Ghost-Faced King had been severely injured by Chen Muye. He must not be allowed to unleash the Ghost-Faced territory here. Otherwise, the entire old city would suffer. Zhang Luocheng was lost in thought when the Ghost-Faced King's figure reappeared before him. Utilizing the ability of his Sharingan, he dodged the King's attacks with remarkable speed. Zhang Luocheng took advantage of the terrain, swiftly changing direction. Goodness, this street is too convoluted. How do I escape? Due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he felt as though he were a rat trying to flee a collapsing maze, the winding path still keeping him within the confines of the old city. Boundless domain. Suddenly, a faint crimson wall of air materialized before Zhang Luocheng, compelling him to halt his frantic retreat. He understood all too well what this signified. Zhao Kongsheng had indeed located him. Kid, if it weren't for your reckless wandering, I would have already deployed the boundless domain. Zhao Kongsheng's figure emerged from the distance, one hand gripping a straight blade while the other held a cigarette. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Luocheng exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Kongsheng's silhouette, his emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and despair. These newcomers are truly challenging to manage. Oh, you think you can save the world all by yourself? Zhao Kongsheng clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Zhang Luocheng's actions. Uncle Zhao, this place is too perilous. You cannot handle it. Zhang Luocheng, his heart sank at Zhao Kongsheng's presence. Even if Hong Ying and the others arrived, they would still need 10 minutes, and he had barely bought any time. For them, the area remained fraught with danger. One could only say the inhabitants of the old city were safe for the moment. The newcomer dares to lecture me? What, is the boundless domain something to be proud of? Zhao Kongsheng scoffed. I could see that moment. The Ghost-Faced King seemed uninterested in their conversation, unleashing a fearsome roar. Suddenly, a grotesque visage began to materialize on the ground, centered around the Ghost-Faced King. The expressions of Zhang Luocheng and Zhao Kongsheng shifted simultaneously. Boundless Domain Sequence 176, Ghost-Faced Territory. The instant the ghostly visage emerged on the ground, Zhang Luocheng felt as if the world around him had been irrevocably altered, a wave of unprecedented dizziness crashing over him. He glanced at Zhao Kongsheng, who appeared equally unwell. However, Zhao Kongsheng, a seasoned warrior, quickly steadied himself. The scene before them felt akin to being trapped within a swirling kaleidoscope, chaotic and disordered. Even the rain fell from various directions. Zhang Luocheng, with the dynamic vision granted by a Sharingan, could barely manage to cope with such a spectacle, while Zhao Kongsheng's ordinary eyes were overwhelmed, leaving him feeling nauseated. This is the power of the Chuan realm, Zhang Luocheng thought, realizing just how insignificant he truly was. Kid, now do you comprehend the gap between you and him? Zhao Kongsheng rose slowly, his grip on the straight blade tightening instinctively. Roar. The voice of the Ghost-Faced King echoed from all directions. In such a scenario, no one could predict where it might manifest next. Yet, Zhang Luocheng discovered that it was only when confronting the Ghost-Faced territory that his eyes truly revealed their worth. Zhang Luocheng's gaze never wavered from the Ghost-Faced King as he swiftly launched himself towards him. However, within this intricate landscape, he was unable to find a clear path. Indeed, he could distinctly see the trajectory of the Ghost-Faced King's movements. Yet no matter how he maneuvered, he could not draw nearer. Thus, within the Ghost-Faced territory, the appearance of the Ghost-Faced King was a matter of him seeking Zhang Luocheng out. Attempting to find the king would only lead him deeper into a labyrinthine terrain. Uncle Zhao, watch your back, Zhang Luocheng shouted, his Sharingan darting about rapidly. Zhao Kongsheng swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow from the Ghost-Faced King. He then swung his straight blade towards the king's neck. The blade met what felt like a solid steel plate, producing a sharp sound. This evidently provoked the Ghost-Faced King, who retaliated by delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhao Kongsheng sprawling. Zhao Kongcheng landed beside Zhang Luocheng, blood spilling from his mouth. "Uncle Zhao." Zhang Luocheng rushed to help him up. "Luocheng, can you see him with your eyes?" Zhao Kongcheng inquired, eyeing Zhang Luocheng's crimson gaze. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "How long can your illusion hold him?" Zhao Kongcheng pressed. "Only a few seconds. His realm is too high," Zhang Luocheng replied helplessly. "Damn it, I'm not bragging, but if I had the boundless domain, I would have died 800 times by now." Zhao Kongcheng stood, gripping his straight blade tightly. "Uncle Zhao, I'll assist you." Zhang Luocheng tightened his hold on the broken baseball bat. "With just that?" "Ha!" Zhao Kongcheng erupted into laughter. "As long as we can buy some time until the captain and the others arrive." "That's all that matters." Zhang Luocheng declared resolutely that you're just a newcomer. "Don't overexert yourself." Zhao Kongcheng pushed Zhang Luocheng aside, and in the next moment he charged into battle against the Ghost Face King. Illusion! Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan's illusion once more, forcing the Ghost Face King to remain still. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Kongcheng unleashed a series of strikes with his straight blade against the Ghost Face King. However, the king's tough skin and flesh showed no signs of injury, not even a drop of blood. As soon as the illusion faded, the Ghost Face King's assault resumed, and Zhao Kongcheng could not withstand it. He was struck heavily in the chest and sent flying once more. This time, Zhao Kongcheng struggled to rise, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, fully aware that he had reached his limit. Yet the Ghost Face King showed no intention of granting him respite. Diving towards Zhao Kongcheng once more, Zhang Luocheng, witnessing this, dashed toward Zhao Kongcheng, swinging his half-broken baseball bat at the Ghost Face King from behind. However, the result was merely the complete destruction of the bat. "Goodness, lacking a weapon puts me at a severe disadvantage." Zhang Luocheng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. But before he could ponder further, the Ghost Face King's hand came crashing towards his chest, prompting Zhang Luocheng to instinctively retreat. Illusion. The Sharingan once again spun into motion. The Demon Face King froze in place once more, yet that hand still struck Zhang Luocheng's chest, propelling him backward, that a crest fell from the pocket of Zhang Luocheng's garment. And he understood all too well what this emblem represented, the life of a night watchman. Although he was merely a reserve member, not yet a true night watchman, his current actions mirrored theirs. He too was safeguarding his homeland. This was a notion he had never contemplated before, having lived a lackluster existence in his previous life. That in school his grades were average, and being accepted into a university was a source of satisfaction for him. He envisioned leading a life that, while devoid of grandeur, would at least be stable, securing a job that ensured he would not starve. Yet now, he found himself protecting a populace, defending an entire urban area. The potion derived from the crest of the divine spirits could momentarily enhance a person's latent potential. The mission was not yet complete, and the system would not bestow him with abilities prematurely. If he could significantly amplify his powers at this juncture, if he could wield more than ninja skills, or even activate Susanoo, the Demon Face King would certainly not stand a chance against him. Utilizing his life to ignite his final potential was a method of mutual destruction, but also the last vestige of dignity for a night watchman. That I used divine spirit induction. So Zhao Kongcheng won't have the chance to use it, Zhang Luocheng thought, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, for he considered himself quite clever. As the crest rotated, a silver needle sprang forth from it. He pondered whether the system would revive him if he perished here. Even if he did die, this journey would not be in vain. Zhang Luocheng closed his eyes, but just as he prepared to pierce his own body, a hand unexpectedly pressed down upon him. Seizing the crest from his grasp, "You little brat, stealing my belongings." Zhao Kongcheng snatched the crest away. "Is this something you can recklessly wield? What has the captain even taught you?" Zhang Luocheng had distinctly felt Zhao Kongcheng fall far away moments ago. Yet he had suddenly appeared before him, snatching the crest. There would be no good fortune if Zhao Kongcheng obtained it. "Uncle Zhao, you can't." Zhang Luocheng attempted to reclaim the crest, but the searing pain coursing through him rendered him immobile. Newcomers should well remain as newcomers. Matters like these are not for you to handle yet, Zhao Kongcheng remarked just as the Demon Face King's form reemerged. Observing this, Zhao Kongcheng shoved Zhang Luocheng aside and was once again sent flying. This time, a distance of several dozen meters separated him from Zhang Luocheng. This is bad. Zhang Luocheng gritted his teeth, realizing he had but one recourse: to ensnare Zhao Kongcheng with an illusion. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng's back was turned to him, preventing eye contact, and rushing forward was out of the question. The only solution lay in coaxing Zhao Kongcheng to turn around. Luocheng, don't even think about using illusions to control me. I will walk my own path. Zhao Kongcheng replied with a slight smile. That moment, a voice echoed from beyond the boundary of the unguarded realm. Zhao Kongcheng, Zhang Luocheng, I know you are nearby. Goodness, how did this kid get here? Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Xie had appeared in this place. Zhao Kongcheng, let me in. I can fight now. Lin Xie's voice resonated from outside. What good is your fighting prowess? Get back. Zhao Kongcheng shouted in response. Uncle Zhao, don't concern yourself with Lin Xie. He's fine. You cannot use the crest. Zhang Luocheng rose and sprinted toward Zhao Kongcheng. However, the effect of the Demon Face King hindered him from closing the distance. Rather, it seemed to increase. If this drags on, it will be too late. Zhao Kongcheng's gaze was resolute, and he was genuinely curious about the nature of his own forbidden space. He plunged the silver needle into his own body. Witnessing this, Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of despair. No matter the outcome, he had failed to save Zhao Kongcheng. The moment Zhao Kongcheng drove divine spirit induction into his body, his life began its countdown. Zhao Kongcheng smiled, feeling a powerful force surging within him. With a single sweep of his blade, a black crescent moon sliced through the rain and mist, severing the arm of the demon-faced man in an instant. This is Forbidden Space Sequence 083. Oblivion Moonlight, Zhang Luocheng remarked, gazing at the black crescent. Not bad, kid. You possess some insight. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him, as he truly experienced his forbidden space for the first time. Simultaneously, he sensed his life ebbing away rapidly. Under the influence of divine spirit induction, Zhao Kongcheng radiated exuberance, grinning widely as he unleashed his abilities without restraint. This is utterly exhilarating. This is the sensation of possessing forbidden space. He laughed heartily, the effects of his injuries now forgotten. His movements reached their zenith, and he re-engaged in combat with the Demon Face King, who now found itself at a disadvantage, with a furious roar. The Demon Face King, now missing its right arm, emitted a primal scream of rage. Zhao Kongcheng was acutely aware of his physical condition. Time was of the essence, and he needed to conclude this swiftly. Zhang Luocheng, at that moment, a voice called out, capturing Zhao Kongcheng's attention that a youth with golden-hued eyes was slowly approaching. You came in. Zhang Luocheng, supported by Lin Xie, felt the pain from his wounds still lingering. It seems you knew I would come. Lin Xie looked toward Zhao Kongcheng, spotting the colossal Demon Face King. Fortunately, it is night, Lin Xie murmured. Rest for now. I shall handle the next phase. You, who had just stepped into the lamp realm. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhao Kongcheng was at a loss for words. How could the newcomers be so audacious? I am quite powerful now, Lin Xie insisted. Enough chatter. Newcomers should behave like newcomers. None of you are making this easy. Zhao Kongcheng retreated, positioning himself aside. Wait until I finish this strike. Then you can assist me. Lin Xie obediently stepped back. Tears welled in Zhang Luocheng's eyes, for he knew what was about to unfold. This was Zhao Kongcheng's final strike. Sharingan, copy. Zhang Luocheng had previously attempted to replicate Lin Xie's mortal realm, but perhaps due to the divine nature of the space, he had failed. Now, with Zhao Kongcheng's forbidden space, he was uncertain if it would succeed, but he resolved to try nonetheless. You too? Behold this next strike. It will be quite spectacular. Both men displayed different expressions. Lin Xie's marred by disdain, while Zhang Luocheng struggled to contain his tears. Zhao Kongcheng dove forward, his legs swiftly leaving the ground, unleashing a tremendous force directed solely at the Demon Face King. The Demon Face King assumed a defensive posture, yet Zhao Kongcheng was beyond the reach of any defense against his impending assault. This move would unleash all of Zhao Kongcheng's energy, expelling every ounce of strength he possessed. It was the ultimate manifestation of Oblivion Moonlight beneath the moonlight. Uncle Zhao, Zhang Luocheng softly called out. A massive black crescent surged skyward, a gigantic head soaring into the air before slowly descending. Zhao Kongcheng, when did you acquire forbidden space? Lin Xie, noticing the anomaly, realized that Zhao Kongcheng had previously claimed he lacked such power. Yet this recent strike was undeniably a display of it. Before Zhang Luocheng could respond, he witnessed Zhao Kongcheng's body collapse lifelessly. Lin Xie rushed forward to catch Zhao Kongcheng and was appalled to discover the extent of his injuries. Blood poured from various wounds, as though he were on the brink of bleeding out. Your body. Lin Xie's voice trembled, coming to understand why Zhao Kongcheng could utilize forbidden space at this moment. He must have employed some form of drug. Fury clenched Zhang Luocheng's fists, for his own inadequacy had led to this outcome. He loathed how minuscule he felt in this moment. Ding! The system's voice resonated, and everything around Zhang Luocheng came to a standstill. Congratulations, host, on completing the regret of slaying the divine. Successfully recorded the ultimate Oblivion Moonlight under the starlit sky, granting you 2 opportunities to draw abilities. Additionally, due to the enhancement of your powers, the Sharingan has upgraded to 3 Tomo. Zhang Luocheng immediately sensed a transformation in his vision as a colossal wheel manifested before him once more. Draw a power, he uttered nonchalantly. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and, as the pointer came to a halt, several lines of bold characters instantaneously appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of 8 Gates of Duanjia, along with the gifted Might Guy's martial arts prowess. Might Guy's martial arts? The 8 Gates of Duanjia. Wasn't that the man who nearly kicked his way to a grand finale? Zhang Luocheng mused inwardly. Given the current capabilities of the host, he could only unlock up to the 4th gate. Zhang Luocheng nodded slightly as a surge of power enveloped his entire being, even allowing him to perceive the changes within his muscles. Please continue to draw power. Draw power. The immense will commence its rotation once again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 5 element abilities: Earth Release, Water Release, Fire Release, Wind Release, and Lightning Release, all of which can be activated without the need for hand seals. Zhang Luocheng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the transformations within his body, while everything around him returned to its original state. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Luocheng firmly gripped his fist at this moment. Zhao Kongcheng seemed devoid of even the strength to speak, his eyes beginning to lose their luster. Was I not handsome just now? Handsome, exceedingly so. Lin Xie's body trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Luocheng slightly tilted his head, observing the headless corpse of the ghost face king slowly rising. The severed head had vanished from the ground, reappearing on the chest of the ghost face king. The corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth lifted slightly as his eyes gradually closed, life completely extinguished. Zhao Kongcheng was dead. Zhang Luocheng bent down, retrieving the straight knife, Zhao Kongcheng's knife, and presented it before Lin Xie. There's a score to settle with that fellow. Lin Xie took the straight knife from Zhang Luocheng, his eyes still reddened, his hand unconsciously tightening around the blade. The rain continued to pour, drenching the two of them. I'll go first. Zhang Luocheng's tone was unusually frigid. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities in an instant, he dashed forward, disappearing from his original position. With the enhancement of Might Guy's martial arts, his speed had achieved a qualitative leap. The ghostly face on the Ghost Face King's chest contorted, seemingly letting out a howl. Yet at that moment, its voice was completely inaudible as it charged towards Zhang Luocheng. Sharingan. The 3-Tomo Sharingan activated instantaneously, allowing Zhang Luocheng to perceive the movements of the Ghost Face King with greater acuity. A flying kick struck the Ghost Face King at its waist, but Zhang Luocheng felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense the enhancement of his own strength, swiftly altering his stance to deliver a punch to the ghostly face on its chest. The Ghost Face King staggered back, clearly pained. Retreating several steps, Zhang Luocheng understood that the head of the Ghost Face King was its true essence. To annihilate it entirely, he must obliterate the ghostly visage. Fire Release. Great fireball technique. Zhang Luocheng unleashed a massive fireball towards the Ghost Face King, illuminating the sky. The Ghost Face King, realizing its imminent peril, attempted to flee but was already too late, raising one arm defensively in front of its chest. though it managed to block the fireball. It still felt a searing pain in its arm. A radiant golden light appeared behind Zhang Luocheng, and without turning around, he knew it was Lin Xie's divine domain of mundanity. His eyes glimmered with a hint of gold, resembling golden pupils, as he wielded the straight knife. At the moment the Ghost-Faced King blocked the fireball, Lin Xie sprang into action, positioning himself before the Ghost-Faced King, and swung the straight knife towards its chest. The Ghost-Faced King, now reduced to a single arm, lunged at Lin Xie with its remaining claw. It was nighttime, and bolstered by the starry night dancer, coupled with his terrifying dynamic vision, Lin Xie could see the Ghost-Faced King's movements clearly. The straight knife swiftly aimed for the ghostly visage, but the Ghost-Faced King, realizing the danger, retreated in a desperate attempt to evade the strike. 8 Gates of Duanjia. First gate. Open gate. A powerful aura emanated from Zhang Luocheng. Second gate. Rest gate. He vanished from his original position in an instant. This scene unfolded so swiftly that even Lin Xie's formidable dynamic vision could not capture Zhang Luocheng's movements. The next moment, as the Ghost-Faced King continued to retreat, a piercing pain surged through its back. Zhang Luocheng's fist struck with unyielding force. The Ghost-Faced King howled in agony, attempting to kick Zhang Luocheng. But simultaneously, Lin Xie darted in front of the Ghost-Faced King, swinging his straight knife once more at the ghostly face. The Ghost-Faced King's claws swiped towards Lin Xie's face, but Lin Xie pivoted, once again aiming the straight knife at the ghostly visage. Third gate. Life gate. Zhang Luocheng's speed surged once again as he spun rapidly toward the Ghost-Faced King. Fourth gate. Wound gate. He embraced the Ghost-Faced King from behind, executing the lotus of inner view. Zhang Luocheng propelled himself skyward, crashing the Ghost-Faced King down to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Lin Xie, lend me your knife, Zhang Luocheng bellowed. Without hesitation, Lin Xie tossed the straight knife to him. This time, let the fading star beneath the myriad of stars shine once more. Clutching the straight knife tightly, Zhang Luocheng aimed a crescent-shaped strike at the Ghost-Faced King, severing its remaining arm. The straight knife returned to Lin Xie's grasp, who gazed at Zhang Luocheng. You can replicate that technique? Zhang Luocheng replied with delight. The divine ruins cannot be replicated, but I can still utilize the abilities of the ordinary forbidden ruins through the Sharingan. Lin Xie, let us eliminate the Ghost-Faced King together, Zhang Luocheng declared, slightly raising his head. Tonight is a rainy night. With rain, there must be thunder. I wonder if that technique will work. Lin Xie gripped the straight knife tightly as the Ghost-Faced King rose once more. Facing Lin Xie, it attempted to unleash a series of howls, but it only produced a silent roar. Zhang Luocheng positioned himself behind the Ghost-Faced King, his hand forming into a claw, Chidori, in the next moment. A flash of lightning manifested in Zhang Luocheng's hand, a piercing eagle cry resonating through the heavens. Indeed, having learned lightning release also granted him this technique. Zhang Luocheng surged forward, charging at the Ghost-Faced King. Simultaneously, Lin Xie acted, swinging the straight knife directly at the ghostly face, both of them striking simultaneously. The straight knife pierced the Ghost-Faced King's visage as the lightning coursed through its body. The Ghost-Faced King's form began to collapse, and the ghostly face upon its chest swiftly began to dissolve. This time, the Ghost-Faced King was utterly vanquished. Zhang Luocheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying unsteadily, nearly toppling to the ground. Lin Xie experienced a similar predicament. Both staggered, only to catch each other, preventing a simultaneous fall. It appears our mental energy has been depleted, Lin Xie remarked. Let us rest for a moment, Zhang Luocheng suggested, having just activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although he had only opened 4 gates, it felt as though his mental energy was flowing away like water, rapidly depleting. Lin Xie approached the body of Zhao Kongsheng. Does such a hero not deserve to be remembered? Behind every comfortable life, there are those who bear the burden, Zhang Luocheng responded. Indeed, there is no such thing as peaceful times. But is it truly worth it? Those who indulge in debauchery continue their revelry, while who remembers the heroes? Lin Xie pondered. I believe that even if given 100 choices, Uncle Zhao would still make the same decision. That is the mission of a soldier, Zhang Luocheng reflected, having deeply understood what it meant to be a sentinel through his time spent with Zhao Kongqing. However, unlike Lin Xie, who had his own family, he was merely an orphan, devoid of any attachments. For 10 years, I shall guard this place instead. Lin Xie seemed to have made a solemn resolution. 10 years, Zhang Luocheng murmured, fully aware of what those 10 years meant to Lin Xie. In those 10 years, far too much had transpired. The calamity in Cangnan City, the formation of the Nightfall Squad, the banquet at the Bailey family, and more, culminating in Lin Xie's ascension as Commander Lin. Lin Xie lifted Zhao Kongqing's body, facing the low building as if bidding farewell. Auntie, little Seven is leaving now. Please forgive me. The rain has ceased. 2 youths emerge slowly from the darkness, one of whom cradles a man's lifeless body while the other bears a sword upon his back. Hong Ying stands frozen in place, gazing at the 2 boys before her. Junior Zhang Luocheng, Junior Lin Xie, they declare, heralding General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return to the world. Their voices converge into a resonant proclamation that echoes across the globe. The rain has stopped. Moonlight filters through the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the deserted streets of the night, as if nothing had transpired. The lights of the old town continue to twinkle, its inhabitants busy with their own affairs, while Zhang Luocheng remains in a daze, standing alone on the street. The pavement has been meticulously cleaned by the logistics team, erasing any trace of the night's events. By dawn, no one would suspect anything amiss. Hong Ying, accompanied by Lin Xie and the corpse of Zhao Kongqing, departs first. Zhang Luocheng opts to stay behind, claiming he needs to tidy up before joining them. He casually sits on the curb, his gaze fixed on the spot where Zhao Kongqing once lay, now empty and desolate. I could see that moment. A small black mutt ambles toward him, pausing in surprise upon seeing Zhang Luocheng. He, too, recognizes the little dog and understands its intentions. It's fine, you carry on, he assures it. Though his tone seems casual, the dog regards him with a hint of confusion. Should I step aside? It inquires, albeit with a questioning tone, as Zhang Luocheng swiftly darts around the corner. Once the dog sees him scamper off, it turns its attention back to the vacant space and opens its mouth, uttering something that would startle anyone present. The soul returns. Upon arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Zhang Luocheng finds Lin Xie seated at the center, surrounded by the other members of Team 136. Hong Ying's eyes are still red, while Xi Xiaonan has dissolved into tears. Each face reflects a myriad of emotions, yet none bear expressions of joy or smiles. I have made it abundantly clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghost-faced king alone, fighting to the bitter end. Lin Xie's voice is tinged with anger. Zhang Luocheng, just entering, quickly comprehends the gravity of the situation. This is where the narrative has led. Wu Xiangnan continues. From the corpse of the ghost-faced king, we can see a series of knife wounds. Additionally, there are burn marks on the arms and various fractures across the body, as if it had been violently smashed against the ground. The back bears similar burn marks, but while the arms show signs of fire, the back appears to have been scorched by lightning. If you have doubts, you can ask him. Lin Xie gestures toward Zhang Luocheng at the back. Zhang Luocheng nods slightly. The injuries on the arms and back were inflicted by me. However, my realm is too low, and my mental energy was severely depleted. Thus, Uncle Zhao had no choice but to employ Ghost God Summon. Hong Ying, unable to contain herself, with tears brimming in her eyes, angrily retorts. Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead, and you still cling to these details. I merely seek the truth, Wu Xiangnan replies calmly. Captain Wu, the situation is exactly as Lin Xie has described. Uncle Zhao utilized Ghost God Summon for a decisive strike. Zhang Luocheng adds. Lin Xie's gaze shifts to Zhang Luocheng, his eyes seemingly conveying 2 words. Thank you. All right, Xiangnan, that is enough. They have articulated everything quite clearly. Chen Muye steps forward, patting Wu Xiangnan's shoulder before turning to Lin Xie. As far as I know, Zhao Kongqing invited you to join the Night Watchman because you're the agent of the Seraphim Michael, but you initially declined, he states. Lin Xie expresses his innermost thoughts. In 10 years, if I cannot move forward, it will be my own issue. Well, it seems we will have 2 new recruits attending the training camp this year. Chen Muye glances at Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie appears puzzled. All newcomers are required to participate in a year-long training camp, Starting in September, Zhang Luocheng directly addresses Lin Qia's confusion. Furthermore, newcomers do not receive lodging or meals, Chen Muye adds. No lodging or meals? Where will I stay? Can I stay here? Lin Xie gestures to the sofa he occupies. Hey, where will you stay? You used to live in a school dormitory, Zhang Luocheng replies, feeling somewhat shy about revealing that he resides at Hong Ying's house. Come stay at my place, Hong Ying interjects. I still have a room available. Meanwhile, when Qima gasps, what? Hong Ying, Zhang Luocheng already lives at your house. And now another Lin Xie. Hong Ying picks up a black box from the ground. What does it matter? I still have an empty room. Little brother Qie, let Luocheng take you home later. He knows the way that I still need to practice shooting. Before leaving, she adds, since you've joined our team, I'll look out for you both. Chen Muye sighs, they are still temporary members, and where they will ultimately join remains uncertain. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying, Lin Xie says, looking at Zhang Luocheng, who offers a goofy smile in return. Qie, let me show you around and share some details about the night watchman. When Qima pats Lin Xie on the shoulder as they exit together in the dead of night, the streets near the Peace Bridge lie eerily quiet. A woman clad in a red coat, carrying a black box, strides briskly in a particular direction. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would be deemed perilous. Yet, this lady is no ordinary individual. Following closely behind her is a young boy, whose leisurely pace maintains a comfortable distance from her. Should anyone observe this scene, they might suspect the boy has ulterior motives. However, at this moment, only these two figures occupy the street. Before long, they arrive at a cemetery, where the headstones appear exquisitely crafted and meticulously arranged. Having followed you this far, let's enter together. Hong Ying suddenly speaks. Zhang Luocheng, feeling somewhat bashful, follows suit. Sister Hong Ying, you knew all along? Though I lack sensing abilities. My battle-hardened experience has granted me some awareness. Hong Ying responds. What are you following me for? To follow you while you carve the tombstone, he replies. Hong Ying's eyes widen. You know, Uncle Zhao mentioned it to me. Then let's go inside. The two figures step into the cemetery, pausing before a headstone devoid of any inscriptions. Old Zhao previously mentioned that visiting the ancestral grave might frighten our ancestors, so he chose to enter the night watchman's cemetery. Hong Ying's eyes begin to well with tears as she retrieves a pen to commence her engraving. Zhang Luocheng stands quietly beside her, refraining from interrupting Hong Ying as she carves. Zhang Luocheng. Thank you for a long time, Hong Ying suddenly says. Zhang Luocheng is taken aback. Thank me for what? You and Lin Xie are both admirable. You have given all the credit to Uncle Zhao. I am well aware of this. It's just Wu Xiangnan, that blockhead, she says, tears streaming down her cheeks. Captain Wu is merely fulfilling his duty. The accolades belong to us and will benefit our futures. However, we believe this is Uncle Zhao's final wish, Zhang Luocheng replies. How will you take Lin Xie back once you're here? Hong Ying inquires that, don't worry. I can find him, Zhang Luocheng asserts, glancing toward the specific direction, where he spots Lin Xie hiding in the shadows. Luocheng, where are you going? Just as they exit the cemetery, Hong Ying notices Zhang Luocheng's intent to depart alone, prompting her to ask that I'm going to bring Lin Xie back. Of course, Zhang Luocheng responds. True, but it's quite late, and in a place like this, are you really comfortable letting a girl return alone? Hong Ying's gaze could easily be construed as that of a delicate maiden. Sister Hong Ying, you're a frontline fighter. Aside from the captain, no one can match you, Zhang Luocheng replies, his expression slightly dazed. Humph, Hong Ying snorts. Go on, safely bring back little brother Qie. She emphasizes the word safely. Rest assured, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Luocheng waves goodbye and jogs off in another direction. When Lin Xie and when Qima see Zhang Luocheng appear before them, they wear expressions of confusion. Your eyes also possess sensing abilities? When Qima curiously inquired, Zhang Luocheng scratched his head and replied, It's my sixth sense. Do you believe it? When Qima rolled his eyes at Zhang Luocheng and remarked, So, you all are heading to Hong Ying's house. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Shall we go together? Zhang Luocheng suggested. Instantly, when Qima felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his hands fidgeted nervously, first touching his face, then scratching his head, followed by a touch to his nose, before he finally stammered, She didn't invite me. What would I go for? You too can go. With that, when Chen Muye promptly turned away, as if fearing they would detain him, and added, "Be careful on the way back. Is he a bit anxious?" Lin Xie asked, watching Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure. "Hey, about their matters, let us not meddle. We're both minors," Zhang Luocheng replied, as he and Lin Xie proceeded towards Hong Ying's residence. As they walked, they engaged in a brief conversation. Strictly speaking, although they were classmates and even shared a desk, they hardly knew each other, having only been desk mates for a single day before Lin Xie stopped attending school. The following day, Zhang Luocheng also missed school, and ultimately, neither of them returned us. So, your forbidden realm still lacks a definitive name. Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the captain said to wait for higher-ups to decide. They still need to observe, Zhang Luocheng explained. Your forbidden realm is truly intricate and variable. Does your replication ability extend to mimicking Minxing Shangyue as well? Lin Xie had witnessed Zhang Luocheng employing that skill. Although it seemed slightly weaker than Zhao Kongqing's, it was overall strikingly identical. Zhang Luocheng nodded without reservation. I probably only utilized a quarter of its potential. Furthermore, you can control fire and lightning. The power of that last move surpassed even the Minxing Shangyue you replicated. Oh, right, and that thing about the 8 gates, wasn't it? That refers to the 8 gates of Duanjia. It enables one to unlock certain acupoints at a specific moment, breaking through bodily limits. There are a total of 8 gates. But once all are opened, it leads to the end. Is it akin to Ghost God's Call? Lin Xie queried. That could be one way to describe it, Zhang Luocheng pondered, acknowledging the similarity. However, he felt that the moment of unlocking the 8 gates, while enhancing speed and strength, did not elevate one's realm, thus differentiating it from Ghost God's Call. What about my mortal dust divine domain? Can it be replicated? Lin Xie asked with curiosity. Well, I've tried but couldn't. Perhaps it's due to the nature of the divine realm, Zhang Luocheng clarified. Lin Xie unconsciously gazed upwards at the sky, pondering what the future might hold. Zhang Luocheng secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself that he understood his future path far better. As if to comfort Lin Xie, he patted his shoulder, saying, "Just move forward boldly. You have a mother, and under the Supreme, you can wreak havoc." Huh. Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng, bewildered. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just referring to." Zhang Luocheng gestured towards the magnificent villa ahead, which was hard to overlook. "Have we arrived? You mean that villa is Hong Ying's house?" Lin Xie exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, indeed. She is quite wealthy. The Night Watcher's compensation is rather excessive. One could say she is a second-generation rich kid. Her parents left her this house after they mysteriously vanished in the fog," Zhang Luocheng elaborated. Lin Xie nodded slightly. "So, you've always lived here?" "Actually, I only stayed one night. I was on the 2nd floor. And Hong Ying was also on the 2nd floor, along with Sister Xiaonan." "Sister Xiaonan? She lives here too?" Lin Xie asked, puzzled. "Yes, Hong Ying didn't want her to live alone outside," Zhang Luocheng replied. "Hong Ying is quite kind," Lin Xie observed, gazing at the villa before him. "Let us go inside," Zhang Luocheng said as he approached the door and knocked. The sound of slippers shuffling from within soon followed, and the door swung open to reveal Hong Ying in plush pajamas. Her eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing them, she immediately broke into a smile. "You've come. Please come in." Hong Ying welcomed them inside. "Luocheng, you still have those same slippers." "Chia, these are your slippers." "Thank you." "Hong Ying," they chimed in unison. Lin Xie took in the luxurious decor of the interior, which made him feel somewhat constrained. Zhang Luocheng appeared slightly more at ease, having visited before. "Your room is on the 2nd floor, right next to Luocheng's." Hong Ying pointed towards the stairs. "Sister Hong Ying, have those two returned?" came the voice of Sister Xiaonan from the 2nd floor, yawning as she spoke. "Yes." Lin Xie waved to greet her, and Sister Xiaonan reciprocated the gesture. "By the way, have you discussed the precautions with him?" Hong Ying asked Zhang Luocheng. "Right? If you wish to enter Hong Ying's or Sister Xiaonan's room, you must knock first," Zhang Luocheng instructed. Lin Xie nodded in understanding. "There's also a crucial point," Hong Ying reminded she's the team's frontline combat strength. Aside from the captain, no one can match her, Zhang Luocheng awkwardly added, feeling as though he were boasting about someone else. While Zhang Luocheng spoke, Hong Ying aptly displayed her fair arms to emphasize her point. Lin Xie remained silent. "You should rest early. Today has been quite exhausting," Zhang Luocheng said, patting Lin Xia's shoulder as he headed towards the second floor. Meanwhile, Lin Xia seemed to have made up his mind and walked toward Hong Ying's room. "Sister Hong Ying, could I borrow a pen and some paper?" When Zhang Luocheng awoke from his slumber, Hong Ying was already practicing marksmanship as usual, while Sister Xiaonan was likely still asleep, and the villa was devoid of Lin Xia's presence. "Xia left early this morning," Hong Ying explained. He must be saying his final goodbyes." Zhang Luocheng casually responded. "You know about this too?" Hong Ying asked, intrigued. "He mentioned it yesterday. He left in such haste that he needed to come up with some excuse." Zhang Luocheng elaborated it. "Oh. So, he needed paper and pen yesterday to write a letter." Hong Ying contemplated. "Yes, Sister Hong Ying is clever. I suppose the captain and the others are likely going to deliver the letter now." Zhang Luocheng checked the time. Upon hearing someone praise her intelligence, a smile of delight appeared on Hong Ying's face. "Not at all. I'm just generally clever." "Well, generally indeed," Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. They left, heading to the office. "We have business to attend to today," Hong Ying remarked as she stored her firearm in a black box. Zhang Luocheng sighed, fully aware of what business meant in Hong Ying's context. Before long, the two arrived at the peace office, and upon entering, they spotted Wen Qima, who cast them an envious glance. Additionally, seated on the sofa was an elderly woman in her 50s, leaning on a cane and recounting her situation. This was the business Hong Ying had mentioned. Shortly after, Lin Xia arrived at the office, and upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him, immediately casting a puzzled look at Zhang Luocheng. "Is this the usual business of the office?" Zhang Luocheng explained. "Business? Those at the entrance aren't just for show. There are indeed real matters." Lin Xia asked with curiosity. "That we take on some business to earn some extra income. The office needs to sustain itself." When Qima interjected as he approached, directly clarifying, "By the way, the captain asked you both to meet him at the training ground," when Qima added. Lin Xia nodded, then glanced at Zhang Luocheng, who stood still, suddenly curious about the gaze directed at him. "Why are you looking at me?" Lead the way. Lead the way. I don't know the route either, but you arrived earlier than I did. That doesn't mean I've been to the training ground." "Then why not ask?" According to the original storyline, shouldn't you be the one to ask? There's still a storyline. When Qima, observing their back and forth, couldn't help but interrupt. All right, just go straight down the corridor until you reach the end." The two proceeded down the corridor. Along the way, Lin Xia couldn't help but inquire, "Are the business opportunities here really that broad?" "Yes, I've heard when Qima mentioned things like tutoring, legal assistance, apprehending criminals. There's a bit of everything." Zhang Luocheng explained. "Such a wide range, including legal matters? Isn't that the domain of professionals?" Lin Xia inquired once more. "Lung Xian, he holds a doctorate in law from the University of Political Science and Law." Zhang Luocheng explained, though when Qima certainly hadn't shared this information with him, owing to Zhang Luocheng's omniscient perspective. After walking for quite some time, the duo finally reached the end of the corridor, where a massive iron door loomed before them. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with a vast and expansive arena. "This place is enormous," Lin Xia exclaimed, surveying the training ground, which was roughly the size of 3 football fields. "It was constructed decades ago by a soil-type forbidden domain owner," Zhang Luocheng elucidated. "You know about this? Haven't you been here before?" Lin Xia queried. Zhang Luocheng scratched his head, admitting, "I had heard about it previously." The two approached Chen Muye, who was meditating and seated at it. Seemed he was aware of their arrival, as he opened his eyes at just the right moment. "How does this place feel?" Chen Muye asked. "The contrast is quite striking. I never expected such an expansive area to be concealed beneath," Lin Xia replied. Chen Muye reiterated, "By the way, your documents have arrived. They're in the archives if you wish to peruse them. Feel free to do so. Additionally, Zhang Luocheng, your forbidden domain is not yet defined. We intend to observe for a while longer. Once your training camp concludes, a detailed record will be made based on your performance." Zhang Luocheng nodded, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. After all, these were skills derived from the shadow of fire. He was curious about the classification the Night Watch's upper echelons would bestow. Your blades, emblems, and cloaks will be uniformly distributed at the end of the training camp. For now, you may use these 2 blades, Chen Muye said, handing each of them a sword. Lin Xia examined the straight sword, noticing the 3 characters inscribed on the hilt. Zhao, Kongsheng. What is this? Lin Xie asked, his expression one of astonishment. This is old Zhao's sword. Since he chose you, and upon his demise, the responsibility of safeguarding this blade now falls to you. Chen Muye explained. Zhang Luocheng also scrutinized the sword in his hand, which bore the inscription, Wu Xiangnan. This sword, Zhang Luocheng mused, realizing that Wu Xiangnan was the undying swordsman, and currently he had yet to regain the use of his hands. Thus, he was unable to wield a weapon. However, shouldn't the weapon of an undying swordsman be a sword? This is the straight sword Wu Xiangnan used when he first joined the Night Watch. He currently has no use for it, so you may borrow it for now, Chen Muye added, not forgetting to emphasize, you must return it later. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly, affirming of course that Wu Xiangnan's hands would still require Lin Xie's miracle. Chen Muye stated solemnly, there remains 1 month until the training camp begins. During this month, you will undergo systematic professional training. After all, you hail from Team 136. If you perform poorly, it will reflect poorly on us. What should we do? Lin Xie inquired. Like Zhang Luocheng, he possessed various abilities but lacked practical experience. You two will train in shifts. In the morning, Lin Xie will practice swordsmanship with me, while Zhang Luocheng will learn firearms from Lung Xian. In the afternoon, you will both study the use of forbidden domains with Wen Qimo, and in the evening, Zhang Luocheng will train with me again, while Lin Xie learns firearms from Lung Xian. Chen Muye explained as he walked over to a nearby weapon rack to retrieve 2 bamboo swords. Zhang Luocheng, head to the shooting range and find Lung Xian. Lin Xie, pick up the sword and begin. Chen Muye commanded, immediately assuming a stance. Zhang Luocheng hurriedly departed the training ground, though the thought of traversing such a lengthy corridor made him inwardly lament. However, after only a few steps, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Echoing throughout the subterranean space, the anguished cry unmistakably belonging to Lin Xie. Hearing that dreadful scream, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but quicken his pace, the cries of distress reverberating behind him. Upon reaching the shooting range, he found Lung Xian waiting, a sniper rifle in hand, his expression impassive as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Behind him, an array of firearms hung in neat order. Zhang Luocheng's expression brightened with excitement. Inside the shooting room, Lung Xian handed him a handgun and began to explain the weapon's function and mechanics. Zhang Luocheng listened intently, nodding and understanding. Now, take this handgun and shoot at the target. Let me assess your talent, Lung Xian directed, pointing to a target not far away. Zhang Luocheng raised the handgun, took aim, and fired. After the shot rang out, he turned his gaze towards the target. Lung Xian remarked. You missed the target at 30 meters? I was a bit shaky. Let me try again, Zhang Luocheng replied, raising the handgun once more, his eyes gently closing, with the ability to ensure 100% accuracy in thrown objects. He pondered whether this would apply to firearms as well. Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, reopening his eyes. The Sharingan could precisely capture direction, and the first ability he drew allowed for perfect accuracy in thrown items. If he were wielding shurikens or throwing knives, he was confident he could hit the target effortlessly. But what about bullets fired from a handgun? The principles were the same. He believed he could achieve the same results. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Zhang Luocheng did not hesitate. Emptying the magazine of the handgun, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke, Lung Xian glanced at the target, astonished. Wow, almost all are in the center. The disparity is remarkable. Phew, Zhang Luocheng exhaled heavily, relieved to discover that the same principle applied to firearms as well. Subsequently, Lung Xian presented Zhang Luocheng with various other firearms to test, achieving a remarkably high accuracy rate. However, he also realized that his mental energy was dissipating without him noticing. When utilizing forbidden domains, your accuracy is indeed commendable. Yet, without the assistance of forbidden domains, your accuracy is barely passing, Lung Xian noted, analyzing the different targets before him. Zhang Luocheng slumped into a nearby chair, acutely aware that his mental energy was insufficient. He understood that with the aid of the Sharingan, his accuracy was indeed high. But eventually, his mental energy became so drained that he had to retract the Sharingan. To his astonishment, he discovered that even merely utilizing the ability for perfect accuracy required mental energy. When he watched Naruto, The characters wielding shurikens never seemed to exhaust their chakra during throws. Wasn't that rather unfair? After all, this was a power bestowed by the system, and he had no choice but to accept it. Even with a heavy heart that by the afternoon, when Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qi met again, they immediately understood each other's disheveled appearances. "Are you all right?" they both asked simultaneously. However, Lin Qi looked particularly alarming, with a bruised and battered visage that was almost unrecognizable. "Did the captain go too hard?" Zhang Luocheng inquired. Lin Qi sighed, "You'll find out tonight." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Aren't you supposed to be learning firearms? Why do you look so drained?" If Lin Qi bore external injuries, then Zhang Luocheng suffered internal ones, having exhausted a considerable amount of mental energy to, "Oh, don't mention it. My mental energy is depleted, or else I wouldn't have missed." Zhang Luocheng waved his hand dismissively. When they presented themselves before Wen Qima, he was left utterly speechless. "I can understand Qiye's condition, but you, Luocheng," Wen Qima remarked, "have you been firing wildly?" "Just a little off," Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. Wen Qima paused, then said, "Don't worry. Tonight you both should seek out Xiangnan for treatment. Tomorrow, you can prepare for more training." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qi exchanged glances. "Shall we commence the lesson?" Wen Qima suggested. "Qima, Zhao Shu has already discussed forbidden domains, divine domains, and forbidden items that we can start with the forbidden domain sequence," Zhang Luocheng stated directly. "Wow. Old Zhao shared so much with you," Wen Qima remarked, momentarily taken aback. Then pondering, "It feels odd. Why does it seem like someone is instructing me?" Wen Qima proceeded to introduce the two about the forbidden domain sequences, and Lin Qi gained a deeper understanding of forbidden domain sequence 003. Zhang Luocheng, however, was acutely aware that Lin Qi had ascended to an unprecedented dual divine agent status, destined to become a seven gods agent in the future. "I have a question," Zhang Luocheng said after Lin Qi finished asking his questions. "What is it?" Wen Qima inquired to him. "Why forbidden domain currently lacks the name and sequence. With so many sequences emerging now, doesn't that place mine far behind? This is not feasible. Humanity has discovered numerous forbidden realms throughout history and has arranged them accordingly. Should we similarly uncover a realm of extreme danger within this collection, it would naturally be prioritized, with others following in sequence." Wen Qima continued, "However, your forbidden realm remains an enigma. The captain stated that we should wait until the training camp concludes before making any judgments. Therefore, this training camp is of paramount importance for both of you. Your futures are boundless." "Very well, Luocheng, you may begin. Let us examine your forbidden realm," Wen Qima stated. Zhang Luocheng slowly closed his eyes, and then abruptly opened them, revealing a striking crimson hue. The red irises, to be candid, appeared rather impressive. Wen Qima couldn't help but exclaim, "What level of capability can you attain? I've already experimented with illusions previously, and while I can replicate abilities, I am unable to reproduce a divine realm. Lin Qi's mundane divine domain cannot be emulated, but I successfully replicated Uncle Zhao's vanishing life, flashing moon." Zhang Luocheng merely concealed the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 5 elements techniques. Lin Qi, standing by, chose not to expose him, listening quietly to T.O. replicate a forbidden realm. That indeed resembles the concept of Wu Xiang. Yet Wu Xiang relies on contact, allowing only the most recently encountered type to be copied. Even divine realms can be replicated, whereas yours utilizes your vision. Once copied, it remains at your disposal. T.O. what extent can you utilize your vanishing life? Flashing moon? It is somewhat inferior to Uncle Zhao's in both speed and strength. Indeed, as your realm advances, these aspects will correspondingly improve, Wen Qima elucidated. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. "Is there anything else?" Wen Qima inquired further. "Nothing more," Zhang Luocheng replied, shaking his head. Wen Qima then turned his attention to Lin Qi. "Let us discuss your mundane divine domain. What can you achieve?" "It is a circular domain with a radius of 20 meters centered around myself," Lin Qi explained. "Wait a moment." Zhang Luocheng suddenly realized that the two were about to engage in something rather significant, his face flushing crimson as he lowered his head. "What color is Hong Ying's underwear today?" "White." What a swift response, devoid of any contemplation. The 3 men exchanged glances before laughter erupted throughout the training ground. However, both of you share a common trait in your vision, an extraordinarily terrifying dynamic sight. Although you are still at the Zhang level, you're already extraordinary, Wen Qimo remarked. Wen Qimo quickly drafted a detailed plan on a sheet of paper. All right, let us commence training immediately. What are we to do? Zhang Luocheng inquired. Both of you possess formidable dynamic sight, so we shall simultaneously train your reaction times. This chamber is equipped with 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns. When Qimo explained to the two subsequently, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie entered the room, their eyes widening at the walls riddled with gun holes, involuntarily swallowing hard. If you're prepared, we shall begin. Let us start, they replied in unison. Zhang Luocheng felt his mental strength significantly restored, and at that moment, he activated his Sharingan. Though the bullets were merely rubber, he certainly did not wish to be struck here. As the alert sounded, a barrage of bullets rained down from all directions, completely erratic in their trajectory. The two reacted simultaneously, their speed so remarkable that even when Qimo, positioned outside the room, was taken aback. After one wave of bullets concluded, another swiftly followed. Initially, they managed to evade the onslaught effectively. However, as the number of bullets increased, many began to strike them. Zhang Luocheng silently lamented. Even the Sharingan had its blind spots. And coupled with his own physical limitations, he had already taken quite a beating. He pondered whether to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. While opening the 8 gates would enhance his speed, he could not rely on it too heavily. After all, it was taxing on his body, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to refrain from its use. Moreover, with Wen Qimo present, explanations would be cumbersome. The volume of bullets not only escalated, but their velocity increased as well. In truth, it was not the bullets that accelerated, but rather their movements that had slowed, creating the illusion that the bullets were faster. When the training concluded, both emerged from the chamber, utterly exhausted, every part of their bodies aching. Goodness, in this state, how am I to practice with the captain tonight? Zhang Luocheng lamented, looking as though he might weep. Fear not. The captain is quite gentle. Lin Xie reassured him. Do you think I would believe that upon seeing you in such a state? Zhang Luocheng retorted, casting an envious glance. Hurry and eat. The captain is cooking tonight. When Qimo interjected, wrapping an arm around both their shoulders as they headed outside, as the trio exited the training room. A tantalizing aroma wafted toward them. How delightful! Lin Xie inhaled greedily several times. The captain's culinary skills are indeed commendable. We are in for a treat tonight, Zhang Luocheng exclaimed as he hurried to the activity room. Upon opening the door, he was met with 4 pairs of accusing eyes. Surely, this has nothing to do with me. Zhang Luocheng understood all too well what had transpired moments prior. Hong Ying huffed disdainfully, turning away from Zhang Luocheng, while Lin Xie entered behind him, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Let us eat, Chen Muye declared, and at once, everyone began to feast heartily. Did you two glean any insights from your training? Chen Muye inquired. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie nodded in unison. Indeed, we have gained much. And how is Zhang Luocheng's marksmanship? Chen Muye asked. With the use of forbidden realms, he hits every mark. Without them, he still performs admirably, Lung Xian replied, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Then we shall observe Lin Xie's shooting skills tonight. Chen Muye directed his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan. Xiangnan, remember to assist them with healing after dinner. He added with a smirk, as long as they can endure another round of training tomorrow. Zhang Luocheng, once you finish eating, meet me at the training field, Chen Muye instructed, rising swiftly after his meal. Zhang Luocheng hurriedly finished his food and followed suit. Are you satisfied? Lung Xian asked Lin Xie. Quite satisfied. Then let us practice shooting that I in the training arena. Zhang Luocheng gripped the straight blade that originally belonged to Wu Xiangnan. Facing Chen Muye, who wielded 2 bamboo swords. Captain, having just eaten, shouldn't we allow some time for digestion? Zhang Luocheng tentatively suggested. Digest. The enemy will not wait for you to finish digesting before they strike. Naturally, they will not wait for you to be well fed before attacking, Chen Muye replied with utmost seriousness. Zhang Luocheng nodded, fully comprehending the rationale behind Chen Muye's words, his hands instinctively tightening around the blade. Very well, Captain, please forgive me. Zhang Luocheng dashed forward, swiftly appearing before Chen Muye. Your speed is commendable, Chen Muye remarked, crossing his bamboo swords before his chest. Zhang Luocheng was astonished, despite wielding a real blade. He could not sever the captain's bamboo swords. With the mastery of Might Guy's physical techniques, Zhang Luocheng's combat style was more methodical, catching Chen Muye off guard. "Oh, have you studied swordsmanship?" Chen Muye inquired. "I learned from watching television," Zhang Luocheng replied with a slight smile, launching another attack. However, in the next instant, Chen Muye's bamboo sword struck his back fiercely, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Damn it! Zhang Luocheng realized he was taking a beating and understood what Lin Xie had endured during training. "You may employ forbidden realms," Chen Muye suggested. "Very well, Captain, I shall not hold back." Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan, his eyes turning a vivid red as he vanished from sight once more. "Impressive. You have even managed to replicate my techniques," Chen Muye responded calmly to Zhang Luocheng's onslaught. "Alas, your movements and speed still leave something to be desired," Chen Muye remarked. "Is that so? Then let us see this technique. Point 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate. Open." The training ground at night lay shrouded in shadows. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite having opened 4 of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Zhang Luocheng still found himself on the receiving end of a beating at this moment. He was utterly drained of strength. His straight knife had fallen to the side, and pain radiated from various parts of his body. "Go find Xiangnan for some treatment," Chen Muye suggested. Zhang Luocheng struggled to rise, his steps unsteady as he made his way toward the exit of the training ground. Chen Muye observed the retreating figure of Zhang Luocheng, contemplating the boy's remarkable potential. The speed and strength he had gained in such a short time, coupled with his terrifying ability to replicate techniques, were indeed formidable. Inside Hong Ying's villa, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie reclined together on a large sofa, utterly depleted from the day's training. "The captain's strength is truly intimidating," Lin Xie remarked first. "Indeed, it is quite fearsome. How about you? How did the evening training go?" Zhang Luocheng inquired, knowing full well the answer but feeling it polite to ask. "Evening? Can we not mention the night training?" Lin Xie replied, his pride bruised from the gun training that had left him feeling diminished. "Get treated, rest early, and we shall continue tomorrow," Xiangnan stated as she finished treating them and retreated to her room. "Why has Xiangnan suddenly turned cold?" Lin Xie asked curiously. "Because you 2 newcomers have usurped her position as the team's favorite," Hong Ying said, entering with 2 cups of tea for them. "Thank you, Hong Ying," they both replied in unison. "The captain's strictness is meant to foster your rapid growth. Therefore, he must be tough on you, but do not harbor resentment towards him. After all, the decline in the mortality rate of the night watchman in Cangnan City is largely due to his efforts." "Resent? How could we possibly resent the captain?" Zhang Luocheng hastily assured that of course not. Lin Xie echoed. "All right, it's late. Rest up," Hong Ying concluded as she stood up. "In the dead of night." Lin Xie, armed with a straight knife, ventured into the courtyard. Upon entering, he beheld a figure repeatedly swinging a straight knife. Zhang Luocheng turned to face Lin Xie, a faint smile gracing his lips, suggesting a shared intent. Lin Xie mirrored the smile. And thus, beneath the moonlight, the 2 engaged in a rhythmic dance of blades. Ding dong, welcome! Both Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng arrived at the Peace Affairs office. Upon pushing the door open, they found Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought. "Good morning, Hong Ying," Lin Xie greeted, waving. "Hong Ying, what has captured your attention?" Zhang Luocheng wondered, suspecting she might not have slept well the previous night, waving a hand in front of her. Suddenly, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa, startling Zhang Luocheng, who instinctively took a step back. "Hong Ying, please don't scare me like that," he said, still shaken. "Luocheng, Chia, you 2 have finally arrived. There has been an incident," Hong Ying exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie by the arms and hastening towards the basement. Zhang Luocheng, sensing the urgency, tentatively asked, "Is it a mysterious occurrence?" "Yes, and it's quite troublesome," Hong Ying replied as she pushed open the door to the activity room, revealing all members of Team 136 gathered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Luocheng recalled the incident involving the Nandu snake demon. Chen Muye, upon seeing the 3 enter, adopted a serious expression. "Everyone's here. Let us convene." As the group settled, Chen Muye began to recount the mysterious incident. The location of this event is at Cangnan City's second middle school. Second middle school. Lin Xie immediately turned to Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng's expression was not one of shock, but rather deep contemplation. Yes, that's the school you both attended, Chen Muye clarified. Second middle school, Zhang Luocheng murmured, recalling the Nandu snake demon incident. That I remember the details well, and the true Nandu snake demon is the door swung open, and a young man stepped out from the back room. Indeed, the informant is none other than the Nandu snake demon itself. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. Hey, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, what are you two doing here? The young man Li Yifei exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment upon seeing them. Zhang Luocheng was about to respond when suddenly, ding, what triggered the system now? Zhang Luocheng wondered, only to hear the system's voice in his ear. Host has triggered the Nandu snake demon incident. This task requires you to assist Lin Xie in resolving the Nandu snake demon case. Additionally, do not divulge any spoilers or it will be deemed a mission failure. Successful completion allows for the selection of 2 abilities from the Naruto universe. Wow! Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, understanding most of the content, but the restriction against spoilers was particularly vexing that he was painfully aware of the origins, developments, and outcomes of the situation, yet he could not disclose this knowledge. How torturous! Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie, contemplating that this time he would indeed have to play the supporting role. The mysterious abilities and necessary precautions have been clearly outlined. Is there anything else unclear? Wu Xiangnan surveyed the group. Since there are no questions, let us proceed as Xiangnan suggests, dividing into 2 small teams, Chen Muye stated, scanning the faces of the gathered members. Since we need to infiltrate the school, we must appear as students. Hongyin, Xiaonan, and you too, Qian Luocheng. Your task is to uncover the entity's true nature. Captain, they are merely temporary members. Temporary members cannot partake in the mysterious clearance operation. Wu Xiangnan interjected immediately. Chen Muye waved his hand dismissively. The level of this mysterious event is not high, and they have trained for half a month now. This is a valuable opportunity for them to gain experience, especially since they are both students of the second middle school and familiar with the terrain. Turning to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, he added, "You are only temporary members. I'll 1T impose this upon you. It is ultimately your choice. If you wish to decline, just say, so I'll go too." Without a moment's hesitation, both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie agreed. After half a month of training, they felt their strength had surged, and what they needed most now was a chance to test their skills in real combat. All right, let us move, Chen Muye instructed Li Yifei. You will return to school with them to me, but I'm just an ordinary person. Li Yifei stammered, rooted to the spot, oh, not worry. They will protect you. You are the only one who has encountered that mystery, so your presence is essential. Chen Muye's tone left no room for argument. As Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie prepared to leave, Wang Mian approached them. Luocheng, Che, he said, pulling out 2 guns and handing them over. The magazines are full. Lin Xie hesitated, but my marksmanship. Zhang Luocheng stifled a laugh internally. Lin Xie's shooting skills were abysmal. Even if he became a full-fledged night watchman, his marksmanship would still be his weakest point. Had it not been for his poor shooting scores, he might have surpassed Wang Mian during training camp. The purpose of firearms extends beyond mere killing. Lin Xie ultimately placed the gun into his pocket, in no time, for figures, each carrying their own black cases, arrived at the entrance of Cangnan City's second middle school. Your school uniforms are truly hideous, Hongyin remarked, clad in her red and white high school uniform, her expression one of distaste. The girls' uniforms are passable, but look at the boys, they're downright atrocious. Lin Xie pointed to his own outfit. Uniforms look good on attractive people. I believe our collective good looks will make us stand out, even in these uniforms. Especially Hongyin and Xiaonan, you two are undoubtedly the school beauties. Zhang Luocheng said with a grin. Luocheng, you certainly have a way with words. With that said, the uniforms don't seem so bad after all, Hongyin conceded with a satisfied nod, while Xiaonan chuckled at the banter. Yet Lin Xie felt an odd sensation, as if Zhang Luocheng's words echoed his own thoughts. Glancing at the time and then the school entrance, he noted that the first class of the morning was already halfway through. What excuse will we use to get in? Carrying these items, we will surely be checked, Xiangnan pointed to the black cases. With a playful smile, Hong Ying gestured to the 2-meter-high wall nearby. We'll just climb over. Lin Xie pondered for a moment before glancing back at the petite Si Xiangnan. I have no objections. It's just Xiangnan. As Xiangnan rolled her eyes at Lin Xie and, with a graceful movement, effortlessly vaulted over the wall. Hong Ying chuckled lightly. Xie, Xiangnan has been a night watcher for 2 years now. By the way, you two should keep up. Similarly, Hong Ying executed a clean and elegant leap over the wall. Lin Xie watched the two of them perform such fluid and splendid movements, momentarily stunned, before shifting his gaze to the side at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng grinned. I just mimicked Hong Ying's movements. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng's figure vanished from sight as he swiftly scaled the wall, his actions perfectly mirroring those of Hong Ying. I suddenly envy those eyes that can replicate, Lin Xie mused silently. Upon crossing the wall, Hong Ying praised him, but Lin Xie was eager to conclude the topic. Luocheng and I will head to the classroom for a closer encounter with Lu Xiaoyan. You two go find the head teacher. Lin Xie declared. All right, if anything comes up, we can communicate via earpiece. Hong Ying replied before turning to leave with Si Xiaonan in .403. Just as Hong Ying was about to ask something, Zhang Luocheng, having already seen through her intentions, spoke first. Hong Ying wore a satisfied expression. These two younger brothers are quite impressive to in the classroom. The teacher was lecturing at the podium when a sudden knock on the door disrupted the atmosphere, causing the students to turn their heads toward the entrance. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng. The teacher was somewhat surprised to see the two outside. Where have you been? We haven't seen you for days. At my eyesight had some issues. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks, Zhang Luocheng replied, momentarily taken aback. Lin Xie had a legitimate reason. But what about his? However, after Lin Xie finished speaking, all eyes turned toward him, including that of the teacher. I accompanied him. Zhang Luocheng found himself unexpectedly uttering those words. The entire class regarded him with peculiar expressions, while the teacher's face turned a shade of displeasure, and even Lin Xie shot him an eye roll. Take your seats, Zhang Luocheng. Come to my office after class, the teacher said. Try to avoid delaying the lesson as they walked back to their seats. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Jiang Qian, who was also looking in his direction. Albeit with a hint of disdain for his truant behavior, couldn't you think of a better excuse? Lin Xie whispered upon returning to his seat. Zhang Luocheng felt embarrassed. What excuse could I possibly come up with in such a short time? Illness, injury, fracture, or even a hemorrhoid surgery. Aren't those all valid reasons? Lin Xie replied earnestly. All right, a hemorrhoid surgery is quite a creative excuse. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes, eager to assess the situation. Lin Xie's mental energy swept through the surroundings. And Zhang Luocheng also activated his Sharingan. This doesn't look good, Zhang Luocheng murmured. Lin Xie suddenly turned to Zhang Luocheng. Your eyes can also discern. It's different from yours. Yours has a range perception, while I must see things firsthand to differentiate. Moreover, I can only perceive the body's meridians. The mysterious pathways should be different from those of a human body, Zhang Luocheng explained. Captain, Lin Xie spoke into the earpiece. What's up? Can your forbidden abyss discern? Chen Muye inquired. Yes, Luocheng's eyes can also discern, Lin Xie replied softly. His eyes possess perceptive abilities as well. Chen Muye was somewhat taken aback by this news, that it's different. Lin Xie can cover a vast area. While I must see each person directly, Zhang Luocheng responded into the earpiece. Regardless, this significantly reduces the difficulty. How many are there? Chen Muye asked. There are 2 in our classroom. On our way here, we spotted 6 on this floor. Lin Xie answered. Are they still salvageable? No, Zhang Luocheng replied. Their bodily meridians have transcended human limits. Report. The classmates once again raised their heads to look outside the classroom. Ife, what's wrong with you today? You seem off, the teacher remarked, clearly displeased that I took a leave of absence. Here's the note. Li Ife quickly produced the document. The teacher shot him a glare. All right, go back to your seat. Ife hurried back to his place and quietly inquired of Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng about the current situation. The flag-raising ceremony? Li Ifei's eyes widened. Lin Xie nodded. This will allow us to preliminarily assess the situation. Once we reach the playground, we'll investigate from different directions. This should help us locate most of the infected swiftly. Zhang Luocheng suggested. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Before long, the class bell rang. followed by the music for the flag-raising ceremony. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Li Yifei moved down the stairs slowly with the line of students. At that moment, Li Yifei leaned in closer to the two and whispered, "Did you join that organization? Do you all have abilities?" "Yes," Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie replied in unison. "That I'm so envious. What are your abilities?" Li Yifei asked curiously. "I use mental perception to sense nearby objects." Lin Xie answered vaguely, "That I use my eyes to discover nearby objects." Zhang Luocheng's response was even more ambiguous. "Can you discern monsters?" Li Yifei continued to inquire. "Rest assured, the person you have a crush on, Wu Xiangnan, is not one," Zhang Luocheng remarked. And as soon as he finished speaking, Li Yifei instinctively attempted to cover Zhang Luocheng's mouth. However, Zhang Luocheng's reflexes were too quick, slightly leaning back to evade Li Yifei's grasp. "How do you know? I haven't told anyone," Li Yifei exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Zhang Luocheng chuckled softly. "She's not, but you are," he then added. "Your secrets are not beyond my perception. Your eyes can even see what I'm thinking." Li Yifei scrutinized Zhang Luocheng's eyes, seemingly apprehensive. "Just kidding, did I notice when you were in class before?" Zhang Luocheng smirked internally, thinking how could he not know with his divine eye and goddess perspective. "Really? Was it that obvious?" Li Yifei seemed contemplative. Meanwhile, Lin Xie regarded Zhang Luocheng with a hint of curiosity. He genuinely felt that Zhang Luocheng possessed an uncanny ability to see through others' thoughts. Several of the infected came from the girls' dormitory. Zhang Luocheng immediately conveyed this information to Lin Xie. "All right, since you live on campus, you're more informed than I am," Li Yifei remarked. "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Rou, and Tian Li are all from the same dormitory. And most of the infected are girls." Zhang Luocheng disclosed this information, adhering to the original plot. However, he was at a loss as to how to disseminate the information that Li Yifei was the main body. As the three exited the corridor, Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng swiftly parted ways, moving quickly in different directions. Lin Xie could sense students within a 20-meter radius with his mental energy, allowing him to detect any anomalies immediately. Zhang Luocheng relied on his keen eyesight, necessitating him to weave through the crowd of students. Previously, only Lin Xie had scouted the entire school. Now, Zhang Luocheng's presence significantly eased the search. "Lin Xie, I'll assist you this time," Zhang Luocheng declared as they navigated through the crowd of students, greatly enhancing their efficiency in searching. However, even so, the students had already lined up on the playground, and the music was fading. How's it going over there?" Zhang Luocheng inquired through the earpiece. "I'm only halfway through. What about you?" Lin Xie responded, "I'm about the same." Zhang Luocheng quickly scanned the students with his Sharingan. "Xie, you go be the flag bearer." The flag bearer, Lin Xie, gazed toward the flag bearer team, noting that he was indeed quite close to them. "Are we going to forcefully take it?" He mused, contemplating that the flag raising required an exemplary representative, and once concluded, there would also be a speech that if there were any uncertainties, he should direct them toward the school leader. Zhang Luocheng promptly conveyed the strategy that Lin Xie had initially devised. The faculty and students of the entire school had organized themselves on the playground, causing Zhang Luocheng to halt his movements at that moment. Any further erratic behavior would undoubtedly attract the attention of the school authorities. From a distance, Zhang Luocheng spotted Lin Xie making his way toward the flag-bearer team. And in a short span, Lin Xie had taken hold of the flagpole. The solemn and majestic music began to play, and all the faculty and students, along with the school leaders, stood rigidly in place. Their gazes unified toward the direction of the flagpole held by Lin Xie, who stood at the forefront, straightening his posture as he advanced. However, unexpectedly, Lin Xie's course began to veer away from the original path, heading toward another direction. The students below began to murmur, while the school leaders seized the microphone to issue reminders. But Lin Xie remained absorbed in his own affairs. Zhang Luocheng swiftly departed from his original position, aware that everyone's attention was now focused on Lin Xie, marking the opportune moment for his own actions. Coincidentally, as Zhang Luocheng took his leave, he was spotted by the class monitor, Jiang Qian, just as he passed in front of her. Without a second thought, she grasped his arm, startled by this sudden occurrence. Zhang Luocheng turned to meet Jiang Qian's gaze. "Class monitor," he stammered, "You're holding my hand." Jiang Qian replied, "What are you doing?" "It's time for the flag raising." You should stand still instead of running around. Moreover, where have you been these past few days without notifying anyone? And why is Lin Xie over there? Class monitor, I find it difficult to answer your series of questions. Zhang Luocheng responded, noticing that Jiang Qian's vicinity had become shrouded in mystery. That moment. Lin Xie had returned to the flag-raising area, the music shifting as the flag began its ascent. He has completed his reconnaissance. Zhang Luocheng murmured, "Stand straight," Jiang Qian commanded, simultaneously beginning to pay her respects. Zhang Luocheng remained rooted in his spot, yet his peripheral vision was entirely focused on the mysterious entities surrounding them. "Captain, what's the situation on your end?" Chen Muye's voice reached Zhang Luocheng's ears. "It's dire. Xie has likely completed his reconnaissance, and there are several mysterious entities in my vicinity," Zhang Luocheng replied. Indeed, it was exceedingly grim as Lin Xie's voice came through. Noting that nearly 60 faculty and students had been transformed into monsters, Chen Muye fell silent, evidently taken aback by the enormity of the situation. "Captain, have they infiltrated these families?" Zhang Luocheng comprehended the unfolding events on Chen Muye's side. "Yes, Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and even the Director-S family have all been affected. The situation is worse than we had anticipated." "Captain, leave the matters at school to us," Zhang Luocheng asserted. "Understood. We need to continue investigating external sources of infection. The situation within the school is in your hands. I will instruct Long Xian to open the boundless domain." Chen Muye paused before continuing. "This enemy is particularly formidable. Do not hold back, and locate its core as swiftly as possible. You are permitted to unleash your full potential." "Understood, Captain," both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie responded in unison. Zhang Luocheng's expression bore a hint of worry, for the area surrounding Jiang Qian was teeming with infected individuals. He could not allow her to fall victim again, as he had previously rescued her. Clearly, allowing her to remain exposed was perilously risky. Zhang Luocheng, from a line in return, Jiang Qian urged him to return to his group. "Class monitor, now is not the time to hide among the ranks," Zhang Luocheng declared, abruptly grasping Jiang Qian's hand and dashing toward the outskirts of the crowd. "Luocheng, how is it on your side?" Lin Xie inquired. "I am on my way to rendezvous with you," Zhang Luocheng responded while checking on the status of Hong Ying and her group. Lin Xie was currently utilizing his earpiece to analyze the fundamental abilities of the mysterious entities. Furthermore, he speculated that the core was concealed within the female dormitory. "There is another possibility," Zhang Luocheng interjected, "to use the girls as a guise to not forget that when Lu Xiaoyan infected the director, she leveraged the softer psychology of the girls to lower his guard." Zhang Luocheng felt an overwhelming urge to directly reveal the answer to Lin Xie, but doing so would jeopardize his mission. He recalled the first encounter with Li Yifei, where he had been tempted to eliminate the Enhua serpent demon outright. However, if Li Yifei had not become Lin Xie's caretaker, it could potentially disrupt future progress. Given his own reincarnation, there was no telling when he might abruptly return. Thus, he suppressed that thought and patiently awaited the unfolding of events. Yet, unexpectedly, the system presented him with a challenge, forbidding any spoilers. The sensation of knowing the answer but being unable to divulge it was profoundly frustrating. "Jiang Qian?" Lin Xie questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Luocheng. "The area around her is swarming with monsters. We must manage the remaining uninfected faculty and students," Zhang Luocheng stated, just as Lin Xie's attention shifted to Han Ruo, who was being courted by Lu Yuan. "Should we rescue him?" Zhang Luocheng asked Lin Xie. With a slight sigh, Lin Xie remarked, in accordance with the Night Watchman's principles, "Let us make an attempt." He began to stride toward Han Ruo. Zhang Luocheng turned to Jiang Qian, saying, "Class monitor, though it's difficult to explain. We must hide immediately." Just then, an explosion erupted from the direction of the female dormitory. The sound of the explosion instantly captured the attention of all faculty and students. After a brief exchange of glances with Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie sprinted toward the female dormitory. The students from each class were thrown into chaos. Having just exited their classrooms, they noticed the sky had changed color. Zhang Luocheng gazed at the transformed sky. Realizing that the boundless domain had been activated, as they looked upon the emerald-hued sky, The students momentarily forgot the earlier explosion, many of them taking out their phones to photograph the spectacle, as though it had transformed into a tourist attraction, oblivious to the prior detonation. Zhang Luocheng turned back to Jiang Qian, urging, "We need to leave the campus immediately. I still have other matters to attend to. Remember, exit the campus as swiftly as possible." As he spoke, he dashed toward the exit. He understood that Lin Xie had initiated action, and thus, the moment for their cleansing operation had officially commenced. "Monsters! Monsters!" someone in the crowd shouted, inciting a wave of panic as numerous students began to scatter within the school. "Everyone, do not move," Zhang Luocheng bellowed, but evidently his efforts lacked the necessary impact. With a resounding bang, Zhang Luocheng turned to see Lin Xie firing a gun into the sky. Indeed, firearms possessed a certain deterrent effect, Zhang Luocheng thought with a slight smile. In the next moment, the black box in his hand sprang open, and a straight blade shot forth. Zhang Luocheng swiftly grasped the hilt, drawing the blade, and in an instant he struck down the nearest monster, severing its head. What had once been the visage of a student was instantaneously transformed into a grotesque creature, blood splattering in all directions. Some of the nearby students caught in the deluge. Simultaneously, Lin Xie also took action, swiftly decapitating another monster. Witnessing the creatures so close, the surrounding students seemed to lose their senses, frantically covering their heads and shrieking in terror. "Everyone, there are no hidden monsters around you. Hurry and leave the school. Someone will assist you in exiting. Move quickly," Zhang Luocheng shouted. The most prudent course of action was to facilitate the evacuation of the uninfected students from the school. Scanning the crowd, Zhang Luocheng spotted Jiang Qian, which eased his worries considerably. With that, the majority of faculty and students had safely departed the campus, and the atmosphere grew significantly quieter. What's the situation now? Zhang Luocheng hastened to Lin Xie's side. "Hong Ying and the others have gone after the escaped monster, and there are still plenty of monsters within the school. We must act swiftly," Lin Xie said, his gaze fixed on a particular location. "There are monsters on each floor." "All right, let us split into groups," Zhang Luocheng suggested, as a realization struck him. "Indeed, this monster is quite cunning." Lin Xie nodded in agreement, acknowledging that its daily habits were indeed indistinguishable from those of humans, clearly indicating it was a creature of high intelligence and mystery. Thus, the one that Hong Ying and the others were pursuing was likely a decoy. Zhang Luocheng remarked, "Are you suggesting that the real entity may still be here?" Lin Xie inquired. Zhang Luocheng nodded, cautioning, "Be wary of those around you." Just as he prepared to depart, the sky suddenly flickered. What is happening?" Lin Xie asked. Lung Xian is still unfamiliar with the Wujia void. Zhang Luocheng replied swiftly that a voice from the earpiece confirmed Lung Xian's lack of familiarity was indeed the cause. At that moment, the sky transformed into a blood-red hue. "This color is truly eerie," Zhang Luocheng remarked with a faint smile. "It evokes a sense of impending doom." Lin Xie mused. "Fear not, this is not an apocalyptic scenario." "Lin Xie, I'm heading to that building," Zhang Luocheng declared as he dashed towards the second-year building. Lin Xie gazed at the structure, his expression shifting dramatically. It was a heavily afflicted area, yet Zhang Luocheng's figure had already vanished. In the second-year teaching building, Zhang Luocheng wielded a straight blade, swiftly navigating through the various floors. Where the infection rate was alarmingly high, he was acutely aware of the reason. Li Yifei was a second-year student. Meanwhile, numerous students fled down the staircase, making their way towards the school gates. Along the way, Zhang Luocheng dispatched 3 more creatures with his blade. Zhang Luocheng. Li Yifei suddenly spotted him. Upon turning around, Zhang Luocheng found himself contemplating the notion of swiftly eliminating him right then and there. Li Yifei brandished a fire axe, accompanied by several male classmates, seemingly forming an impromptu axe-wielding team. Just then, a dozen creatures materialized in the hallway. Earth escape, earth wall technique. Zhang Luocheng acted quickly, conjuring a wall of earth before them. "Wow, Zhang Luocheng, you're incredible," Li Yifei exclaimed, filled with admiration as he beheld the sudden barrier. This what practitioners can do. Truly divine." The other students looked on with envious eyes. "Leave this to me. You go assist the others," Zhang Luocheng instructed, knowing full well the wall wouldn't hold for long. Lie Fei and his axe-wielding team hastily retreated downstairs. Indeed, mere moments later, the creatures breached the earthen barrier and charged towards Zhang Luocheng. A smirk graced Zhang Luocheng's lips as he finally put his physical skills to use. He swiftly decapitated 2 creatures in an instant. Genjutsu. 2 more creatures were immobilized in place, allowing Zhang Luocheng to swiftly sever their heads. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing the entire hallway, incinerating several creatures in its fiery embrace. The initial horde of creatures was reduced to a mere few, now too intimidated to advance. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind Zhang Luocheng. He turned to see several girls bursting forth from a classroom, pursued by a creature. Just as he was about to pivot, the creatures before him clearly had no intention of allowing him to depart unscathed, launching themselves at him. Chidori. A surge of pale blue lightning manifested in Zhang Luocheng's palm, accompanied by a piercing shriek that echoed through the corridor. The bodies of 2 creatures were instantly perforated, their viscous blood splattering the ground. The girls, seeing Zhang Luocheng as a beacon of hope, lunged into his arms, expressing their gratitude in trembling tones. "Thank you for saving me. I was so terrified. I'm sorry. But I have someone I like, and I don't fancy monsters," Zhang Luocheng retorted, plunging his blade into the girl's chest. In an agonizing instant, a head brimming with fangs appeared before him, and with a swift motion, he severed it from its body. "Even without the Sharingan, I can tell you're a fake." Such poor acting. Zhang Luocheng sighed in exasperation. Another scream erupted from the classroom. Zhang Luocheng dashed inside, his breath catching at the sight before him. A creature gaping its mouth wide, while the girl it pursued was none other than Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian had initially intended to leave with the main group, but Zhang Luocheng's unusual behavior piqued her curiosity, prompting her to return to the classroom. However, the sheer number of creatures inside forced her to hide, and one of the girls had subsequently transformed into a monster. Zhang Luocheng kicked the creature aside and swiftly embraced Jiang Qian, his blade severing the monster's head. Blood splattered as he shielded Jiang Qian from the gore, his school uniform becoming drenched in crimson. Zhang Luocheng. Jiang Qian stared blankly at him, noticing the ghastly stains on his clothing. "Class monitor, why did you come back?" Zhang Luocheng inquired. I. Jiang Qian stammered, likely still reeling from the earlier chaos. "It's all right now. I'll escort you out." Zhang Luocheng spoke gently. "Thank you," Jiang Qian murmured softly. "As I mentioned before, men need not play the role of heroes. It's rather unfortunate," Zhang Luocheng replied. "Jiang Qian before?" Zhang Luocheng guided Jiang Qian swiftly downstairs, just in time to witness Li Yifei cornered by a swarm of creatures in a classroom. However, before he could intervene, Lin Xie had already taken action, eliminating them all. "Wow, Chia, Luocheng, you're here. This is wonderful," Li Yifei exclaimed, his expression one of grievance. "All right, enough with the sentimentality," Zhang Luocheng responded with a look of disdain. Class monitor? You didn't leave?" Lin Xie, having sensed Jiang Qian's presence at the exit, questioned. She returned. Zhang Luocheng remarked, "Have the 1st and 3rd years been cleared?" Lin Xie nodded. "Yes, what's the situation here?" "The creatures have gone berserk. I've dealt with those on the 4th floor. As for the 3rd floor, Li Yifei's team managed to dispatch a few. Currently, there should still be a batch on the 2nd and 1st floors, but since you've come up, they're likely all eliminated. Hanro and her group are locked in a classroom." Li Yifei added, and Zhang Luocheng interjected, "Lu Yuan is too." "What? Hanro? Lu Yuan?" Jiang Qian gasped in astonishment. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "They've all been infected at 8T this moment." Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie noticed a bespectacled, frail-looking boy whose gaze lingered on Lin Xie. "The key to the door. And Qingyu?" Zhang Luocheng muttered to himself. "You know me," and Qingyu replied, his eyes fixed on Zhang Luocheng, mirroring the expression he directed at Lin Xie, one of astonishment, as if he had encountered a rare specimen worthy of study. For the first time, Zhang Luocheng felt the weight of such scrutiny, a realization dawning upon him regarding the gaze Lin Xie had endured. Ranked 1st in the city, so renowned. Who wouldn't he know of you? Zhang Luocheng, having been a slacker in his past life, found himself indifferent to such academic accolades. Recognizing he remained a slacker in this life, as well, Xingyu appeared hesitant, but Lin Xie showed no desire for further conversation. And Zhang Luocheng felt similarly. Let us escort these students to the Grand Hall. It's south the safest place right now, Lin Xie suggested. Class monitor, you should also head to the Grand Hall for safety. Zhang Luocheng advised Jiang Qian. She nodded slightly, understanding that her presence would only add to the burden. Only now did she realize how foolish it had been to remain on campus instead of leaving. Zhang Luocheng watched Jiang Qian's retreating figure, a pang of sorrow filling his heart. After today, the whispers and dreams would erase their memories, and Jiang Qian would never recall the moments they shared. All right, we must focus on the task at hand, Lin Xie said, patting Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. Zhang Luocheng nodded. Let us go. There are still areas upstairs that need to be cleared that we shall go together. Li Yifei declared immediately, and behind him, the Axe Squad appeared equally eager. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance, then nodded in agreement. They had just executed a series of lethal strikes against dozens of monsters, and their mental stamina had indeed been considerably depleted. Both were nearing their limits. I will join as well. And Xingyu added, I can assist in strategizing and analyzing the monster's behavioral patterns. One more participant won't hurt. Let us proceed. Before Lin Xie could deliberate, Zhang Luocheng spoke up, leading the way upstairs. Thus, the group swiftly ascended, with Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie taking the lead, their straight blades clearing a path behind them. On the 5th floor, Lu Yuan was vociferously insisting on leaving the premises, while classmates stationed at the entrance barred their exit. I could see that moment. They suddenly spotted several monsters lurking in the corridor. However, two figures quickly emerged before the creatures, their blades aimed directly at the monsters' necks. It's Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. It seemed they were not alone. It's Li Yifei. The two youths led the group, their uniforms stained crimson with blood, right hands gripping their weapons. One boy's eyes radiated a golden light, while the other's glowed red, adorned with a circular pattern of 3 interlocking commas. Upon seeing their arrival, several classmates felt a wave of relief wash over them. Li Yifei, you all made it up here. What about the monsters below? One classmate exclaimed in a panic. All dealt with. My brother Xie and brother Luocheng cut through them. We fought our way up. Li Yifei raised his fire axe, striking a pose that exuded a semblance of bravado. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan instinctively took a step back. Zhang Luocheng turned to Lin Xie and smiled faintly. That's for you to handle. Lin Xie responded with a slight smile, approaching Lu Yuan, and after exchanging a few words, Lu Yuan departed with Han Ruo. The last survivor was escorted away, and Lin Xie remarked, take the remaining classmates to the Grand Hall. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng turned to Xingyu. You must have discerned something during our journey. And Xingyu habitually adjusted her glasses. You've perceived it all. Haven to you, revealing her signature smile. Do share. She whispered conspiratorially to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie unconsciously furrowed his brow, while Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but admire Xingyu's intellect at that moment. He understood that had he not possessed a godlike perspective, he could never have unraveled such intricate cause-and-dash effect. It seems, indeed, that being the top in the city is no mere coincidence. Lin Xie handed his gun to Xingyu. Offering a few more instructions, Li Yifei gathered all the survivors on the 5th floor. Take them to the Grand Hall. We shall continue our search for the entity, Lin Xie instructed Li Yifei. Zhang Luocheng fell into contemplation. Now that he grasped Lin Xie's general direction, it would be easier to encircle Li Yifei next. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie swiftly vanished in the corridor. Let us split up, Zhang Luocheng announced. Lin Xie nodded and dashed in the opposite direction. As Zhang Luocheng observed Lin Xie's retreating figure, he returned to his previous position, his sole aim being to follow Li Yifei. In his earpiece, he overheard a conversation between Hong Ying and Lin Xie, indicating that Lin Xie was likely dealing with Lu Yuan at that moment. Zhang Luocheng stealthily trailed behind Li Yifei, who promptly escorted the remaining survivors to the Grand Hall. That a few classmates engaged Li Yifei in inquiries, and after their questions were answered, Li Yifei departed from the hall. upon noticing the direction Li Yifei was heading. A smirk crept onto Zhang Luocheng's lips that it appeared the net was finally closing in the music room. Lu Yuan and Han Ro were currently present, while Lin Xie had efficiently locked the door from the inside. Zhang Luocheng had followed Li Yifei closely, as the Nantua serpent demon could share vision. Thus, he was fully aware of the events unfolding in the music room. Suddenly, Li Yifei halted, his expression contorting as the true form of the Nantua serpent demon manifested. So it is, Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself, realizing that Li Yifei had been lurking nearby all along, waiting for the events here to resolve before returning to the Grand Hall, ultimately being exposed by Lin Xie. With me around, let us just cut out the Grand Hall scene to avoid frightening those little ones. Zhang Luocheng muttered, bang! A violent noise erupted from the music room that seemed the battle had commenced. Zhang Luocheng turned his gaze towards the transformed Li Yifei. As he discovered the Nantua serpent demon's true form, he heard Lin Xie's voice through the earpiece. Xie, you must hold on, Zhang Luocheng murmured. In the shadows, Zhang Luocheng observed the direction of the music room when suddenly, Lin Xie burst forth, appearing somewhat disheveled. Behind him, a creature covered in black scales, with a human torso and serpentine tail, writhed as it quickly closed the distance. Lin Xie was clearly struggling against the Nantua serpent demon. Its formidable defense sent him flying upon impact. However, Lin Xie's strength was not to be underestimated, inflicting significant damage to the demon. Moments later, a long spear shot through the air like an arrow, a rose-colored flame streaking towards the Nantua serpent demon's face. Hong Ying has arrived. Zhang Luocheng spotted her from afar. Upon her arrival, the Nantua serpent demon attempted to flee, but in the next instant, Hong Ying leapt into the air, soaring 3 stories high. She hurled her spear, enveloped in flames, into the sky, then kicked the tail end with precision, causing the spear to pierce through the entire building. The entire art building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Luocheng broke into a cold sweat, his thoughts racing. This woman is truly formidable. A massive crater formed in the ground, enveloped in dust, with the spear embedded deep within the Nantua serpent demon's body. That moment, Zhang Luocheng noticed the previously motionless Li Yifei suddenly springing into action. A grin spread across Zhang Luocheng's face as he swiftly appeared before Li Yifei. Hey, Zhang Luocheng, why are you here? Li Yifei exclaimed, reverting to his original form, momentarily taken aback. An illusion. Zhang Luocheng glared at Li Yifei. Li Yifei stood frozen, then let out a blood-curdling scream. This scream immediately attracted Lin Xie and Hong Ying's attention from a distance. Indeed, there is something amiss, Lin Xie remarked, frowning upon seeing Li Yifei. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, I hope my assistance here doesn't count as a spoiler. Bang, bang. 3 precise gunshots rang out, striking Li Yifei squarely in the head. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. They were no longer in the Grand Hall. However, the only person still capable of firing a gun at that moment was none other than Chen Muye, who stood not far away. Pistol in hand, in Lin Xie's eyes, there was a mix of shock and a hint of envy. After all, while the distance was neither too close nor too far, each shot landed perfectly on Li Yifei's head. Thanks to those 3 shots, the Li Yifei under the illusion regained his clarity. Glancing around at the group, Hey Xie, Luocheng, what are you doing here? By the way, Zhang Luocheng, what did you just do to me? Li Yifei questioned, his tone accusatory. Just take a look at your head. Zhang Luocheng gestured toward Li Yifei's head. I've been shot, but why am I not dead? Li Yifei asked, perplexed. Because you're the Nantua serpent demon. Lin Xie spoke slowly. 2 orbs of golden flame ignited in Lin Xie's eyes, the power of the seraphic angel surging into Li Yifei's psyche. In the next moment, Li Yifei's eyes morphed into eerie vertical slits, though his physical form remained unchanged. How intriguing, Li Yifei's voice deepened. Neither of you saw through me. How did you figure it out? Zhang Luocheng felt a flush of embarrassment, thinking, I've known for quite some time, but alas, I couldn't spoil it. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. Lin Xie interconnected all the events, while Chen Muye also provided her own explanation. Due to the gunfire that erupted here, students who were originally in the grand hall began rushing over. Zhang Luocheng could only shake his head in exasperation. Why can't they learn from their experiences? Must they always indulge in the chaos? In order to prevent his classmates from witnessing Li Yifei in this state, Zhang Luocheng deliberately placed the conclusion at this moment, thus effectively initiating the ending ahead of time. However, it just so happened that Qingyu was the first to leave the grand hall. Of course, the gunfire plot was unavoidable, and we all know how remarkably accurate her shooting is. Did she really need to show off here? I never anticipated that I would find myself ensnared by you all. Li Yifei fixed his gaze on Lin Xie and questioned, "How shall I repay you?" In the next instant, Li Yifei's body rapidly swelled. Black scales erupted on his skin, transforming him into a monstrous creature with a human torso and a serpent's tail. The remaining students, upon seeing such a colossal monster, let out piercing screams, scattering in panic. The Nantua serpent demon targeted Lin Xie, its lethal claws aiming for his neck, but Lin Xie effortlessly drew his straight blade to parry the attack. Now, darkness enveloped the sky. Zhang Luocheng gazed at the pitch-black heavens. The night belonged to Lin Xie. After deflecting the strike, Lin Xie flipped his right hand, and his blade sliced through the Nantua serpent demon's arm. With a wretched cry, the demon was sent reeling backward from a kick to its chest. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to realize that it was no match for Zhang Luocheng. Redirecting its focus toward the remaining students, it swiftly coiled its serpentine body, its claws lunging toward classmate. Zhang Luocheng, witnessing this scene, acted in an instant. How despicable! Why must it target her? 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. Zhang Luocheng's eyes radiated intense fury. Without a moment's hesitation, second gate, rest gate. Zhang Luocheng moved with such speed that he left after images. Just as the Nantua serpent demoness claws were about to strike Jiang Qian, it was suddenly kicked away by Zhang Luocheng. Lin Xie's straight blade awaited, and in a swift motion, it executed a perfect arc, severing the demon's head. The enormous head plummeted to the ground, its eyes still fiercely fixed, as if expressing its inner rage. Zhang Luocheng gazed at Jiang Qian with deep affection, while she stared blankly at him, sensing an undeniable difference in his demeanor. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "Soon you'll forget me." Ding! Upon hearing this sound, Zhang Luocheng understood that it was time to extract abilities once more, as everything around him began to freeze in place. Congratulations, host! You have successfully assisted Lin Xie in resolving the Nantua serpent demon incident without any spoilers, granting you 2 opportunities to extract abilities. That a colossal wheel of fortune reappeared before Zhang Luocheng. Extract abilities. The wheel began to spin, the pointer fluctuating among various abilities. Each time this occurred, Zhang Luocheng's hands trembled with anxiety. Ever since his first extraction yielded such a disappointing ability, he had been filled with trepidation. Nonetheless, considering the current circumstances, that ability wasn't too shabby. After all, his shooting skills had improved compared to Lin Xie's. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability Body Replacement Technique. The body replacement technique allows the user to swiftly substitute their body with another object at the moment of an attack, leading the opponent to believe the attack was successful, thus enabling the caster to either counterattack or escape. Well, yet another ability that is utterly ordinary, something every character in Naruto can perform. What a stroke of bad luck. Zhang Luocheng lamented. The body replacement technique could only serve as a defensive measure, a skill for survival in critical moments. Extract another ability. The wheel spun once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability Shadow Imitation Technique. The Shadow Imitation Technique? This is the ancestral secret art of the Nara clan in Naruto, and it's not particularly powerful. Moreover, it requires collaboration to be effective, Zhang Luocheng recalled, still appearing quite dejected. The 2 abilities extracted this time were worlds apart from the previous ones. None of them were formidable techniques. And the Shadow Imitation Technique could only unleash its true power when combined with others. Overall, this extraction was a letdown. Everything around him returned to its previous state, and Zhang Luocheng turned to Jiang Qian. Class monitor, it's safe here now. I must take my leave. He smiled at her. Leaving? You won't be returning to school? Jiang Qian's expressive eyes gazed at Zhang Luocheng. Yes, I have joined their organization, so I won't be returning to school anymore. And you can no longer call me class monitor to IS this organization one that protects the homeland. Indeed, you could say that. Then you will surely become a prominent figure in the future. Oh, class monitor. You flatter me, Zhang Luocheng chuckled. Thank you, Zhang Luocheng. I appreciate your help earlier. I wish you a bright future. Jiang Qian extended her hand, preparing to shake hands with him. Zhang Luocheng hesitated. Thank you, class monitor, but perhaps we can forego the handshake. Jiang Qian retracted her hand, lowering her head slightly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force pulled her into his embrace. A wave of unprecedented security rendered her momentarily stunned. Hey, students over there, you cannot engage in early romance. A nearby teacher, witnessing this scene, rushed over to separate the two. Zhang Luocheng released his brief embrace and said, I must go now, turning to leave and rejoin Lin Xie and the others, a smile gracing his lips. A handshake could only signify friendship. Thus, I chose a hug to bid farewell. Jiang Qian watched Zhang Luocheng's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Luocheng, are you about to fall in love? Hong Ying teased upon seeing him approach. Sister Hong Ying, what are you saying? I'm still a minor. I cannot engage in early romance. Zhang Luocheng retorted, Hey, this. Hong Ying and Si Shaonan exchanged disdainful glances. However, both of you performed remarkably well this time, especially at the end. You almost got tricked. Hong Ying praised them with a thumbs up. I merely assisted. Lin Xie deserves the most credit, Zhang Luocheng immediately replied. Not at all. It still relies on you, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie modestly added. You two need not be so polite, Si Shaonan interjected, pouting adorably. What about the remaining students? Lin Xie pointed to the group of teachers and students returning to the Grand Hall. Soon someone will come to use Dream Whisper, which will erase the memories of today's events and fabricate a dream. Hong Ying explained that so. They will all forget what transpired today. Lin Xie inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng had already anticipated this outcome. Thus, after today, Jiang Qian would inevitably forget everything that had occurred between them. Forget the rescue. Forget the words they had exchanged. If you need assistance, I can speak to them. Hong Ying observed Zhang Luocheng's thoughts. Let us not. Ordinary people should remain in their ordinary world. Knowing too much would only harm them. Zhang Luocheng understood that as a night watcher. Some matters were indeed unspeakable. Then good luck. Night watchers can marry too. Old Zhao has a wife and children. Hong Ying remarked. Sister Hong Ying, what are you talking about? Zhang Luocheng's face turned crimson. By the way. There are still so many students who have perished, and you directly destroyed a building. Lin Xie suddenly recalled, and no need to worry. There'll be designated personnel to provide appropriate explanations. Something about an experimental explosion. Or perhaps terrorists. They will always find a reasonable excuse. Hong Ying reassured. Unfortunately, too many students sacrificed their lives this time. Her expression turned somber. Sister Hong Ying, I assent to your fault, if it weren't for you. Even more would have perished, Si Shaonan comforted, while glancing at Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, that I must admit, both of you are truly impressive. Lin Xie suddenly thought of a Qing Yu and inquired whether Hong Ying could join the Night Watchers. However, it was evident that the threshold for joining was quite high. Nevertheless, Zhang Luocheng was well aware that a year later, and Qing Yu would indeed become a vital member of the Night Watchers, particularly within the Twilight Squad. All right, let's regroup, Hong Ying said as she slung the black box over her shoulder, with the others mimicking her actions. The four of them strode out of the school gates. Heads held high, each resembling triumphant warriors. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie's uniforms were stained with blood, rendering the original appearance of the attire almost unrecognizable. I Shaonan stealthily wiped a smear of blood from Lin Xie onto her own face. Chen Muye, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Shima were already waiting by the vehicle at the school gate. Upon seeing them, Chen Muye immediately approached. Are you injured? He scrutinized Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. No, they replied in unison. How do you feel? Feelings? Not bad, quite thrilling. Simpler than I imagined. All right, time to head back. I have a few matters to attend to. I'll return on my own, Zhang Luocheng said as he turned and ran in another direction. What's up with him? Chen Muye asked curiously, though. He should be going to see his girlfriend for the last time. Hong Ying replied with a mischievous smile. He's in love? When Shima exclaimed, wide-eyed. Most likely, Zhang Luocheng stood atop a tall building, his gaze falling upon the happenings at the second high school, where he could already see Qingyu fleeing while clutching the head of the Nano serpent demon. This guy, Zhang Luocheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, footsteps behind him caught his attention. What brings you here? I knew you would be here. Having spent some time in school, I thought I would check out this place. Lin Xie appeared behind Zhang Luocheng. From this view, our campus is truly beautiful, Lin Xie remarked. Indeed, Zhang Luocheng replied, observing the night watchers utilizing the dream whisper technique as they carried out their duties. She's trying to forget me again. Zhang Luocheng murmured, though Lin Xie overheard him. Lin Xie patted Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder, offering comfort. Don't worry, one day she will remember you. After the incident with the Nanta serpent demon, Zhang Luocheng distinctly felt a qualitative leap in his abilities. His mastery of Sharingan had become more fluid, and his physique was significantly stronger than before, with notable improvements in both strength and speed. His shooting accuracy had reached an impressive 100%. For this, Long Xian expressed great admiration, while Lin Xie's shooting skills remained rather dismal. Half a month later, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie entered the captain's office together, knocking on the door. Come in. Chen Muye handed 2 documents to each of them. In a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Zhang Luocheng could hardly contain his excitement. He had eagerly awaited this moment, ready to meet the mass squad and the initial members of the Twilight Squad that Lin Xie would assemble in the future. I wonder if Li Pangpang will give me a Rolex, Zhang Luocheng pondered silently. This young master from Guangzhou and Shenzhen, the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, was someone Zhang Luocheng was keen to meet. According to past years, this year's new recruit training should also take place in Jiangbei City. Captain, it might actually be in Cangnan City this year, Zhang Luocheng quickly interjected. How do you know? I heard it. Where did you hear that? Zhang Luocheng was momentarily speechless, having spoken too hastily without formulating a valid reason. Where did he hear it? Of course, he had seen it himself. Where did you hear it? Chen Muye pressed again, while Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luocheng with curiosity. Yesterday, while I was out, I suddenly sensed several strong energy fluctuations, and it turned out to be the logistics team of the Night Watchers. I secretly listened in on their conversation. What did you hear? They were complaining about why the new recruit training was arranged in Cangnan City and that the training camp needed to be set up tonight. Really? Chen Muye appeared skeptical. Zhang Luocheng nodded emphatically, primarily to help the captain save money. After all, the captain had previously purchased a multitude of items for Lin Xie and a single train ticket, which ultimately could not be refunded. Buying supplies for one person had already strained the captain's finances, and adding Zhang Luocheng to the mix would surely lead to bankruptcy. My intentions are solely for the captain's benefit. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself. Chen Muye remained dubious, but proceeded to make a phone call for verification. The outcome confirmed that a new recruit training site was indeed being constructed in Cangnan City. He then turned to Zhang Luocheng. In the future, refrain from such clandestine acts. It could lead to unfortunate explanations if discovered. Zhang Luocheng nodded in understanding. Understood, Captain. Since it's in Cangnan City, that is convenient. If you encounter any unfair treatment, we'll come armed to seek justice on your behalf. Rest assured, we will take care of ourselves, Zhang Luocheng assured. Well then, recording this is unnecessary. Chen Muye tossed aside his notebook. Continuing, although it's in Cangnan City, it's still best to go early that you'll need to procure some supplies. After all, you'll be staying there for a year. Let Hong Ying take you both shopping. I'll reimburse the expenses. Also, even though it's in Cangnan City, it's better to go sooner rather than later. Let us head out tomorrow morning. Chen Muye instructed We need to leave so early, even if it's in Cangnan. Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise. The sooner, the better. The earlier you go, the sooner you can choose your dormitory. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan eagerly took the 2 out for shopping. After a long day of shopping, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie found themselves inwardly lamenting. These 2 women had no concept of exhaustion. Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bedspread looks great. Let us each get one. Sounds good. And that pink suitcase, let us each have one. Absolutely, wait. Zhang Luocheng realized that if he didn't intervene, Hong Ying would end up buying him a dress. He stared at the pile of adorable, pastel-colored items in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. When he had read such scenarios in novels, he had thought nothing of them. laughing at the absurdity from a distance. Now, however, this awkward situation had transformed from a solitary experience into one shared with another. And how could he, a 7-foot man, carry such a collection of cute items without wishing for a hole to hide in? What's wrong, Luocheng? Hong Ying stared wide-eyed at Zhang Luocheng. Under her intense gaze, Zhang Luocheng felt embarrassed, glancing at Lin Xie, who was clearly pleading for help, yet the situation left Lin Xie equally helpless. Can I choose something I like? Zhang Luocheng attempted one last act of defiance. What? Is what I picked not pretty? Don't you like it? Hong Ying asked earnestly, and no, it's not that it's beautiful. You have chosen wonderfully. I like it very much. Zhang Luocheng waved his hands. Then that's settled, Hong Ying declared, grabbing a snow-white backpack. I don't need to match Lin Xie. I can choose a different style. Zhang Luocheng continued to protest. True, it would be ideal for you both to have the same items. Hong Ying conceded after a moment's thought. Lin Xie? I can choose a different style, she quickly added. However, before Lin Xie could say another word, Zhang Luocheng had already stepped forward to select some items. When he picked up a plain black backpack without any designs, he distinctly felt the weight of resentful gazes behind him. Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and even Lin Xie regarded him with expressions of disdain. Why would I choose this? I meant to say this one. Zhang Luocheng quickly swapped for another bag with a slight pattern, but Hong Ying's expression remained unchanged. After several attempts, Zhang Luocheng ultimately settled on a backpack adorned with cartoon designs. After all, the expressions of Hong Ying and the others had considerably softened, for he was holding a backpack adorned with Ultraman patterns. Though it is understandable that you boys are fond of Ultraman, Hong Ying said, accepting the backpack with satisfaction. She then glanced at the original suitcase and continued, but pink is still quite lovely. I have a solution, Wu Xiangnan interjected, stepping aside to reveal a plethora of Ultraman stickers. Have you ever seen a pink Ultraman suitcase? Until the evening, the two of them returned to their room, laden with bags. Zhang Luocheng looked at this adorable pair, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all, there was no escaping it. He then turned his gaze to the window. The training camp had finally commenced. Early the next morning, as Zhang Luocheng opened his door, he happened to see Lin Xie from the adjacent room doing the same. Quite early, isn't it? Zhang Luocheng initiated the conversation. Unable to sleep, so I decided to just get up, Lin Xie replied, dragging out his belongings. Zhang Luocheng mirrored his actions, but upon noticing the designs on their suitcases, he could not help but smile. Good morning, Hong Ying. As they descended the stairs, they found Hong Ying practicing with a long spear in the yard. Surprisingly, Wu Xiangnan was also up at this hour. Wu Xiangnan. You're up early today, Lin Xie remarked. Astonished, Wu Xiangnan pouted, bleary-eyed. It was evident that her waking at this hour was not by her own volition. As she deliberately turned her head away from the two, she was still in a grumpy mood. Captain said that today, we will take you to the training camp. Everyone must act as one, Hong Ying declared as she stored her long spear. Such a grand affair is rather unnecessary, isn't it? Zhang Luocheng felt a bit embarrassed. This is the captain's order. Hurry and have breakfast, Hong Ying said as she ascended the stairs to freshen up and change her outfit. After breakfast, some time passed before Hong Ying reappeared in casual attire, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup. Let us set off. The group arrived at the Peace Affairs office, where Chen Muye and the others were already waiting for their arrival. The notice we received this morning has indeed changed at Cangnan City. You didn't provide false intelligence, did you? Chen Muye inquired. Captain, how could I possibly provide false information? Zhang Luocheng replied. Is everything packed? All packed. They responded in unison. Excellent, let us depart. Chen Muye gestured grandly, and the group climbed into a black V in the outskirts of Cangnan City. Within a single day, a solemn military base arose on the expanse of vacant land. Several men clad in military uniforms were inside the base, led by a robust figure in uniform, bearing a black box. He was the chief instructor, Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang held a list in his hands, which contained the names of the new recruits. He observed that this new recruit training camp was indeed noteworthy. It was the unknown void. His gaze fell upon Zhang Luocheng, who was not new to the experience of leading recruits. However, encountering the unknown void was a first for him. Although the higher-ups had informed him of this matter prior to their arrival, This new recruit training camp required observation of this youth from the unknown void. At the conclusion of the camp, a comprehensive evaluation would be conducted to assign a rank and name to this new entity from the void. It appeared to be quite a challenge. He decided to contact the mass team for assistance. The black van halted near the training camp, and Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie disembarked with their luggage. This is where we part ways. For the coming year, train diligently and enhance your skills. Additionally, aim for commendable results. Chen Muye reminded them before they left. Chen Luocheng, if anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll back you up, Hong Ying assured, patting her chest. Stay safe, Wu Xiangnan advised. Good luck, Wen Qima smiled. Practice well with your firearms. Lung Xian maintained his usual stern demeanor. Get plenty of sleep. Si Xiaonan still appeared drowsy. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged smiles, waving goodbye to their companions as they ventured further in. Beneath the blazing sun, the two dragged their respective suitcases onward. The deeper they went, the more treacherous the path became, resembling nothing more than a muddy quagmire. Is there really a training camp here? Lin Xie gazed at the seemingly endless road ahead. The captain wouldn't deceive us, would he? Zhang Luocheng wiped the sweat from his brow, battling the heat and the weight of their belongings, his face glistening with perspiration. At that moment, the distant roar of an approaching vehicle caught their attention, prompting them to halt. A camouflaged military jeep screeched to a stop before them. An officer emerged from the vehicle, sizing them up, his gaze shifting from the two to their suitcases. Lin Xie had a Hello Kitty suitcase, while Zhang Luocheng's two pink suitcases were plastered with Ultraman stickers. Are these two still so childlike? The officer mused, but he adhered to the necessary protocols. What brings you here? Training camp. New recruits. Both of you? Yes. Arrived rather early, didn't you? We're both local from Cangnan. Here are our credentials. Zhang Luocheng handed over his identification before the officer could speak further. Lin Xie promptly produced his as well. The officer scrutinized their credentials, and after a moment, returned them. Get in the vehicle. They placed their suitcases in the trunk and entered the jeep, which sped past all checkpoints, finally stopping at the entrance of the training camp. Here we are. You may enter, the officer instructed as they disembarked, dragging their luggage towards the camp's entrance point 039 new recruit training base. So, this is where we will spend the year. Zhang Luocheng remarked. Lin Xie nodded. We should be the first ones to arrive. Certainly, judging by that instructor's expression, they probably weren't ready yet, Zhang Luocheng replied. They wouldn't have even built the dorms yet, would they? Lin Xie questioned, puzzled. It can't be that dire. Let us go in, Zhang Luocheng said, striding towards the entrance. With Lin Xie following closely to the entrance, another instructor emerged, casting a curious glance at the two new recruits. Yes, names? Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng. Upon hearing their names, the instructor's demeanor shifted. You are Lin Xie? You are Zhang Luocheng? The two exchanged bewildered glances. What is the matter? Oh, nothing. I'm Hong Hao, your instructor. You two are the first to arrive. I'll show you around the training camp. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie followed instructor Hong for a brief tour of the camp. They were both aware that this site had once been wasteland, and now a colossal training camp had sprung up that it seemed that the Watchers were indeed a remarkable lot. This is the dormitory area. All rooms are double occupancy. You may choose freely, Instructor Hong explained. Training will commence in 3 days, so take these 2 days to rest, for afterward, there will be no time to relax. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie took a quick look around the dormitory building. Zhang Luocheng spotted a room facing south with the best lighting and comfort. He knew this was the room Lin Xie had chosen in the original narrative. How about this one? Lin Xie confirmed his choice. Looking at Zhang Luocheng nodded. That works. Perfect, I'll record that, Instructor Hong noted before departing. After observing the layout of the dormitory, Lin Xie began unpacking his suitcase. Zhang Luocheng followed suit, yet he was intrigued by one thought. According to the original story, Bali Pangpang was supposed to move in tomorrow. Now that he had settled in, with whom would Bali Pangpang share a dorm? My apologies, Lingbao Tianzuan. I seem to have taken your roommate. The next two individuals needed to spend 3 days here, and with no signal or mobile phones in this remote place, finding ways to pass the time proved to be quite a challenge. After Lin Xie arranged the bedding, he promptly lay down and fell asleep. However, Zhang Luocheng understood that Lin Xie was not truly asleep. Instead, he was frolicking in the mental asylum of his mind. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, for Lin Xie had such a whimsical place to escape to. As for Zhang Luocheng, he could only meander around the training camp, returning to the dormitory to rest once the hour grew late. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had effectively spent an entire day in his mental escapade. On the following day, the two of them ventured to the supply station early in the morning to procure some provisions. At that hour, the canteen of the training camp had yet to open, leaving them with no option but to make do with the supplies. Zhang Luocheng was not particularly eager about the canteen's offerings, having experienced raw meat at the outset. After collecting their supplies, they returned to their dormitory, only to find a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but smile knowingly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. "There seems to be an amusing character among that group," Zhang Luocheng remarked as he gazed at the crowd. "Amusing?" Lin Xie looked over, skeptical. "Oh dear. Who is so inconsiderate as to encroach upon your room, young master?" Quickly, Lin Xie listened intently to their words, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, though his thoughts diverged. "It appear to be a wealthy heir." Lin Xie mused at a rather formidable one at that. "Regardless of the type, I have long anticipated the spectacle of a pretentious rich kid being put in their place. You may be in for a disappointment." Before Lin Xie could comprehend the implications of Zhang Luocheng's words, a chubby boy suddenly kicked a man in the rear, unleashing a torrent of curses. "How dare you, you scoundrel! Haven't you noticed that someone is already residing here? Can't you find your own place? What are you good for, bringing this rabble? These are my classmates, future comrades. I despise people like you who bully others with your power. Get lost, you lot. Bring me the gifts I prepared." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie stood frozen, astonished. This scene was far removed from what Lin Xie had envisioned. What a twist of fate! Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng's expression was nothing short of spectacular, his eyes even sparkling with excitement upon spotting the chubby boy. Once all the gifts were arranged neatly, the chubby boy shooed away his entourage of bodyguards, leaving just the three of them in the corridor. When the chubby boy laid eyes on Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, his eyes immediately lit up. He promptly adjusted his attire and strode confidently toward them. Lin Xie was about to speak. "Hello, my name is Bailey Tumming. I know my name is somewhat cumbersome. You may simply call me Tumming or Fatty." Bailey Fatty, hello. No need to be so formal. We're all classmates from now on," Zhang Luocheng said amiably, giving Bailey Fatty a friendly pat on the shoulder. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luocheng, realizing that this fellow was indeed quite the social butterfly. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to face such an awkward situation alone. "May I ask your names?" "Oh, I'm Zhang Luocheng. My name is Lin Xie." "Nice to meet you." A small token of our first encounter, Bailey Fatty said as he produced a box and presented it to the two of them. Lin Xie scanned the box with his mental prowess and instantly discerned its contents, while Zhang Luocheng, possessing a godlike perspective, understood that the gifts extended far beyond what lay within the box. "What's this? Not to your liking. There are other styles. Patek Philippe, Cartier, Baume Mercier. Surely one will suit you." This Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Zhang Luocheng was genuinely seeing such a plethora of exquisite watches for the first time. Despite his extraordinary vision, the sheer presence of these items was still astonishing. "Does your family deal in watches?" Lin Xie inquired. "Our family dabbles in a bit of everything," Bailey Fatty chuckled at. "I see. So you're just an ordinary family's child?" Zhang Luocheng interjected directly. Yes, I'm just an exceedingly ordinary person from a typical family," Bailey Fatty replied, casting a knowing look at Zhang Luocheng. "I'll have to decline this gift," Lin Xie insisted, rejecting the luxurious watches. "Me too. I won't accept it either," Zhang Luocheng added. "Why not?" Bailey Fatty appeared somewhat disappointed. "These items aren't even that valuable. Just hold on to them for now. We won't need them in the training camp. If we find ourselves in need later, we can always ask you for them," Zhang Luocheng stated matter-of-factly. "That works," Bailey Fatty conceded, putting the watches away. He then glanced toward the adjacent dormitory. "Looks like I'll be living next to you too." Haha. With that, Bailey Fatty made his way into the neighboring dormitory. However, he couldn't shake a peculiar feeling that he was somehow residing in their space. "Must be those annoying bodyguards messing with my mind," he thought. Upon seeing Bailey Fatty enter his dormitory, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia also stepped into theirs. Yet moments later, Bailey Fatty dashed back out from his dormitory to, I have a small favor to ask you too. Bailey Fatty spoke, somewhat bashfully. What is it? Lin Xia inquired, why roommate hasn't arrived yet, and I'm all alone that it's rather lonely at night. How about we share for now? I can sleep on the floor. Bailey Fatty's expression was earnest. Well, Zhang Luocheng paused, pondering whether Bailey Fatty would indeed spend the night with Lin Xia. However, it felt rather humiliating for the heir of the Bailey family to sleep on the floor. What do you think? Lin Xia turned to Zhang Luocheng for his opinion. One night won't hurt. It's no big deal, Zhang Luocheng replied, returning to his bed. All right then, but you mustn't disturb us, Lin Xia agreed. Bailey Fatty's face lit up with excitement as he flung his bedding onto the floor and promptly laid down to sleep. Is he serious? Can he really fall asleep like that? Zhang Luocheng gazed in astonishment at the scene. That I'll catch some sleep too, Lin Xia said, lying down as well. Zhang Luocheng observed Bailey Fatty closely and instantly recognized that he was merely pretending to sleep. Surely, he must be planning to sniff Lin Xia's feet. Recalling the earlier scenario, Zhang Luocheng also feigned sleep. Sure enough, Bailey Fatty stealthily placed watches beneath the beds of both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia. And the anticipated moment occurred. Xia, your feet smell delightful. Would you like to give mine a whiff? After a night of restless slumber, Bailey Fatty returned to his own dormitory. Yes, the new recruits began arriving one after another. Bailey Fatty welcomed his new roommate. However, Zhang Luocheng was unfamiliar with this new companion. Even though he had thoroughly studied the narrative of his time at the mental asylum, he had never heard of this individual, whose name he couldn't quite recall. But in this context, it was of little importance. Early in the morning, Lin Xia wore a look of profound discontent. The seemingly harmless wealthy air had kept him on edge throughout the night. Zhang Luocheng felt fortunate to be aware of the original story. Seizing the moment before Bailey Fatty's foot could invade his personal space, he revealed his crimson Sharingan in the dead of night. Anyone would be terrified to behold such a pair of red eyes. Thus, Bailey Fatty continued to plague Lin Xia, waking him with the scent of his foul feet, provoking thoughts of murder within Lin Xia. Although Bailey Fatty returned to his own dormitory, he still found himself frequently visiting Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia's quarters during that last monotonous day. Hey Xia, you still haven't told me. Do my feet smell good? The entire room was saturated with the overwhelming aura of a seraph. As the new recruits trickled in, their dormitory became bustling with activity. That morning, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia were roused from their slumber by the clamor echoing through the corridor. What on earth is happening outside? With Bailey Fatty absent, Lin Xia finally relished the prospect of a good night's sleep. However, he certainly did not wish to be roused so early by such noise. It appeared to be that rotund fellow. Oh yes, he was distributing local specialties from his hometown. Zhang Luocheng was acutely aware of what the plump man was currently engaged in. Lin Xia rose from his bed, pondering over the use of the term distributing, which felt quite peculiar to him. Yes, soon as he pushed open the door, the scene before him left both him and Zhang Luocheng momentarily dumbfounded. Nearly all the new recruits had congregated on this floor. Among the crowd, a chubby lad bedecked in a dazzling array of jewels was encircled. Comrades, I have brought you some local delicacies from my hometown. Lin Xia and Zhang Luocheng stood there, entranced by the spectacle. Lin Xia exasperatedly rubbed his forehead, realizing that distributing was indeed an appropriate term. However, he soon noticed an anomaly within the throng. Zhang Luocheng did as well. But he quickly matched several individuals to names in his mind. The indifferent youth by the wall, exuding an air of arrogance, could only be the boastful Shin Qingzhu. Furthermore, to the right, in the girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl with a look of disdain in her eyes must be Mo Li. Yet, Zhang Luocheng still failed to catch sight of Chao Yuan. The initial members of the Nightfall Squad were all present. Mo Li, although not a member of the Nightfall Squad, was undeniably a regret for the rotund fellow. Just then, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, strode into the dormitory area with an aura of menace. And upon witnessing the scene, he erupted in a tirade. What the hell are you all doing? His thunderous shout instantly silenced the previously boisterous dormitory, causing many new recruits to lower their heads, while the rotund fellow cowered in the corner, too afraid to show himself. Instructor Hong reprimanded all the new recruits for a few moments. Everyone, gather at the training ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, he turned and departed alongside the other instructors. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng chose to ignore the farce, retreating to their rooms to freshen up in the afternoon. The two donned their pre-allocated military uniforms and headed towards the training ground. As they stepped out of their room, the rotund fellow immediately trailed behind them. Lin Xie cast a cursory glance and noticed that the fellow's attire was somewhat ill-fitting. Upon their arrival at the training ground, it was evident that most of the recruits had already assembled. However, their stance was exceedingly casual, aptly described as a disorganized bunch. Zhang Luocheng surveyed the surroundings, and the characters from the original plot began to come into view one by one. The thought of potentially joining the Nightfall Squad in the future filled him with a sense of excitement. What's wrong? Don't act like that chubby guy, Lin Xie inquired, noticing Zhang Luocheng's expression. Oh, nothing. It's just that witnessing this scene evokes a sense of nostalgia. There are quite a few experts here, Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, there are quite a few, Lin Xie affirmed, having already scanned the surrounding individuals with his mental prowess. It truly is a gathering of talents, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but exclaimed it on the martial arts platform. Over 20 instructors stood in perfect formation, their posture proud and dignified. Stand at attention, with Yuan Gang's furious roar. The recruits fell silent, acutely aware of the instructor's intimidating presence, an aura born from genuine battlefields, something none of them possessed. That I know you are all geniuses hailing from across the Great Xia. Yuan Gang commenced his impassioned speech, which included disparaging remarks aimed at the recruits. Many of the new recruits displayed visible displeasure, particularly the arrogant Shen Qingzhu, whose face was a picture of disdain that I don't believe it, just as in the original plot. With Shen Qingzhu leading the charge, several other recruits quickly voiced their discontent. Che, Luocheng, what about you two? The rotund fellow asked. That I concede. Lin Xie stated, I also concede. Zhang Luocheng echoed. Why is that? Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie simultaneously recalled that fateful rainy night when they had undoubtedly gained abilities. Yet, despite their powers, they were still unable to save that man. And then there was the formidable Nanta serpent demon. Zhang Luocheng realized that although he was aware of the plot, many elements remained unchangeable. And the sole reason for this was his own inadequacy. In the world of slaying gods, his strength was still woefully insufficient. Even with the awakening of a system, some matters were simply beyond his solitary grasp. Why do both of you look so different? If you too concede, then I concede as well. Yuan Gang observed the scene unfolding before him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Well, since so many of you are unwilling to accept, I shall provide you with an opportunity to recognize your own limitations. He retrieved a walkie-talkie and announced. Next match. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, and among all the new recruits, only Zhang Luocheng knew who they were about to encounter next. He raised his gaze slightly skyward. Lin Xie and the rotund fellow followed suit. Looking up, 7 dark figures were rapidly descending, their forms growing larger by the moment. 7 individuals cloaked in gray, bearing black boxes on their backs, each adorned with different masks. This is the masked team, Zhang Luocheng murmured, observing the 7 figures as they landed smoothly amidst the collective gaze of onlookers. One of them greeted. Hello everyone, we are the masked team. Indeed, this scene had transpired just as Zhang Luocheng had envisioned. The sudden appearance left everyone momentarily speechless, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Yet, not a single person dared to utter a mocking sound. For they were the renowned masked team Vortex, wishing everyone an early happy new year. Upon concluding, he promptly stood still, as if nothing had occurred. The rotund fellow even questioned whether they had hired an impressive impersonator. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Lin Xie. His gaze had already met Wang Mian's, both being agents of the divine. A confrontation between agents was ultimately inevitable. Honestly, Zhang Luocheng harbored a desire to witness the battle between Lin Xie and Wang Mian. Yet facing such a formidable opponent as Wang Mian made him feel a twinge of eagerness. Yuan Gang's voice resonated once more throughout the training ground. All you recruits, if even one of you can unmask any member of the masked team, you will be victorious. Should you win, your graduation will be assured. Such a temptation, presented to the new recruits, was indeed cause for celebration. Moreover, There were a total of 239 recruits, while the masked team comprised only 7 members. This significant disparity had many recruits eager to take action. Rest assured, for this contest, the masked team will suppress their prowess to the Zhan realm. With equal standing and your numerical advantage, dare you? Yuan Gang's tone bore a hint of provocation. We don't need all 7. Wang Mian replied, leisurely. 0.5 will suffice for us to defeat you. Their arrogance was palpable. The rotund fellow remarked, "It's not arrogance." Lin Xie countered, 0.5 individuals would actually be more prudent. The other 2 among them are not suited for battle. Should any recruits discern this, they would naturally focus their primary attacks on those 2, thus diminishing their chances of victory, Zhang Luocheng quickly clarified. Hence, this time, whether we succeed or not does not hinge on our numbers, Lin Xie spoke slowly. Rather, it depends on how many clever individuals there are. Both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie spoke in unison. Among the 7 members of the masked team, 2 departed alongside the instructors, leaving only the remaining 5 on the platform. Chia, it's time to take action. Zhang Luocheng directed his gaze towards the masked team on the platform. Lin Xie nodded in agreement, and the 2 swiftly dashed towards the direction of the warehouse. Hey, wait for me. This hasn't even begun yet, the rotund fellow called out, chasing after them as they sprinted away. Meanwhile, the group of new recruits remained rooted in place, one of them raising a hand to inquire, when does it start? The next moment, a resounding crash erupted across the training ground. Hearing the commotion behind him, the rotund fellow, feeling a sense of trepidation, asked, "What is happening? Has it already begun?" The instructor just mentioned that from 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, which implies that the moment others departed, the competition had already commenced. Zhang Luocheng elucidated, "So that's how it is." Bali Pang couldn't help but interject, "This group of instructors is so devoid of martial ethics, resorting to wordplay." Lin Xie rolled his eyes in exasperation. "So what are we doing now? Running away?" Bali Pang observed that he was distancing himself from the playground, feeling as though that battlefield had nothing to do with him. "Running away, huh? Why don't you explain it then?" Lin Xie was too lazy to continue explaining to Bali Pang. Zhang Luocheng paused. "Aren't you the one who explains in the original plot?" He added, "Now that we have you, do you intend to use yourself as a pawn?" Nevertheless, Zhang Luocheng proceeded to clarify, "We don't even have weapons, yet they are fully armed. What do we have to combat them? Naturally, we must go acquire weapons." The instructor mentioned that they are in the warehouse. Bali Pang instinctively patted his pockets, about to say something, when Zhang Luocheng interrupted him. "Save those treasures for when they're truly needed, Dado." "How did you know?" Bali Pang inquired with curiosity, while Lin Xie cast a puzzled glance as well. "You should be aware, he is the young master of the Baili family, which possesses the greatest number of forbidden items in the entirety of Daxia. The Forbidden Item Museum is precisely their domain." Zhang Luocheng explained, No. I am but a child of an ordinary family." Bali Pang immediately clarified that moment. The battle on martial arts stage could be described as a one-sided annihilation. With a large group of new recruits already eliminated, Zhang Luocheng genuinely felt a chill when he realized their terrifying strength. Isn't that why they are a special team? As they spoke, the group arrived at the warehouse entrance. Bali Pang was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, almost wishing to collapse onto the ground. Utterly reluctant to move, "It's just too exhausting," Bali Pang complained. "Then find a spot to hide until it's over." Lin Xie suggested directly, "In no way. I want to fight alongside you." Bali Pang immediately straightened his posture, although sweat continued to pour down him. "The door is actually closed," Lin Xie remarked, eyeing the seemingly sturdy warehouse door. "Do we really need to break it down?" Bali Pang asked. "Let me give it a try." Zhang Luocheng motioned for the others to stand back. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards the warehouse door. But when the flames extinguished, the door remained entirely unscathed. Zhang Luocheng stood there awkwardly, realizing that the great fireball technique for Naruto seemed to lack any real destructive power. "Does this thing even have fire resistance?" Bali Pang exclaimed in surprise. "What is your forbidden item?" Lin Xie turned to Bali Pang. "That he relies on forbidden items." "I don't have a forbidden item," Zhang Luocheng directly stated. Bali Pang replied. "What forbidden items do you possess?" "Step aside." Before Zhang Luocheng could finish his sentence, a cool female voice emerged from behind, her figure graceful and statuesque. While others were unaware, Zhang Luocheng recognized her immediately. Molly had arrived. "Who are you?" Lin Xie narrowed his eyes. "Molly," she replied indifferently, then gently pressed one hand against the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse trembled violently. Zhang Luocheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Good grief, she merely placed her hand there and caused such a commotion, while his earlier ruckus hadn't even budged the door. In comparison, Zhang Luocheng felt utterly inadequate. The next instant, the door shattered into pieces. Sent flying by a powerful kick, such incredible destructive power, Lin Xie couldn't help but praise. Zhang Luocheng shot a glance at Lin Xie, who was deliberately looking elsewhere, while Bali Pongpong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "So cool." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie ignored Bali Pongpong's starry-eyed gaze and walked straight towards the weapon rack, each selecting a straight sword. After all, they had trained with straight swords for a month and had not used other weapons, making the straight sword currently the most suitable for them. Besides choosing his weapon, Lin Xie was also attentive to Molly's movements, a detail that did not escape Zhang Luocheng's keen observation. Forbidden Item Sequence 076. All phenomena in motion, Zhang Luocheng explained to Lin Xie. How do you know?" Lin Xie asked curiously. "I joined the Night Watch a day earlier than you, when Shima taught me about some forbidden items. Especially the ultra-high-risk ones. Based on her actions, it should be correct," Zhang Luocheng replied earnestly. Lin Xie's gaze shifted back to Molly. Then he approached her. "I am Lin Xie." However, Molly's aloof demeanor showed no intention of responding, as she casually picked up a great sword. "You are an ultra-high-risk forbidden item? Why would I tell you? Don't you want to win? If we ultra-high-risk forbidden items don't unite, we will definitely lose this round." Zhang Luocheng leisurely approached as well. "Are all you ultra-high-risk?" "No," Lin Xie answered honestly. "I am a Seraph agent." Molly's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lin Xie. "You are a divine agent? Then what about him?" She gestured towards Zhang Luocheng. To be honest, Molly had witnessed Zhang Luocheng's fireball earlier and had already categorized him among the weak. "He's an unknown forbidden item," Lin Xie elucidated. "You are that unknown forbidden item?" Molly expressed her astonishment once more. Zhang Luocheng himself had not anticipated that his unknown forbidden item status would be so well known. Aside from the instructors, even the students were shocked to hear this. Only those whose potential harm cannot be assessed are classified as unknown forbidden items, Molly clarified. Forbidden Item Sequence 076. All phenomena in motion. Molly provided a brief explanation of her forbidden item. Ahem, at that moment. A light cough interrupted the trio's conversation as Bali Pangpang suddenly appeared. "Hello, Miss Molly. I am Bali Tumming, born in." Before Bali Pangpang could finish, Molly turned and strode out of the warehouse. "I detest you rich kids. Where is your weapon?" Lin Xie inquired, noticing Bali Pongpong's empty hands. "I don't know how to use one, so I didn't take any," Bali Pangpang replied earnestly. Lin Xie was left speechless. "I really think you should find a place to hide until it's over. No worries. Perhaps in the end, he will emerge as a surprise asset." Zhang Luocheng patted Lin Xie's shoulder reassuringly. Lin Xie gazed skeptically at Zhang Luocheng, uncertain where his confidence stemmed from, considering the power of forbidden items. Zhang Luocheng understood that Lin Xie had yet to witness the true capabilities of Bali Pongpong's forbidden items. Once he did, he would surely be left astounded. Meanwhile, more and more new recruits flooded into the warehouse in search of their weapons, and Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Bali Pangpang exited the warehouse together. "Be careful," Zhang Luocheng suddenly cautioned. "What's wrong?" Lin Xie asked, just in time to see Molly at the entrance. "We have been in the warehouse for a while. The masked squad must have noticed many new recruits coming for weapons by now. And there are quite a few new recruits here." Zhang Luocheng surveyed the surroundings, fully aware that the moon ghost would soon make an appearance. "Indeed, we should be cautious." Lin Xie's mental focus sharpened as he looked towards Molly. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you," Molly replied coolly. That if I recall correctly, there's another ultra-high-risk individual, the first to oppose the instructor. Sharingan. Zhang Luocheng activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his crimson eyes immediately drawing the attention of others. "Is this your ability? Your eyes turned red?" Molly also noticed Zhang Luocheng's eyes. "Wow, those red eyes are strikingly handsome." Bali Pangpang couldn't help but exclaim that it's not just that, Zhang Luocheng declared. and as soon as he finished speaking, the straight knife in his hand was swiftly drawn, aimed directly at Molly's back. Simultaneously, Lin Xie executed the same maneuver, his dual straight knives striking like lightning. The air was suddenly filled with the harsh sound of metal clashing. Upon hearing the noise, Molly reacted swiftly, performing a forward roll, her right hand gripping the hilt of her blade. In the void, a figure flickered momentarily, and as three blades collided, a man wearing a crescent moon mask gradually materialized. Despite the mask obscuring his features, one could still sense the astonishment in his gaze. "You two can see me. By sheer luck," Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Zhang Luocheng merely smiled faintly. The moon ghost appraised the two of them. "You are the agent of the Seraph. And you, with those red eyes, are the one from the unknown forbidden ruins." In the midst of their conversation, Molly raised her blade and struck it forcefully against the ground, prompting the three to separate. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, compelling the moon ghost to evade Molly's formidable assault with remarkable speed. His right arm vanished from everyone's sight, only to reappear almost instantaneously, as if it had been reborn. Molly gazed at this scene in astonishment. What just happened? Is that regeneration? No, he merely disassembled his body into moonlight. Lin Xie's mental prowess allowed him to perceive the situation with clarity. He is the moon ghost, and it seems he stands alone. Zhang Luocheng surveyed the surroundings. Now seems to be an opportune moment. Lin Xie smiled subtly. Suddenly, Bali Pang Pang waved his hand decisively. "Brothers, let's take him down." At that moment, the new recruits in the warehouse surged forward, brandishing a variety of weapons and forbidden ruins artifacts. The moon ghost, witnessing this, silently lamented, his form becoming indistinct before vanishing entirely. The sudden disappearance left the new recruits momentarily stunned. Yet two figures sprang into action. "I can't believe this. It's too overpowered." The moon ghost couldn't help but mutter. In the next instant, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie appeared before him. Lin Xie's eyes shimmering with a golden light as the aura of the Seraph erupted from him. "Illusion," Zhang Luocheng declared defiantly, and the moment their eyes locked, the moon ghost seemed to be ensnared in a bizarre realm. Although he had suppressed his own level to the lantern stage, his essence remained at the river stage. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, instantly, the moon ghost reverted to his original form. "Those eyes of yours are indeed frightening." Yet in the next heartbeat, the moon ghost suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move even while cloaked in invisibility. What is happening? The moon ghost couldn't fathom the situation. Nearby, Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly. "The sun is quite bright today, thus my shadow mimicry has succeeded." "What technique is this?" Not just Molly and Bali Pang Pang. Even Lin Xie had never encountered such an ability. "What are you waiting for?" "Attack him," Zhang Luocheng shouted. Unfortunately, this was the flaw of shadow mimicry. It could only immobilize the opponent, forcing them to mimic his movements without any offensive capabilities. Fortunately, with so many people present, they could contain the moon ghost, making the remaining challenges manageable. All he needed to do was stand there. Observing the moon ghost seemingly restrained in place, the new recruits charged forward. Eager to engage, the moon ghost struggled desperately, yet he failed to notice that his shadow had merged with Zhang Luocheng's. Even with his river stage physique, he found himself utterly motionless. Wow, the special team is truly exceptional. This is getting out of hand. Zhang Luocheng gritted his teeth. What happened to the promised teamwork? Where is everyone? The moon ghost shouted in frustration. Lin Xie sensed danger as two more figures emerged in his mental awareness. One of them a man wearing a balance mask. Field conversion. Immediately, all objects around them began to levitate, and several individuals attempted to approach the moon ghost, yet he could not step any closer. Double gravity. The man with the balance mask clapped his hands again, and everyone felt as though a heavy weight pressed down upon them, making it hard to breathe. Zhang Luocheng's shadow mimicry had yet to dissipate. Leaving the moon ghost standing in place, unable to move, "It seems I can't rely on anyone else. Kid, what do you intend to do?" The moon ghost felt his hand slowly rising. "Is he going to make me remove my mask?" Controlling someone with a river stage physique was indeed challenging, and the moon ghost fought valiantly against Zhang Luocheng's probing hand. Before long, Zhang Luocheng's hand reached his face, and the moon ghost mirrored his actions. Now touching his own mask, oh no, this is bad. The moon ghost shouted in alarm. I could see that moment. A massive hammer suddenly appeared above Zhang Luocheng's head. Luocheng, watch out, Lin Xie shouted, witnessing the impending danger. However, the hammer wielded by Rose crashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground, its power immense. The moon ghost shifted slightly, realizing he no longer felt any restraint, and breathed a sigh of relief. If you had come a moment later, I would have had my mask off. Moon ghost, you truly are lacking. A figure named Vortex ambled over from the southern path. Looks like I have to step in. Rose stowed the enormous hammer, which shrank down to a minuscule size, returning to her palm. Hey Rose, did you just smash a piece of wood? The moon ghost gazed at the flattened timber that lay on the ground. Wasn't someone just standing there? Rose also looked on in disbelief. Just then, Zhang Luocheng appeared beside Lin Xie, and the group turned to him. Discovering he was completely unharmed in that critical moment, Zhang Luocheng had used a substitution technique. Otherwise, he would have truly been in peril. However, he had considered launching a surprise attack immediately. Yet, with Rose, Vortex, the balanced mask figure, and even the king mask all present, the chances of a successful ambush were slim. Thus, he decided to regroup with Lin Xie and plan further. Are you all right? Lin Xie inquired. Yes, I utilized a substitution technique. Zhang Luocheng explained that I feel like your abilities have multiplied. Lin Xie remarked that I thought you were merely capable of breathing fire. Molly chimed in. But what should we do now? The king mask stood there, exuding a pressure that rendered the new recruits breathless. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng scanned their surroundings. They're only 4 in number. If we can unite and charge in one direction, we still have a chance, Zhang Luocheng suggested. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. When that balanced figure makes a move, we charge toward that woman. Just then, the balanced figure waved his finger lightly, and once again, a wave of gravity bore down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Instantly, all the new recruits struggled toward Rose, despite carrying no burdens and invisible weight pressed upon them, rendering movement arduous. Observing this, Molly swung her blade with all her might, shattering the falling debris into fragments. Witnessing this, Rose transformed her hammer back into its colossal form, effortlessly lifting it with terrifying ease. Seizing the moment, Zhang Luocheng sprang into action. His figure flickered, and instead of retreating from the enormous hammer, he advanced toward it. Last time I didn't crush you. This time, don't think you can escape. The hammer descended with certainty. Yet another piece of wood appeared before them, and Zhang Luocheng's silhouette soared into the air, seemingly passing through the hammer itself. With a straight knife aimed at Rose's face, she was compelled to retract her hammer. This time, rather than a top-down approach, the attack shifted to a lateral motion, sweeping horizontally toward Zhang Luocheng. Just as the colossal hammer was about to strike him, another log materialized before the onlookers, prompting Rose to erupt in a fit of expletives. Where on earth did all this would come from? With a series of successive shadow clones, Zhang Luocheng's figure reappeared, now mere inches from Rose, his straight blade descending with lethal intent. Rose had no choice but to evade, causing the enormous hammer to shrink and return her palm. Run! Seizing the opportunity created by Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie dashed southward without hesitation. Observing Rose's evasion, Zhang Luocheng promptly followed in Lin Xie's wake. Why is this person's forbidden realm so bizarre? Rose pondered, her mind swirling with questions. Captain, those few have fled south, Tian Ping remarked, noting the escapees. Vortex, go and intercept them. We'll deal with the new recruits left behind, Wang Mian stated in a calm tone. Zhang Luocheng quickly matched Lin Xie's pace. Yet regrettably, a portion of the new recruits lagged behind and were ultimately eliminated. The group swiftly plunged into the ruins of the warehouse, Vortex's movements astonishingly swift, almost in tandem with Zhang Luocheng and the others. But just as Vortex entered the warehouse, he declared, Earth release, Earth flow wall. Suddenly, towering walls of earth erupted around them, ensnaring everyone within, resembling a prison. Lightning release. A bolt of lightning shot up from the ground, prompting Vortex to leap into the air. Zhang Luocheng smirked. This lightning release is not intended to harm you. Vortex's expression shifted as he caught sight of the lightning's trajectory, his eyes widening in alarm. In an instant, within the warehouse, every explosive device, bombs, grenades, and all manner of ordnance, detonated in a cataclysmic eruption, engulfing the area in thick smoke and a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the training camp. The previous chapter's content was mistakenly sent as Chapter 33 instead of Chapter 34, but it has now been corrected. I hope for your understanding. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, along with Bali Pang Pang and Moli, emerged from the warehouse, followed closely by those new recruits who had also managed to escape. Unbeknownst to them, a small team of over 10 had formed. Well, it seems we've established a little team, Bali Pang Pang noted as he counted heads. Your elemental attack is formidable. Trapping them inside and creating such a scale of explosion should mean we've secured our victory. Right? Moli gazed toward the direction of the flames, though she spoke with uncertainty, for amidst the blaze, shadowy figures emerged at It won't be that simple. After all, they're a special squad. Zhang Luocheng shook his head. Perhaps they didn't even lose their masks, Lin Xie suggested, utilizing his mental acuity to sense the situation. So? What now? Bali Pang Pang immediately inquired, while the other new recruits turned to him, ready to follow orders. Given the prowess Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie had just displayed, it was only natural that they assumed leadership of this small group. Our escape this time was just luck, Zhang Luocheng mused, aware that in the original narrative, only Lin Xie, Bali Pang Pang, and Moli had managed to flee, whereas this time their numbers far exceeded that of the original tale. Currently, the other new recruits have fragmented into various small teams, scattered across different corners, Lin Xie analyzed. Additionally, some have voluntarily surrendered, hiding away to await the conclusion, Zhang Luocheng concurred. Thus, the mass squad can only head to one location. Lin Xie's gaze sharpened. The dormitory building. They both declared in unison. Moli and Bali Pang Pang exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong? Lin Xie queried. Creepy, they both replied simultaneously. Now that we have over 10 members, we can form a special team. The key to our victory lies in leveraging our advantages for a surprise attack, Zhang Luocheng suggested, eyeing the dormitory building. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. The group took a side path to an upper vantage point, allowing them to observe the dormitory's movements. That moment, Shen Qingzhu was rallying the new recruits for an offensive. Yu Gui seized the opportunity, swiftly eliminating several new recruits who had yet to escape. Yet in the next instant, several new recruits collapsed, clutching their throats in agony. What is going on? Bali Pang Pang asked. Forbidden Realm Sequence 068, Chi Min. He has siphoned all the air from that area, Zhang Luocheng elucidated. But won't those recruits suffocate as well? Bali Pong Pong's face reflected concern. Rest assured, the training camp won't permit such occurrences. Zhang Luocheng reassured him, then noticed Lin Xie's gaze fixed intently upon him. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Luocheng inquired. Did you learn about this a day in advance? Lin Xie questioned, puzzled that I taught a bit. Then memorized it. Zhang Luocheng responded. Now, should we make our move? Lin Xie glanced at the dormitory, nodding slightly. Let us execute a flanking attack. Just as they prepared to leave, a resounding boom echoed, and the entire dormitory collapsed in an instant. What power was behind that blow? What is this forbidden realm? Lin Xie looked to Zhang Luocheng, clearly seeking answers. Pang Pang, it's your turn to explain. Zhang Luocheng directed his gaze at Bali Pang Pang, feigning ignorance. Though Lin Xie still sensed Zhang Luocheng was aware of something. His forbidden realm controls time. However, he is cheated, Bali Pang Pang revealed. I suspect his weapon holds some hidden secrets, Zhang Luocheng remarked deliberately. Indeed, his weapon can unleash Forbidden Realm Sequence 301, the Forbidden Bow. Yuan, Bali Pang Pang elaborated on the weapon's capabilities, and what of the deity behind him? Lin Xie suddenly asked that if he controls time, then the deity's code must be 017. The god of time, Kronos, Zhang Luocheng answered. Correct, Bali Pang Pang affirmed. That weapon belongs to your family, doesn't it? Lin Xie recalled Zhang Luocheng's earlier mention of Bali Pong Pong's background. Connecting the dots. Your family? Wait, are you from the Bai family? Moli inquired, bewildered. Miss Moli, allow me to formally, but Bali Pong Pong's ensuing explanation was drowned out as Moli's expression grew grave, fixated on the weapon in Wang Mian's grasp. With such a weapon in play, our chances of winning are slim, Moli stated. In truth, there is no need to be overly concerned, Ba Li Pangpang reassured. Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly, knowing that Ba Li Pangpang's extraordinary capabilities would soon come into play. Forbidden Item Sequence 343. The Sealing Scroll. Ba Li Pangpang explained its usage. In that case, I will take the lead while you seize the opportunity to seal his weapon, Zhang Luocheng instructed Lin Xie. After a moment's thought, Lin Xie replied, agreed. Allow me to find an opening while you all engage. Zhang Luocheng nodded and led the group of new recruits directly towards the dormitory. The dormitory now lay in ruins, with several new recruits eliminated in the instant of its collapse, leaving only a few scrambling from the wreckage. Shen Qingzhu emerged from the debris, his body marked with numerous wounds, yet his expression remained defiant. Damn it, we'll clash with them head-on, Shen Qingzhu shouted, charging toward the masked squad. Brothers, forward! Zhang Luocheng commanded, and the new recruits surged forward in unison toward the masked squad. Oh, that kid from the warehouse, Tian Ping noted as he spotted Zhang Luocheng. Clapping his hands, double the gravity. Instantly, debris began to levitate, hurtling toward them in a torrent. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth materialized before them, blocking all incoming assaults. Yu Gui suddenly materialized behind Zhang Luocheng. Despite being cloaked in invisibility, Zhang Luocheng had already anticipated his movements. I told you, my eyes can see you. Illusion technique. Zhang Luocheng slightly tilted his head, his gaze locking with Moon Ghost. Ah, here we go again. Moon Ghost suddenly froze in place. At that moment, a massive hammer appeared above Zhang Luocheng's head, crashing down upon him with great force. Zhang Luocheng swiftly employed his substitution technique, but by the time he reappeared, the swirling figure had already materialized, as if it had been waiting there all along. I knew you would use the substitution, the swirl remarked, its eyes deliberately glancing elsewhere. The violet vortex manifested before Zhang Luocheng, unleashing a frigid assault. Your name is just like that of my favorite anime protagonist. Unfazed by the approaching frost, Zhang Luocheng responded, Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball instantly engulfed the purple vortex. One person single-handedly battling a four-man squad. His forbidden domain is indeed complex, Yuan Gang, observing from the control room, couldn't help but exclaim. Fire element, earth element, lightning element, and those crimson eyes seem capable of plunging one into an illusion. Your forbidden domain is truly difficult to decipher. Wang Mian slowly approached. You clearly do not possess comprehensive knowledge. Zhang Luocheng looked at Wang Mian, his straight blade suddenly slicing through the air towards him. Oblivion Flash Moon. A black crescent shot towards Wang Mian, but with a mere flick of his wrist, Wang Mian wielding Yuan effortlessly made the dark crescent vanish. Oblivion Flash Moon. Forbidden Domain Sequence 083. Also categorized as extremely high risk. However, this should not be your power. Wang Mian immediately discerned Zhang Luocheng's ability. Impressive, special squad. You've recognized it instantly. This is a technique I copied. Zhang Luocheng remained vigilant of his surroundings. Oh, copying. I wonder how much you can replicate. Wang Mian mused. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved, Yuan swiftly unsheathing. The glint of cold steel flashed. This is the power of forbidden objects. Zhang Luocheng invoked. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth immediately rose before him. Yet under Yuan's might, it crumbled to dust. Why not replicate this? Wang Mian inquired nonchalantly. Are you testing me? Zhang Luocheng quickly grasped Wang Mian's intentions, realizing he was probing his abilities. After all, it is an unknown forbidden domain, and thorough investigation is imperative, Wang Mian stated. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. Zhang Luocheng clapped his hands together. Double gravity. Suddenly, fragments of stone and wood began to levitate in the air, forming sharp spikes aimed directly at Wang Mian. What the balance? He learned this. The swirl interjected, warning that Balance's expression visibly shifted. I need no reminder. Oh, your forbidden domains have all been copied? Wang Mian said coldly. An exaggerated surge of blade aura erupted, and a series of slashes sent Zhang Luocheng stumbling back several meters. In the next moment, Zhang Luocheng's figure began to blur. Oh, Moon Ghost forbidden domain? Wang Mian scanned his surroundings warily. Haha, Moon Ghost, yours has been pilfered as well. The swirl cackled. Shut your mouth, Moon Ghost retorted, evidently irked. Just then, a bubble suddenly appeared before them. The group quickly dodged, and an explosion erupted. Turning around, they found Shen Qingzhu glaring furiously at them. That we haven't been eliminated yet. Swirl. It's up to you now. As soon as the words left her lips, the others instinctively vacated the area. What the? You guys are outrageous. At that moment, a massive katana descended from the heavens, creating a deep crater on the ground. Oh, a captivating lady. Rose remarked, her interest piqued at the sight of Molly. Leave her to me. With that, Rose leaped into action, her massive hammer intertwining with a great sword. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng had engaged in several exchanges with Wang Mian. However, Wang Mian's forbidden domain ability, which controlled time, had yet to be utilized. Naturally, being a divine domain, Zhang Luocheng was equally unable to replicate it. Nevertheless, after a series of one-on-one battles, Wang Mian discovered that Zhang Luocheng's swordsmanship mirrored his own perfectly. Think one could flawlessly replicate techniques in forbidden domains. Along with such a myriad of complex abilities, this forbidden domain is indeed unpredictable, Wang Mian analyzed. A faint smile graced Zhang Luocheng's lips. Are you also investigating my forbidden domain? Wang Mian nodded in acknowledgement. Given that it's an unknown forbidden domain, comprehensive observation is certainly the best approach. Then, what have you discerned? Zhang Luocheng gripped his straight blade. Unpredictable, difficult to assess, such a forbidden domain is indeed challenging to evaluate. Wang Mian stated, Yes, that's so. Since you cannot judge, allow me to do so. My realms governed by me alone. I call it the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope? Quite the boast, Wang Mian remarked nonchalantly. Whether it's a boast or not, you'll know once you experience it. Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight once more, but I forgot to mention. The reason the captain is the captain is because of his unmatched abilities. Wang Mian's words had barely left his mouth when Yuan surged into action, its speed surpassing even that of earlier .8 gates of Dunjia. First gate. Open. A blade suddenly appeared behind Wang Mian, yet he reacted with lightning speed, spinning around to block the strike. Second gate. Rest gate. Wang Mian countered, unleashing a massive blade aura aimed at Zhang Luocheng. Indeed, Moon Ghost's invisibility technique proved ineffective against Wang Mian as well. However, with the 8 gates of Dunjia activated, Zhang Luocheng's speed had increased significantly. Third gate, Life Gate. Wang Mian swiftly parried, his eyes reflecting shock once more. Speed and power have both increased. What manner of forbidden domain is this? Lin Xie attack. Zhang Luocheng bellowed suddenly, before Wang Mian could react. Lin Xie's figure materialized behind him, and they clashed simultaneously, Wang Mian once again striking with Yuan. However, this time, no massive blade aura manifested as before. Wang Mian was momentarily stunned, glancing at Yuan, only to find a segment of tape affixed to it. Seal of the Forbidden Scroll? Wang Mian's expression shifted. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng stood opposite Wang Mian. This time, your cheat device is of no use. Is it? Lin Xie remarked coolly that you finally arrived. Wang Mian looked towards Lin Xie. From here on, leave it to me. After all, I still have some questions to pose to him. Lin Xie directed his gaze at Zhang Luocheng, seemingly imploring him. But I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Zhang Luocheng replied, his curiosity piqued about whether opening the 4th gate would allow him to topple Wang Mian. This matter pertains to my future, Lin Xie insisted. Wang Mian stood aside, feeling an odd sensation. As if he were an item being frantically selected by the two. You may both attack me at once. It matters not. Wang Mian finally spoke. No, that would be unfair, Lin Xie interjected. Fine, I'll let you have your turn. After all, night is falling. Zhang Luocheng looked up at the encroaching darkness. You've noticed again. Lin Xie smiled subtly. Never mind, I've fought enough. You can take over. Zhang Luocheng amicably sheathed his straight blade. Wang Mian's expression darkened, feeling as though he were being treated like an item on display. Zhang Luocheng stepped aside, glancing back to see Shen Qingzhu and the swirl locked in fierce combat, while Molly and Rose exchanged blows, their massive weapons visibly indenting the ground. Just moments earlier, when Lin Xie had appeared, Li Pang had been ambushed by Moon Ghost, leaving Moon Ghost in a rather disheveled state. with Bali Pongpong's forbidden objects scattered everywhere. Additionally, Zhang Luocheng noticed that Chao Yuan had yet to draw his sword, and Tian Ping was watching him with a seemingly irate expression. What else with the anger over a mere replication of your ability? Zhang Luocheng approached Chao Yuan. Lin Xie? Wait, how do you know my name? Please, is that strange? You could draw your sword now. Hey, Lin Xie, what is your name? Zhang Luocheng inquired. Lin Xie wore a bewildered expression, confronted with a question he had never encountered before. Yet, to remain silent felt discourteous. Don't you already know? Lin Xie shouted, momentarily distracted. Chao Yuan, in a daze, glanced at Zhang Luocheng beside him. Is he really named Lin Xie? What else could it be? Zhang Luocheng shrugged. In that case, I must leave a favorable impression on him. In an instant, Chao Yuan's eyes sharpened, focusing intently on the nearby Tian Ping. That moment, Tian Ping also became aware of their presence. I wouldn't mind if you two teamed up against me. Tian Ping clapped his hands together. The next instant, Chao Yuan swiftly drew his blade, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Zhang Luocheng wisely stepped aside. The black malevolence surged skyward as a fiery plume erupted from Chao Yuan's skin. In an instant, the dark aura cloaked him, resembling a sinister garment. This striking appearance immediately captured the attention of others. With a slight smirk, a wisp of white smoke emanated from his body, and his blood-red eyes were ominously terrifying. As he gradually lost his grip on sanity, Chao Yuan moved, appearing before Tian Ping in a flash, and swung his knife. In that moment, Tian Ping felt the presence of death descend upon him, moving with mechanical precision. Fortunately, he evaded the blow. Had he not, he would have met a grim fate. What on earth is that? Tian Ping thought, shaken. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031. Black King / This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable forbidden ruin. The first 30 represented divine ruins, while 31 lay beneath the divine, above all sentient beings. Zhang Luocheng leisurely explained as he approached Tian Ping. Moreover, this power will strip him of consciousness and reason. Thus, he is now a heartless killing machine. Zhang Luocheng continued. Tian Ping nodded slightly, recognizing the formidable opponent he faced. Just then, he seemed to suddenly grasp something and turned to stare intently at Zhang Luocheng. Why are you looking at me? I was curious why you seemed so unfazed. As if everything here has nothing to do with you, Tian Ping replied. What can I do? You all have your opponents. Zhang Luocheng gestured towards the chaotic battlefield. Lin Xie and Wang Mian were locked in combat, while Molly and Rose wielded their massive weapons, seemingly competing to see whose was more destructive. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and Xuanhua were holding their own, and Bai Li Pangpang was toying with Wei, who was dodging to avoid Bai Li Pongpong's cursed items. The only ones left were Tian Ping and Chao Yuan, making Zhang Luocheng appear as a mere bystander. Why don't you and I team up against him? After all, he can't distinguish friend from foe right now. Tian Ping suggested, seemingly offering a reasonable proposal. Am I foolish? Regardless, we are not on the same side. Do you expect me to help you? Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing at Chao Yuan, who was already charging toward them. Zhang Luocheng deftly sidestepped. As Chao Yuan raced towards him, Tian Ping pointed, and a rain of bricks and stones was propelled toward Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan effortlessly sliced through the barrage, his speed remarkable, reaching Tian Ping in an instant. Tian Ping sprang into the air just as Chao Yuan's blade was about to make contact. Chao Yuan stood on the ground, letting out a series of roars at the airborne Tian Ping. However, Chao Yuan could only remain on the ground, futilely roaring, for he could neither reach him nor fly. Jumping higher was of no avail. You can't fly. Are you angry? Tian Ping laughed from above that moment. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Luocheng. Indeed, upon seeing his prey ascend into the air, Chao Yuan chose a new target. Zhang Luocheng, standing nearby, was a prime candidate. Enemies indistinguishable, Black King / What a predicament, Zhang Luocheng thought, exasperated, as Chao Yuan's blade surged toward his face. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Luocheng executed a series of backflips, successfully dodging the first strike. However, a second blow followed, and he raised a straight blade to block Chao Yuan's attack. Yet, the moment they made contact, Zhang Luocheng felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. Goodness, such strength, he silently lamented. Are you not going to help? We are enemies, Tianping replied earnestly. Besides, I want to enjoy the show. Battles among agents are rare today. If you truly wish to watch, I could give you a preview. Zhang Luocheng said, turning his head. Remarkably, the ensuing scene mirrored the script exactly. The other combatants halted their battles, seeking optimal vantage points to watch Lin Xie and Wang Mian's clash. This is too on the nose with the plot. Zhang Luocheng remarked, exasperated, uncertain if his strategy would succeed. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Chao Yuan. Illusion. In an instant, Chao Yuan froze in place, and the black flame surrounding him diminished significantly, revealing his true form, though his shirt had been almost entirely incinerated. In the underground base, Yuan Gang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. That he actually suppressed the Black King slash? Was it merely a glance? Instructor Hong echoed, equally astonished. I suddenly feel that Zhang Luocheng is the new student to watch this year. Yuan Gang remarked that T.O. single-handedly contend with the 4 members of the masked squad and hold his own against Wang Mian. His future is promising in the arena. Zhang Luocheng exhaled in relief upon seeing Chao Yuan return to his original state. However, the recent illusion had nearly drained his mental energy. After all, he had been battling all day, previously facing off against 4 squad members, and then dueling Wang Mian. It had all been high-intensity combat, and he had indeed reached his limit. Oh, you possess such strength, managing to suppress the Black King slash, Tianping remarked as he descended from the air, turning to observe Lin Xie and Wang Mian. He noticed the divine battle had commenced. Yes, that's so. But for now, you should worry about yourself, Zhang Luocheng smirked. Shadow mimicry. Success. Instantly, Tianping felt his body become unresponsive. He struggled to move his arms and legs, yet remained utterly immobilized. Is this the ability you use to control Yuegui? Tianping attempted to move his hands, but to no avail. It's too late. Your teammates won't be able to save you now. Zhang Luocheng quickly placed his hands on his face, while Tianping also placed his hands on his mask. Tianping felt his mask detach from his face, and he fought desperately against the force, revealing half of his refined visage. Yet, in the next moment, everything around him seemed to freeze. A peculiar sensation swept over Zhang Luocheng's entire being. In an instant, he comprehended something and turned to Wang Mian, who was also severing half of Wang Mian's mask. Time reversal. Was it a coincidence? It was as if they had collided perfectly. Zhang Luocheng acutely sensed everything around him rapidly revert to its previous state. This was time reversal. Zhang Luocheng felt utterly powerless, for even with the Sharingan, he could only observe the unfolding events. Hey, why do I feel like it's a captain? Tianping directed his gaze towards Wang Mian, clearly aware of what had just transpired. So close. Zhang Luocheng sighed, just as Wang Mian's figure suddenly appeared before him. Due to the time reversal, shadow mimicry had also faded. What are you doing? Zhang Luocheng asked Wang Mian. Without a word, Wang Mian seized Zhang Luocheng's shoulder, not in a brotherly manner, but rather to immobilize him entirely. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch, that hurts! Zhang Luocheng exclaimed repeatedly. I admit you are formidable. Both Tianping and I have been bested by you. However, this training camp cannot conclude like this. Wang Mian stated earnestly. I understand. Zhang Luocheng replied excitedly. I am not someone without ambition. Lin Xie. You know? Wang Mian released his grip. Zhang Luocheng let out a faint sigh, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and filled with compassion. Sending those fresh recruits out of the camp to face the divine beings is akin to a death sentence. Wang Mian was taken aback, as was Lin Xie. They did not anticipate that the rookie Zhang Luocheng could articulate such sentiments. It appears you possess some awareness, Wang Mian remarked, turning his gaze towards Tianping. You truly were careless. Tianping resembled a child caught in a transgression. I never expected this child to be so cunning. Cunning. Zhang Luocheng immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. Wang Mian replied. Tianping. But I have another request. Zhang Luocheng stated. Will make demands before officially joining the Night Watchman. Wang Mian's expression shifted. Do not assume I am oblivious to the arrangement you made with Lin Xie. Lin Xie, who possessed the perspective of a heavenly eye, was startled by this statement. You must have a keen ear. Lin Xie remarked, I can replicate abilities. Reading lips is not a challenge. Zhang Luocheng pointed to his eyes. State your request. If it is feasible, I shall do my utmost. Wang Mian sighed, still puzzled as to how Zhang Luocheng could read lips while wearing a mask. I require nothing extravagant, not even a $50,000 red envelope or your favor. Zhang Luocheng declared. Lin Xie was now thoroughly convinced of his ability to interpret lip movements, as Wang Mian had unwittingly revealed all the compensations he had mentioned earlier. Wang Mian's eyes lit up. Zhang Luocheng's assertion certainly held merit. Then what do you desire? I have but one demand. Upon graduating from the training camp, I wish to name my own forbidden domain. Zhang Luocheng indicated towards his chest. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback. That sounds entirely reasonable. I will advocate for you. Thank you. Zhang Luocheng nodded appreciatively at Wang Mian. How impressive to be able to name one's own forbidden domain. Lin Xie felt a twinge of envy. Alas, his own abilities had long been categorized, and he had lost that opportunity. As time elapsed, the combat concluded. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, resonating across the training camp. The onlookers were already engaged in animated discussions, with Bai Li Pangpang, wearing the True Vision eye, gazing at them in confusion. Lin Xie had already approached Bai Li Pangpang to provide explanations. Half an hour later, all the recruits returned to the training ground, where Yuan Gang stood alongside several instructors on the demonstration platform. Yuan Gang unleashed a torrent of scolding upon all the recruits, and this time, the recruits' expressions no longer bore defiance. Merely 5 individuals had completely subdued them. After the reprimand, everyone returned to their dormitories. When the recruits beheld their once dilapidated quarters restored to their former state, disbelief washed over them. Only Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie understood what had transpired, both turning their heads toward a particular spot in the darkness. There Wang Mian stood, weak and in need of support to remain upright. You know about this too? Lin Xie inquired, glancing at Zhang Luocheng. That I witnessed it. Did you not? Zhang Luocheng replied. That I sensed it. Lin Xie stated, striding purposefully towards the dormitory building. That a sharp whistle pierced the tranquility, abruptly rousing the dormitory area from slumber. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie were similarly awakened. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly began dressing. Is it really 3 a.m? Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, stealing a glance at the time. 3 o'clock? Is it truly that ruthless? Lin Xie echoed, equally astonished by the hour. Instructor Yuan had warned them that what lay ahead would be hell, and it was no exaggeration. Zhang Luocheng appeared bleary-eyed. The previous day's mental exertion had drained him significantly, and rising at 3 o'clock for training was no small feat. He lacked the abilities of a starry night dancer. Strictly speaking, he was like an ordinary person, relying on sleep to rejuvenate his stamina. Hurry, we have no time to waste. Lin Xie urged, but as they exited, they noticed no signs of movement from Bai Li Pangpang's room. Shall we call him? Zhang Luocheng suggested to Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded, dashing to Bai Li Pangpang's door to knock, but they found him so deeply asleep that their knocking made no impact. I shall take care of this, Zhang Luocheng said, fetching a basin of water. This much water will suffice. Water escape. The water from the basin splashed directly onto Bai Li Pangpang's head, startling him awake. What happened? I was just about to kiss Molly, Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, appearing quite disoriented. What do you think happened? Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Only then did Bai Li Pangpang grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon noticing he was awake, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie ceased their concern and swiftly dashed towards the training ground. Quickly, they became the first to arrive at the training field, where 3 instructors stood at attention. Upon noticing Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie's arrival, head instructor Hong displayed an approving smile, yet he was constantly checking his watch. The remaining recruits gradually trickled in, and only after all had arrived did head instructor Hong speak, his voice cold. Today marks your first day of training. Head instructor Hong's stern reprimand resonated with authority, instilling a powerful sense of intimidation. Now, those who were more than 3 minutes late stepped forward and a few of the last arriving recruits began jogging laps, while others lingered, uncertain of what to do, and a few dared to voice questions. But head instructor Hong would not address them one by one. Ultimately, those who believed they were not late were still singled out by head instructor Hong, and one by one, they were sent to run laps. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, of course, arrived punctually. "Hey, where's my forbidden domain?" an uncertain recruit suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie were momentarily taken aback. Due to the prolonged combat yesterday, Zhang Luocheng had forgotten that at the official commencement of the training camp, their forbidden domains had been suppressed by the forbidden objects. Zhang Luocheng assessed his abilities, while Lin Xie's brow furrowed. "How do you feel?" Zhang Luocheng inquired of Lin Xie, knowing that with his multitude of abilities, Lin Xie would be less affected. My abilities remain intact. They are merely suppressed to some extent, Lin Xie replied, examining his hands before turning to Zhang Luocheng. "What about you?" "As for me, I sense a slight impact. My elemental attacks seem somewhat diminished," Zhang Luocheng responded, a flicker of lightning materializing in his palm. "What about your eyes? Are they affected?" Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan, finding it still operational and unhindered. In truth, his abilities did not originate from this world, but rather from another realm. The two were not on the same playing field. Would element from a different realm truly be affected here? A significant question lingered in Zhang Luocheng's mind. "I have nothing to test it with," he mused. The powers of the Sharingan, including replication and illusion, necessitated an object for testing. "Use an illusion on me," Lin Xie suddenly suggested. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback, surprised that Lin Xie would propose such an idea. "On you. Are you certain? I've always wanted to test your illusions. I wonder if my mundane divine realm can withstand them," Lin Xie stated, already assuming a preparatory stance. Seeing Lin Xie preparing himself, Zhang Luocheng curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "Preparing, of course," Lin Xie replied. "Honestly, I guess that necessary." "Just look into my eyes," Zhang Luocheng instructed, fixing his gaze upon Lin Xie's eyes. In that instant, Lin Xie felt an extraordinary sensation, as if he had entered a world vastly different from his own, one that was utterly alien to him. Within that realm, he experienced a profound sense of powerlessness. Utterly unaware of what he could do, regardless of his actions, he was enveloped in a feeling of suppression. Yet at that moment, a formidable force suddenly surged through Lin Xie's entire being. It seemed as though an unseen force was attempting to pull Lin Xie out of this space. In the next moment, Lin Xie gasped for breath as the illusion was shattered. Turning to Zhang Luocheng, he noticed that the latter's complexion was unexpectedly pale. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Lin Xie hurriedly approached to support Zhang Luocheng. "What do you mean, what's wrong? Your mundane divine realm has backfired on me," Zhang Luocheng replied, feeling as though despite not being punished to run, he had nevertheless completed several laps. "Backfire? Indeed. Just now, a sudden force struck me, and I can't even comprehend it," Lin Xie admitted, genuinely perplexed. However, Lin Xie's ignorance did not extend to Zhang Luocheng, who understood that Lin Xie had harbored numerous deities within him. His abilities had always been unpredictable, especially given that he was the embodiment of the fifth universe's will, a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, the group of freshmen who had been punished to run were gradually finishing their laps. Now, only Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang remained on the field. Shen Qingzhu had been condemned to run 30 laps due to his carefree demeanor, while Bai Li Pangpang was clearly struggling due to fatigue. After an hour and a half, the two finally completed their laps, and Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie swiftly rushed to help Bai Li Pangpang. They subsequently escorted him back to the dormitory. However, just as they arrived, a whistle pierced the air once more. "No way. Are you kidding me?" Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed in exasperation. "It's time for dinner," Zhang Luocheng replied, though his expression was somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing the word dinner, Bai Li Pangpang's eyes instantly lit up, and he sprang from his bed, rushing to the door. "Dinner is ready. Hurry up," Bai Li Pangpang urged the others. "You have energy now?" Lin Xie remarked, observing Bai Li Pangpang's sudden burst of enthusiasm. "Of course. One must be eager for dinner. Haven't you heard the saying?" Bai Li Pangpang cleared his throat and declared, "If you're not enthusiastic about dinner, your mindset is flawed. I advise you not to get your hopes up," Zhang Luocheng said, patting Bai Li Pangpang on the shoulder as he slowly made his way outside. Bai Li Pangpang scampered after him. "Why not? Where are we? This is a training camp. Do you really think you'll be served a feast?" Zhang Luocheng refrained from stating the obvious, for fear they might genuinely believe they were in a prophetic tale. Upon arriving at the training ground, the freshmen exhibited a newfound awareness of time, with most arriving early. However, those who had just completed 10 or 20 laps were utterly spent, with several collapsing on the spot. Wow, they are quite professional, Lin Xie observed as medical personnel emerged from nowhere, efficiently carrying the unconscious students away on stretchers. After all, this was a training camp for night watchers, and their capabilities were astonishing. Lin Xie was unfazed by the scene. Instructor Hong awaited them at the training ground, offering praise before announcing, "Now it's time for dinner. Remember, you only have 20 minutes. Anyone who fails to arrive here after 20 minutes will bear the consequences." With that, Instructor Hong departed. Bali Pong Pong's eyes sparkled once more, and this time he was the first to dash forward, completely disregarding Zhang Luocheng's previous warning. Yet, when the freshmen burst into the cafeteria, the sight that greeted them was utterly appalling. Slabs of raw meat lay before them, accompanied by a basin of plain steamed buns. This was their meal for the day. This, Bali Pang Pang deflated like a puncture balloon. Even Lin Xie, who had seen his fair share of life, furrowed his brow. Such raw meat was difficult to swallow. "I never expected to face such a scene," Zhang Luocheng lamented, feeling despondent. Since arriving in the world of divine slaughter, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. Although it was exhilarating to be in such close proximity to a protagonist-like figure, there was undoubtedly a price to pay. Nonetheless, some freshmen had already started eating, notably Zheng Zhong, who hailed from Special Forces background. Meanwhile, Shen Xingzhu was furiously banging the table, as if he were on the verge of erupting. "Go ahead and eat," Lin Xie sighed, while nearby, Chao Yuan was nearly finished with his slab of raw meat. "Fine, let us eat." Zhang Luocheng gritted his teeth, determined not to lag behind. Just as Shen Xingzhu was about to explode, the masked squad entered, their members having removed their masks to reveal their handsome faces. It was as though a group of strikingly attractive individuals had graced the room. With the masked squad's imposing presence, the freshmen had no choice but to steel themselves and consume the raw meat. "I really can't get it down," Bali Pang Pang said, on the verge of tears. "Remember, once you step onto the battlefield, even having a meal will be a luxury. You want tea, always be served fine dishes. In those moments, you eat whatever is available. Our predecessors survived on roots and tree bark," Zhang Luocheng continued, imparting a lesson taught to them by their instructors. After contemplating for a moment, Bali Pang Pang finally picked up a bun and a piece of raw meat. "Your method of educating is quite effective," Lin Xie remarked with a faint smile. Zhang Luocheng felt like weeping, but I still find it hard to swallow, as everyone gnawed on their raw meat. A mouth-watering aroma suddenly enveloped the cafeteria, captivating the attention of all the freshmen. They watched as elder son brought in plate after plate of exquisite dishes, ultimately placing them on the table of the masked squad. Several freshmen seated nearby were drooling, unable to resist swallowing audibly, their sounds nearly drowning out any conversation. Wang Mian glanced at them before placing a dish in front of Yuan and beginning to enjoy his meal. Some new recruits contemplated rebellion, but Elder Sun showed no intention of being polite. Of course, the masked squad's aura further quelled any rebellious thoughts among the freshmen. Suddenly, Wang Mian called out to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. "Luocheng, Xie, come over and have a bite." At that moment, every freshman turned their gaze toward the duo, making them the center of attention. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng exchanged glances, each understanding the other's motives. Lin Xie sought to inquire about the divine agent, while Zhang Luocheng simply yearned for a taste of the delectable food. Lin Xie approached the circular table of the masked squad with his bowl in hand, and Zhang Luocheng followed suit. Even if it was just for a single bite. "Come, don't be shy. Eat whatever you desire," Wang Mian cordially invited them. Zhang Luocheng's eyes widened in delight. He paid no heed to the envious gazes directed his way, simply yearning to relish the dishes before him. The two of them were treated like guests, as the squad members eagerly placed delectable dishes in front of them, with Chang Wei even offering to serve them rice. No, you all eat. I'm just here to ask a few questions." Lin Xie waved his hand, pushing the dishes away. Zhang Luocheng watched in dismay as the food was pushed further from him. "You high-minded individual. How impressive you are," he thought, rolling his eyes at Lin Xie. "You come here to ask questions, so I feel a bit superfluous," Zhang Luocheng said, preparing to leave. However, Tian Ping immediately pressed him back into his seat. "No worries. We can have a chat. To be honest, I'm quite curious about your abilities, Tian Ping remarked. Can you replicate any ability? Why do I feel like you're fishing for intelligence? Zhang Luocheng leaned back. Don't say that. We're all-night watchers, just a bit more familiar with you, said Xianhua, who chimed in. Moreover, aside from the captain, we all participate in your ability assessments, he added. Zhang Luocheng sighed. I can replicate some forbidden ruins. But divine ruins, mundane divine realms, and time marauders cannot be replicated. The others nodded in understanding. So, once you replicate an ability, do you forget it later? Yu Guei inquired. Forget? Not at all. Once replicated, I can use it any time I wish. Zhang Luocheng replied candidly. That truly is an impressive ability, Chang Wei remarked, unable to resist giving a compliment. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this is nothing. Once I awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, it will be truly formidable, and you all shall witness the true form of Susanoo. Moreover, if one could harness the powers of the Nine Tails and don a striking crimson cloak, would that not be utterly captivating? At this juncture, Zhang Luocheng was reminded of the faceless team before him and the fishing village incident, a profound regret that had lingered throughout Wang Mian's life. During that fateful event, despite possessing the abilities of a time marauder, Wang Mian found himself unable to outrun the relentless flow of time. Each special team carries its own unique mission, and in the days to come, numerous such teams would sacrifice their lives for the greater good of the Xia. Contemplating this, Zhang Luocheng's expression shifted dramatically. Although years remained until that incident, he found himself at a loss for how to save them. He recognized his current limitations. His insignificance would not alter the narrative simply by his presence. For instance, Zhao Kansheng had not changed the course of events. The more he realized this, the more he felt himself becoming entwined in the story. Ironically, the very self that sought to alter the narrative was, in fact, transformed by IT that moment. A whistle echoed from outside the cafeteria. The new recruits had yet to react, while several members of the faceless team sprang into action, only to halt awkwardly a few steps out. Realizing they were no longer new recruits, they returned to their seats with a sense of embarrassment. In contrast, none of the new recruits had moved at the first sound. Instead, they looked up at the clock, puzzled that the whistle had blown before the 20-minute mark had elapsed. Nevertheless, they eventually stood and made their way outside. I shall take my leave, Lin Xie announced as he rose to exit. Wang Mian nodded. Go ahead. We shall meet again outside the training camp. Are you all departing? Indeed, a mysterious entity has emerged in the Sea of the North, and we must hurry there after our meal. Well then, I wish you a triumphant return. Lin Xie waved goodbye to them, then turned his gaze towards the still-standing Zhang Luocheng, who finally snapped back to reality. His expression hardened with unwavering resolve. Indeed, only by strengthening his own abilities could he turn these regrets into triumphs. He vowed to save them. Zhang Luocheng then fixed his determined gaze upon the members of the faceless team and offered them a crisp military salute before striding purposefully towards the cafeteria exit. Must you be so formal? Lin Xie remarked as he followed suit. Wang Mian looked at the other team members, perplexed. What did you say to him to evoke such sentiment? We said nothing at all. They replied. On the training field, the newly appointed instructor Han was passionately demonstrating his knife techniques, fervently expounding upon various theoretical principles. Zhang Luocheng observed from the sidelines, arms crossed and a smile gracing his lips. What has you so amused? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Oh, nothing in particular, just in a good mood. Pay attention. You might be called up to demonstrate shortly, Zhang Luocheng replied, glancing at the instructor. To me, surely that's too coincidental. But you do have a way with words, Lin Xie responded, just as Bai Li Pangpang was summoned to the stage. However, Bai Li Pangpang's clumsy demeanor led to the instructor's first blunder. As the instructor witnessed one mishap after another, he felt wearied. You can step down, he said, and his gaze inadvertently met Lin Xie's. You, come up. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at Zhang Luocheng. Did your mouth receive a blessing? Upon Lin Xie's descent from the stage, Instructor Han bore an expression of utter disillusionment. Meanwhile, Zhang Luocheng struggled to suppress his laughter, covering his mouth to stifle any sound. This scene did not escape the instructor's notice. Having faced two failures, he had likely never encountered such a situation before. Spotting the grinning Zhang Luocheng, he immediately targeted him. Hey, you there, do you find this amusing? Instructor Han looked down at Zhang Luocheng. Well, it's somewhat entertaining, Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. You come up? Instructor Han insisted, summoning Zhang Luocheng to the stage. As he ascended, Zhang Luocheng questioned, Are you certain? I emerged from the same team as him. Instructor Han glanced at the recently departed Lin Xie, momentarily uncertain. Yet, having called Zhang Luocheng up, he could not simply dismiss him without losing face. So, you learned from Captain Chen Muye as well? The instructor inquired. Zhang Luocheng nodded without hesitation. Instructor Han found himself in a predicament, but quickly devised a rationale. A single teacher cannot produce two exemplary disciples. Let us proceed with the demonstration. Remember, this is merely practice aimed at enhancing your skills, he instructed. Understood. Instructor, I want to use Captain Chen Muye's techniques. Zhang Luocheng declared as he retrieved a straight knife. Observing this unfold, Lin Xie sighed, lamenting the choice of partner. What troubles you, Xie? Bali Pang asked. Did you forget his ability? He can replicate. He doesn't need to use Captain Chen Muye's knife techniques. But he can certainly employ Instructor Han's. Lin Xie explained, just as Zhang Luocheng's knife clashed with that of the instructor. Instructor Han was momentarily taken aback, as this move was all too familiar. It was his own technique. As they exchanged strikes, both sides demonstrated a fierce back and forth, with Zhang Luocheng having fully absorbed Instructor Han's abilities. You learned that technique after just one glance? Instructor Han asked incredulously. Zhang Luocheng remained silent, executing a strike that mirrored the instructor's earlier demonstration flawlessly. Goodness, how can two students from the same master not break the technique? Instructor Han muttered in disbelief. Instructor, perhaps it's best to call a day, Zhang Luocheng suggested, halting his movements. Instructor Han sighed. You can do this, you can. His gaze shifted to Chao Yuan. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, this is not good. Instructor, let us change partners. Change partners? What do you mean? Instructor Han replied, his tone slightly irked. Him. Bring him up, he commanded, pointing to the bewildered Chao Yuan. Take the knife, he instructed, yet Chao Yuan stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to the command. Instructor, he truly isn't capable, Zhang Luocheng interjected. Silence. Instructor Han snapped, his irritation mounting, that he must take the knife. This is an order. Fine, Chao Yuan relented, reluctantly approaching to retrieve the weapon. Meanwhile, all the new recruits retreated several meters, having witnessed Chao Yuan's previous confrontation with the faceless team. Sensing the recruits' actions, Instructor Han felt an ominous premonition, but it was too late, for Chao Yuan had already acquired a knife. Suddenly, a dark, ominous aura enveloped Chao Yuan, a swirling mass of black flames shooting skyward, exuding a terrifying presence that dominated the scene. Surrounded by this malevolent energy, Chao Yuan, wielding a straight knife, turned to face Instructor Han, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In an instant, he lunged forward, appearing directly before the instructor. What the hell? Instructor Han lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he swung his wooden sword. However, the moment he struck, the wooden blade shattered instantly. Everyone, evacuate the training field. Quickly, Instructor Han shouted as the other recruits dashed for safety. What is happening, Xie? Wasn't the Forbidden Ruin sealed? Bali Pang exclaimed, anxious that that's an extremely high-risk scenario. It's not so easily contained, Lin Xie replied, turning to Zhang Luocheng. How did you neutralize it last time? I used an illusion. Zhang Luocheng quickly realized Lin Xie's intent. All right, I'll go to. He glanced at the two combatants on stage, internally chastising them for ignoring his earlier warning. With a determined leap, Zhang Luocheng ascended to the stage. Instructor Han's expression darkened upon seeing him. Get out of here! Why are you still on stage? He urged, clearly anxious. Instructor, I'm here to assist you, Zhang Luocheng declared. Assist me? Do not act recklessly. Your abilities are still suppressed in the Forbidden Ruins. Do not think that merely stealing knowledge will make you formidable. Hurry and vacate the training ground. Instructor Han urged Zhang Luocheng to depart swiftly. Sighing, Zhang Luocheng remarked, he remains as stubborn as ever, his gaze shifting to Chao Yuan. We must first confine it. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Zhang Luocheng expelled a small fireball from his mouth. Significantly smaller than before. Indeed, it was much, much smaller. What on earth is this little flame? Zhang Luocheng was taken aback as the fireball harmlessly struck Chao Yuan. He had successfully captured his attention. Now's the time. Illusion technique. Zhang Luocheng employed the great fireball technique, intending to draw Chao Yuan's focus, ultimately to observe his eyes. However, the next moment, it seemed that Chao Yuan was unaffected. He barely remained stationary for a second. What? The suppression in the Forbidden Ruins also impacts illusion techniques. Zhang Luocheng murmured, contemplating how element from another world could still be influenced here. Lin Xie, there's trouble. The Forbidden Ruins are suppressed, and the illusion techniques are ineffective. Fatty, bring out some forbidden items. Zhang Luocheng shouted to Lin Xie below. Hand me the knife, Lin Xie called out, and after a moment of rummaging, Bali Fatty presented him with a blade. Lin Xie instantly ascended to the stage, clashing his wooden sword against Chao Yuan's, a powerful force erupting between them. Wow, what power! Lin Xie was momentarily stunned. Goodness, is this the famed little/white? Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself. Lin Xie promptly utilized the sealing scroll to firmly bind Chao Yuan. With the sealing scroll's aid, the black flames engulfing Chao Yuan gradually receded, restoring him to his original appearance. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Xie. Oh, it is you. Only you can absolve me of my transgressions. Lin Xie was taken aback. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhang Luocheng chuckled. Behold, the birth of Lin Xie, the number one sycophant. Oh no, wait, he's number two. Number one is Fatty. Having finally stabilized Chao Yuan, Hanli beside him felt a lingering unease. The blow he had received this time was too severe, especially with Chao Yuan at the end, who nearly caused a grave mistake. After a few comforting words from Yuan Gang, Hanli regained some confidence, yet the impact remained overwhelmingly daunting. During lunch, Chao Yuan approached Lin Xie with his pickles. Indeed, this was a challenge for the title of number one sycophant against Bali Fatty. Under such a tension, Lin Xie found himself somewhat overwhelmed. However, Chao Yuan suddenly turned to Zhang Luocheng. How did you know I was looking for Lin Xie? Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly, hinting at a plot reveal. Better late than never. I've grown accustomed to addressing such inquiries, and my eyes can see through the hearts of men. Zhang Luocheng pointed to his eyes. Bali Fatty envied. Indeed, your eyes even turn red. Especially that pattern inside. It's incredibly cool. Chao Yuan appeared puzzled, glancing at Lin Xie as if seeking confirmation. Don't look at me. I'm not entirely sure either, but he does seem to possess a sort of foresight ability. Lin Xie responded, a foresight ability in the Forbidden Ruins is truly a rare sight. Chao Yuan mused thoughtfully. Just then, Instructor Hong entered with two other instructors, commanding everyone's attention. This afternoon marks your first extreme training session. After you finish your meal, gather behind the cafeteria. Understood? Understood. All the recruits responded in unison. Here, essay word of advice. This afternoon will be arduous, so finish your meals. With that, Instructor Hong and the other two instructors departed. Upon hearing extreme training, Bali Fatty's expression turned helpless. When will this physical training ever end? This is just the beginning. We have half a year's time ahead. Patience is key, Zhang Luocheng remarked, his expression growing serious. Without a doubt, this extreme training would entail the Cangnan Mountain Extreme Challenge, and the abilities he had drawn were solely combat-oriented with no recovery capabilities. Unlike Lin Xie, who possessed the Starry Night Dancer ability, transforming the night into his domain. And that embarrassing scene. I truly wish to avoid it. Zhang Luocheng's expression grew complex. What is wrong? Lin Xie inquired, noticing Zhang Luocheng's demeanor. Nothing much, just pondering the limits of extreme training. Zhang Luocheng replied. Why not push your boundaries? Lin Xie suggested, rising. Let us go. The group exited the cafeteria and found several buses parked behind. Are we leaving the camp? Bali Fatty's face shifted. Leaving the camp may not be a good omen. Lin Xie felt an ominous premonition and turned to Zhang Luocheng. Hey, seer, care to make another prediction? Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes. Cangnan City is this small. What more can I predict? We're doing extreme training, so we must head to a terrain-rich area, which is undoubtedly Cangnan Mountain. Lin Xie countered, what if we leave Cangnan City? It's impossible to leave Cangnan City, Zhang Luocheng asserted immediately. Why can't we leave Cangnan City? Bali Fatty asked. Zhang Luocheng was struck dumb. The reason was obviously Lin Xie. Yet he couldn't voice it as the bus doors slowly opened. The group boarded. Taking advantage of the journey, they managed to rest a bit. Before long, lush mountains came into view. Indeed, it is Jinan Mountain. Lin Xie, a local, recognized it. Impressive seer, Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes, thinking about how Lin Xie would soon be vying for first place. Once the vehicles came to a halt, all recruits disembarked. After they formed a line, Instructor Hong began speaking. Next, we will commence extreme training. You see the mountains behind you. Each of you will be equipped with a 35-kilogram load and must traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Furthermore, Instructor Hong waved his hand, and a swarm of drones emerged from behind the bus, each equipped with a miniature gun barrel. Your loads are equipped with location tracking. The drones will relentlessly pursue you. Should you be struck, you will be eliminated, and elimination entails severe punishment. Instructor Hong flashed a wicked grin at all the recruits. Additionally, I must remind you that you may exchange loads, but you cannot discard them. Nor may you attack the drones or hide in dead corners. You can only do one thing: escape. Lastly, no attacking each other. Understood? Understood. Good. Collect your loads, then set off in the mountains. All recruits began to gather their burdens, along with a tactical knife, though Chow Yuan's knife was replaced with a spoon. Bali Fatty laughed heartlessly. Chow Yuan, are you planning to excavate this mountain? Yes, and you too. The instructor suddenly pointed at Bali Fatty. Me? What is the matter? Bali Fatty asked, bewildered. Remove all your forbidden items. You're not permitted to bring them in. Bali Fatty's body trembled. Instructor, these items are quite valuable. I'm not taking yours. I am just keeping them for you. With so many forbidden items, what training can you do once inside the mountains? All right then, one by one, the recruits ventured into the mountains. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie swiftly navigated through the forest, with Chow Yuan closely following, while Bali Fatty's figure could still be seen trailing behind. Wait for me. After just a short distance into the mountains, Bali Fatty was already panting heavily. This is so heavy. Could you three help me carry some? No, not a chance. Scram. Chia, how about I help you carry yours? Not necessary. Just then, the sound of drones filled the air, and several drones suddenly appeared overhead. Run! Zhang Luocheng shouted. You all go ahead. This is too heavy. I can no longer carry it. Bali Pang Pang appear to be on the verge of surrender. Hurry and run. Those who get hit will face punishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Luocheng grasped Bali Pang Pang, who was about to collapse onto the ground. It's merely a punishment, he reassured. After only a few steps, Bali Pang Pang panted heavily. I believe punishment is far from a pleasant affair. As soon as Zhang Luocheng's words fell, a new recruit was struck down. Moments later, a scene of large-scale public humiliation unfolded. Upon witnessing this, Bali Pong Pong's expression shifted dramatically. Goodness, these instructors are far too imaginative. How does it feel? Is it more terrifying than you anticipated? Zhang Luocheng inquired. Has the prophet spoken again? Lin Xie commented, glancing back. Just moments ago, all the recruits had mocked those who were eliminated. Yet in the blink of an eye, their expressions changed, and they immediately took off running. Simultaneously, Bali Pong Pong's face turned ashen, and he somehow found the strength to sprint ahead of the others. How did this chubby fellow suddenly gain so much stamina? Lin Xie wondered, astonished at Bali Pong Pong's desperate dash. Perhaps the Bai family harbors too many secrets, Zhang Luocheng explained. Honestly, this punishment is a touch mortifying. Lin Xie reflected on the earlier scene that I have no desire to endure any punishment. Let us flee, Zhang Luocheng urged, quickening his pace. Behind them, Chow Yuan kept close to Lin Xie, occasionally checking in on him, a truly peculiar combination. The sound of drones echoed around them, and they dared not pause, unaware of when they might suddenly be struck. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing everything around him, fully aware that any lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences in a moment of distraction. Several missiles flew through the dense forest, and the sounds of new recruits hitting the ground echoed from all directions. Lin Xie deftly dodged 2 missiles in quick succession, while Zhang Luocheng maintained a swift pace, albeit with smaller movements to conserve his energy. Unlike Lin Xie, who thrived at night, the drone is flanking us from the left, Lin Xie warned. Then we must head to the right, Chow Yuan responded. However, the path there is treacherous and will deplete our stamina, Zhang Luocheng remarked, glancing at the alternative route. These instructors are doing this on purpose. Bai Pangpang could not help but complain that we have no choice. Chao Yuan replied helplessly. Thus, they pressed onward, navigating through the ancient trees of the dense forest, their knives continuously slicing through the entangling branches. Traversing the thicket proved exceedingly arduous, and all of them bore various scrapes and bruises on their arms and legs. As dusk approached, they began to feel fatigue. Lin Xie's face reflected exhaustion, while Zhang Luocheng was panting heavily. In contrast, Chao Yuan's demeanor remained remarkably composed, exuding a calmness that set him apart. Bai Pangpang, however, appeared as if he were on the brink of death, sustained only by the last vestiges of his willpower, burdened by the weight of his family's myriad secrets. As they emerged from the thicket, they unexpectedly spotted Shen Qingzhu ahead, accompanied by several others. Oh, it's Zhuang Ge. To encounter him here means his moment of public humiliation is at hand, Zhang Luocheng mused. Before either party could speak, drones swiftly surrounded them, trapping them in a vice-like grip. Goodness, run! Zhang Luocheng bellowed. The group dashed into another patch of forest, with Bai Pangpang scrambling desperately to keep up with Lin Xie and the others. Unfortunately, Shen Qingzhu's companions were not so fortunate. Having been struck by missiles, they raced through the rugged terrain of the forest, finally reaching a relatively open area where a stream trickled down from the mountains. Here, they paused briefly to catch their breath. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie bent down to sip some mountain spring water, while Bai Pangpang collapsed on the ground. Were it not for the drones, he might have dozed off right there. Soon, the remaining companions of Shen Qingzhu arrived. Chia, how long until we can cross the mountains? Bai Pangpang inquired. I can't shake the feeling that the terrain here is amiss. Chao Yuan seemed to sense something. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Indeed, we haven't covered much ground. We've been meandering. This isn't just a game. The drones are pursuing us, and we cannot retaliate. Shen Qingzhu fumed, tossing a stone into the stream. The terrain must have changed. Zhang Luocheng suddenly declared. Lin Xie regarded him. You notice too? Zhang Luocheng nodded. At the very least, it bears no resemblance to the Jinan mountain I remember. If I'm not mistaken, some forbidden area has altered the entire layout of Jinan mountain. Yes, the paths I see are constantly shifting, and with the drones hovering above us, we've been running in circles, Lin Xie concurred. After exhausting myself and being told I've hardly moved, are you not mocking me? Bai Pangpang lamented, his expression one of utter despair. Suddenly, Bai Pangpang seemed to have an epiphany, his spirits lifting thus so. Does that mean none of us can escape that punishment? Not necessarily, Chao Yuan interjected. Those who are utterly exhausted and fainted are not punished. That's worth a try, Zhang Luocheng encouraged, patting Bai Pangpang on the shoulder. Bai Pangpang's expression turned contemplative, as if this revelation had sparked a realization. Zhang Luocheng wore a look of melancholy. He understood his current physical condition. The day had yet to darken, and if he didn't seize the opportunity to rest and recover his strength, he feared he might not endure the night. Moreover, through their recent experiences, Zhang Luocheng had come to recognize that his stamina paled in comparison to Chao Yuan's. Despite the rigorous training of the camp, substantial improvements had been made, but he remained an ordinary mortal. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to rely solely on his physical prowess and give it his all. The drones granted them a brief respite, while the soul-searching questions echoed continuously through the valley, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Barely having rested, the drones' buzzing returned overhead, prompting the group to swiftly vacate their location. That Shen Qingzhu seems rather arrogant. Why do those people follow him so devotedly? Bai Pangpang questioned, glancing toward Shen Qingzhu's direction. Chao Yuan, who shared a dormitory with them, provided a brief explanation of their situation. Some individuals may appear fierce but possess gentle hearts, Zhang Luocheng added. Indeed, I never expected him to be the kind of person. At that moment, a voice reverberated throughout the valley. Your name is Li Liang, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What are you laughing at? Bai Pangpang asked, bewildered. Just listen, Shen Qingzhu's darkest hour is about to arrive. Zhang Luocheng smiled. Liang's words were entirely focused on Shen Qingzhu, and one could only wonder what expression adorned Shen Qingzhu's face. However, It wasn't long before Shen Qingzhu's voice echoed through the broadcast. It seems he's been eliminated. Lin Chiye remarked. He broke the rules and damaged several drones. Zhang Luocheng elucidated. Oh, quite daring, isn't he? Chao Yuan's eyes brightened. Hasn't he always been quite bold? Lin Chiye interjected. The group pondered this and found it to be true. The new recruits were continuously being eliminated, and as the numbers dwindled, the number of drones is also dwindling, their sounds echoing distantly at times and then drawing near. Moreover, these instructors do not intend to eliminate them all at once. Upon closer observation, the flight paths of these drones reveal a discernible pattern. Each appearance of encirclement conceals a potential escape route. Each drone systematically exhausts their stamina, only to be granted a brief respite to recover. Naturally, this reprieve is not overly generous before they resume their fatigue-inducing pursuits. This method is employed to transcend individual limits, epitomizing today's extreme training. The move into the quartet gradually slowed, and Bali Pang found it increasingly arduous to keep pace with the others. Time was running short. Zhang Luocheng gently patted Bali Pang's shoulder. Lin Xie, who was leading, turned back, suggesting, if you're tired, take a moment to rest. Bali Pang understood immediately. His expression shifted dramatically, and he slumped down, insisting, I can still go on. In the next moment, Bali Pang placed a hand on his chest, then collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Chao Yuan hurried over to check on him, then turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, declaring, he has fainted. Let's continue. Someone will come and take him. Lin Xie replied. You two should perhaps rest as well, Chao Yuan suggested. Lin Xie shook his head, asserting, I'm fine. I can hold on. What about you? Zhang Luocheng took a deep breath and admitted, to be honest, I genuinely feel my stamina has reached its limit, and no need. I haven't yet reached a point where I need to rest. You two are pushing yourselves too hard. Chao Yuan couldn't help but remark, I wish to break through my own limits and see what lies beyond, Zhang Luocheng stated resolutely. Lin Xie nodded in agreement, affirming, only by growing stronger can we survive, and only by surviving can we return. Return? To where? Lin Xie had no intention of answering that question, continuing forward, with Zhang Luocheng following closely behind, that if you merely wish for me to clear your sins in the future, there is no need to curry favor with me. Lin Xie suddenly addressed Chao Yuan. If this is a transaction, then sufficient payment is all that is required. Transaction? Is that how you perceive it? What other way is there? Do you find yourself lacking in friends? I've always been an outsider. What a coincidence. That moment, both of their gazes shifted to Zhang Luocheng, that he was taken aback. He was uncertain if the term outsider applied to him. I suppose I might not qualify, he pondered, reflecting on his past life. Although he was neither wealthy nor a successful figure, the label of outsider did not seem to resonate with him. Lin Xie smiled slightly. An unknown forbidden realm. How could that not be considered an outsider? That's true, Zhang Luocheng mused. By his own capabilities, both male protagonists for Naruto could be deemed outsiders, and it is precisely for this reason that we can be friends. Chao Yuan remarked with a smile. Having friends can be perilous. My last friend lost his head, and another was devoured by a monster. His grave grass is already half a meter tall, Zhang Luocheng replied. Is the risk truly that high? Yet, you seem to be unscathed, Chao Yuan observed Zhang Luocheng. He's not my friend, Lin Xie stated bluntly. Am I not your friend? We've faced gunfire together and even visited a couple's hotel. Zhang Luocheng interjected, couple's hotel? How thrilling. Chao Yuan seized upon this detail. Don't listen to his nonsense. That was organized by our seniors. Lin Xie attempted to clarify. That makes it even more thrilling. Chao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Let us not discuss that any further. Lin Xie dismissed the topic. In truth, we are not so different. I personally slaughtered an entire village, Chao Yuan confessed. Do you not compare me to you? By all accounts. I am far inferior. Lin Xie waved his hand. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. We're not the same. I genuinely hope to befriend both of you outsiders, especially since you have both successfully suppressed my forbidden realm. Chao Yuan remarked. Zhang Luocheng suddenly pointed at Bali Pang, and he, too, is exceedingly foolish and incredibly wealthy. Another outsider. For reasons unknown, Lin Xie felt a strange sensation, as though someone had stolen his words. The three shared a knowing smile. 8 hours had passed since entering Jinan Mountain. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Chao Yuan had lost count of how many peaks they had traversed. How many are left? Instructor Hong inquired, glancing at the time point for remain. Special Forces member Zheng Zhong, Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, and Chao Yuan to IT. Is quite remarkable that these three have persevered this long. He mused. Chao Yuan's body had endured the trials of the Black King's annihilation. But how had Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng managed it? Zhang Luocheng's unknown forbidden realm seemed to hold untapped potential. Only the three of them remained. Zheng Zhong had fallen off a cliff while lost and had been knocked unconscious. Should we terminate the training early? The darkness has descended and visibility is poor. What if an accident occurs? There is no rush. Bring all the drones to their vicinity and have the medics closely follow. Prepared for rescue. Let us see where their limits truly lie. It's so dark. Can you both still see? Chao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yes, they replied in unison. Zhang Luocheng was surprised to find that. Even in the dark, his Sharingan posed no hindrance to his vision. As for Lin Xie, he felt invigorated, his stamina even greater than when he first entered the mountain. I envy this guy with his cheat-like abilities. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but comment. I haven't heard the sound of punishment in a while. I wonder how many new recruits remain in the mountains. Chao Yuan mused. Just the three of us. Lin Xie replied. You know that? Chao Yuan was taken aback. The current peaks belonged to him. Zhang Luocheng glanced at the bats flying overhead, suspecting that one of them was reporting to Lin Xie. Unbeknownst to Chao Yuan, all the animals in the mountain now served as Lin Xie's eyes and ears. He was acutely aware of everything surrounding them. I can't go on any longer. Chao Yuan stated after walking a bit further, having reached his limit. Why not push a little harder? Lin Xie asked. No, if I lose consciousness, the Forbidden Realm will turn against me and take control of my body. Chao Yuan explained. It seemed that a high-level Forbidden Realm was not without its drawbacks. You two should continue. Soon enough, you will hear my punishment, Chao Yuan said, settling down on the ground. Then we shall take our leave. The two continued onward, and in a moment of reflection, Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie's profile, realizing that they had spent an unexpectedly long time together. They had traversed a path that was neither too long nor too short, a journey that Lin Xie would have completed alone previously. This time, he had company. Haven't you reached your limit yet? Lin Xie inquired. As for me, I'll push on a bit longer. I lack any forbidden realm to take control of me. Zhang Luocheng replied with a slight smile, his gaze fixed on the distance, as though he could pierce through the enveloping darkness. Moreover, I wish to see the city of Cangnan that he protects. 9 hours had passed since entering Jinan Mountain. Zhang Luocheng now felt a strange sensation. Although he was fatigued and had earlier believed he had reached his limits, his legs seemed to instinctively keep pace with Lin Xie. Currently, Lin Xie was empowered by the Night Dancer's abilities. While Zhang Luocheng had no such enhancements, he was baffled as to how he was managing to keep up. Initially, he thought he had inadvertently replicated the Night Dancer's powers. However, the capabilities of the Starry Night Dancer stem from the nix within Lin Xie's psyche, which cannot be replicated. Subsequently, he contemplated an alternative possibility, the 8 gates of Duanjia within his body. The 8 gates of Duanjia was inherently a power that transcended human limitations. Moreover, acquiring this ability itself represented a breakthrough of one's own limits. This reminded Zhang Luocheng of Li and Guy from Naruto, who continuously enhanced themselves through physical techniques, having long surpassed the thresholds of ordinary humans. Therefore, when Zhang Luocheng attained this ability, he simultaneously inherited their physical prowess. This also elucidated why he could still move despite feeling utterly exhausted. It was their willpower sustaining him. Each time he felt on the verge of collapsing, he would rely on his conviction to rise again, just as Zhang Luocheng was doing now. The moment of Chao Yuan has arrived. Zhang Luocheng heard Chao Yuan's voice as he recounted his tragic past and the type of girl he fancied. Ultimately, he directed his words toward those still in the mountains, saying, Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, do not bring shame upon us heretics. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their determination unwavering as they pressed onward. You should now be quite clear about where the exit lies, Zhang Luocheng remarked. Indeed, as long as you can endure and keep pace with me. Lin Xie replied, showing no intention of slowing down. Regardless of how the mountains shifted, Lin Xie consistently found the most suitable path, with a singular destination in mind. The drones and medical units that had originally surrounded them had now been left behind. It's surprising that you can still keep up after all this time, Lin Xie noted. Having come this far, it would indeed be a pity to give up now, Zhang Luocheng replied, straining to match Lin Xie's pace. Sometimes you truly baffle me, Lin Xie suddenly remarked. What do you mean? There are moments when it feels as though you possess foreknowledge of everything, and your forbidden ruins certainly do not seem to originate from here. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, though. What have you discerned? Lin Xie shook his head, admitting, I've seen nothing, merely relying on intuition. From the first time I encountered you, I had that feeling. You rely solely on intuition. There's no other way. This world is rife with the unknown, making it difficult to explain. What if I were to say that I hail from another world and traversed here? Would that strike you as peculiar? Not at all. Furthermore, with the existence of these mysteries, deities, and forbidden ruins, it seems rather illogical. True enough, this world fundamentally defies scientific explanation. Indeed, everything that transpires here has long transcended the realm of science. Chia, having someone accompany me on this final stretch makes it less lonely, doesn't it? I suppose I've grown accustomed to solitude. Yes, I too have learned to embrace loneliness. All the instructors observe the two from the finish line through their binoculars. These two are remarkably swift. It has already been 10 hours that I have a feeling they might actually succeed. Several instructors engaged in fervent discussions, noting that in the history of the Night Watchers, no recruit had ever completed the full course during their first extreme training. Yet astonishingly, 2 recruits seemed poised to achieve this milestone, thereby rewriting history. That moment, 2 figures gradually emerged before the crowd. Their bodies marred with countless scars, clothing tattered, and their faces disheveled. Phew, it appears we have completed the course. Zhang Luocheng exhaled heavily. Indeed, this is the terminus of Jinan Mountain, Lin Xie affirmed. I ascend, it beautiful. From here, one can overlook the entirety of Cangnan City, Zhang Luocheng remarked, recognizing this as the city he vowed to protect. Indeed, the Cangnan City you safeguard is quite magnificent. Lin Xie's eyes grew misty, a thought crossing his mind. Have you ever seen the beautiful Cangnan City? At that moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over Zhang Luocheng, causing him to collapse backward. It seems I have truly reached my limit, he mused, allowing his body to fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught him. Zhang Luocheng's eyelids, heavy with fatigue, began to close. Lin Xie's face appeared before him. We've come this far. Don't fall now. Lin Xie said, propping Zhang Luocheng up, one arm encircling his neck. Zhang Luocheng managed a wry smile. You truly are a freak. Instructor Hong and several other instructors approached them, and both turned to face Instructor Hong. Have we completed the task? Lin Xie inquired. All the instructors directed their attention to Instructor Hong. With an expression of admiration, patted their shoulders. You have succeeded, and you have also made history. Just then, both Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng stumbled and fell towards the ground. But Instructor Hong and the nearby instructors swiftly caught them. Hanli brought over water, and the two immediately gulped it down eagerly. By the way, I haven't received my compensation yet, Lin Xie suddenly remarked. Instructor Hong chuckled. Fear not, it won't be forgotten. Zhang Luocheng, you should join in as well. By the way, would you care to partake in this? Instructor Hong produced a ring. Now that we have succeeded, why should we still be punished? Just a bit of fun. No one is around to hear. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Luocheng, who understood the nature of the question posed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Then let us proceed. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, what is the greatest regret of your lives? Lin Xie reflected on his life thus far, filled with regrets, but the most profound was that rainy night when he failed to save someone. This was likewise Zhang Luocheng's regret, as it inherently belonged to the tale of the God Slayer. And what of Zhang Luocheng's personal regrets? Perhaps it was that she had forgotten the 2 times he saved her. Perhaps she was unaware that her original self had long since departed from this world. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie reclined comfortably in the medicinal tub, the fatigue in their bodies dissipating significantly. This medicinal tub is truly comfortable, Zhang Luocheng murmured, closing his eyes. The secret remedy of the Night Watchers is certainly remarkable to that moment. The previously slumbering Ba Li Pang Pang awoke abruptly, bewildered to find himself submerged in a medicinal tub. Just then, Chao Yuan entered, toothbrush in mouth, having just emerged from medicinal tub himself. Oh, by the way, the instructor said morning exercises are canceled today. We can head directly to the cafeteria for breakfast. The food in the cafeteria is unfit even for dogs, Ba Li Pang Pang replied, sinking back into the tub. I heard they have soy milk and fried dough sticks. With a swift motion, Ba Li Pang Pang sprang from the tub, prompting a chorus of shrieks from the girls. This chubby guy, Zhang Luocheng, covered his face, finding the scene quite appalling. After soaking for a while longer, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie donned their clothing and emerged from the medicinal tub, discovering that today's breakfast in the cafeteria was indeed rather sumptuous, no longer consisting of plain buns and raw meat. Before Ba Li Pang Pang, buns had piled up into a small mountain as he eagerly devoured them. Chia, Luocheng, how did you manage to get out yesterday? Were you shot or did you faint? Ba Li Pang Pang inquired curiously. That we walked out, Zhang Luocheng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ba Li Pang Pang's eyes widened. You both successfully traversed Jinan Mountain? Indeed, Lin Xie affirmed, nodding while munching on a bun. You two are truly freaks. You actually accomplished it. Chao Yuan approached with a bun in hand. After breakfast, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie made their way to the instructor's office. Report. Enter. As the two individuals entered the office, Instructor Hong glanced up at them and gently shook his head. I must say, you two need not be so eager. I merely asked you to come today, and yet you arrived at the crack of dawn? There will be training shortly, and this is the only moment we have to spare. Zhang Luocheng replied, we still have a bit of time. Take a seat. Instructor Hong gestured for them to sit down. He produced an envelope and a small black box, placing them in front of Lin Xie for the terms. Wang Mian has already informed us, and while they are somewhat extensive, they are not beyond our acceptance. The envelope contains a bank card with 500,000, and the password is written inside. The box holds a forbidden item. Upon seeing the 500,000, Zhang Luocheng's eyes lit up, although he had previously stated he did not desire it during negotiations with Wang Mian. The mere presence of such an amount was enough to stir his heart. After all, he could scarcely muster 100 yuan from his own pockets. I refuse, Lin Xie stated firmly, pushing the envelope back. This is what we previously agreed upon. You are simply going to turn it down. The commander is not short on funds, Instructor Hong replied, a look of confusion on his face that I will not accept money meant for soldiers. Lin Xie asserted, his gaze resolute. Quite commendable, my young friend. Instructor Hong then turned to Zhang Luocheng. Your demands, to be frank, are rather stringent. We can only strive to advocate for you. Whether or not the higher-ups comply is ultimately their decision. Zhang Luocheng understood the gravity of the situation. Naming the Forbidden Realm was of utmost importance. Should fortune favor him, it would be a splendid achievement. If not, he would have to accept the outcome. I understand, Zhang Luocheng nodded. The naming of the Forbidden Realm depends primarily on your performance. If you excel and the higher-ups take note, then these conditions will likely be met.by the way. Do you have a name in mind? Eternal Kaleidoscope. Eternal Kaleidoscope? Such a name. You certainly possess a bold spirit. Instructor Hong chuckled softly. However, if the Forbidden Realm ranks low, such a name may be unwarranted. Zhang Luocheng replied honestly. Indeed, given its unknown nature, the rank is equally uncertain. Thus, its potential impact and the sequence number it may attain are contingent upon your own capabilities. That I comprehend that if my final evaluation does not yield a prominent rank, then naming it becomes unnecessary. Indeed, both of you are among the students I hold in high regard this year. Instructor Hong gestured towards the box on the table. Why not take a look inside? You should know when it was taken out. Instructor Yuan was quite pained. Lin Xie picked up the box, and Zhang Luocheng leaned in closer. Before them lay a blue diamond crystal, no larger than a fingernail, exuding a faint aura of spiritual essence. The Heart of Azure, retrieved from the EC over 20 years ago, belongs to Forbidden Realm Sequence 278, capable of withstanding most psychic attacks. However, it does have its limits, primarily dependent on your own realm. If the opponent's realm surpasses yours, its utility diminishes significantly. Thank you, instructor, Lin Xie said as he tucked the heart of azure away. There's no need for gratitude. Now, prepare yourself. Training will commence shortly. Instructor Hong smiled slightly as Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie departed the office. In another part of the facility, Yuan Gang watched the two with satisfaction. In the afternoon, it was once again time for training. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie each took up a wooden sword and began to spar. However, both had trained under Chen Muye, and their movements mirrored one another flawlessly. Yet, Zhang Luocheng's techniques were more diverse, having copied several sword styles. Even so, their exchange remained spirited. You two seemed to lack something, Instructor Han remarked as he approached. Instructor Han first glanced at Lin Xie, stating, "Your swordsmanship is proficient, but it possesses form without substance. In truth, you both share this flaw." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what Instructor Han meant. "Your foundational skills are solid, yet talent is an elusive matter," Han continued, demonstrating for them. "Perhaps your true gifts lie elsewhere." As he glanced at Zhang Luocheng. "For instance, you can replicate our techniques and abilities, executing them flawlessly. Yet these styles are the result of relentless practice. They are not inherently yours, and thus lack the essence that comes from personal experience." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie held their wooden swords, lost in contemplation, while Instructor Han refrained from interrupting their thoughts. That night, both climbed into bed. Zhang Luocheng's mind was occupied with Instructor Han's words from earlier. Indeed, due to his acquisition of the abilities from Naruto, he had never truly contemplated his own swordsmanship. However, without those abilities, who would he be? His thoughts drifted to Zhao, Kongcheng, Chen Muye, and even Instructor Han's styles, which represented a synthesis of understanding. Suddenly, Zhang Luocheng sat upright in bed, and Lin Xie mirrored his actions. Their eyes met, and it was as if they both grasped the other's thoughts. They swiftly made their way to the training platform, each retrieving a sword. "Looks like we're thinking along the same lines." Lin Xie smiled knowingly. Under the night sky, they wielded their swords, practicing until dawn. In the midst of his slumber, Zhang Luocheng was stirred awake by a slight rustling beside him. He groggily opened his eyes to find Lin Xie frozen in place. "What are you doing?" "I can't sleep. I'm going for a walk," Lin Xie replied. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. It was late at night, and he wondered why Lin Xie couldn't sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck him. At this moment, the darkest invasion had occurred, and Nyx had surpassed 50% that he intended to release Nyx. Zhang Luocheng, previously dazed, was now wide awake, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xie. "Are you planning to? Let's go together." Zhang Luocheng's grin appeared almost mischievous, causing Lin Xie to feel slightly embarrassed. "Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? There's no need to go out." Lin Xie certainly did not want Zhang Luocheng to accompany him, especially since he was planning to release Nyx. In that moment, Lin Xie likely wished fervently for Bai Li Pang Pang to be his roommate. After all, that little chubby fellow would undoubtedly sleep like a log, unresponsive to any calls. 7 nights. "You can't hide this from me. You intend to summon the goddess, and I want to see her divine visage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Luocheng sensed a change in Lin Xie's expression. "Hey, I didn't mean to pry," Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After all, encountering a mythical creature was an unprecedented experience. Lin Xie sighed softly. "While I find this feeling rather unpleasant, do you know something? Did you see something you weren't supposed to? It was unintentional. I couldn't help it." Zhang Luocheng raised his hands and surrendered. "Let's go." Lin Xie realized he could not conceal the truth from Zhang Luocheng, and he decided to let him join. "But remember, do not speak carelessly." Zhang Luocheng nodded vigorously in agreement. A short while later, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie arrived at the top of the dormitory building. Lin Xie surveyed the area, ensuring no one was around, before standing still and closing his eyes. Zhang Luocheng, standing nearby, dared not utter a word, holding his breath in anticipation. This moment, he was about to witness the true mythical creature. Nyx, as Lin Xie unlocked the first room of the hospital. Naturally, he was even more eager for the fourth room, which held his childhood idol. Suddenly, the surroundings began to be enveloped by a shroud of darkness. Every stone on the ground, every bird in the air, and every tree in the forest transformed into a pure shade of black, a darkness that continued to expand. Ultimately, it halted approximately 10 meters from Lin Xie. This is the darkest invasion. Zhang Luocheng observed the changes around him. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, scanning the area, his mind swirling with various questions for testing your abilities. Hurry and summon your mother, Zhang Luocheng urged impatiently. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at him. I know. Just wait a moment. Lin Xie closed his eyes once more. Zhang Luocheng focused intently on him, and at that moment, a figure began to materialize behind Lin Xie. A woman clad in a gown of starry black. Elegant and regal. She was the goddess of the night. Nyx. Zhang Luocheng stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before him. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of intimidation bore down upon him, causing him to struggle for breath. Who dares to threaten my son? The divine might of Nikes pressed heavily upon Zhang Luocheng. It was then that he realized he had been gravely misunderstood. However, being suppressed by a deity left him utterly powerless to retaliate. Goodness, is this the power of a divine being? Zhang Luocheng mused inwardly. Aunt, you are mistaken, no, mother. Nikes paused momentarily, yet the divine pressure upon Zhang Luocheng did not wane that instant. Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Zhang Luocheng pinned to the ground, rushed forward. Mother, you're mistaken. He is my friend. Lin Xie genuinely feared that Nikes would harm Zhang Luocheng. Upon hearing this, Nikes immediately retracted her divine aura. Her enchanting gaze fixed upon Zhang Luocheng. Is he truly your friend? Indeed, he is a friend from my reality. Lin Xie nodded affirmatively. Then I apologize. Nikes unexpectedly offered an apology to Zhang Luocheng. This left Zhang Luocheng momentarily speechless. The illustrious goddess of night was apologizing to him. Who would believe such a tale? Nikes approached the edge of the building, surveying the silent training camp below, dotted with distant flickers of light. Is this your divine realm, Dainados? No, this is merely my residence. Regrettably, I cannot take you elsewhere at the moment. Is that so? Do you wish to go out? Yes, I wish to visit a certain place. Nikes extended her hand, grasping Lin Xie's wrist, and simultaneously seized Zhang Luocheng's wrist as compensation. Where would you like to go? I shall take you there in the blink of an eye. They vanished from the training camp, only to find themselves before a modest old house, standing atop the high building. Lin Xie peered inside, spotting his aunt, his younger brother, and that little black dog. All right, don't stay out too long, Lin Xie remarked after observing for a moment. Nikes turned to Zhang Luocheng. And you, where do you wish to go? Zhang Luocheng gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the scenery had transformed, revealing yet another residential building. From this vantage point, he could see a familiar figure at a table by the window, presumably engaged in homework. Lin Xie smiled faintly. Indeed, it's Jiang Qian's home. That's enough. Let us return, Zhang Luocheng sighed softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian, still absorbed in her studies, suddenly looked up, sensing that someone was watching her from afar. Yet upon glancing at the distant spot, she found it utterly vacant. In the darkness, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Nikes reappeared atop the dormitory building, and upon returning, Zhang Luocheng's expression shifted dramatically. Noticing this change, Lin Xie felt a surge of curiosity. However, when he turned his own gaze, the smile he wore vanished in an instant. Yuan Gang stood before them, wielding a knife as if bracing for battle, as if he were about to unsheath his blade at any moment. Is this also your friend? Something like that, Zhang Luocheng replied. Xie, quickly explain, otherwise we might end up in a fight, he whispered urgently to Lin Xie. It is indeed the esteemed goddess of night. May I inquire what brings you to our humble Xia? Yuan Gang maintained his defensive stance that, Instructor Yuan, it's nothing serious. Xie's here to find an agent. Zhang Luocheng stepped forward, placing a hand on Yuan Gang's weapon to signal him to ease his concern. Yes, she is here to find an agent. Has she found one? Indeed, it is Lin Xie. Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Xie, seemingly seeking his confirmation, which Lin Xie nodded to, indicating agreement. You mean you aren't the agent of the Seraph? A dual divine agent? This is unprecedented. Yuan Gang expressed his confusion. Well, Now there is one that why forbidden domain went unnoticed until I appeared, did it not? Zhang Luocheng promptly clarified. Then why didn't you seek me out? Yuan Gang inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Luocheng. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luocheng's expression shifted again. Instructor Yuan, if you can speak, please say more. Subsequently, Lin Xie whispered something to Nikes, who then departed. Witnessing her leave, Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief. What did she ask you to do? Yuan Gang questioned. She mentioned that her bracelet is missing. Lin Xie explained. Searching for lost items. That's manageable. Wait a moment. Why is a foreign deity speaking Chinese? Yuan Gang suddenly pondered. Instructor Yuan, she is a goddess. Utilizing divine power to learn various languages is a trivial matter. Zhang Luocheng responded. Yuan Gang contemplated this reasoning and then urged the two to return to their rest, while he himself promptly reported the incident. The autumn chill had departed, and winter was gradually approaching. The winter days in Cangnan City, within the vast realm of the Xia, were not particularly frigid. Yet in the training camp, all the new recruits, clad in thin short sleeves, ran laps against the biting wind, feeling an exceptional chill. Unbeknownst to them, 5 months had already slipped by in the training camp. Each recruit had shed their youthful naivety, no longer embodying the carefree demeanor of their initial days. They now exuded the essence of soldiers. Are you still cold? Cold. Feeling cold means you haven't run enough. Continue running. Yes, the group of recruits resumed their laps, and after 5 months of training, their physical capabilities had undergone a transformative leap. They were no longer the recruits who could barely endure. Now, they could easily complete the run. All dismissed, go eat. Although Bali Pang Pang had also grown during this time, having slimmed down considerably, he still struggled to keep up with the rigorous training. Should we help him? Chao Yuan inquired. No need. Once he hears the word food, he will surely come running, Lin Xie replied. Then let us hurry. I'm starving. Zhang Luocheng quickly made his way toward the dining hall. After they had nearly finished their meal, Bali Pang Pang finally appeared, charging towards the buns like a hungry wolf. Hey, do you think we'll get a break for the new year? Bali Pang Pang asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. That line sounded so familiar. Having been entrenched in training at the camp, he had lost track of time, that it was almost the new year, which meant that members of the ancient god sect would soon arrive in Cangnan City. And their target was undoubtedly Lin Xie. And let us not forget about this young master from the Baili group, considering the hefty bounty of 800 million, turning his gaze towards Lin Xie, who was still enjoying his buns. Zhang Luocheng noticed a peculiar look in his eyes. What are you staring at? Huh. Nothing, just looking at you. Pang Pang is right. I think we'll be given a break. Why do you say that? Has the oracle not predicted anything in a while? Could you refrain from belittling me? Zhang Luocheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. During the past 5 months of training, Lin Xie had incessantly urged Zhang Luocheng to make predictions. However, how could he possibly know what had transpired over those 5 months? In novels, such time frames are often glossed over. But now, having traversed into this narrative, he had truly experienced 5 months, far too tangible to be dismissed so lightly, and yet he was expected to predict something. Your predictions seem to have been inaccurate over these 5 months. Chao Yuan chimed in. You lot are merely undergoing ordinary training. Do not squander my prophetic abilities. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes at them. All right, so what about this time? Should we believe you, Oracle? Lin Xie gazed at Zhang Luocheng. You had better believe me. Zhang Luocheng gazed outside the cafeteria, for he knew that within the office of Instructor Yuan Gang, an old acquaintance awaited him as the sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. All the recruits filed out of the cafeteria, hastening towards the training ground. After 5 months of rigorous training, each of them could now guarantee their arrival at the designated location within 3 minutes. They were no longer the carefree novices they once were. Instructor Hong conducted a head count on the training field, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, after 5 months of training, you all exhibit the semblance of soldiers. However, there's another announcement to make. The first half of this training camp, which focused on physical conditioning, will conclude a month early. After discussions among the instructors, we have decided to grant you a 4-day leave starting today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Upon hearing the word leave, the entire assembly erupted in excitement. IT was well known that 5 months of closed-off training had driven them nearly to madness, and finally, they could breathe freely again. By heavens, what a prophecy! 7 Night, look, we really have a break, Bali Pangpang exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng, his gaze seemingly questioning the sudden allowance. Zhang Luocheng shrugged innocently. Don't look at me. I remember he said at first, is it really a break? Chao Yuan, equally incredulous, chimed in. 7 Night, Luocheng, let us fly straight to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I'll cover all the expenses and take you on my private jet. Before Bali Pangpang could finish, Instructor Hong interjected. Furthermore, no one is permitted to leave Cangnan City. Any violations discovered will result in immediate disqualification from the night watchman. Upon hearing this, Bali Pangpang stood frozen. Like a deflated balloon. Don't count on me. I don't have a place to stay. Lin Xie patted Bali Pangpang on the shoulder. And don't look at me. I was in the dormitory before. Zhang Luocheng added promptly. Everyone, return to pack your belongings, then disperse. Instructor Hong commanded, and the recruits scattered from the training field towards their dormitories, while Lin Xie suddenly halted in place. 7 Night, why aren't you moving? Bali Pangpang inquired. A sudden break may not necessarily be a good thing, Lin Xie replied, casting a glance at Zhang Luocheng. What's wrong? Didn't they say I wasn't allowed? Zhang Luocheng continued. It's obvious. Look over there, they're bringing out the swords. The group turned to follow Zhang Luocheng's, indeed spotting numerous instructors transporting straight swords outside, clearly intending for them to take weapons out of the camp. Don't overthink it. Let us take it one step at a time, Lin Xie said, heading towards the dormitory building. After a brief packing, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie made their way outside the training camp, each carrying a lightweight backpack, for after all, Hong Ying's household possessed everything needed. However, upon seeing Bali Pangpang approach empty-handed, they suddenly felt as if they had overpacked. Where's your luggage? Lin Xie asked. What luggage? As long as his money. He fine, Zhang Luocheng responded. Lin Xie pondered this and muttered, damn rich people. At the entrance of the training camp, several buses awaited them, alongside a pile of black boxes. I hope nothing goes wrong, Lin Xie thought to himself, and oh worries, I'll protect you, Zhang Luocheng assured, standing by Lin Xie. Who's protecting whom is still up in the air, Lin Xie retorted, grabbing his black box, while Zhang Luocheng did the same. Instructor Hong stood at the entrance, stating, everyone, take the star blade, but under no circumstances should you use it unless absolutely necessary. Even in special situations, do your utmost to avoid drawing public attention and causing panic. Is that understood? Understood. The recruits shouted in unison. Now, board the bus. Once everyone settled into the bus, it began to move slowly, exiting the confines of the training camp. Just as they crossed the threshold, a sudden lightness enveloped them, as if a long-suppressed force had dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation coursing through their bodies. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged startled glances. That I've reached the pool realm. Zhang Luocheng felt the change throughout his body. At that moment, a voice chimed, ding! Congratulations, host! You have ascended to the pool realm. Zhang Luocheng's face lit up with excitement. It had been 5 long months since he last heard the system's voice. For a full 5 months. It seemed as though the system had vanished, and his abilities had remained stagnant. Now, with this elevation of his realm, he could finally draw upon new powers again. This time, it better not let me down. Zhang Luocheng silently prayed. Due to the elevation of his realm, the host could now draw upon an opportunity for an S-class ninjutsu from the Naruto universe. Would you like to proceed? I wish to draw. Zhang Luocheng declared. In an instant, everything around him froze, and a colossal wheel appeared before him. This time, unlike before, the wheel was not cluttered with an overwhelming array of ninjutsu. The selection was markedly reduced, and instead of a plain whiteboard, it now gleamed in resplendent gold. These are the S-class ninjutsu. Zhang Luocheng gazed at the abilities listed, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Wind release. Shuriken, corpse demon binding. Edo Tensei, flying thunder god technique. Commenced the drawing. Zhang Luocheng's exhilaration was palpable as the golden wheel began to spin. He fixed his gaze upon it, and at last, the pointer came to a halt above one of the skills. Flying thunder god technique, it settled. Yellow, flash. ISNT, that the signature technique of the fourth Hokage. Does this mean I'll become a flash as well? Zhang Luocheng's excitement surged that a beam of golden light surged into his body. A powerful energy coursing through him as he felt the transformation. The Flying Thunder God technique requires the use of markers to allow the caster to reach the designated location at the fastest speed. Zhang Luocheng was thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that each elevation of his realm granted him an opportunity to draw high-level abilities. What a worthwhile deal. Not bad at all, Zhang Luocheng remarked, examining his hands. With your realm elevated, is it really necessary to be this excited? Lin Xie observed Zhang Luocheng's animated expression. This isn't merely a simple elevation. Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly, but suddenly his expression froze in his overwhelming excitement. He had forgotten that the bus would be targeted by missiles the moment they exited the camp. What's wrong? Lin Xie, still engaged in conversation with Bali Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, noticed the change in Zhang Luocheng's demeanor. Trouble is on the horizon. Zhang Luocheng scanned for any objects suitable for marking. Before Lin Xie could grasp the meaning of Zhang Luocheng's words, someone shouted, "Look over there! What is that?" "A missile. That's a missile. Everyone, duck and grab something." Instructor Hong shouted from the passenger seat. 3 missiles plummeted onto the training camp, the tremendous explosion resonating throughout the valley. Flames erupting from the camp. Additional missiles fell upon the path they had just traversed, a powerful shockwave rocking the bus. Zhang Luocheng watched as the missiles approached at frightening speed, his mind racing. He quickly opened his black box. "Let us give this a try," he thought, grasping a straight sword and marking its hilt. Without hesitation, he opened the bus window and hurled the sword into the distance, embedding it far away. "What are you doing?" Lin Xie asked, utterly perplexed by Zhang Luocheng's actions. But at that moment, a spear engulfed in rose-colored flames shot forth from afar, intercepting the missile mid-flight with precision. Countless fragments of the missile rained down, the explosive sounds at such close range nearly shattering their eardrums. In an instant, Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight. 7 Night. Save him! The absence of Zhang Luocheng left only a lingering phrase in the air. His speed was extraordinary, so swift that his movements were barely discernible. 2 seconds had merely passed, a fleeting moment amidst the countless 2 seconds in a person's life. Yet for Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng, this duration felt interminably long. Lin Xie unleashed the dark erosion, predicting the trajectory of every shard within that brief span, ensnaring them all. Meanwhile, in those mere 2 seconds, Zhang Luocheng managed to teleport everyone in the vehicle, including the driver and instructor Hong. Astonishingly, at the very instant Lin Xie had dispelled the dark erosion, he safely transported him outside the bus. The bus stood stationary on a muddy path as the fragments of missiles cascaded down the mountainside without inflicting any casualties. The recruits aboard the bus remained in a secure location. Observing the safety of the others, Zhang Luocheng smiled knowingly. Clad in his black attire, while the fourth Hokage shone in yellow, he was the embodiment of the Black Flash. At that moment, both were grateful for their newfound advancements in skill. Otherwise, such a rescue operation would have been impossible. The other recruits, bewildered and confused, gazed around, pondering how they had suddenly found themselves outside when they had been inside the vehicle moments ago. Those who had witnessed the missiles soaring above wondered how they had transformed into mere rubble. Of course, a few individuals had observed their actions. Bai Li, the plump one, Chao Yuan, and Instructor Hong. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng exchanged pale smiles. Had they just gained new abilities right after their elevation in rank? Lin Xie's pallor was clearly due to mental exhaustion. Similarly, Zhang Luocheng found himself in a comparable state. Both had expended a considerable amount of mental energy, and their first use of the Flying Thunder God technique had left them utterly drained. He mused, "Next time, I hope to draw Naruto's boundless chakra." This was Zhang Luocheng's final wish before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie next opened their eyes, they found themselves in Hong Ying's residence, both lying on the same bed. "What are you doing in my bed?" Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhang Luocheng. "Wait, this is Hong Ying's home. This is indeed your room," Zhang Luocheng observed, confirming his surroundings. "They must have brought us back." Lin Xie speculated that, "I'll head back to my own room," Zhang Luocheng declared, but as he opened the door, he froze in place. Noticing Zhang Luocheng's stillness, Lin Qiye curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why don't you step out too?" Upon exiting, they were greeted by the entire team 136 seated in Hong Ying's living room. Luocheng, "Qiye, are you both feeling better?" Bai Li inquired. "Yes, I'm fine," Zhang Luocheng replied with a nod, indicating he was unscathed. "You both overexerted yourselves mentally in that short span, which led to your fainting. Hong Ying and Chiamo arrived just in time to bring you back." Chen Muye succinctly explained the situation. Seeing Instructor Hong present, Zhang Luocheng greeted him. "Luocheng, Lin Qiye, today you saved everyone on that bus that we will report this, and a medal is certainly in order." Instructor Hong stated at a medal. Lin Qiye asked, intrigued. Zhang Luocheng's eyes sparkled. The original narrative had Lin Qiye single-handedly saving everyone, but now, having shared the glory, he too would receive his first medal as a member of the Night Watch. A truly momentous day. Why was there a missile attack? Lin Qiye probed, voicing his concerns. "Their targets were you, and that little chubby one." Chen Muye paused, turning his gaze toward Zhang Luocheng. "And you doubt me?" Zhang Luocheng exclaimed in disbelief, never having anticipated that upon arriving in the world of god slaying, he would find himself on the ancient gods' radar. "Because of your unknown forbidden domain, it appears to be of great interest to them," Chen Muye elaborated. "Moreover, we have just investigated the launch site of Missile 39, which has fallen into enemy hands. Fortunately, most of the missiles require dual keys, and these 5 were under maintenance, only needing a single key, thus leaving a loophole. The ancient god church is indeed formidable, capable of infiltrating a missile launch base," Zhang Luocheng remarked. "Additionally, we discovered a serpent's eye drawn in blood," Instructor Hong added. "The serpent's eye is a proxy of Medusa," Zhang Luocheng stated calmly. "Yes, that seems accurate." Instructor Hong nodded in agreement. "So, this holiday is intended to protect the recruits," Chen Muye continued. "Since they're targeting the 3 of you, the best option is to have you leave the training camp. Therefore, during this period, you should venture out more," Instructor Hong advised. "Venture out?" Lin Qiye questioned, puzzled. "You intend to use us to lure them out, to catch the big fish?" Zhang Luocheng surmised. Instructor Hong regarded them with approval, saying, "Exactly that we cannot remain passive. We must seize this opportunity to ensnare them all. Rest assured, Brother Luocheng and Brother Qiye," Hong Ying interjected, "in Cangnan City, no one can harm you." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qiye exchanged knowing smiles. "In fact, we are quite capable now," Lin Qiye remarked, recalling something as he turned to Instructor Hong. "What about Bai Li?" After he got off, he headed straight for a 5-star hotel in Cangnan City. "Oh, right. He asked me to tell you his room number is 9039, that he certainly knows how to indulge himself," Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath. "Well then, since everything is settled, I shall take my leave," Instructor Hong announced, preparing to exit. "What happens next, now that the training camp has been bombed?" Lin Qiye inquired. "Don't worry, with Instructor Yuan here," Instructor Hong replied before departing. Chen Muye stood to see Instructor Hong off, and then turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qiye. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What are your plans?" Captain, I'm an orphan," Zhang Luocheng said quietly. Chen Muye glanced towards Lin Qiye, seeking his input. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiye's previously bright expression dimmed. "I don't have any plans either." "Then you two should go buy some ingredients in the morning and come to the office for the New Year's Eve dinner," Chen Muye suggested with a charming smile. "I'll do the cooking." "Captain, aren't you staying to protect Qiye?" Hong Ying inquired. "Is there even a place for me to stay here?" "Don't worry. They've trained long enough. They're quite formidable," Chen Muye replied. Wu Xiangnan approached, patting both of their arms with satisfaction. "Not bad. You've both bulked up quite a bit. That we'll be on our way now." As Lin Qiye turned around, he spotted Wen Qima seated on the sofa. "Qima, you're not thinking of coming to protect us, are you?" Zhang Luocheng discerned Wen Qima's intentions. "Well, there's no room left in my room. Neither is there in mine," Lin Qiye quickly interjected. Ultimately, Wen Qima stubbornly remained, laying out in the living room, earning a moment of pity for him. "Qiye, I have a feeling something might happen to Bai Li," Zhang Luocheng said, his face solemn as he looked at Lin Qiye. Observing the darkening sky outside, Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before stating, "Regardless, we need to check on him, and your predictions have always been accurate. You're going out at this hour?" Hong Ying asked. noticing their preparations to leave. "Yes, we're going to visit a friend," Lin Xie replied. "I'll accompany you and no need. We're quite capable on our own." "Then I'll accompany you," Wen Qima suddenly offered. "It's fine. The two of us are safe enough," Lin Xie assured, exchanging a glance with Zhang Luocheng before turning to exit the villa. Before leaving, Zhang Luocheng cast a meaningful glance at Wen Qima, an expression urging him to cherish the moment, leaving Wen Qima utterly perplexed. The two moved swiftly through the night. "This time, your predictions were indeed correct," Lin Xie remarked, gazing toward the five-star hotel in Cangnan City, where flames were already raging. "We must hurry." As Zhang Luocheng's words lingered in the air, Lin Xie's speed was so astonishing that he seemed to leave behind a blur. "Wow, the Starry Night Dancer is truly remarkable," Zhang Luocheng muttered under his breath, casually picking up a stone from the ground. In an instant, the mark of the flying thunder god was etched upon it, and he hurled it forward with great force. His figure promptly appeared ahead of him, and Zhang Luocheng replicated the maneuver. Lin Xie, witnessing Zhang Luocheng's teleportation, was filled with disbelief. "Since when could you teleport? If you can harness the power of the dark corruption, why can't I gain an additional ability?" Zhang Luocheng swiftly teleported again. Thus, the two figures darted through the streets of Cangnan City, one leaving behind an afterimage, the other continuously teleporting. An unfettered domain. Upon reaching the exterior of a five-star hotel, an invisible barrier obstructed their path. "This is beyond my capability. I must rely on you." Zhang Luocheng gestured with open hands, even granting Lin Xie a clear passage to it. Seems the allure of 800 million is indeed more tempting, Lin Xie quipped. "After all, capturing us won't yield any money, and some restless night watchers are already itching for action," Zhang Luocheng remarked. "The ancient deity church, I never expected they had this in their arsenal." Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly as he closed them momentarily. When he reopened them, they gleamed with a golden hue. The unfettered domain shattered before them. "What do you feel now that we've breached the unfettered domain?" Zhang Luocheng suddenly inquired. "This time, it's to rescue our friends. There are 3 of us in total." Lin Xie's mental energy unfurled instantaneously. Zhang Luocheng nodded, his eyes now displaying the crimson of the Sharingan. 2 adversaries were already engaged with them, while another was in the process of opening the unfettered domain. "Shall we split up?" Lin Xie opened a black box, retrieving the star blade within. "I'll take on the one who is isolated. I'll head toward the others." As soon as they exchanged words, they vanished from their spot, as if they had never been there, leaving no trace behind. With the straight blade in his grasp, Zhang Luocheng arrived at the opposite end of the unfettered domain. However, before he could reach his destination, a burly old man with a Mediterranean appearance materialized before him. "I at you who has shattered my unfettered domain." The old man, clad in a tight-fitting tank top that seemed on the verge of bursting, loomed large. "Oh, it wasn't Timmy. It was my friend," Zhang Luocheng replied candidly. That's so. It appears you lack such abilities." The old man's words barely left his lips before he vanished from sight, his imposing physique moving with surprising speed. Zhang Luocheng maintained a serene smile. Just as the old man was about to connect with him, Zhang Luocheng suddenly disappeared. The old man barely had time to turn around before Zhang Luocheng's straight blade struck towards his back. Yet, instead of the expected sensation of blade meeting flesh, it felt akin to hitting a steel plate. "Oh, a defensive-type forbidden domain, I see." Zhang Luocheng withdrew his blade, his figure shifting as he vanished once more. "How can he move so swiftly?" The old man's eyes failed to catch Zhang Luocheng's movements as he incessantly scanned his surroundings. "I haven't employed this element yet." Would release, as Zhang Luocheng's words fell. Several branches suddenly sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing to ensnare the old man's limbs. "What?" The old man gasped in shock as his limbs were forcibly pulled apart, lifting him into the air. "Now, I ask, and you answer." Zhang Luocheng approached the old man, blade in hand. However, the old man's expression morphed into a sinister grin, shedding the panic he had previously displayed. "Kid, you're still too young." In an instant, the old man's muscles swelled dramatically, snapping the branches that had bound him. His fists ballooned in size, hurtling towards Zhang Luocheng's face with ferocity. Zhang Luocheng's lips curled into a slight smirk. "No matter. Lin Xie can inquire about the information. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. The old man, in a state of panic, turned to face his surroundings, suddenly feeling an icy chill behind him, accompanied by an eerily cold voice that I just marked you from behind. Zhang Luocheng's palm crackled with lightning, instantly piercing through the old man's chest. The old man stared in disbelief at Zhang Luocheng behind him, feeling his life ebbing away. The once bulging muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, and in his final moments, he seemed to hear the cry of an eagle. After dispatching his foe, Zhang Luocheng dashed towards Lin Xie's direction. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had already dealt with the female archer. Chao Yuan had unleashed his forbidden domain, ruthlessly overpowering his enemies, while Ba Li Pangpang had also been neutralized. Upon witnessing Chao Yuan's unleashed domain, Lin Xie couldn't help but sigh. The enemies had been vanquished, yet now they needed to address Chao Yuan. Is the sealing scroll still with you? Lin Xie turned to Ba Li Pangpang. Chao Yuan had successfully eliminated his adversaries. But now, to him, everyone appeared as an enemy. Yes, it's right here. Ba Li Pangpang produced the sealing scroll. From now on, this item should be dubbed the Chao Yuan Chastity Lock. Let us save the Chao Yuan Chastity Lock for later. IVE arrived, so it's no longer necessary. Zhang Luocheng materialized before them that he then tossed a stone directly at Chao Yuan's face. The next instant, Zhang Luocheng was standing before the stone. Wow, how did you do that? Was that a flash? Ba Li Pangpang exclaimed in astonishment. Illusion. Zhang Luocheng's Sharingan locked onto Chao Yuan's eyes. The dark aura enveloping Chao Yuan instantly dissipated, revealing his true form. Having entered the pool realm, Zhang Luocheng's mastery of the Sharingan's illusion techniques had evidently improved. The restored Chao Yuan slowly rose, surveying his surroundings until he spotted familiar figures. Chia, Luocheng, you're here. Chao Yuan turned to Zhang Luocheng. Did you use your illusion to break my forbidden domain? Zhang Luocheng nodded, glancing skyward. The unfettered domain had been shattered, and the hotel still blazed with fierce flames. That the battle of the instructors over there? Zhang Luocheng gestured towards the other side of the hotel, where several energy fluctuations were apparent. That kind of battle is beyond our involvement. How about we grab a bowl of noodles instead? Lin Xie suggested. The four entered an unassuming noodle shop. 1 bowl of shredded meat noodles, 1 bowl of pork chop noodles, 1 bowl of beef noodles, and 1 bowl of braised beef noodles with pork chop, vegetarian chicken, shredded meat, egg, dried tofu, and noodles. They found a table and settled down. You call this eating noodles? We three are in our current predicament. How can we dine in a 5-star hotel? Moreover, my funds only suffice to treat you to a bowl of noodles. Lin Xie remarked. Rest assured, the flavor here is of the highest caliber. Delectable cuisine often resides in these unassuming establishments. Zhang Luocheng patted Ba Li Pangpang's shoulder. Have you been here before? Lin Xie inquired. Though I'm not a native of Cangnan City, I have spent some time here, Zhang Luocheng explained, though in truth, he had never been to this place. Furthermore, he secretly yearned for Ba Li Pangpang's bowl of noodles. But he understood that Lin Xie's funds were insufficient. Before long, their 4 bowls of noodles arrived, exuding an enticing aroma. Boss, bring us 4 more bowls of shredded meat noodle for the 4 newcomers behind us. Zhang Luocheng handed the boss $30, stating that he was treating them. Ba Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, turning their eyes towards the empty street outside. Where were the newcomers? There will definitely be someone. Lin Xie said, taking a bite of his noodles. Sure enough, moments later, 4 individuals entered the shop. Brother Shun, we've already had 2 bowls of noodles in a row. Are we having noodles again tonight? What do you know? Noodles are Cangnan's specialty. Since we're here, we must indulge. Shun Qingzhu strode in with Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang. Boss, Shun Qingzhu began, but before he could finish, the boss beamed and welcomed them. You're here. Your 4 bowls of shredded meat noodles are just ready. Sit down and eat. Shun Qingzhu and his companions exchanged glances, bewildered. Are those for us? They had just noticed Lin Xie and his companions sitting beside them. Is it you? Shun Qingzhu inquired. Indeed, it is this young man who invited you. So please enjoy your meal. The owner brought forth 4 bowls of noodles. Hey, isn't that zhuangge? Ba Li Pangpang remarked, a piece of pork chop still in his mouth. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Zhang Luocheng. How did you know he is broke? Do you think he looks like someone who is wealthy? Zhang Luocheng sighed. Admitting that he himself was also short on funds. However, he had no significant expenses. With merely 87 yuan left in his pocket, he had recklessly spent 40 yuan that very evening. Thank you. Shen Qingzhu genuinely wished to decline. Yet upon witnessing the eager expressions of her companions, she could not bring herself to do so. We are comrades. There is no need for formality. By the way, how are your injuries from the car incident? Shen Qingzhu asked. I'm fine. Zhang Luocheng replied, slurping his noodles. I'm all right as well, Lin Chia added. Thank you both. Had it not been for you, we might not have survived. Shen Qingzhu expressed her gratitude, surprising her companions with her sudden politeness. Zhuangge is surprisingly courteous, Bali Pangpang commented. I have always been clear about my debts and grievances, Shen Qingzhu stated. How about I offer you a lucrative job? Zhang Luocheng suggested suddenly. Lin Xie smiled slightly. You thought of that too, didn't you? Of course, Zhang Luocheng continued. How about you serve as his bodyguard for 1,000 yuan a day? Shen Qingzhu's body tensed at the proposal. Upon hearing the price, she turned to the three behind her. That is acceptable, but it only includes me. Not the... No problem, Zhang Luocheng readily agreed. Luocheng, why the sudden offer to be my bodyguard? Bali Pangpang asked curiously. Lin Xie set down his chopsticks. We three are targets. It's unwise for us to stay together. Chao Yuan tends to lose control, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Thus, you need someone reliable by your side, and a capable one at that. After Shen Qingzhu distributed the advance payment among the three, she followed their lead, and they all exited the noodle shop together. Zhang Luocheng gazed at their current ensemble. Momentarily dazed, weren't they essentially the members of the Nightfall squad strolling down the street? Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, Bali Pangpang, and Lin Xie, all half of the Nightfall squad gathered in one place. Unbeknownst to them, their future could very well be described in terms of remarkable achievements. Oh right, since we can't go to a hotel, where shall we stay? Bali Pangpang asked, his expression somewhat dejected. How about we find a temple? Lin Xie proposed. What era are we in to still be looking for temples? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie remarked, I actually have a good place in mind that, in a way, you can't be thinking of that. Zhang Luocheng said, his eyes wide in surprise. Lin Xie flashed a mischievous smile. Exactly as you think. Before long, on a deserted alley, a neon sign caught their attention. Though the characters were somewhat worn, the pastel colors distracted from its dilapidation. Lin Xie, you've turned rogue, Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, covering his face and unable to suppress his criticism. This was a place he never wished to revisit, forever haunted by the front desk's gaze. This place is remote, and you don't need to register with an ID. It's the safest option, Lin Xie stated as he strode inside. Zhang Luocheng felt a sense of embarrassment. Time truly does change a person. 6 months prior, Lin Xie had come here, awkwardly shuffling about, yet now he entered with such swagger. Lin Xie, you've truly gone astray. The group rented a room, and upon ascending to the second floor, they were greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from various rooms. Shen Qingzhu's face flushed crimson, while Chao Yuan bowed his head, murmuring a prayer, whereas Lin Xie appeared remarkably unfazed. After settling them in, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie made their way to Hong Ying's residence. This time at a leisurely pace, as if taking a stroll. Unbeknownst to them, snowflakes began to fall, quickly dusting the streets in white. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie extended their hands, allowing the snowflakes to land upon their palms. This must be the first snow of the year, Zhang Luocheng mused, watching the snow melt in his hand. Indeed, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, Lin Xie remarked, gazing at the falling snowflakes. Jin, we won't be able to build a snowman this year. A good omen, indeed. This bodes well for the coming year. Zhang Luocheng patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. They exchanged knowing smiles and returned to Hong Ying's home, only to find her fuming in the living room. Why did you two take so long? If you didn't come back soon, I would have gone out to search for you. Hong Ying rose from the sofa upon seeing them. When Shima lounged lazily on the sofa, I can attest that she mentioned Lin Xie's name 200 times and Zhang Luocheng's 199. Hey, why am I short one? Zhang Luocheng pointed at himself. Because you walked in just as she was about to say for the 200th time. When Shima explained, as it wasn't the right moment, perhaps. Hey, are those the key points? Hong Ying began ascending the stairs. All right, it's late. Rest up. And when Shima make sure to protect them. Rest assured, I'm here in the living room. No one can come in, Wen Qima assured them with a pat on his chest. As the lights in the room dimmed, darkness enveloped the space. After washing up, Zhang Luocheng lay down on his bed. He disliked closing the curtains at night, relishing the moonlight that illuminated the floor, bringing him a sense of tranquility. Half a year had passed since he arrived in this world. During this time, he had mostly followed the narrative's trajectory to, in truth, he felt no different, as if he were merely an additional character woven into the storyline. What he had not anticipated was becoming a target of the ancient God Church. Having originally sought to protect Lin Xie, only to find himself in need of protection, Zhang Luocheng turned to gaze out the window, pondering the myriad events that awaited him. How many of the regrets that belonged to the god-slaying would he be able to address? These questions transformed into an enigma within his mind. Outside, the snowfall intensified. Rooftops, trees, and streets were quickly blanketed in white, with a significant accumulation on the windowsill. Lying in bed, Zhang Luocheng looked out the window, and in the distance, he appeared to see 3 figures standing atop a church. They stood there silently, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon them, the layers growing thicker over time. "Captain," Zhang Luocheng murmured. There were always those who protected them in their own way, and he found himself unaccustomed to being the one in need of safeguarding. In his previous life, Zhang Luocheng was an inconspicuous ordinary person without grand ambitions, merely desiring to live a peaceful life. I, Zhang Luocheng, shall leave a vivid mark upon the world of god-slaying, he vowed silently. Turning once more to the window, he saw the distant figures transform into 3 snowmen, guarding both him and Lin Xie, while simultaneously protecting this city. "Thank you, Captain, for safeguarding us in this city of Cangnan for the next decade." Morning arrived, the dawn light barely breaking, and Zhang Luocheng rose early, standing at the window, gazing out at the blanket of white. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a heavy snowfall. He looked into the distance, where the shapes of 3 snowmen slowly emerged. After finishing his morning routine, he opened his door just in time to see Lin Xie emerging from his room. Resulting in a serendipitous encounter that "You're up early," Zhang Luocheng initiated the conversation. "My biological clock has adjusted," Lin Xie replied. As the two descended the stairs, they spotted Wen Qima lazily sprawled on the sofa. Still rubbing his eyes, clearly having been awakened by their chatter. "You're both up so early?" Wen Qima asked, half awake. "We got used to in the training camp," Lin Xie explained. "Sister Honging is likely practicing her shooting," Zhang Luocheng added. Zhang Luocheng gazed towards the backyard and indeed spotted Hong Ying practicing her marksmanship. She rises even earlier than you all." When Qima directly pulled the quilt that covered him upwards, shrouding his head. "Is it a rule here to wake up early?" You're awake." Just then, Hong Ying walked in from the backyard, catching sight of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, while casting a disdainful glance at the still-lying Wen Qima. "The big lazy pig is still asleep." "Good morning, Sister Hong Ying," Zhang Luocheng greeted. "I'll prepare breakfast for you all, and after we eat, we can go grocery shopping together and once again enjoy the captain-esque culinary skills." As Hong Ying spoke, she kicked Wen Qima lightly. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out before them, as Xiangnan was forcibly dragged up by Hong Ying, appearing just as drowsy as Wen Qima, her eyes half open. Just after finishing breakfast, Zhang Luocheng suddenly noticed a commotion behind him. Turning around, he spotted a mouse. Initially, he thought nothing of it. In such a large house, there's even a mouse. How peculiar. Why is there a mouse? "Qima, could you deal with this mouse after you finish eating?" Catch a mouse. You might as well keep one as a pet. If you say another word, I'll send you back." Hong Ying brandished her chopsticks, assuming an intimidating stance. All right, I promise to catch it for you. And I'll also take care of any snakes, insects, or vermin." "What nonsense!" Zhang Luocheng smiled at the bickering duo, but suddenly, it seemed he realized something. Pondering, "A mouse. Onching you. So it's Lin Xie's home?" While the others continued their meal, Zhang Luocheng abruptly stood up, grasping his black box and preparing to head outside. "I almost forgot. I have something to attend to, so I want to be able to join you for grocery shopping later." The group exchanged glances, and by the time they reacted, Zhang Luocheng had already exited the house. "What is wrong with him?" When Qima inquired, he seemed to have mentioned something about having business, Lin Xie replied. What business could he possibly have? Wait, isn't he being pursued? Is he really going out alone like this? Just as Hong Ying was about to rise, Lin Xie pulled her back. What if he is going on a date? You'd be interrupting them, and besides, he is quite capable now. Lin Xie continued to enjoy his breakfast. That is true, a date? Could it be that girl from last time? Hong Ying pondered. No, this brat is definitely avoiding grocery shopping. You won't be getting dinner tonight. Humph. Zhang Luocheng swiftly traversed the streets with the black box on his back. Incredibly familiar with this old district, perhaps due to spending so much time with Lin Xie, his subconscious felt a strong urge to protect this protagonist, even if it meant sacrificing his own life like that man did. Perhaps, if he perished, he could return to his own world, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. Nonetheless, it would be worth it. Lin Xie, allow me to clear the obstacle for you this time. Zhang Luocheng darted through an alley. Employing the flying thunder god technique to move swiftly, he hadn't anticipated that this skill would become a means of travel, as consecutive displacements allowed him to cross several streets in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, snowflakes began to fall once more. The previous snow had yet to melt away before a fresh layer blanketed the ground. Zhang Luocheng, with a black box on his back, arrived in the old district, his thoughts drifting back to the battle from half a year ago upon seeing the familiar streets. The captain had used Wei Yang to protect Chie's family, but in order to prevent outside interference. It was best for me to deal with these troubles in advance. Zhang Luocheng opened the black box and retrieved the star blade within. From a distance, Zhang Luocheng spotted a van, activating a Sharingan to observe the vehicle briefly. A perfect arc forming on his lips. This is the one, crazy scorpion, isn't it? Zhang Luocheng approached the van, assessing the tightly shut windows from behind. Just then, the driver's window rolled down. Hey kid, what are you doing here? A man leaned out of the vehicle, his tone decidedly unfriendly. My apologies. The vehicle looks impressive, so I was just curious to take a glance. Zhang Luocheng raised his hand in a gesture of contrition. Get lost, get lost. It's just a rundown van, not a Ferrari. Hurry up and scram. The man waved his hands dismissively, urging Zhang Luocheng to leave. All right, so you must be Xie-san, right? Zhang Luocheng donned an innocuous expression. However, the burly figure of Xie-san in the van tensed, his pupils constricting as he heard his name called out accurately. He swiftly reached for the intercom. You're going for this. The intercom inexplicably appeared in Zhang Luocheng's hand. Even more astonishing was how he had seemingly taken a seat in the passenger side without opening the door. I could see that moment. A small stone lightly struck Xie-san's forehead, being seasoned in battle. He quickly retrieved a short knife from beneath his seat. Yet the next second, he sat frozen in place. His realm had elevated. Dealing with these individuals, the effects of his illusion techniques were significantly enhanced. Zhang Luocheng seized the short knife, weighing it in his hand, murmuring, I should really get some concealed weapons. Relying on stones isn't sustainable. Then, Zhang Luocheng searched beneath Xie-san's seat, discovering a sleek, short-barreled submachine gun. He promptly tossed the submachine gun out the window, and a bolt of lightning appeared, obliterating it in an instant. Hey, can you hear me? Zhang Luocheng activated the intercom. You're not Xie-san. Who are you? A low voice came from the other end. What business is it of yours who I am? I'm your father. Zhang Luocheng retorted sharply. That remark infuriated the individual on the other end. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Stop hiding and playing invisibility, you fool. Zhang Luocheng's words had barely left his mouth when he smashed the intercom to pieces. The next moment, a bullet hole suddenly appeared on the van, and a bullet pierced through Xie-san's skull. Xie-san could never have imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of his own comrades. Zhang Luocheng had already concealed himself in the shadows. Another bullet whizzing through the van, a spray of blood erupting from it. Poor Xie-san was already dead, yet still caught in the crossfire. Zhang Luocheng observed from the shadows, noting that there were 2 snipers in the area. However, the sniper's firing rate was inherently long, making it difficult for him to pinpoint their locations accurately. Moreover, the original plot hadn't provided approximate locations either. I wonder if Lung Xian is nearby. Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, surmising that Lung Xian was likely protecting Lin Xie from the shadows and Wu Ti be close by. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of a gunshot rang out, piercing the heavens. Thanks to his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng accurately tracked the bullet's trajectory, eliminating one sniper in a flash. Lung Xian is here. My brother Xian still cares for me. Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of joy, only for another gunshot to follow, resolving the second sniper as well. Zhang Luocheng gave a thumbs up towards the sky, aware that Lung Xian was witnessing this scene. You little brat. Lung Xian caught sight of Zhang Luocheng through the sniper scope, a rare smile gracing his face. The rest is for me to handle. Zhang Luocheng swiftly emerged from the shadows, marking several stones and tossing them in various directions in an instant, he could clearly hear footsteps approaching from two directions. They're coming. Zhang Luocheng's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a series of silenced gunshots erupted, bullets densely raining toward the spot where Zhang Luocheng stood. Yet when the assailants drew near, they found that Zhang Luocheng had already vanished from his previous location, while the four from Crazy Scorpion searched frantically for his figure. Are you looking for me? Zhang Luocheng's voice echoed suddenly. The four whipped around, their guns firing bullets in rapid succession. However, in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng had already disappeared once more. How is he so fast? CSC stared in disbelief at Zhang Luocheng's fleeting form. Indeed, go down below and think clearly, a chilling voice resonated behind CSC. However, before he could regain his senses, a cold straight knife had already pierced through his chest. Scorpion 4 let out a muffled groan and fell backward onto the ground. In an instant, the seasoned warriors of the Scorpion clan quickly discarded their firearms and drew short knives, ready to confront Zhang Luocheng. Scorpion 5, 6, and 7 launched their attacks from various directions, attempting to confine Zhang Luocheng's movements. Simultaneously, Scorpion 2 arrived just in time, leaping into the air to seal off Zhang Luocheng's actions from above. Truly, they were surrounded from all sides, but what a pity that a smirk crept on Zhang Luocheng's lips as he decided to engage in some physical techniques. 4 short knives and 1 straight knife clashed with blinding speed, producing dazzling sparks with each strike. Even when faced with the onslaught of 4 adversaries, Zhang Luocheng remained unfazed. Leaf Hurricane Kick, he exclaimed, spinning rapidly on the spot and delivering a flying kick that sent the 4 short knives flying. Then, as he landed, a gust of wind emanated from his body. Wind release. The 4 assailants were blown away, sustaining varying degrees of injuries, while Zhang Luocheng stood unscathed, not even a bead of sweat on his brow. One extraordinary technique, Scorpion 2 thought as he picked up the short knife from the ground. How would I know? I've never seen anything like it. Scorpion 7 tightened his grip on the short knife, feeling a sense of foreboding. Is this the power of the Seraphim's agent? Scorpion 5 inquired. Impossible. This is not the Seraphim's ability, Scorpion 6 replied. Could it be that this fellow is from that unknown forbidden realm? Scorpion 2 trembled as if a realization struck him. I never expected you to be so concerned about us. But alas, it's too late. As soon as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, his Sharingan activated in an instant. Scorpion 2 found himself frozen in place, and the short knife that originally belonged to Scorpion 4 was hurled towards Scorpion 7 with lightning speed. The remaining 2 had no time to react as Zhang Luocheng's figure appeared before Scorpion 2, the straight knife swiftly slicing across his throat. Meanwhile, Scorpion 7, seeing a short knife flying towards him, prepared to counter, but in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng appeared like a specter, and before he could react, a chilling sensation coursed through his neck, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Is this truly the speed of a human? Scorpion 6 trembled, nearly dropping the short knife in his grasp. Everything that had transpired occurred in the blink of an eye, and within mere minutes, the Scorpion clan had lost 3 members, leaving only 2, who were merely shadows of their former selves. Damn it, Scorpion 1. What are you doing? Are you waiting for us to be wiped out before you make your move? Scorpion 5's voice quivered with fear. Having reached the pinnacle of terror, Zhang Luocheng understood that the most formidable member of the Scorpion clan had yet to appear. Yet he had no intention of letting these 2 escape. His figure flickered once more, and a spark of lightning manifested in his palm, coursing through the bodies of the 2 remaining foes. They perished without ever seeing Scorpion 1. Zhang Luocheng swiftly gathered the fallen short knives, marking them before carelessly tossing them aside, ultimately standing still with the straight knife in hand. Before long, a man clad in a similar white disguise emerged into Zhang Luocheng's line of sight. "You must be Scorpion One?" "Indeed." Scorpion One paid no heed to his deceased comrades, unconcernedly unfastening his clothing and tossing it aside to reveal a black tactical vest. "Your companions have all perished." Zhang Luocheng remarked coldly. "Oh, just a bunch of useless fools. Their deaths mean nothing." Scorpion One discarded all his firearms and retrieved a folding knife from his boot, speaking slowly. "From your actions, those must be your markings." "Correct." Scorpion One gestured toward the seemingly haphazardly scattered stones and short knives on the ground. "Truly commendable. Their leader has noticed something," Zhang Luocheng replied without a hint of panic. "There are a few elemental attacks as well. And your eyes are worth noting. It seems you cannot meet my gaze directly," he observed, realizing that Scorpion One had never looked him in the eye since his arrival. "Well, analyzed, how about I analyze you in return?" Zhang Luocheng clapped his hands, saying, "That forbidden object of yours appears to be sequence 209, am I correct?" As soon as he spoke, Scorpion One's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know this?" Even they are unaware. "What does it matter to you? Just call it blood boil and use it quickly. I'm in a hurry." Scorpion One lifted the silver emblem from his chest, gently kissing it before declaring, "Very well, as you wish." Blood boil. The silver emblem in his hand began to tremble violently, an eerie aura suddenly radiating forth as blood from the corpses flowed like a river, swiftly entering the emblem. "Oh, what a shocking effect," Zhang Luocheng commented, though his expression remained calm. Scorpion One smirked coldly as the blood-stained emblem pierced his palm, causing veins to bulge and a crimson hue to manifest in his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. "Now you know fear, but alas, it is too late. This fool will never understand that their existence was merely a sacrifice for me. Their power combined with mine will be sufficient to rival that of the Chuan realm." Scorpion One revealed a wicked grin. "Originally, this was intended for that dual deity agent. But encountering you from the unknown forbidden realm, while you may not match that young master of the Bailey family or the dual deity agent, bringing you back will at least allow me to become a follower. How dare you look down on me?" Zhang Luocheng gripped the straight knife tightly, realizing he could not afford to underestimate the now elevated Scorpion One. Gripping the folding knife with a reverse hold, Scorpion One assumed a standard combat stance, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on Zhang Luocheng, his expression bordering on madness. Through the Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng could clearly discern the flow of blood within Scorpion One's body. At that moment, it appeared as if his blood truly boiled, akin to scalding water. In the next instant, Scorpion One launched the first attack, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, soaring like a bolt from a bow. Gliding just above the surface and leaving a blurred trail in the snow, Scorpion One maximized his speed. Despite Zhang Luocheng's terrifying dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, he barely managed to deflect the attack. Scorpion One's velocity was simply too overwhelming. This terrifying speed instilled a sense of urgency in Zhang Luocheng. He vanished in an instant, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to evade Scorpion One's assault. In less than a second, Zhang Luocheng reappeared, swinging the straight knife towards Scorpion One's neck. However, this rapid approach did not yield the element of surprise. Scorpion One countered, parrying the attack with his own knife. The clash of blades sent snowflakes scattering, and Zhang Luocheng felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, leaving it numb. Scorpion One accurately anticipated Zhang Luocheng's movements and overpowered him in terms of strength. Lightning release, a surge of electricity erupted from Zhang Luocheng's palm, coursing through the straight knife into Scorpion One's folding knife. Sensing the current, Scorpion One instantly withdrew from Zhang Luocheng's blade, a tingling sensation spreading through his arm. His actions were guided by his extensive combat experience, combined with his now enhanced physique. The lightning release did not inflict significant harm. "Such a minor jolt cannot harm me. Is that all you've got?" Scorpion One taunted. "Oh right, we are in the old city. Any significant disturbance might attract the residents' attention, causing panic." Zhang Luocheng fixed his gaze firmly on Scorpion One. He had to admit the truth in his words. This was, after all, a residential area. Although their current location was not easily discoverable, excessive commotion could easily draw attention. Moreover, Zhang Luocheng was hesitant to employ overly destructive techniques, as they would likely endanger the surrounding residents. Chidori blade, once more, a current surged from Zhang Luocheng's palm, enveloping the entire starblade. Such a feeble spark is of no consequence to me. Scorpion, he spoke lightly. Let us see if you dare to touch me. Zhang Luocheng vanished once more, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to instantaneously reappear before Scorpion. Why, I pity this moment. Scorpion, he did not discern Zhang Luocheng's movements through sight alone. Rather, it was his extensive combat experience, coupled with his enhanced speed and strength, that guided him. The instant Zhang Luocheng made a move, Scorpion Yi's body responded with remarkable swiftness, transforming him into a formidable combat machine that a blade infused with the Chidori current struck towards Scorpion Yi, who showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he met it head-on with the folding knife in his hand, a surge of electricity coursing through his body. Yet he endured this with terrifying physical resilience. Let us see how much your body can withstand. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity engulfed Zhang Luocheng and Scorpion Yi's eyes. He beheld a figure fully charged with electricity. Chidori flow. For the first time, Scorpion Yi exhibited a look of astonishment at the sight of Zhang Luocheng, now electrified. However, disregarding his own body's paralysis, he launched a kick directly at Zhang Luocheng's chest, sending him flying. Of course, the paralysis caused by the electric current affected Scorpion Yi as well, rendering him somewhat unstable. Zhang Luocheng's body carved a long trail in the snow before colliding with a wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Ha! Zhang Luocheng spat out the blood, exclaiming, even in this state, I can still persist. Sneaking out just for this, suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Scorpion, he turned to see a youthful boy with a delicate appearance. His eyes radiated a fervent golden light, and he wielded two straight blades. You are the dual deity's representative? Scorpion, he recognized Lin Qia's identity immediately, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. What a stroke of luck. You've come right to my door. Yet, Lin Qia had no intention of acknowledging Scorpion Yi. Instead, he turned to Zhang Luocheng. Are you injured? It's just a minor wound. This fellow employed a forbidden technique called blood boil, amplifying his companion's powers onto himself. Zhang Luocheng explained. That's not important. Lin Qia's words left Zhang Luocheng momentarily stunned. Not important? How do you know they're targeting our family? What was meant to come has indeed arrived. Did you not notice the mice in the Hongying residence this morning? I did see them. How did you notice that? Such a grand and luxurious villa. How could it possibly harbor mice? Zhang Luocheng continued, so I went out to track them down and ultimately found note. You saw that note too? You have it as well? Zhang Luocheng feigned astonishment that a mysterious person tossed it to us while we were grocery shopping. What about you? I discovered it while tracking the trail into the sewer and immediately rushed over. Zhang Luocheng clarified. Then let us deal with this individual first. Observing their conversation, Scorpion, he felt an inexplicable surge of anger, sensing a profound disrespect from the two as the trio prepared for battle. A melodious ringtone shattered the delicate atmosphere. On the other side of the mountain, beyond the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. Scorpion E, Zhang Luocheng, Lin Qia. As he took out his phone, the caller ID read, Aunt. Why don't you take the call? Lin Qia picked up his phone, feeling awkwardly frozen in place. It was a dilemma to answer or not. Answer it. If you don't, we'll worry about you, Zhang Luocheng remarked, noticing Lin Qia's indecision. But Lin Qia pointed at Scorpion Yi.at that moment. Scorpion, he felt like an object, subjected to their scrutiny that he won't be able to kill me. Zhang Luocheng assured. Lin Qia pondered, realizing the truth in that statement. However, the overlooked Scorpion, he had already reached his limit of patience. In an instant, he vanished, his short blade lunging toward Lin Qia's face. Lin Qia adeptly evaded, while Zhang Luocheng swiftly reacted, delivering a side kick toward Scorpion. Scorpion unleashed a burst of strength, and Zhang Luocheng felt as though he had struck a steel plate. A tingling sensation coursing through his foot. Seeing Lin Qia retreat, Scorpion pursued him, but as he stepped out, Zhang Luocheng's figure appeared before him like a specter. You, Scorpion roared in fury, instantly repositioning his short blade to stab at Zhang Luocheng's neck. Zhang Luocheng leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike, and released another surge of electricity. Yet this time, Scorpion did not endure it. He evaded with a nimble leap, again pouncing toward Lin Xie. However, Zhang Luocheng's presence was inescapable. A blade crackling with electricity aimed at Scorpion Yi's chest. Scorpion Yi desperately blocked, the straight blade and short blade colliding, producing blinding sparks. "Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me." Zhang Luocheng's blade offered no escape for Scorpion. He's more valuable. Scorpion Yi exclaimed, only to be met with Zhang Luocheng's incredulous expression. What an insult to be looked down upon. "Don't blame me then." Suddenly, Zhang Luocheng's speed surged, leaving Scorpion Yi struggling to keep up. He even had the leisure to glance in Lin Xie's direction, who appeared completely detached, engrossed in his phone call. "Aunt, I want to be home this year. Make sure the New Year's Eve dinner is sumptuous. Ajin is growing, and he needs to eat well. Ajin, is there anyone clumsy while I'm away?" The serene scene on the other end starkly contrasted with the tension in Zhang Luocheng's vicinity, prompting Scorpion Yi to smirk malevolently. "Kid, look at others. I ascend it quite warm. Now look at yourself. Aren't you quite lonely?" Lonely. In the past, Zhang Luocheng indeed felt profound solitude. However, in this perilous world of god-slaying, he never considered himself alone. There was Team 136, whose care he had never experienced before, along with the instructors and comrades from the training camp. The feeling of being valued by companions sometimes felt surreal. Moreover, there was his favorite protagonist, Lin Xie, who had unknowingly become a friend. In the future, he aspired to join the Nightfall team. If given the chance, he would save everyone, ensuring that regrets would no longer linger. Though I am an orphan without parents, I am surrounded by numerous friends. In a flash, Zhang Luocheng vanished from sight. "Kid, have you exhausted your moves?" Scorpion licked his lips, a sinister expression on his face. "Is that so? After my breakthrough, I haven't yet employed this technique." Zhang Luocheng's gaze sharpened immediately. 8 gates of Duanjia, 5th gate, Dumin. A verdant glow enveloped Zhang Luocheng, his veins bulging as an unprecedented powerful aura surged forth. Even Scorpion found himself momentarily stunned, retreating several steps, convinced he had evaded Zhang Luocheng's attack range. He had even devised an escape route. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng's figure materialized right before him. Their faces mere inches apart. Lotus flower of the mind. Zhang Luocheng encircled Scorpion. Scorpion froze, attempting to break free, but it felt as though his strength had been sapped entirely. Zhang Luocheng leaped high. Then crashed Scorpion violently into the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "Now you see my eyes." The illusion of the Sharingan ensnared Scorpion instantly. Before he could react, an odd sensation enveloped him, as if he had entered a peculiar realm. In the next moment, a straight blade pierced through Scorpion's body, blood gushing forth as his life began to ebb away, the illusion dissolving. Why was I able to teleport here despite dodging all the short blades and stones? Scorpion, he could not fathom it. He had done his utmost to evade Zhang Luocheng's teleportation route. Yet he still appeared before him. Who said one can only mark objects? Upon hearing these words, he lowered his gaze to his arm, where an inconspicuous mark indeed lay, precisely overlapping with the tattoo on his skin. Xie's body gradually succumbed to gravity. Lin Xie, wielding a straight blade, appeared before Zhang Luocheng. "Are you really going to snatch the kill?" As soon as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xie was quick-witted and supported him. "Since you're here, I must share the burden with you. After all, you are my family. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained mentally," Zhang Luocheng replied, sheathing the blade. "Have you finished your call?" Lin Xie nodded. Indeed, had I not answered the call at that moment, Aunt would have certainly worried. "Thank you, you're too polite. We are friends, after all," Zhang Luocheng responded nonchalantly. The snow fell lighter, while the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie sat atop a building, gazing towards the direction of the low houses. "This feeling is quite unpleasant. I assent it," Zhang Luocheng inquired. "It's bearable, but I do not regret joining," Lin Xie replied. In truth, even if you hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to harm them." At that moment, Long Xian suddenly approached from behind. There exists a forbidden item of Wei Yang, which is meant to protect family, Long Xian elucidated. Fortunately, I am an orphan. It seems I have saved the captain some expense. Zhang Luocheng chuckled wryly. Team 136 is your home. Long Xian declared, his expression remaining stoic, that in the future, you can come to my house for a meal and taste Aunt's cooking. Lin Xie smiled knowingly. Zhang Luocheng felt warmth in his heart. I truly didn't expect to experience such a unique year. Zhang Luocheng. Yes? Happy New Year! Ding dong! Welcome! Upon returning to the office, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie opened the door to a rich aroma. In a daze, it felt as though they had genuinely returned home. The warmth and security of home could be felt within Team 136. The members of the team had nearly all taken their seats at the table, with Hong Ying staring intently at the delectable dishes before her. Just as she was about to reach out for a taste when she was ruthlessly stopped by Wu Xiangnan that moment, Hong Ying's peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. "You're back? Are you hurt?" she asked with concern, noticing Zhang Luocheng's soiled clothing. "And you cannot just run off without a word that my sister said she would protect you." "Understood. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying." "Sister Hong Ying. Did you catch that person?" Lin Xie inquired about the individual who had given him a note earlier, which Hong Ying had pursued it. "No, that fellow fled too swiftly. During the day, I didn't dare to use the forbidden domain." "Whereas the captain?" Zhang Luocheng glanced towards the kitchen, where two figures were clearly busy. "Still in the kitchen. Sharingan is assisting, and I am starving," Hong Ying lamented, slumping helplessly in her chair, her eyes still fixated on the food, as if merely looking could satiate her hunger. Finally, after a few more minutes, Chen Muye brought the last dish to the table, and everyone officially took their seats. Chen Muye, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, Long Xian, Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, and an empty seat left intentionally for Zhao Kongchen. Chen Muye raised his glass. This past year has seen the departure of old friends and the arrival of new ones. Many events have transpired. As the captain of Team 136 and a night watchman, I extend my gratitude to all present on behalf of countless beings in Cangnan City. Having said this, Chen Muye stood and bowed deeply to everyone. I hope that next year, none of us will be absent. Happy New Year! Everyone rose from their seats, lifting their glasses high, the clinking of glasses resonating through the air. Happy New Year! Night fell, the sounds of firecrackers echoed, continuing into the early hours. That night, everyone fell asleep amidst the cacophony of fireworks, only to be awakened by the sounds of celebration at dawn, ushering in the new year. The air was slightly chilly, and the firecracker sounds persisted. Zhang Luocheng's head remained in a haze. He anticipated that his poor tolerance for alcohol would follow him into the god-slaying world, a trait he shared in his original world as well. Having consumed 3 cups of liquor the previous day, he was already quite tipsy. However, Hong Ying insisted he continue drinking, even using the fact that he couldn't stay at her house as leverage. Reluctantly, he drank a few more cups, after which it seemed he was constantly in the restroom. "Are you all right?" Lin Xie, appearing unfazed, saw Zhang Luocheng emerge from the restroom. Zhang Luocheng, just out, spotted Lin Xie. "I'm okay, there is nothing left to throw up. I didn't expect you to be 3 cups down." Lin Xie smiled faintly. "Nor did I expect your drinking capacity to be this impressive. Look at this mess." Zhang Luocheng gestured towards the disarray of the office, beer bottles strewn across the floor. Aside from Long Xian, who had vanished, and Chen Muye, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, everyone else lay sprawled, unable to be roused. "I didn't expect it to be not too bad, just a slight headache," Lin Xie said, rubbing his temples, "that I plan to check on Fatty and the others." "Let's go together." Zhang Luocheng supported himself against the wall as he stepped out. "Are you sure you can manage in this condition?" Lin Xie steadied him. "The snake woman hasn't appeared yet. We should act together." Zhang Luocheng coughed a few times as he spoke, "that in your state, if the snake woman shows up, you might be defeated in an instant. Hey, it's New Year's. Let us say something pleasant. Come on, let us go." Zhang Luocheng drank a cup of water, feeling somewhat warmed inside. "Besides, I've emptied my stomach. I need to eat something." Lin Xie agreed with this reasoning, and the two left the office together, the sounds of firecrackers outside still unceasing. "Are you heading out?" Chen Muye's figure appeared behind them. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia nodded, adjusting their black boxes. Tomorrow is the last day. We need to go out today and draw out the remaining individuals. Very well. Be careful. Chen Muye nodded slightly. The two left the peace office, heading straight towards the lovers' hotel. Bang, bang, bang. A series of firecracker sounds erupted, yet those recent explosions seemed excessively loud. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia turned towards the lovers' hotel, where thick smoke suddenly billowed in the distance. Is something wrong? Lin Xia's tone carried concern. However, there was no need to worry too much about Fatty now, as his bodyguards had arrived, along with Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu. Lin Xia pondered. That is true. Let us walk over slowly to take a look. Your condition seems to prevent you from running. Zhang Luocheng rubbed his empty stomach, and perhaps we can grab a bun along the way. Given that was the first day of the new year, most breakfast shops were closed. After a lengthy walk, they finally found a bun shop, having eaten a bun and sipped a bowl of steaming soy milk. Zhang Luocheng felt rejuvenated, warmth spreading through him, providing great comfort. While they're engaged in tense confrontations with the enemy, it feels somewhat inappropriate for us to be eating and drinking, Lin Xia remarked. Though he was still chewing on a bun that if we don't fill up, we'll just be cannon fodder. Fatty has been accustomed to assassination attempts since childhood. Zhang Luocheng downed the soy milk in front of him. After finishing, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia resumed their journey towards the lovers' hotel, the atmosphere growing increasingly desolate, the streets devoid of any festive cheer. Something seems amiss. Lin Xia halted. You noticed it too. Zhang Luocheng reached out to touch the wall of a nearby low building. Suddenly, a strange crack appeared on the wall's surface, forming an eerie pattern, a long, narrow semicircle, intersected by several jagged fissures. This resembles an eye. Lin Xia observed the bizarre design. This is a serpent's eye. Zhang Luocheng could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Lin Xia immediately glanced around, only to discover that the ground upon which they stood was riddled with peculiar serpent-like eyes of varying sizes, as if the two were ensconced within a realm governed by these ocular entities. Could this be the forbidden abyss? No sooner had Lin Xia uttered the words than a shadow emerged slowly from the street opposite them, cascading black curls falling naturally over her shoulders, a faint smile gracing her lips, a serpent woman, Medusa. Zhang Luocheng unsheathed a black dagger, gripping it firmly in his hand, seeking attention, yearning for updates, and hoping for commendations. Those who appreciate this tale are encouraged to leave their mark here. Your fondness fuels my creativity, ensuring I shall never cease to write. The ancient sacred church, Lin Xia inquired, directing his gaze toward the serpent woman. The serpent woman halted, appraising the two with a sly smile. You must be the dual divine agents. And as for you, I presume you are the fabled forbidden abyss. Quite unexpected, I must say. Both of you are rather handsome. Neither man responded, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the serpent woman, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. They both understood that, unbeknownst to them, they had already entered her domain, rendering any rash actions perilous. You intend to kill us? Lin Xia spoke with an air of calm. Kill you? The serpent woman chuckled, her slender, serpentine waist twisting as she approached them step by step. I have no desire to recruit you. For me, extinguishing a prodigy in their cradle is what I truly aspire to. However, I find myself reconsidering, for you both possess such striking looks, in an instant. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia drew their blades concurrently, Zhang Luocheng wielding his dagger with one hand, while Lin Xia held his with both. The serpent woman was now well within their striking range. In the blink of an eye, both figures surged forward, one to the left and the other to the right, launching their assault toward the serpent woman. Yet, in the next moment, their blades clashed with empty air. As the serpent woman had vanished before them, their strikes resulting in naught but solitude. Lin Xia swiftly pivoted, while Zhang Luocheng turned to follow his gaze, spotting the serpent woman perched upon a tree trunk, a mischievous grin playing upon her lips. What an aggressive demeanor, she remarked, casually tossing a gleaming blade into the air and catching it. Such a domineering personality, how delightful. Come, be my slaves, bow before my feet, and I shall trample you beneath my noble and exquisite soles. What a thrilling thought. The serpent woman coiled around the tree trunk like a serpent's tail, her neck twisting a full 180 degrees. Her face alight with a peculiar excitement. Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng, come forth, become my slaves. Ugh! At that moment, Zhang Luocheng doubled over, retching violently. Damn, how revolting! I should have drunk less last night. The serpent woman's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Zhang Luocheng waved his hands dismissively. Ah, my apologies. I overindulged last night. The effects linger, and coupled with your earlier antics, I simply couldn't hold it in. The serpent woman's face twisted into a sinister smile. Then you shall perish. In an instant, the serpent eyes adorning the street illuminated with a crimson glow, a dense network of red light enveloping the surroundings. Even the sunlight above was swallowed, replaced by an eerie crimson hue that blanketed the world. Lin Xie activated his abyssal corruption, a profound darkness emanating from him. Zhang Luocheng unleashed a Sharingan, acutely aware that among these eyes lay the very essence of the serpent woman. If he could pinpoint her true form, the battle would become manageable. Suddenly, the serpent woman's silhouette vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, blades clashed once more. Zhang Luocheng found himself inexplicably by Lin Xie's side, the latter reacting with remarkable swiftness to deflect the strike. Teleportation. Lin Xie discerned the serpent woman's presence through his mental perception. However, in his perception, she appeared to vanish and reappear instantaneously. This technique bore a resemblance to Zhang Luocheng's own teleportation. Simultaneously, the serpent woman stared at Zhang Luocheng in shock. How can your speed be so extraordinary? Yours isn't slow either, Zhang Luocheng retorted, extending his hand. Yet just as he was about to make contact, the serpent woman's form dissipated once more. Cursed! I missed my chance, Zhang Luocheng lamented, gazing at his empty hand. The serpent woman's assault persisted, her figure materializing behind Lin Xie, the blade poised at his throat. Lin Xie retaliated swiftly, yet his brow furrowed. Serpent's fang? Zhang Luocheng's dagger surged toward the serpent woman's back. But she seemed to sense it, her form shifting like a snake, preparing to ensnare him. With a swift motion, Zhang Luocheng vanished, and Lin Xie noticed several short blades scattered about. Did you take the scorpion's short blades? Lin Xie inquired, recognizing their familiarity. Without hidden weapons, I had to improvise, Zhang Luocheng replied. Utilizing these short blades for displacement made things simpler. The serpent woman waved her hand, and in an instant, the short blades shattered, scattering into the distance. That's so? Just as Zhang Luocheng completed his sentence, he suddenly appeared before the serpent woman, his dagger aimed at her neck. The serpent woman faltered, instinctively blocking the strike, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? There are no short blades here. What do you think? Zhang Luocheng smirked as their blades clashed together. The light of their blades flickered, and the serpent woman entwined herself around Zhang Luocheng once more. This time, he refrained from employing the flying thunder god technique to evade. Come, behold my eyes. The serpent woman's enchanting gaze bore down on Zhang Luocheng, but he smiled faintly. Is that so? The gaze that petrifies. Then you might as well gaze into my eyes as well. The Sharingan met the serpent woman's eyes. In that moment, both felt a peculiar force coursing through their bodies. The next second, they were propelled backward simultaneously. Ugh! Zhang Luocheng steadied himself with his dagger, retching once more. What is wrong with you? Lin Xie inquired, stepping forward. Nothing, just glimpsed something unsavory that turned my stomach, Zhang Luocheng replied, rising and brushing off the snowflake from his attire. What are your eyes? What are they? The serpent woman glared at Zhang Luocheng, astonished that her signature technique had faltered here. That moment, Zhang Luocheng hurled his dagger. In the next instant, it pierced through the serpent eyes on the street. Appearing before the serpent woman. So, your teleportation relies on these eyes, Lin Xie remarked coolly. Zhang Luocheng smiled wryly. You must now depend on these eyes to teleport, while I can reach wherever you intend to go at any time. Unexpectedly, in that moment, the serpent woman's abilities were laid bare before the two men, and she let out a furious roar. Lin Xie's eyes shimmered, one radiating golden light, the other steeped in profound darkness. Two divine powers, one bright and one dark, manifesting in his gaze. Seeing those eyes, the serpent woman dared not meet his gaze. Having been bested by Zhang Luocheng's eyes, Lin Xia's now instilled a sense of dread within her. Zhang Luocheng moved, instantly appearing before the serpent woman, an electric current crackling in his palm as he unleashed a thousand birds technique that seemed to echo with a piercing shriek. The serpent woman teleported frantically. Yet no matter how swiftly she moved, Zhang Luocheng remained hot on her heels, the current surging through her shoulder, followed by a swift kick to her abdomen. Blood flowed from her shoulder, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Luocheng pressed forward, and at that instant, Lin Xia arrived as well, 3 blades aimed at the serpent woman's throat. The serpent woman found herself unable to move, a wave of hatred surging within her. Yet she was powerless to act. Clang. Suddenly, a silver spear interposed itself between them, a man of around 30 years standing coldly before them. With a gentle tremor, the spear forced Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia back several meters. With just that one maneuver, both felt their blood surge, a trickle of crimson escaping the corners of their mouths. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seed of the followers, upon hearing the terrible levers. Lin Xia's expression darkened, and upon the appearance of Han Xiaoyan, Zhang Luocheng's countenance also shifted. Even without the previous encounter, Zhang Luocheng was acutely aware of Han Xiaoyan's formidable prowess. He was a master of the Sea Realm, and even with Lin Xia's assistance, they were no match for him. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Lin Xia remarked. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. This level of strength is likely 2 tiers above us. What shall we do then? What else can we do but fight? Zhang Luocheng unconsciously tightened his grip on the straight blade in his hand. This was the first formidable adversary he had encountered since arriving in the god-slaying world. A master of the Sea Realm. You may leave, Han Xiaoyan coldly instructed the serpent woman. The serpent woman cast a furious glare at Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia before swiftly teleporting away, vanishing from their sight. With her departure, the crimson light that had enveloped the street gradually receded, and the myriad of serpent eyes that had surrounded them also disappeared. Are you here to recruit us as well? Lin Xia inquired. Zhang Luocheng understood Lin Xia's intentions. He wished to reveal his final trump card, summoning Nyx. Regrettably, I am not here for that purpose. My aim is to eliminate you as soon as Han Xiaoyan's words fell. He swung the spear in his hand, directly targeting Lin Xia's face. Lin Xia raised his dual blades to block, only to be propelled back several meters, barely managing to regain his footing. Zhang Luocheng mirrored his movements, a small stone appearing before Han Xiaoyan. Yet, even before Zhang Luocheng's form fully manifested, Han Xiaoyan had already anticipated his actions. The spear clashed against the blades, an overwhelming force bearing down on Zhang Luocheng. Simultaneously, a surge of electricity crackled from Zhang Luocheng's palms. Thunderbird. Han Xiaoyan swiftly retreated a few steps, casually shaking his slightly tingling arm. Lightning? Is that all the electricity you can muster? Lin Xia's ultimate darkness instantly enveloped the area. Yet astonishingly, Han Xiaoyan remained completely unaffected. Zhang Luocheng's flying thunder god teleportation also failed to inflict any tangible harm upon Han Xiaoyan. This is the Sea Realm. Lin Xia's expression became somewhat dazed. At this moment, he had only one last card to play, that being the summoning of Nyx. I wonder if the 8 gates to Jiao would work. Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself, realizing that no other methods could penetrate the current predicament, and that the 8 gates to Jiao was excessively draining. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid its use, for every activation left him utterly fatigued. Having just reached the pool realm, you two cannot hope to contend with me. Han Xiaoyan's tone was chillingly indifferent, as if he regarded Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia as mere corpses lying before him. Just then, a subtle wave of energy emanated from 3 different directions, causing the sky to shift slightly. As if covered by an invisible canvas. The space appeared isolated, yet seemed as though nothing had transpired. Han Xiaoyan, observing the peculiar phenomena, instantly comprehended what was unfolding: the boundless void. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia felt a wave of relief wash over them upon witnessing this scene, their eyes brightening with renewed hope. The opposite end of the street, 6 figures cloaked in dark red capes stepped through the white snow, the gentle breeze caressing them. Leading the group, Chen Muye raised his head, sharp eyes locking onto Han Xiaoyan. The Night Watchman Team 136 is here. Who seeks death? A Night Watchman squad from a third-tier city cannot possibly threaten me. Han Xiaoyan cast a cold glance at Chen Muye. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie instinctively tightened their grips on their blades, their hearts warming simultaneously. In any moment of crisis, Team 136 would forever serve as their staunchest support. Amidst such a tense and intense atmosphere, it seemed that only Hong Ying remained unfazed, waving her hands upon seeing Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, as if greeting old friends. Luocheng, Xie, your sister has come to rescue you. Their expressions turned somewhat awkward. Sister Hong Ying truly is genuine. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie approached Chen Muye's side, yet concerns lingered in their hearts as they faced Han Xiaoyan. You lot cannot defeat me. Do not make futile sacrifices. Han Xiaoyan spoke coldly. I recognize you. Chen Muye stated bluntly, exposing Han Xiaoyan's past. However, this did not faze Han Xiaoyan in the slightest. After all, at the moment he became a believer. His soul was no longer his OWN. Why only objective this time is to eliminate them. If you do not wish for pointless sacrifices, step aside. Han Xiaoyan pointed a spear forward, in the next moment. A massive grenade launcher in Lung Xian's hands fired a shot, accurately targeting Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan's brow furrowed as a blinding flash erupted before him. Simultaneously, Hong Ying's long spear emerged amidst the thick smoke, its rose-colored flames surging toward Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan lightly moved his spear, effortlessly deflecting Hong Ying's assault. Yet in the next instant, the figure of Hong Ying in Han Xiaoyan's vision transformed into that of a 30-year-old woman clad in green. Ching. However, Han Xiaoyan's mind abruptly cleared. A mental illusion type forbidden domain. When Shima intertwined his fingers, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, cold sweat streaming down his forehead uncontrollably but a moment. Hong Ying seized the opportunity. Her spear thrusting toward Han Xiaoyan's brow. Yet Han Xiaoyan swung his spear, sending Hong Ying flying. Raising his spear slightly, a whirlwind suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Forbidden Domain Sequence 079, Great Wind Calamity. The howling winds swept in tandem with flying snow and shattered stones, uprooting trees along the roadside, everything being drawn into the tempest. Another master of the sea realm, yet another ultra-high-risk forbidden domain. Lin Xie braced himself with his blades against the ground to avoid being swept away by the wind. That moment, an extraordinary sensation washed over everyone. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie felt as if a layer of something had enveloped their outer garments, allowing them to traverse the storm with ease. Boundless Veil, it's Xiaonan's forbidden domain. When Shima explained, Xiaonan wore a proud expression, for it was her ability that enabled everyone to move freely within the tempest. Since you are believers, I shall not hold back. As Chen Muye's words fell, he immediately unleashed his forbidden domain. Behind Chen Muye appeared a blood-red palace, an ancient plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Yamahal. Forbidden Domain Sequence 037, Black Wu Cheng, Wu Xiangnan elaborated. Upon witnessing this forbidden domain, Han Xiaoyan recognized Chen Muye, and the two even exchanged a few words. Chen Muye clashed with Han Xiaoyan, the two engaging in a fierce back and forth. Han Xiaoyan's spear seemingly tearing open the gates of hell. The blades collided with the spear, forcing Chen Muye to stagger back several steps, a gash appearing across his chest from the blade's edge. You are strong, but your realm is inferior to mine, and that is a significant flaw. Han Xiaoyan stated coolly, I am aware of that, which is why I did not intend to face you alone. Chen Muye replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. Team 136, assemble, follow me, and slay the foe. Hong Ying's spear clashed once more against Han Xiaoyan's, the rose-colored flames failing to inflict any damage upon him. Lung Xian's specially designed sniper rifle fired from a distance. Lin Xie gripped his dual blades, glancing to the side. I shall take the lead. A wave of profound darkness radiated from him. Chen Muye's dual blades also appeared spectrally behind Han Xiaoyan. Zhang Luocheng glanced at Wu Xiangnan beside him. Team Leader Wu, I shall join the fray as well. By the way, save your opportunity for next time. Wu Xiangnan watched Zhang Luocheng's departing figure, What on earth is this kid talking about? All of their attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Han Xiaoyan. Such a level of offense cannot harm me in the slightest. A massive whirlwind erupted once more, sweeping directly toward the group. Zhang Luocheng, amidst the swirling winds, declared, "Since it is wind, it can be countered." Suddenly, a colossal wall of fire appeared, dispersing the whirlwinds. Hong Ying stared in awe at the vast wall of flames before her. This fire is far larger than mine. The raging inferno was extinguished in an instant, and the whirlwind created by Han Xiaoyan similarly dissipated into nothingness. Han Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards Zhang Luocheng. It seems that this unknown forbidden wasteland has indeed been underestimated. He remarked, seizing the opportunity. The dark tether of Wen Qima's inner demons reached out towards Han Xiaoyan's heart, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly, the lake, once cloaked in ice and snow, began to surge, the frozen surface roiling violently. In the next moment, the water burst forth, breaking through the ice and shooting towards the airborne Han Xiaoyan, forming a colossal dragon's head from the lake's depths. "Goodness, a dragon!" Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment at the spectacle. Having not encountered water until now, Zhang Luocheng finally had the chance to employ his water escape technique that he teleported directly in front of Han Xiaoyan. His blade aimed at him. Submerged in the torrent, Han Xiaoyan wielded his long spear, forcefully carving a path through the water. Just as his spear met Zhang Luocheng's blade, Lin Xie appeared in a flash. Both blades targeting Han Xiaoyan's back. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Han Xiaoyan sent the two assailants flying, only for Chen Muye's twin daggers to emerge at that moment, successfully striking Han Xiaoyan's back. A gruesome gash appeared on Han Xiaoyan's back, blood flowing freely as he instinctively swung his spear to repel Chen Muye. However, as he glanced at his hands, he noticed the skin on his knuckles becoming dry and coarse. Age spots beginning to mar his flesh. Is this what Black Wu Chang truly is? Han Xiaoyan murmured. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie struck again at Han Xiaoyan's neck, but he reacted swiftly. Despite his aged form and grievous injuries, his combat instincts remained intact. Thousand birds flow. Electric currents coursed through Zhang Luocheng's body, electrifying every inch of him. This time, Han Xiaoyan did not dismiss the threat lightly. Even though he bore the electric surge with his own flesh, his skin began to show signs of burns, and he was utterly straining to withstand it. Han Xiaoyan swung his arm once more, conjuring a violent gust of wind. Observing this, Zhang Luocheng sent a fireball hurtling forward, instantly dispersing the tempest. The principle of mutual restraint, quite a clever tactic. Han Xiaoyan could not help but commend. Thank you for the compliment. But alas, you are still destined to perish. Zhang Luocheng's blade struck at Han Xiaoyan's chest, despite Han Xiaoyan's desperate attempt to evade. Yet his frail body faltered, and a deep scar marred his chest in the distance. Long Xian's sniper rifle suddenly fired, a bullet striking Han Xiaoyan's thigh and erupting in a spray of crimson. Witnessing this, Chen Muye unleashed two more strikes upon Han Xiaoyan, further accelerating his aging as he withstood 3 of Chen Muye's blows. His life force rapidly waning. Han Xiaoyan staggered, regaining his footing, and once again waved his hands, conjuring another powerful gust. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The fierce wind was once again scattered by Zhang Luocheng, while 4 earthen walls materialized around Han Xiaoyan, trapping him. But a mouthful of blood spilled from Han Xiaoyan's lips, and in the next instant, Wu Xiangnan appeared behind him, binding him from that direction. "Run," Chen Muye shouted. The group dispersed in haste. Goodness, Captain Wu is going to die once more, Zhang Luocheng thought, astonished that his Earth escape had inadvertently facilitated Wu Xiangnan's use of his forbidden wasteland. A tremendous explosion suddenly erupted, billowing thick smoke before them, as Wu Xiangnan's body began to recover rapidly. Once restored to his original form, he glanced at his hands with a hint of resignation. Han Xiaoyan, armed with his long spear, struggled to rise from the deep pit, astonished as he looked at Wu Xiangnan. "You are from the Blue Rain team, immortal?" Another round of gunfire rang out, striking Han Xiaoyan squarely on the shoulder. Looking around at everyone, Han Xiaoyan lamented, "Such a pity, so close yet so far. But now, let me show you the true tempest." His entire body began to rise slowly, a deep blue hue materializing in his palm, gently rotating and expanding in size. This is bad, Zhang Luocheng thought, realizing he could do little to stop Han Xiaoyan, as even the combined efforts of the entire 136 team had only cornered him. Yet even in such dire straits, Han Xiaoyan still stood unyielding at a massive eye of the storm manifested before them. Once this vortex formed, it would engulf the entirety of Cangnan city. They would need to address it fundamentally. Han Xiaoyan spoke with a calm demeanor. Lung Xian fired again with his sniper rifle, but the bullet jammed, while Hong Ying's spear was deflected. Wind and fire are at odds. Zhang Luocheng leaped into action. Great fire extinguishment. A colossal wall of flames surged towards the storm's eye. However, the fire seemed to be absorbed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. This defies the laws of nature, Zhang Luocheng thought, realizing even his fire escape had no effect. Leaving the others even more helpless, he glanced towards the edge of the boundless void, knowing that only one person could save them now, someone who could deplete the air from the area. In a daze, Zhang Luocheng spotted several youths at the edge of the boundless void, tearing open a corner of it, gazing at the unfolding scene in astonishment. Brother Zhuai, now is your chance to shine. Zhang Luocheng silently urged that, in the next moment, Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his arm, a snap of his fingers echoing. With a resounding pop, the storm eye that threatened to devastate Cangnan city vanished, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Only Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xia understood what had transpired, simultaneously turning to look behind them. Bali Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu stood not far behind them. Is this truly a fundamental solution? Lin Xia smiled lightly. Indeed, when it comes to expertise, Shen Qingzhu is unparalleled. Brother Zhuai is truly remarkable. After all our efforts, he resolves it with just a snap of his fingers. Zhang Luocheng sheathed his blade. Lin Xia nodded in agreement that in such a high-risk forbidden wasteland, why not replicate it? And what about Chao Yuan's? Brother Zhuai is quite proud. If I were to replicate it, he'd surely hunt me down every day. I have no desire to make an enemy of him for Chao Yuan's. I simply dislike chaos, Zhang Luocheng explained. Lin Xia pondered this as well, having come to understand Shen Qingzhu's personality after half a year of acquaintance. He was indeed a fiercely competitive individual, and stealing his techniques would likely spell the end of any friendship. Just then, Yuan Gang's figure suddenly appeared, charging towards Han Xiaoyan, his fist aimed squarely at his face. In his current state, Han Xiaoyan was powerless to resist, taking Yuan Gang's punch squarely, launching him backward and crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater in the street. Yet Yuan Gang's assault did not cease. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Han Xiaoyan's face, the entire street quaking under the force, until he finally halted, seizing Han Xiaoyan like a tea that moment. Han Xiaoyan was a mere shadow of his former self. Barely clinging to life, his gaze dimmed. Just as Yuan Gang was about to speak, Chen Muye's figure suddenly materialized, his blade piercing through Han Xiaoyan's body. In that instant, Han Xiaoyan's eyes turned to Chen Muye, as if to convey a silent thank you. Chen Muye offered no further response, coldly withdrawing his blade and sheathing it. Yuan Gang was taken aback, immediately questioning Chen Muye, but as the captain of the 136 team, he had no intention of yielding. Ultimately, Yuan Gang sighed in resignation as Chen Muye turned to address his team. That it's over. Let's head back. The group followed Chen Muye's lead, the boundless void retracting simultaneously. The first battle of the new year had finally concluded. This 13th seat of the Believer, along with the Surrealm adversary dealt with by Yuan Gang, should encompass their total combat strength for this encounter. Wen Qima stretched lazily, having exerted considerable mental energy battling AC Realm strongman today. Tomorrow, the brothers Xia and Luocheng will return to camp. Our next meeting will be in 6 months. Hong Ying remarked cheerfully. By that time, they would all be true night watchers. Wu Xiangnan gazed at the two with a satisfied expression. Indeed, the time spent at the training camp had flown by. The 6-month physical training had passed more swiftly than expected. The upcoming half-year promised a reprieve from early mornings and the grueling physical drills, rendering it considerably more relaxed. This time, they had truly experienced an unforgettable new year. Zhang Luocheng looked at the dilapidated road ahead. Contemplating that the logistics team would soon be busy again. By the way, Chen Muye suddenly halted and said, "Invite your friends over for dinner tomorrow. Now that things have calmed down, it is time to extend the hospitality of a host. As the host, it is only fitting to treat them to a meal. However, the agency is the base of Team 136, which might be inconvenient for others," Wu Xiangnan replied. "Come to my house. It's spacious enough." Hong Ying readily agreed. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. "I'll ask them," Lin Xie said. The following afternoon, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, accompanied by Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and the unwilling Shen Qingzhu, whom they had practically dragged along, arrived at Hong Ying's villa. Upon seeing the grand villa before them, the other three couldn't help but widen their eyes. Li Pangpang scrutinized the duo once more. "I say, while the three of us have been enduring hardships, you two are living in such comfort. Indeed, wow, it smells delightful, the aroma of meat," Chao Yuan sniffed. During their stay at the Lovers' Hotel, they had subsisted solely on instant noodles. After all, it was a time of unrest, making it impractical to venture out boldly to dine. "Weren't you supposed to invite friends? Why did you call me?" Shen Qingzhu turned away, visibly unwilling to acknowledge their presence. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of helplessness. Zhang Luocheng approached and put an arm around Shen Qingzhu's shoulders. Shen Qingzhu struggled to break free, but Zhang Luocheng was determined not to grant him that chance. "Come on, what are you being so proud for at this point? We've faced gunfire together, even shared a room at the Lovers' Hotel." Zhang Luocheng flashed a devilish grin. "You weren't even there," Shen Qingzhu retorted. "Well, I've been there in spirit," Zhang Luocheng replied, disregarding Shen Qingzhu's expression and dragging him into the villa. "Let me introduce you," Lin Xie began, presenting each of the three in turn. Just as he finished, Li Pangpang, ever the social butterfly, produced a series of Rolex watches, gifting one to each of them. The members of Team 136 stood frozen, each gazing in bewilderment at the Rolex watches in their hands. "Is this the foolish son of a landlord?" "Indeed." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie nodded in unison. With Li Pangpang's lively presence, the atmosphere of the meal was exceedingly harmonious, punctuated by laughter echoing throughout the villa. Shen Qingzhu shed his previously brash demeanor, now resembling a well-behaved young man who spoke only when asked, spending most of his time enjoying the meal. After dinner, it was time to return to the camp. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie gathered their belongings and bid farewell to everyone from Team 136 before heading to the designated boarding point. Several black buses awaited them. After handing over the Starlight Blade, they all boarded the bus. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie sat in the same row, turning their gazes towards the window. In the pitch-black night, the neon lights flickered incessantly, and in the distance, a silhouette holding a sniper rifle could be discerned. Zhang Luocheng smiled softly and waved in that direction. This year had been unforgettable. Before they knew it, he and Lin Xie had shared so many experiences, from being desk partners to residing in the same dormitory. And now, they found themselves sitting in the same row again. There were still more adventures awaiting exploration. For others, this might merely be a series of narratives, but for Zhang Luocheng, these were tangible stories unfolding in his life. The bus gradually set off, heading towards the training camp under the moonlight. Morning arrived. Before the first rays of sunlight could penetrate the training camp, the new recruits were roused by the sharp, piercing sound of the whistle. After 6 months of training, upon hearing the first whistle, everyone sprang from their beds, swiftly donning their military uniforms, and after a quick wash, prepared to head to the training grounds. Pang up so early. As soon as they opened the door, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie spotted Li Pangpang, who still appeared drowsy, moving mechanically as if he were a robot performing routine tasks. Seeing Li Pangpang in such a state, Lin Xie unceremoniously slapped him on the back. The sudden jolt brought Li Pangpang back to awareness. "Hey, you guys are up already? Wait, how did I end up here?" Li Pangpang looked down at his already donned military uniform in confusion. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged glances, intrigued by how this fellow managed to wake up on his own. "ISNT physical training over. Why still get up so early?" Li Pangpang yawned countless times along the way. Just because physical training has concluded doesn't mean the camp is over. It simply means no more morning runs. Lin Xie clarified. "Soon, All the new recruits had gathered on the training field, standing tall in their crisp military uniforms, each radiating vigor. They were no longer the disorganized individuals they had been 6 months prior. On the training platform, all the instructors stood at attention, with Instructor Yuan positioned in front, calmly surveying the recruits below. The instructors were impeccably dressed today, adorned with medals. Each wore variously colored medals on their chests, with Instructor Yuan boasting the most. Upon witnessing such a solemn scene, Zhang Luocheng realized what was to unfold that day. An awards ceremony. He wondered what kind of medal he might receive, perhaps one akin to Lin Chiye's. Recollecting the future where Lin Chiye led the Nightfall team to earn numerous medals, he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of receiving one himself. Today's morning training is cancelled. Instructor Yuan began, his voice steadied. I have gathered you all here to announce an important matter, the awarding of medals to some of you. Upon hearing the term medal, murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd, with several recruits glancing at Lin Chiye and Zhang Luocheng. Recalling the dramatic scene from the day, they saved everyone in the vehicle, considering that some may still be unclear about how the Night Watcher merits are categorized. I will briefly explain, Instructor Yuan stated, showcasing the medals he wore. The first medal, a light red one, is the Spark Medal, awarded for completing significant mysterious cleansing missions or ensuring the safety of numerous lives. The second medal, in pale blue, is the Starlight Medal, earned by eliminating high-risk mysteries or quelling major disasters. The third, the most exquisite deep blue medal, is the Stardust Medal, granted only for defeating infinite-level mysteries or resolving large-scale incidents that could disrupt societal stability. This medal is exceedingly rare, with less than one of Night Watchers receiving it. Lastly, Instructor Yuan continued, there is the Sea of Stars Medal, the highest honor among Night Watchers, held by no more than 10 individuals across the entire Great Xia. Even the upper echelons of the Night Watchers cannot provide a specific criteria for this accolade. Upon hearing this, someone immediately raised a question. However, being able to receive such a medal is enough to prove one's recognition by the higher-ups. The last recipient of this medal was Wang Mian. Instructor Yuan turned his gaze towards Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye. Now, I will announce the recipients of the medals, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye. During the missile attack, acted decisively to save over 50 recruits, safeguarding the future of the Night Watchers, subsequently injuring the Serpent Woman and collaborating with Team 136 to eliminate the 13th seat of the cult. Han Xian. Hereby, the Starry Sky Medal is conferred. The moment the audience heard the announcement of the Starry Sky Medal, a wave of astonishment washed over them, and envious glances were cast in its direction. Zhang Luocheng's face was equally filled with excitement. This medal was second only to the Star Sea Medal, and to receive such an honor made his journey truly worthwhile. Furthermore, he had achieved this accolade even before leaving the boot camp. Alas, being an orphan, he lamented that he could not return to showcase this honor to his ancestors. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Chiye, step forward to receive your commendation, called out Yuan Gang. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye ascended the martial arts platform together to claim their rightful glory. Yuan Gang held a delicate little gift box, slowly opening it to reveal a deep blue, resplendent medal, shimmering with brilliance. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chiye saluted Yuan Gang with a standard military salute before accepting the medal. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, they returned to their ranks. You two are impressive. Bali Pang Pang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Keep it up, Pang Pang. You'll have your own soon. Zhang Luocheng encouraged, patting Bai Li Pang Pang on the shoulder. Can I really? Bai Li Pang Pang questioned, pointing at himself skeptically. Of course. Join the Night Watchers, make significant contributions, and the medal will surely be yours. That's true. Once I earn my medal, I'll make sure to show off to my dad. Zhang Luocheng's expression changed slightly. Maybe Nam? Why not? Shun Qingzhu. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice interrupted their conversation, and upon hearing this name, everyone fell silent, for promptly neutralizing the devastating eye of the storm caused by the Great Wind disaster, saving half the city from destruction. I hereby award the Starlight Medal. Wow! Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang Pang gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide open. This commendation was so unexpected that even Shun Qingzhu himself could hardly believe it. With a mere snap of his fingers, he received a medal. The ease with which this honor was bestowed seemed absurd. Sometimes, being in the right profession does save a lot of trouble. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. Shun Qingzhu, despite feeling overwhelmed by everyone's gaze, mustered the courage to step onto the stage to accept his medal. Even after returning to his group, he bore an expression of disbelief, feeling as though the world had gone mad. The half-year physical training had come to an end, and the forthcoming training would no longer be as monotonous as before. Tactical guidance, simulation drills, the principles of forbidden realms, combat practice, and even an entire curriculum of world mythology, along with explanations of high-risk forbidden realms that had emerged in the present day, awaited them. This segment of theoretical knowledge expanded everyone's understanding of the world, evoking a nostalgic feeling akin to being back in school, with each type of lesson led by a dedicated instructor. Compared to the exhausting physical training of the past 6 months, these classes felt like paradise. No longer did they have to endure grueling runs, heavy load training, or push their limits daily. Instead, they simply sat in a classroom, and before they knew it, the day had passed out of course for Shen Qingzhu and Bali Pangpang. These classes were merely opportunities for napping. Both had been punished several times for dozing off in class, forced to run laps as a consequence. However, while running laps was a breeze for Shen Qingzhu, Bali Pangpang silently lamented, thinking, "Isn't physical training over? Why is there still more to endure?" Today's instruction was conducted by Instructor Gu, who sighed as he watched the two running laps outside. Zhang Luocheng, can you explain the essence of mental strength? Zhang Luocheng stood up, cleared his throat, and stood at attention. Report, sir. I actually don't know that he nearly forgot that during high school. Zhang Luocheng was also notorious for sleeping in class, and his academic performance was far from commendable. You two, go run 10 laps, Instructor Gu exclaimed angrily. Teacher, Zhang Luocheng remained standing. What? Do you have a problem? Instructor Gu's tone was stern. I do have a question for you, sir, Zhang Luocheng replied. Whatever it is, discuss it with me after class. Don't disrupt the other students' learning. Go. Instructor Gu turned his attention to Lin Xie. Lin Xie, you answer this question. As Zhang Luocheng rushed out of the classroom, he quickly joined Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang. How many laps have you run? He inquired. I'm on my 6th lap. He has only done 2, Shen Qingzhu replied, immediately accelerating past Bai Li Pangpang. This show-off doesn't even wait for me, Bai Li Pangpang thought, noting that after 6 months of training, he had indeed improved in fitness. However, despite his progress, he remained the slowest compared to others. I'm not waiting for you either, Zhang Luocheng shot ahead. Upon seeing Zhang Luocheng speed past, Shen Qingzhu instinctively quickened his pace, fearing that Zhang Luocheng might surpass him. This show-off is really competitive, Zhang Luocheng thought to himself, though he couldn't help but feel the competitive spirit surging within him. The two raced back and forth, equally matched, leaving Bai Li Pangpang bewildered as he lost track of how many laps they had completed. Before long, both had left it behind, as he fell behind. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but wonder why Shen Qingzhu, who had started before him, still seemed unfazed by fatigue. What he didn't realize was that Shen Qingzhu had been sprinting the whole time and was feeling exhausted. But he pushed through for the sake of his pride. Wow, show off, it's not training. Why are you pushing so hard? Zhang Luocheng said while running. Training is constant. I'm always ready for battle. I'm about to sprint. Shen Qingzhu declared, genuinely trying to leave Zhang Luocheng behind. Wait, you're serious? Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, matching Shen Qingzhu's determination as they both surged towards the finish line almost simultaneously. I won. Zhang Luocheng stretched his head forward just before crossing the line. Nonsense, I won. Shen Qingzhu retorted haughtily. I crossed the line first. Zhang Luocheng pointed to the finish line. That's so, but I finished my 10 laps. How many do you have left? It dawned on Zhang Luocheng that he had been punished with 10 laps. And while Shen Qingzhu had completed his, he still had more to run. Bai Li Pangpang approached, leisurely stating, Luocheng, I have 1 lap left. What? In the end, Zhang Luocheng finished his laps, while Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang seemed in no hurry to return to the classroom. They chose to sit on the grass nearby, waiting for Zhang Luocheng to complete his run. Once he finished, they all returned to the classroom just as the dismissal bell rang. Instructor Gu was busy packing up. And seeing his hurried demeanor, Zhang Luocheng glanced at Lin Xie and immediately understood, it's all Lin Xie's fault. He pondered whether his question could be resolved. Zhang Luocheng approached Instructor Gu just as he finished organizing his things and prepared to leave, inadvertently bumping into him. Instructor Gu, I have a question for you. Zhang Luocheng gazed at him with sincere, eager eyes. How can you have questions if you weren't paying attention in class? Instructor Gu, clearly in a rush, was unwilling to waste time with Zhang Luocheng. Teacher, you said that exploration and dialectics are essential for every learner, Zhang Luocheng replied. Instructor Gu paused. You heard that outside? Instructor Gu, I have just one question, and it will be quick, Zhang Luocheng pleaded. All right, but if it's in the textbook, you should just look it up yourself, Instructor Gu stated. Understood, Instructor Gu. Zhang Luocheng hesitated. My question is, in this world, are there traversers? Not the kind that travels through time, like Wang Mian can do, but those who traverse parallel dimensions or move from one dimension to another. For instance, imagine another world without mist, mystery, or mythical creatures, where people live as ordinary individuals and suddenly they find themselves here. Instructor Gu was momentarily taken aback before turning his gaze towards Lin Xie in the classroom and then back to Zhang Luocheng. Your inquiry bears some resemblance to Lin Xie's. Are you suggesting that there exists another distinct world within a different realm? Indeed, and one that has crossed over into our own, Zhang Luocheng asserted with conviction. Your question is quite intriguing. I shall delve into it further upon my return. Instructor Gu remarked, preparing to depart. However, as if struck by sudden thought, he turned to Zhang Luocheng and said, such a sharp mind should not go to waste. Do make it a point not to doze off in class next time. In the afternoon, on the training grounds, the lesson focused on the training for the Forbidden Ruins. The instructor briefly outlined the theoretical knowledge pertaining to the Forbidden Ruins before unveiling 2 boxes containing several silver wristwatches. This device is known as the ACE, affectionately dubbed the acrobatic detonator. You are required to wear it for 24 hours, using your own mental strength to counteract its influence. This contraption will accompany you until the training concludes. Accompanied by the instructor's cunning chuckle, the recruits approached the stage one by one to collect their wristwatches. Zhang Luocheng scrutinized the wristwatch in his hand, fully aware of its nature, upon donning it. He anticipated it would induce some bewildering movements, leaving him uncertain of his ability to control himself. Lost in thought, he observed as Chao Yuan was the first to strap on the wristwatch. In an instant, his body trembled violently before he executed a sudden backflip. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Chao Yuan's bizarre antics. Once you give it a try, you'll understand he managed to stabilize himself. Declaring, for someone of my stature, performing a backflip is no easy feat, Li Peng also donned the wristwatch. But he effortlessly leaped into the air, executing a flawless 720-degree spin before landing gracefully and following it up with a Thomas spin. It was astonishing how nimble this seemingly portly individual had become. Hey, why did he head straight to the cafeteria? Zhang Luocheng asked, watching Li Peng disappear in the distance, that he must be hungry. Lin Xie remarked, contemplating the wristwatch in his hand, that aren't you going to put it on? Zhang Luocheng inquired, I think I'll wait a bit longer. Why don't you try it first? Lin Xie suggested. At that moment, numerous recruits had already strapped on their wristwatches, resulting in a flurry of acrobatic displays across the training ground that could easily be mistaken for circus rehearsal. I'll give it a go. Zhang Luocheng hesitated for a moment before donning the wristwatch. The moment he did, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, a sensation difficult to articulate, entirely different from when he employed lightning release. As this current penetrated his very being, suddenly he executed a front flip followed by a back flip, culminating in a one-handed breakdance move. Goodness, I can even breakdance now, Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance as he wrestled with a wristwatch's electric impulses using his mental strength. However, the current fluctuated unpredictably, demanding constant vigilance to control it. You should try it. It's more challenging than you might think, Zhang Luocheng remarked. Even you, who can manipulate the current, are affected, Lin Xie queried. This is an entirely different scenario. You'll realize it once you try, Zhang Luocheng urged. All right then, Lin Xie replied, placing the wristwatch on his wrist. Much like Zhang Luocheng, he initiated a front flip, but quickly regained his composure. IT was indeed more difficult than anticipated. The instructor on stage observed the recruits' expressions with amusement, noting that many had begun to master the skill, significantly reducing the number of recruits performing flips in the training ground. Point 1 could hardly deny that the scene resembled that of a circus. At mealtime, all the recruits made their way towards the cafeteria, albeit with considerable difficulty. Their movements were cumbersome, and without warning, one would unexpectedly perform a flip, effectively doubling the distance of what should have been a short walk. Zhang Luocheng managed to grasp a piece of meat with his chopsticks and exclaimed, "Goodness, if eating is like this, how on earth will I manage to sleep?" "Pang Pang, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Lin Xie inquired, noticing the stillness of Li Pang Pang. "I am, but I can't seem to control myself," Li Pang Pang lamented, having made several attempts to grasp food unsuccessfully. Moreover, the cafeteria lacked chairs, seemingly to prevent such a predicament. In the midst of their conversation, several recruits unexpectedly flipped while trying to eat. After a challenging lunch, the recruits returned to their dormitories, but the acrobatic antics did not come to an end so easily. "Chia, you should hand this over to the instructor," Zhang Luocheng said, extending a plaque to Lin Xie. This from the Scorpion." Lin Xie recognized the plaque, recalling it was the one used by Scorpion during the blood-boiling incident. Zhang Luocheng nodded. "It's best to entrust these forbidden items to Instructor Yuan." "Why don't you go?" Lin Xie inquired, aware that the credit was rightfully Zhang Luocheng's, given that he had hardly exerted himself during the incident. "Me? I'm utterly exhausted from dealing with this thing. I need to catch some sleep. By the way, take this opportunity to learn more about the captain and Team Wu." Lin Xie nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. I'll head over now." Watching Lin Xie leave, Zhang Luocheng sat up in bed. The electric current from the wristwatch no longer posed any challenge to him. A smile crept across his face. "Chia, I am once again propelling the plot forward." Alone in the dormitory, Zhang Luocheng exerted his mental strength to control the wristwatch. In the next moment, he executed a front flip followed by a back flip, landing with precision. Surprisingly, his movements were quite refined. He even used lightning release to counteract the electric current from the wristwatch, which proved somewhat effective. However, one cannot live perpetually with a current coursing through them. After all, this wristwatch must remain on until the end of the training camp. Time passed incrementally, and Zhang Luocheng's mastery over the wristwatch grew, to the point where he no longer performed any acrobatics. Soon, it was time to assemble. Zhang Luocheng decided to set aside his thoughts and left the dormitory. On his way to the classroom, he encountered Lin Xie returning. "Chia, how did it go?" Zhang Luocheng inquired. "That forbidden item is worth 2 million. I had Instructor Yuan give you cash," Lin Xie replied. Zhang Luocheng gasped. "This item is worth so much. That is 2 million for us to split." "No need. It's your achievement," Lin Xie continued. "As for Captain and the others, let me explain Chen Muye's past and the matters concerning Team Blue Rain, as well as the formidable forbidden item, Shiva's Wrath." Zhang Luocheng, momentarily lost in thought, recalled that it was this forbidden item that caused the disappearance of Cangnan City, and it was Lin Xie's miracle that allowed Cangnan City to exist for an additional decade. "What's on your mind?" Lin Xie asked, noticing Zhang Luocheng's distraction. Nothing, just heading to the assembly." Zhang Luocheng did not dwell on his thoughts any longer. Along the way, numerous new recruits were performing acrobatics while hurriedly making their way to the classroom. Indeed, this particular route had transformed into a stunning spectacle, offering an array of acrobatic performances at no cost. Today's lesson focused on shooting training. The recruits, adorned with protective goggles and earmuffs, were practicing their shooting techniques with exuberance. After a series of 10 rings, 10 rings, and 10 rings, Li Pang Pang set aside his training weapon, wearing a contented expression. If one were to inquire about Li Pong Pong's favorite class, it would undoubtedly be shooting, as only during this lesson did he exhibit such vitality. His wristwatch had matured over time, and no new recruits would dare to perform acrobatics anymore. 10 rings, 9 rings, 9 rings. Chow Yuan removed his earmuffs. That moment, 3 gunshots rang out. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Zhang Luocheng lowered his handgun, satisfied with his results, thanks to his training and the conceptual skill of achieving a perfect hit on thrown objects. Firearms were a mere extension of his will. Miss, miss, miss. 3 more shots instantly captured the attention of several individuals. Lin Xie nonchalantly set down his gun, his eyes revealing disbelief, almost unable to confront his own results. Hey, Chia, you really need to practice your shooting. 3 misses. It seems you're the only one, Baili Pang remarked with a grin that I recall that both of you were taught by the same instructor. How could the disparity be so vast? Chao Yuan curiously inquired. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng exchanged glances. Lin Xie, displaying a hint of resignation, replied, he cheats. His eyes naturally possess targeting capabilities that Is that so? Baili Pang curiously leaned in to inspect Zhang Luocheng's eyes. His eyes don't appear red. Who says? Zhang Luocheng retorted defiantly. I can achieve a perfect hit with my eyes closed, Dado? Chao Yuan also seemed intrigued. Then give it a try, Lin Xie suggested, handing Zhang Luocheng a cloth. Zhang Luocheng blindfolded himself. Surprisingly, he had never attempted such a method before. He was uncertain how his conceptual skill was activated. Was it through his body, his eyes, or simply his intuition? Bang, bang, bang. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. 3 shots, all hits, and all 10 rings. Not only did others find it hard to believe, but even Zhang Luocheng himself was astonished. This conceptual skill was incredibly powerful. Wherever he wished to hit, he could do so effortlessly. Akin to having a self-targeting mechanism, he wondered if this ability would also prove advantageous in a game of Battle Royale. Impressive, Luocheng. You truly possess self-targeting capabilities, Baili Pang marveled, completely in awe. Just then, Instructor Hong appeared unexpectedly and called Lin Xie over. When Lin Xie returned shortly, the others eagerly inquired about what had transpired. Instructor Gu seems to have lost his mind, claiming it's my fault. Lin Xie explained. Zhang Luocheng paused, realizing that the issue was not solely Lin Xie's. He himself had raised a question as well, albeit after class. Thus it remained unknown to others that by the way, if you see Instructor Gu at the training camp in the next few days, make sure to inform me, Lin Xie said with seriousness. Why? Baili Pang asked. Zhang Luocheng understood that Lin Xie was concerned about Mei-Lin's condition, that it seemed Lin Xie was about to learn summoning magic soon. At that moment, Zhang Luocheng suddenly recalled that his Hokage system also possessed summoning abilities. However, he'd yet to draw that ability and was uncertain as to what the summoning technique entailed or what might be summoned. Perhaps a frog or a snake. He pondered. 2 days later, Instructor Gu indeed returned to the training camp, and Zhang Luocheng had already been waiting for his arrival in the office area. Instructor Gu has returned. Report. Instructor Gu has been spotted at the dormitory entrance. He.S. heading towards the east side of the training ground. He.S. on his way to the special training base. He.S. approaching the office area. The continuous reports echoed like a radar. Tracking Instructor Gu's movements, Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly and strolled leisurely outside that moment. Lin Xie conveniently positioned himself in front of Instructor Gu, exclaiming, Instructor Gu, long time no see. Instructor Gu, has my question been resolved? Zhang Luocheng stepped into view behind Lin Xie. Lin Xie glanced back at Zhang Luocheng, his eyes seemingly communicating, I arrived first. You go ahead, Zhang Luocheng encouraged. After Lin Xie exchanged a few words with Instructor Gu, the 3 of them entered the office together, Lin Xie wearing an expression of triumph. Eventually, the 2 returned to their dormitory. Is this notion of time travel you mentioned truly real? Zhang Luocheng, having overheard Lin Xie's conversation with Instructor Gu, could not resist asking as soon as they returned to their dorm. Didn't you say that in this world, anything is possible? Zhang Luocheng replied. Lin Xie nodded. True, Wang Mian is a time bandit. He can traverse through time and space. Thus, the concept of parallel universes holds validity. What if Wang Mian went back in time and altered the course of one event? Wouldn't the original course still continue, thereby creating a new world at that moment? Or perhaps, with a multitude of choices in our lives, at any given point, if we choose one option, another version of ourselves could exist having made a different choice, resulting in various timelines. There's indeed a possibility of that. It could also be that this world is merely a series of cycles, where one concludes only to begin anew, Lin Xie stated. Zhang Luocheng chuckled. You make a valid point. As night fell, Zhang Luocheng, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a faint sound, reminiscent of a mosquito. Initially, he paid it no heed. However, the incessant buzzing continued to encircle him. It has not even warmed yet. How can there be mosquitoes? Zhang Luocheng grumbled, rising to swat a few. Yet, the mosquitoes seemed to multiply endlessly in an instant, Zhang Luocheng realized what was happening and turned to Lin Xie, who was employing his summoning magic. Lin Xie, could you please exercise some restraint? Zhang Luocheng could not help but say. Lin Xie, engrossed in his task, had not initially noticed Zhang Luocheng had awakened. You're awake, he replied. What are we to do about this swarm of mosquitoes? Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, continuously swatting at them. What does it matter to me? They're not biting me, Lin Xie retorted, continuing his summoning magic. Stop summoning randomly. Look at what you brought forth. Stockings, what on earth? Zhang Luocheng exclaimed, being besieged by dozens of mosquitoes, a surge of anger rising within him. Sharingan. Fire release. The Sharingan locked onto the mosquitoes, while the fire release swiftly eradicated them. Remarkable, that night within the confines of the room, sparks of fire occasionally flickered. Luocheng, why do you look so disheveled today? Bai Li Pang Pang observed Zhang Luocheng, who appeared bleary-eyed. Zhang Luocheng rubbed his eyes. It's nothing. I was just battling mosquitoes all night. Mosquitoes? Are there mosquitoes at this time of year? Bai Li Pang Pang bit into a bun before him. Zhang Luocheng cast a resentful glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, pondering, you were the one who suffered this fate before. You should be thanking me now. Ask him, Zhang Luocheng pointed at Lin Xie. He attract mosquitoes, I suppose. Lin Xie said leisurely, sipping his soy milk. That be by the way. Before we graduate from the training camp, there's a score assessment, Chao Yuan suddenly remarked. Assessment? Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we only have 2 to 3 months left until graduation. The instructors will evaluate our performance and rank us accordingly. Chao Yuan explained. Isn't that akin to a final exam? Lin Xie pondered aloud. Could it be an elimination system? That won't be the case. The training camp does not eliminate new recruits, especially since night watchmen are in short supply. It is primarily to determine everyone's future assignments. Chao Yuan inquired. Where do? Bai Li Pang Pang, looking bewildered, asked. What does that mean? It refers to which night watch team you will be assigned after graduation. Lin Xie elucidated. Those with exceptional abilities are likely to be dispatched to first-tier cities, while those ranked lower will remain in third-tier cities. Or so I believe, Zhang Luocheng added. However, gaining entry into a special team seems to be no simple task. Their criteria are even more stringent, Chao Yuan remarked. Zhang Luocheng nodded in agreement. Most members of special teams begin in smaller squads, having developed an absolute level of synergy and trust amongst themselves. The sudden introduction of a newcomer could disrupt their rhythm. Of course, if one possesses remarkable abilities, they might even establish their own special team. At this juncture, Zhang Luocheng patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, asking, what do you think? Would you be interested in the identity of a dual god agent? Surely you qualify. Lin Xie paused and surprised me. I harbor no such grand ambitions. If given the choice, I would prefer to remain in Cangnan. Your identity is likely to attract attention from special teams as soon as you graduate. It may not be entirely up to you. Chao Yuan interjected, by the way, how is the ranking score determined? Lin Xie suddenly inquired. The criteria are quite broad, encompassing physical training, extreme training, theoretical examinations, shooting, and so forth, Chao Yuan continued. The mention of theoretical examinations prompted a change in expression for both Zhang Luocheng and Bai Li Pang Pang, who were notorious for dozing off in class. And there's also Shen Qingzhu. Additionally, there seems to be hidden scores, Chao Yuan added. What are hidden scores? Lin Xie asked. I'm not sure, Chao Yuan replied, spreading his hands. Lin Xie turned to Zhang Luocheng. Prophet, have you heard anything? Perhaps we were meant to face a mystery ourselves, or it could involve a group mission to eliminate a mystery, Zhang Luocheng answered vaguely. So, Prophet, your predictions have faltered this time? Lin Xie teased. Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes at Lin Xie and continued eating. Sometime later, on a particular morning, the sun slowly rose from the east, its rays streaming through the window and illuminating the floor. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie rose from their slumbers simultaneously. Their schedules had become remarkably synchronized. It's 5:30. Why hasn't the whistle blown today? Lin Xie remarked, peering out the window with a sense of unease. Initially, Zhang Luocheng paid little heed, but upon hearing Lin Xie's observation, he too glanced outside. Something does seem off. Let's go check, Zhang Luocheng suggested, pushing open the dormitory door. The hallway was equally silent, devoid of the customary whistle to rouse them. The new recruits were still fast asleep. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie proceeded to wash up, and upon their return, they encountered some early risers just opening their doors. Among them were Special Forces member Zheng Zhong, Chao Yuan, and two heirs from ancient martial arts families, Mo Lan and Li Xiaowang. La Kung, Chia, you're awake as well, Chao Yuan approached. The instructor's Haven tea blown the whistle. It feels rather unusual. Lin Xie expressed his concern. Wait a moment. This is indeed peculiar. Upon witnessing the current scene, Zhang Luocheng suddenly comprehended that today marked the final day of revelry at the training camp. What is going on? Both Lin Xie and Chao Yuan inquired in unison. Zhang Luocheng walked to Bai Li Pongpong's dormitory, finding both occupants still deep in slumber. What did you see? Lin Xie asked. Zhang Luocheng activated his Sharingan. They're surrounded by something strange, and no sooner had he spoken than several new recruits emerged from their rooms, including Shun Qingzhu, Lin Xie, Zhang Luocheng. Shun Qingzhu's expression was grave, no matter how we call them. Ding Wei and the others won't wake up. What time is it? Zhang Luocheng asked. Just past 6, Lin Xie replied. Let us go check on them. Since Bai Li Pangpang's door was stuck, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie hurried to Shun Qingzhu's room to investigate. Lin Xie's mental energy swept over Deng Wei's body. It seems to be a form of mental control, akin to a forbidden realm. Then why are we unharmed? Shun Qingzhu queried. It is possible that their failure to rise early is the cause, Zhang Luocheng explained. Not rising early? Shun Qingzhu looked puzzled. Lin Xie glanced at the time. All of us who were awake did so before 6. Thus, 6 may be a crucial point, but if I'm not mistaken, this must relate to the hidden scores Chao Yuan mentioned, Zhang Luocheng concluded, directing his gaze to the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. Outside the training camp, within several tents, instructors sat before monitors, observing the movements of the recruits. This Zhang Luocheng is indeed remarkable. One instructor remarked, I must say, even through the screen, his eyes give me a sense of foreboding. Instructor Hong turned away, avoiding Zhang Luocheng's gaze. Lin Xie was quick to respond. Don't you think? This group of recruits is already responding to their commands. Yuan Gang commented. Hey, look at Shun Qingzhu. He's even giving us the finger. Instructor Hong unhesitatingly deducted a point from Shun Qingzhu's score. They've already formed their teams. Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng are headed to the warehouse to retrieve weapons. This Shun Qingzhu has broken another door. Surely that 1T incur a penalty? Of course not. Boys, enjoy this final moment of revelry. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and Shun Qingzhu, accompanied by several recruits, made their way to the warehouse to collect their weapons. Just as they obtained them, a wailing scream echoed from the direction of the cafeteria. Let us head to the cafeteria, Lin Xie immediately decided. Zhang Luocheng followed Lin Xie. A new protector was about to emerge, that timid little spider. Admittedly, Zhang Luocheng had found the spider quite adorable while reading a novel. The group quickly arrived at the warehouse, only to find the iron chain securing the cafeteria door had been severed, indicating someone had arrived ahead of them. Lin Xie's mental energy scanned the cafeteria, his expression turning serious as he pushed open the door. Inside, the cafeteria was eerily vacant, ensnared in an intricate web of spider silk, the strands interwoven to form a vast white net that enveloped the entire space. What is this? So disgusting, one recruit involuntarily swallowed. This spider web is enormous, another recruit remarked. Could this be a mystery, a mysterious assault within the training camp? Shun Qingzhu gazed at the scene in disbelief. If there was a mysterious attack, the instructors would certainly be aware, Chao Yuan stated. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either the instructors were slain by this mystery, or this is the handiwork of the instructors themselves. Zhang Luocheng interjected. Look over there, a recruit pointed toward a specific direction. Everyone turned to see a man, his limbs twisted and his body hollowed out, ensnared in the spider web, his eyes wide with terror. Having long since lost his life. Wang Li, someone recognized the individual. This ISNTA drill. Someone has actually died. A recruit gazed at the scene in horror. The instructors are missing. Could they all be dead? Everyone, quiet. Lin Xie admonished, his mental energy sweeping through every corner of the cafeteria, his countenance grave. That mystery is likely lurking within. Upon hearing this, several recruits' faces paled. Despite having spent nearly a year in the training camp, they were still sorely lacking in combat experience. The vast majority had never encountered a mystery before. Faced with a true enemy, their composure clearly faltered. Lin Xie drew his star blade. I'll go in to investigate. I'll stay outside. What if it escapes? Zhang Luocheng also brandished the star blade, stationed at the periphery of the cafeteria. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan decided to join Lin Xie in entering the cafeteria. Observing that each of their companions had assumed their respective tasks, the remaining new recruits mustered their courage to prepare for their entry. Will not all enter at once. The crowd may lead to trouble. Remain outside with me. Zhang Luocheng admonished the new soldiers who sought to venture in. After all, Zhang Luocheng himself was a decorated individual. Thus, his commands were met with obedience by the recruits, who stood vigil with him outside the cafeteria. His gaze was fixed intently on the various exits of the cafeteria, and the prospect of encountering a Zhu sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Before long, a sudden explosion echoed from within the cafeteria, instantly capturing the attention of the recruits stationed outside. They drew their star blades, poised for combat. Zhang Luocheng scanned the surrounding corners, and indeed, in the next moment a massive, pale gray spider burst through a window on the right. There, charge! With a decisive command from Zhang Luocheng, the recruits sprang into action, swinging their star blades at the monstrous arachnid. Clang! Just as Zhang Luocheng was about to unleash a strike, he froze in place. Why was the system activating at this moment? Was there a mission at hand? A new task has been assigned to the host. Surpass Lin Xie's score during the final revelry day to complete the mission, which will grant the ability to draw 2 powers upon completion. What the hell? Zhang Luocheng cursed inwardly upon hearing the task. If I had known I needed to exceed Lin Xie's score, I would have studied harder. Yet, time was of the essence. He could not afford to ponder further. The arrow was nocked, and it must be released. He needed to ensure the success of this revelry day. The new recruits had encircled the pale spider, but a Zhu, being a mysterious entity of the Chuan realm, easily broke free from their onslaught. Zhang Luocheng surged forward, his blade aimed directly at the creature. That moment, a series of eerie, crimson compound eyes flared to life, a psychic attack. Zhang Luocheng mused, recognizing that a Zhu's ability to weave illusions was indeed a form of mental assault. As the Sharingan activated, his eyes locked onto a Zhu's A Zhu emitted a piercing scream, and in that brief window of opportunity, it scurried away in haste. It cried out as it fled, these people are terrifying. That knife-throwing man is fierce, and the one who can cause explosions with a snap of his fingers is obviously no good. Especially that last one. His eyes are red. Just a glance at him makes me feel like I'm on fire. Run, run. Zhang Luocheng covered his eyes. After all, a Zhu was a mysterious entity of the Chuan realm, and the clash of his Sharingan with its psychic assault left him feeling disoriented. Are you all right? Lin Xie emerged from the cafeteria, witnessing Zhang Luocheng shielding his eyes. That I'm fine. It was also affected by my power, Zhang Luocheng replied. The situation felt peculiar, leaving Lin Xie filled with doubt. Let us not concern ourselves with the spider for now. We must rescue those in Building 3, as that seems more pressing, Zhang Luocheng asserted. However, we should leave some individuals to guard Building 1, Lin Xie added. After some contemplation, Shen Qingzhu volunteered, I'll stay behind to guard. Yes, your presence is well suited for the task. That plump fellow should have some artifacts that could aid him, Zhang Luocheng remarked. I suspect he's on the verge of awakening. Really? Shen Qingzhu replied, somewhat skeptical. Trust him. We must act swiftly, Lin Xie urged. Once their strategy was determined, the group began to disperse. Zhang Luocheng and the others made their way to the girls' dormitory, arriving at the entrance of Building 3. The dormitory before them emanated an eerie aura. IT felt as though they could not perceive its existence, as if it were isolated from reality. Lin Xie's expression reflected confusion as he glanced at Zhang Luocheng, who, with a Sharingan, examined the area with a similar expression of uncertainty. I cannot discern the situation inside either. The door remains locked, and the glass proves unbreakable. Chao Yuan tried various methods to no avail. This place must be spatially sealed, Li Xiaowang interjected suddenly. Are you referring to a spatial type forbidden area? Zhang Luocheng inquired immediately that it bear some relation. I can attempt to breach it, Li Xiaowang replied, producing a large sword adorned with red tassels. A radiant arc of energy surged forth, accompanied by a soft chime. He advanced and gently pushed, effortlessly opening the door. Hurry inside. I've merely opened a section. It will restore itself shortly. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie, and the other recruits promptly entered. But as they crossed the threshold into Building 3, an uncanny energy enveloped them. The outside world appeared to dim, and the original path vanished in an instant. This is spatial manipulation that as they cautiously observed their surroundings. A piercing scream from the upper floors reverberated through the air. Zhang Luocheng exchanged fleeting glances with his companions before they dashed toward the source of the sound. However, upon reaching the second floor, the scene before them was utterly confounding. What on earth is happening? Li Xiaowang struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Before them lay a girl's dormitory, meticulously arranged with various garments. Did you see anything? My perception only detects some surrounding rooms. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. The layout here is entirely disordered. It defies our understanding, as if it has been completely scrambled, Zhang Luocheng explained. Completely scrambled? Lin Xie echoed, perplexed. Zhang Luocheng nodded. It resembles a Rubik's Cube. A jumbled one. The stairs that should be here have been relocated elsewhere. Lin Xie examined the surroundings, while Chao Yuan approached the window, searching for new clues. Which direction should we take? Li Xiaoguang inquired. Behind this wall lies a staircase that leads directly upstairs. Lin Xie pointed to one wall. Zhang Luocheng concurred. Indeed, if we follow these paths, we will never escape. This place is transformed into a labyrinth. Should we break down this wall? Li Xiaoguang suggested. But we must also consider the structural integrity. Lin Xie cautioned. Allow me to give it a try, Zhang Luocheng interjected before any new recruit could speak up. Stepping to the wall's edge, although he had previously experimented with this ability, now in the Qi realm, Zhang Luocheng was eager to test it again. His mastery of the 5 elements technique could be combined in a strict sense. By merging fire, earth, and water, he could unleash a corrosive effect, eroding the wall before him. Zhang Luocheng silently chanted in his mind. Sure enough, in the next moment, the wall before him began to dissolve, revealing an accessible passage. Success! Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of excitement. The abilities he had drawn were indeed capable of synergistic use.is that even possible. Lin Xie looked at Zhang Luocheng with curiosity. The 5 elements technique is inherently based on the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Zhang Luocheng elucidated. The group traversed the passage, with Lin Xie leading the way and Zhang Luocheng bringing up the rear. However, just as they were about to pass through entirely, the wall suddenly shifted, dividing the group in two before they could comprehend the sudden change. Zhang Luocheng, utilizing his Sharingan, observed that the other walls were also shifting, separating him from Lin Xie. What is happening? One of the recruits exclaimed. Bewildered, the space has shifted again. It seems they separated us upon noticing our destruction of the wall. Zhang Luocheng continued to survey the surroundings, now that he was apart from Lin Xie and the others. Zhang Luocheng perceived this as an opportunity that if he stumbled upon the disordered cube and the Echo Hunter, he could eliminate one before they regrouped. With the remaining recruits, Zhang Luocheng navigated through various locations as the scenery around them continuously morphed. One moment it was a staircase, the next a dormitory, and then a balcony. Luocheng, everything keeps changing. One recruit exclaimed, a corpse. Another recruit's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. There lay a lifeless body, eerily still, its head conspicuously absent. Had it not been for the identical military uniforms they donned, one would scarcely have guessed the truth. Zhang Luocheng noticed someone was about to scream and swiftly covered their mouth. Silence. This is not a corpse. The new recruits looked at Zhang Luocheng in bewilderment, as if to say, how can this not be a corpse when it appears to be in such a state? Her body was entirely different from that of a normal human. It served merely to cultivate an atmosphere of terror among us. Even without activating a Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng understood the situation. Moreover, he had just heard some peculiar sounds moments ago. Clop, clop, clop. Quiet. Zhang Luocheng suddenly stood still. Did you hear something? All the new recruits held their breath, indeed hearing sounds of a door being opened and then closed. Zhang Luocheng scrutinized the surroundings through the Sharingan. Although he had yet to discern the entity's location, the sounds indicated it was drawing closer. I asked the mysterious one coming. One of the new recruits inquired. Try not to make noise. Zhang Luocheng lowered his voice deliberately. And he had already caught sight of the figure. It was an exceedingly burly man, with a massive, gaping wound on his neck, his head completely absent, rendering him more a grotesque semblance than a complete body. In his hand, he dragged an exaggeratedly large executioner's blade, exuding an intense aura of oppression. In the next moment, he extended his hand and opened the door before Zhang Luocheng and the others. The new recruits stood at the ready, their eyes fixed on the door. Just as it swung open, brothers, charge! All the new recruits instantly unleashed their forbidden techniques, launching their attacks towards the headless man. Clearly, the headless man had not anticipated such a scale of assault at that moment, and he was forced to retreat step by step. Yet, being of the Chuan realm, he swiftly stomped the ground, disappearing in an instant, his speed so rapid that it left an afterimage. The next moment, several of the frontline recruits were abruptly bisected, cries of anguish echoing in the air. The headless man's figure exploded forth. Zhang Luocheng moved as well, instantly appearing before the headless man, his blade striking against its chest. However, it felt akin to striking a steel plate, merely leaving a shallow scratch. Silence befell the scene. Zhang Luocheng spoke in hushed tones. This fellow amplifies his abilities based on the volume of sound. The louder the noise, the stronger he becomes. The remaining two recruits, upon hearing this, promptly sealed their lips, standing still in fear. Zhang Luocheng delivered a swift kick to the headless man's chest, a bolt of lightning puncturing through its shoulder. But the next second, the headless man stood frozen in place. The shadow mimicry technique had succeeded. Zhang Luocheng stood firm. Time is of the essence. We must eliminate him now. Yet in the next breath, the surrounding space shifted once more, and they could only watch as the headless man vanished in a thin air before them. With the headless man's disappearance, the shadow mimicry technique also came to an end. Zhang Luocheng surveyed the surroundings. I can no longer see him. He must have been relocated elsewhere. Leading the remaining two recruits, Zhang Luocheng continued to navigate the labyrinthine floors, yet they found no trace of the headless man. It seemed the chaotic cube had no intention of allowing them to encounter him again. Not long after, a tremendous noise resonated from a distance, prompting Zhang Luocheng to speculate that Lin Xie and his group had also encountered the headless man. Zhang Luocheng turned to the other two recruits. You go investigate, while I head towards the source of the noise. Are you going alone? Is that wise? I am fine. Being alone allows me greater mobility. The two recruits nodded and proceeded in different directions, while Zhang Luocheng moved toward another path. This time, Zhang Luocheng chose a markedly different route. He began tearing down walls, progressing in a straight line. Indeed, following his chosen path, the dragging sound re-emerged, prompting Zhang Luocheng to slow his pace and lower his volume to a whisper. He surmised that Lin Xie and his group had encountered this entity and temporarily split apart. Zhang Luocheng pondered. His eyes continued to scan the area, yet no trace of the headless man was found. He merely heard the sounds, and crucially, he could not discern the direction of the sound. As the space began to warp once again, Moly, Che, Luocheng, Chao Yuan, where are you? Zhang Luocheng was taken aback by the familiar voice. Was that not the voice of Bailey Pang Pang? Goodness, he had come to save the damsel in distress. However, his call evidently attracted the headless man's attention, as Zhang Luocheng noticed the dragging sound shifting direction. Zhang Luocheng pressed onward, but after only a few steps, he unexpectedly spotted several familiar figures. They had not been visible moments ago. Likely due to the shifting space, now merely a hair's breadth away. Pang Pang, Zhang Luocheng whispered, as Bailey Pang Pang was currently having his mouth covered by Moly. Upon seeing Zhang Luocheng, Moly waved her hand, signaling him to come closer. Zhang Luocheng followed Moly through the wall onto a dormitory balcony. Apart from Moly, there was another female soldier with her, and only when the dragging sound faded into the distance did Molly release her grip on Bailey Pang Pang. You shouted so loudly. Do you want to die? Molly scolded in a hushed tone. Bailey Pang Pang wore a look of grievance. I didn't know I couldn't raise my voice that you're awake. Does that mean everyone else is awake too? Zhang Luocheng also lowered his voice. Bailey Pang Pang nodded. Yes, they're all awake. I woke them up. He gestured himself while glancing at Molly, as if to say, see, I'm impressive. Indeed, Pang Pang is quite remarkable. Zhang Luocheng replied, as if coaxing a child. Molly's expression turned serious. This is a Chuan realm entity, capable of instinctively tracking the source of sound. The louder the noise, the stronger it becomes, that we call it the sound hunter. By the way, Luocheng, why are you alone? Bailey Pang Pang noticed Lin Chiye and Chao Yuan were absent. Hearing this, Molly's expression shifted. Could it be that you're overthinking it? When we passed through a wall, the surrounding structures suddenly shifted, isolating us that I had an encounter with that sound hunter earlier. You encountered it? Zhang Luocheng nodded. We even fought briefly, but the space shifted again, causing us to separate. You fought alone? We lost over a dozen sisters, Molly exclaimed. Zhang Luocheng recounted the earlier events, even mentioning how he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, the spatial shift had caused him to miss that opportunity. Did someone die? This isn't a drill. Is it? Bailey Pong Pong's expression reflected disbelief. That a drill? Wait until you witness your comrades perish before your eyes, and you'll understand this is no mere exercise. That a fierce determination ignited in Molly's gaze as she turned to Zhang Luocheng. You experienced it too. You should empathize. However, Zhang Luocheng's expression was unexpectedly calm, and his next statement would overturn Molly's understanding. Actually, it was indeed a drill, Zhang Luocheng said somewhat awkwardly. The group stared at him in astonishment. Molly's expression becoming increasingly complex. How could it be a drill when they all had faced similar trials? Listen to me. We also discovered corpses on the ground. However, through my eyes, it was evident that they were not normal human corpses. Although they appeared remarkably lifelike, the internal structures of the human body could never be perfectly replicated, so those corpses are all fabricated. Zhang Luocheng provided an explanation, and Molly and the others recognized the capabilities of his eyes, thus placing faith in his words. Yet, the reality of comrades falling before them remained undeniable. But I witnessed our comrade being cleaved in two. The corpses may be fake, yet the deaths I saw were indisputable. Molly clenched her fists in anger. Originally, I had no way to explain this matter, but I realized something while combating the sound hunter. Just as the blade was about to strike, someone intervened, substituting the real bodies with fake ones. This was the handiwork of the instructors. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this remains a test, and our performance is still of paramount importance. Within the confines of the training camp's tent, the gaze of Zhang Luocheng was unervingly penetrating, as if he could see through everything. Instructor Hong fixed his eyes on the monitor before him and remarked, "Do you think it's just Zhang Luocheng?" Lin Chiye has also noticed they were caught in the act of switching the bodies. Another instructor chimed in, "With these two around, our ruse is laid bare." Nevertheless, this batch of recruits is exceptionally astute. It's not just the boys you should focus on. Look at what these girls are up to. Among them, there are also brilliant minds. The instructors turned their attention to the monitor, where they observed Molly leading a group of girls through numerous partitions, arriving at the hot water room, the largest chamber of all. Though it had not originally been located there at that moment, the expanse of space was already occupied by dozens of female soldiers, who were seated in three groups, each holding a drawing board, seemingly recording something. Molly gestured to one of the girls, and in the next instant, a faint glow emanated from the girl's fingertips, followed by a cacophony of voices echoing in the ears of Zhang Luocheng and Bailey Pang Pang. Akin to wearing headphones, the discussions among the girls materialized in their ears instantaneously. It was a peculiar sensation, as they had not spoken aloud, yet their voices were distinctly audible. This was a mental link orchestrated by Zhang Xiao, enabling direct communication through thought. However, the scope of the Forbidden Ruins was limited, covering at most 2 rooms. Thus, they were deciphering the chaotic patterns of this space. Some were traversing each room, while others conducted analyses. Zhang Luocheng quickly grasped their grouping. "Impressive! How did you come up with this?" Bali Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone has their strengths. Our female soldiers also possess intellect akin to Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng. Molly said, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. However, Zhang Luocheng found it peculiar that his name felt like an afterthought. Suddenly, a Z, seated at the center, sprang to her feet. I've discerned the pattern of the space's disruptions. It's akin to a Rubik's Cube. Zhang Luocheng was the first to speak. All the female soldiers turned to him, and Aziz's expression was one of disbelief. You figure it out? Zhang Luocheng smiled slightly. Knowing that the moment of pretense had officially begun, I deduced it from observing your drawings just now. However, each time the pattern is disrupted, it requires calculation, a task you must have already undertaken. Upon hearing this, Aziz felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, from the next occurrence, I can predict the trajectory of the changes. Moreover, the location of this mysterious entity should be relatively central. It has undoubtedly concealed itself well within. Zhang Luocheng concluded, and Aziz's gaze shifted. You know that too? You're quite clever. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback, puzzled by the hostility radiating from the girl. Thus, we must make a decision moving forward. Aziz's expression remained serious, for since their entry, Molly had not informed them that their comrade was not truly dead. Shall we first eliminate the entity causing the spatial disruptions, or the Sound Hunter? We should first eliminate the Sound Hunter, one of the female soldiers declared angrily. Yes, we must avenge our sisters. The voices of the female soldiers rose in unison, each gaze brimming with fierce determination. In that moment, they fought not just for their friends, but for themselves. They approached the mysterious entity with calm contemplation, unyielding in their resolve. All right, Aziz turned to Zhang Luocheng. And you, will you join us? The recruits had been together for nearly a year, and they were well aware of Zhang Luocheng's capabilities. Moreover, a considerable number of recruits had begun voting on who would ultimately rank first between him and Lin Xie. With their votes nearly equal, Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly. With such fervor, I must contribute. We are teammates, and we are also night watchmen. Aziz beamed. Once this is over, let's engage in a proper contest of skills. Zhang Luocheng was momentarily taken aback, wondering, what on earth is this contest about? Why are we comparing skills in such a trivial manner? And what was with that look? Don't tell me she's harboring feelings for me. Once the plan was solidified, everyone began tracking the Sound Hunter's whereabouts. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a resounding clash echoed in their ears. What is that sound? Molly signaled everyone a halt. It resembles the sounds of battle, but that's an exceedingly loud noise. Zhang Luocheng's expression darkened. If his assumptions were correct, this noise indicated that the frenzied Chao Yuan was clashing with the Sound Hunter, and they were drawing ever closer. In the next moment, the wall before them shattered, and a figure enveloped in black flames was hurled backward, crashing against the opposite wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite his injuries, he struggled to rise, emitting a sinister chuckle. Chao Yuan, Li Pongpong's eyes widened in disbelief. The volume of his voice had not been stifled, and it seemed he had been battling for quite some time. Aziz was equally stunned by the scene. The frenzied Chao Yuan had broken through 2 dormitory rooms, but due to the overwhelming noise, the headless man's powers had surged, overpowering Chao Yuan. I'll go first. Keep your voices low and launch a surprise attack, Zhang Luocheng instructed, gripping his dagger and striving to remain silent as he rushed toward Chao Yuan. He needed to free Chao Yuan. Otherwise, the noise would be unbearable. Thus, he approached Chao Yuan from the side, intending to employ his Sharingan's illusion to restore him to normalcy. However, having endured relentless blows, Chao Yuan was nearing his limits. Battered and bruised, he struggled to support himself on the ground. Attempting to rise, but it seemed beyond his capability. Now's my chance. Zhang Luocheng picked up a stone and hurled it at Chao Yuan, instantly appearing before him. Illusion. Zhang Luocheng's eyes locked onto Chao Yuan's, and the black flames enveloping him vanished in an instant, along with Chao Yuan's form, disappearing before the headless in that fleeting moment. The previously cacophonous noise ceased entirely, plunging the entire space into silence. Yet, as the headless man attempted to advance, his body inexplicably froze in place, involuntarily adopting a crouching position. He then gently placed the decapitation blade on the ground, making not a sound. The shadow mimicry technique was a success. Zhang Luocheng slowly rose, mirroring the headless man's movements, both devoid of sound, but a smile crept onto Zhang Luocheng's lips. "Now, sisters, let us strike." The command resonated in everyone's minds, transmitted via brainwaves without the need for spoken words. Each thought entered their consciousness directly. All figures sprang into action, unfurling a starkly different forbidden ruins, devoid of the decapitation blade and rendered immobile. The headless man found himself utterly defenseless. You realize his blade is intended to produce sound. Aziz glanced at Zhang Luocheng. That hefty sword merely generates noise through dragging, thereby amplifying his power. Thus, without the decapitation blade, and with sound under control, dealing with him becomes a simple task. You truly are astute. Zhang Luocheng felt a hint of embarrassment. "I'll leave this to you. I must attend to the Rubik's Cube." Aziz intended to voice something further, but Zhang Luocheng had already vanished from their sight, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. While previously scouting, Zhang Luocheng had marked various locations in different rooms. Now, utilizing the Flying Thunder God, he could traverse swiftly without the need to search each spot individually. "Wait, once this is over, doesn't that mean I can freely visit the girls' dormitory?" A peculiar thought crossed Zhang Luocheng's mind. "Stop it. I'm a person of integrity," employing the Flying Thunder God for rapid movement. Zhang Luocheng soon found himself confronted by an abyss of darkness that belonged to Lin Xie, the darkest invasion. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng charged through the wall before him. Everything here is undergoing rapid change. Before Zhang Luocheng lies a silvery cube, and without a moment's hesitation, he flashes to its front, his straight blade descending swiftly. Yet in the next instant, the cube begins to spin with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a clothes dryer in motion. Oh dear, by the time you reach the mental hospital, a mountain of laundry will be waiting for you. Best hold off on washing for now. Zhang Luocheng feels a wave of nausea cresting in his stomach, a sense of impending vomit overwhelming him. Just then, an intense shadow emerges, and seizing this fleeting opportunity, he strikes with his blade. In that moment, the surroundings revert to their original state, and the three buildings regain their former appearance. Zhang Luocheng, Lin Xie. The cube is shattered into countless fragments by the combined efforts of the two, scattered haphazardly across the rooftop of the dormitory, and the entire structure is restored to its previous form. The barrier vanishing without a trace. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie realized that it was their joint effort that brought down the cube, although it was Zhang Luocheng who seized the moment while Lin Xie unleashed his shadowy erosion. Observing the debris strewn about, Lin Xie begins to gather the pieces. "Your mental energy seems severely depleted." Zhang Luocheng notes the pallor of Lin Xie's face, that it's nothing. The turbulence was just overwhelming, making my stomach uneasy. "A moment's rest will suffice." Lin Xie collects the fragments, remarking, "There should still be a mysterious entity on this level that has been dealt with alongside the female soldiers. It should now be in ruins as well." The two sit back to back on the ground. "Well then, I can start to recover my mental energy. There should still be one spider left." Lin Xie recalls the large gray-white spider. The fat one has awakened, seemingly rousing everyone with its forbidden item. Zhuangge must be rallying the remaining 100 or so to encircle it as they converse. Another explosion echoes not far away. That it seems truly worried for nothing. Lin Xie gazes toward the source of the sound, where thick smoke billows skyward. Zhuangji's destructive power is indeed formidable. Look, another fire has ignited. Zhang Luocheng also turns his gaze in that direction. Simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupts in that moment. Previously, Zhuangge led many new recruits to besiege the mass squad, and now he is at the forefront of the assault on the Chuan Realm Spider. The sounds of forbidden ruins attacking resonate from not far off, while Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie sit back to back on the rooftop, as if appreciating a splendid fireworks display. Just then, they spot an object swinging toward them from a distance. Indeed, it swings in like Spider-Man, though this one is a gray-white spider. A spider? Lin Xie expresses a moment of confusion, but his body leaps into action. Before Zhang Luocheng can even react, Lin Xie has already vaulted into the air. His twin blades, plunging into the spider's body. The instant Lin Xie lands, he stumbles, nearly losing his balance. But fortunately, Zhang Luocheng is quick to catch him. That I must say, your mental energy is depleted. Why are you still vying for kills? Zhang Luocheng expresses exasperation, thinking this caretaker is truly insistent. Shen Qingzhu arrives from a distance, but upon seeing the lifeless spider carcass on the ground, her expression reflects a similar sense of helplessness. The feeling of having one's kill snatched is indeed unpleasant. You two here confirm that the 3 buildings have been dealt with. Shen Qingzhu inquires. Zhang Luocheng nods. Yes, all resolved. The female soldiers should have finished their tasks as well. At that moment, Molly emerges from the 3rd building, bloodied and dragging a severed hand behind her, followed by Aji and a group of female soldiers, each face spattered with blood, yet their gazes unwavering and resolute. All taken care of? Zhang Luocheng asks Molly. Molly raises the severed arm in her hand. All sorted. Right here. How is it that only a hand remains? Lin Xie observes the dismembered limb. I failed to control the frequency of the vibrations. Everything else has been reduced to fragments, plastered against the walls. Molly remarks nonchalantly. Zhang Luocheng feels a twinge of embarrassment. This woman is undeniably fierce. Just then, Aji approaches Zhang Luocheng. I've just realized how clever and capable you are. We should study together sometime. Study. Indeed, there's a rather engaging game that tests intelligence. I've never been able to master it. You might give it a try, and we can explore it together, Aji continues. Meanwhile, Lin Xie observes Zhang Luocheng with an expression of intrigue. Let's put that aside for now, Zhang Luocheng replies, feeling awkward. What do you mean, just realized? After indulging in the conversation, Lin Xie suddenly leaps off the rooftop, intent on retrieving the spider's carcass. Observing this, Zhang Luocheng bids farewell to Molly and the others before following suit. Why are you coming along? Aren't you supposed to be busy with your romance? Lin Xie pulls the twin blades from the spider's body. What romance? And what do you mean again? Zhang Luocheng questions that I in school. Those who excel academically or perform admirably often attract admirers. This is known as preferential mating rights. Lin Xie responds with a charming smile. Hey, I say, you haven't studied for long, yet you seem to know quite a bit. Zhang Luocheng retorts just as the distant sound of roaring engines reaches their ears. Camouflage jeeps race toward them, stirring up clouds of dust as they come to a gradual halt before the two. The instructors disembark in succession. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang with his hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely toward the new recruits. Upon the sight of the instructors, all the recruits instinctively straighten up, their expressions turning grave. Yuan Gang's gaze sweeps over the crowd, revealing a satisfied demeanor. Very well. The carnival day drill concludes here. Hearing the term drill, many recruits are momentarily taken aback, for only a few, like Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, had discerned the underlying reasons that, of course, the female soldiers, having been briefed by Zhang Luocheng, were already aware of the situation. Rest assured, none of the team members who sacrificed this time faced life-threatening danger. He continues, moreover, while you fought valiantly, all of us instructors were grading each of you on your performance. Tomorrow morning, your scores will be posted on the announcement board. Be sure to check for yourselves. Now, all training for today and tomorrow is canceled. Take the time to rest well. The recruits erupt in jubilant cheers, promptly dispersing. Yuan Gang strides over to Lin Xie. The mysterious corpses that perished during this drill must be retrieved. That he pauses. What are the cube's remains? Cube. There are no remains. It has been reduced to dust, Lin Xie replies. Yuan Gang's gaze shifts to Zhang Luocheng. Indeed, we shattered it into fragments. As for the headless man, only an arm remains. You may take that back. Instructor Zhang Luocheng responds. Yuan Gang's attention drifts from Zhang Luocheng to Lin Xie, finally resting on the severed arm, shaking his head. Then it seems there is none. You lot truly lack restraint. In the instructor's conference room. A heated debate ensues among the instructors as they argue passionately over the final scores, each presenting differing opinions. Naturally, their fervor stems from the outstanding performances of others, yet on the grading sheet before them, the names of two individuals remain conspicuously blank, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie. Instructor Yuan, how should we score Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie? We hesitate to assign them a grade. Point 1 instructor hands the grading sheet to Yuan Gang. Hesitate? Why do you all hesitate to score these two? Speak up? Yuan Gang raises an eyebrow. Instructor Hong steps forward because in this drill, their performances were simply exceptional. They surmised the reasons for the slumber and refrained from charging in recklessly. Lin Xie boldly inspected the cafeteria, while Zhang Luocheng stood guard outside to prevent any escape. Although the spider child managed to flee, their performances were undeniably commendable. Then comes the situation of the three buildings. Although Lin Xie and Zhang Luocheng were separated, both deduced the killer mechanism of the Sound Hunter. Lin Xie engaged in combat with the Sound Hunter alongside Chao Yuan, while Zhang Luocheng initially led the male soldiers into battle, nearly succeeding and subsequently commanded the female soldiers, achieving success once again. Both individuals saw through the disguise of the atmosphere team that I believe that in terms of combat prowess, insight, commandability, and reasoning skills, they're among the very best. Their performance this time was exceptionally outstanding. I even deem it an understatement to award them both 19 points, as they truly deserve a perfect score. However, a full score of 20 has never been awarded before. Yuan Gang pondered momentarily. Lin Xie receives 19 points. Why? Instructor Hong inquired, perplexed. Zhang Luocheng also receives 19 points. Awarding them an extra point might foster arrogance, for perfection does not exist in humanity. Yuan Gang paused before continuing. Moreover, Lin Xie's acquisition of the Magic Cube S corpse must come at a cost. What about Zhang Luocheng? He did not claim the corpse of the Magic Cube either, Instructor Hong questioned. Yuan Gang smirked. As for him, shielding Lin Xie similarly incurs a price. Achoo! In the dormitory. What's wrong? Lin Xie observed Zhang Luocheng sneezing. I don't know. Perhaps someone is mentioning me. Zhang Luocheng wiped his nose. So, did Miss Azzy ask you to solve problems? Lin Xie teased. Hey, don't say that. I've already told her that I want to solve problems. I can only fight, Zhang Luocheng boasted, flexing his arm. Lin Xie rolled his eyes in exasperation. Straight man, go to sleep. The night fell. While Zhang Luocheng was still fast asleep, he heard some movement from Lin Xie this hour. Lin Xie's departure undoubtedly concerned a particular matter. His summoning magic was likely to bring forth the war mummy tonight. Unfortunately, all the weapons in the warehouse would become the mummy's sustenance. This time, Zhang Luocheng did not accompany him. He had little interest in Lin Xie's summoning ritual. Instead, he was eager to know if his scores surpassed Lin Xie's. The system had remained silent, offering no indication of whether the task was completed, and there was still time before the final results would be announced. Please let it be so. Even a single point higher than him would suffice. Zhang Luocheng silently prayed to the heavens. The following day, the theft of the weapons warehouse was discovered, causing a wave of anxiety among the instructors, particularly for Li Fatty, whose personal space was searched repeatedly. Zhang Luocheng knew they would find nothing, as Lin Xie had utilized the dark erosion technique to erase all traces left in the warehouse. Perhaps, many years from now, this incident would become a mystery in the training camp, a riddle unresolved. The daily training continued, though it was nearing its conclusion, and the recruits had shed their youthful naivety. Each of their gazes radiated determination and strength. Chia, Luocheng, once the training concludes, you must come visit Guangshan. Li Fatty once again extended his invitation to the two. Are you sure you don't want to invite me? Chao Yuan interjected from the side. Li Fatty cast a disdainful glance at Chao Yuan. You should just join a group trip. Cut. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes at Li Fatty. By the way, who do you think will rank first this time? Certainly not you, Li Fatty replied. Eyeing Chao Yuan, who seemed oblivious to his own shortcomings. With an innocent expression, Chao Yuan stated, of course, I know it won't be me that I meant between those two, who will take the top spot. Li Fatty glanced at Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie, momentarily at a loss for words. Selecting one between them is indeed quite challenging. The exam is based on comprehensive scores. Each category has its highs and lows. Making it difficult to predict, Lin Xie interjected. Right, in your training, sometimes Lin Xie is first, sometimes I am, and sometimes we both are, Zhang Luocheng added. Li Fatty and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, then simultaneously rolled their eyes at Zhang Luocheng. So you two are just taking turns being first, leaving no room for the rest of us. However, Chia's shooting training scores should be quite low. After all, he has been consistently missing the target, which would drag down his overall score, Chao Yuan remarked. Lin Chia. But Luocheng's theoretical knowledge scores aren't commendable either. It can only be said that he barely reaches passing marks. Bali Fatty commented. Zhang Luocheng. You can't silence us with food. At that moment, Molly unexpectedly approached, carrying a plate. Miss Molly, what brings you to have breakfast with us today? Have you perhaps heard my intercall? Bali Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Get lost, Molly retorted, then turned to Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia. You two, us girls began voting on who would rank first between you long ago. And somehow, the news reached the male soldiers as well, leading many of them to cast votes. What is the current vote count? Bali Fatty asked eagerly to as of now. The votes are surprisingly equal. Molly continued. Moreover, someone raised a question. What if it's not either of them? Thus, other names have surfaced, though their votes are pitifully few. Molly shot a disdainful glance at Bali Fatty. Unbelievably. Someone even voted for you. Bali Fatty beamed with excitement. Miss Molly, could it be you? Surely you were the one who voted for me. I voted for Lin Chia, Molly replied, causing Bali Fatty to deflate instantly, losing interest in discovering who had voted for him. Additionally, Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu also received votes. Both currently have 11 votes, while Bali Fatty has 9, Molly stated. This time, Chao Yuan appeared quite thrilled. Oh, I have more votes than him. Ha! Molly glanced at the still indifferent Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia. You too. Why are you showing no reaction at all? Zhang Luocheng and Lin Chia exchanged a knowing smile. Zhang Luocheng remarked, if determining first place relied solely on votes, then examinations would be unnecessary. Lin Chia added, I must admit, I'm not particularly interested in this point. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward the two. You two are simply abnormal. August, the sweltering summer sun beat down upon the earth, scorching it as if trying to roast everything in its path. Even the slightest movement would result in beads of sweat. The countdown to the end of the training camp had begun, which also signified that they would embark on a broader journey of adventure, each heading to different cities. Once they graduated, they would truly become night watchers. That ITS almost over. I feel a bit reluctant. Don Tu, Zhang Luocheng, and Lin Chia sat together beneath the shade of a tree, gazing at the familiar training camp. Indeed, after all, we've been here for a year, Lin Chia responded. What is wrong with you two? Aren't you going to eat? Chao Yuan approached from a distance, puzzled by their demeanor. Let us go. Lin Chia sprang to his feet. Zhang Luocheng followed suit. We just wanted one last look at the training camp. That's true. We leave the day after tomorrow, and once we're gone, this place will likely be dismantled, Chao Yuan remarked. Dismantled? Why? Bali Fatty joined them just in time to overhear Chao Yuan. According to previous regulations, training camps have always been in Beijing, but this time, for some reason, it's in Cangnan City. However, I doubt it will be held here again next year, hence it will be dismantled. Chao Yuan explained. Let us hurry up and eat. I'm starving, Bali Fatty exclaimed, breaking into a jog, as he was always the first to arrive at mealtimes. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they all took their seats. By the way, what's next after this? Bali Fatty inquired. Next is the swearing-in ceremony, the distribution of the Star Blade, cloaks, and medals, followed by our immediate departure from the training camp to our respective stations. Chao Yuan clarified that at that moment, everyone's phones suddenly rang, for there were no further training tasks, and their phones had been returned to them. Aside from the prohibitions against leaving the training camp and disclosing information about it, there are no other restrictions. Thus, they have essentially become qualified night watchers. Wow! Zhang Luocheng, you are first, Bali Pang exclaimed, glancing at his phone. All the recruits received the same text message, detailing their final scores and exam rankings. What? My total score is only 74, ranking 184, Bali Pang said with a dejected expression. Upon hearing this score, Zhang Luocheng was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to check his own score on his phone. He heard a sound. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to freeze, and Zhang Luocheng felt as though he had entered a peculiar realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your final training camp assessment surpasses Lin Chia's, granting you 2 opportunities to draw abilities. Would you like to draw now? Yes. A colossal wheel appeared before Zhang Luocheng, spinning rapidly before gradually slowing to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, gentle fist encompassing all physical techniques of the Hyuga clan, along with the ocular powers of the Sharingan and Byakugan. Zhang Luocheng felt a surge of joy. The gentle fist was a martial art of the Hyuga clan that he had always admired. He was eager to try out the techniques. You have one more opportunity to draw. Would you like to draw now? Yes. The wheel began to spin again, eventually coming to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Sharingan, which can be upgraded as your abilities enhance. Zhang Luocheng could not suppress his smile. A skill that spanned the entirety of the Naruto universe. A miraculous technique that could resolve any dilemma with a simple ball of chakra. As the drawing of abilities concluded, the surroundings returned to normal. Luocheng, you're first. Why are you so unfazed? Chao Yuan remarked, observing Zhang Luocheng's calm demeanor. Being first, what's so surprising about that? Zhang Luocheng's face bore no trace of a smile. Well, he outperformed Lin Chiye, and I'm fourth, Chao Yuan said, glancing at the scores displayed above. That Luocheng's total score is 96, while Chiye's is 95. At you two are just 1 point apart, Ba Li Pangpang pointed out. Looking at the individual scores, Ba Li Pangpang noted, Chiye's shooting score is alarmingly low, only 6 points. That Luocheng's theoretical score is merely low, but not excessively so. Chao Yuan was also scrutinizing the scores. Zhang Luocheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, Lin Chia's shooting score was exceedingly low, whereas he had achieved full marks in the theoretical exam. Had Lin Chia scored full marks, surpassing him would have been quite the challenge. You two are something else. One is first, the other second, yet you both remain so composed. Ba Li Pangpang couldn't help but comment, in a primitive forest along the Daxiao border, a fervent determination surged. We must secure them, whether it's Lin Chia or Zhang Luocheng. I want them both. Children make choices. Adults take everything. One is a dual divine agent, the other an unknown forbidden realm, and we absolutely must recruit these two into our Phoenix team. Captain, remain calm. Our team is not in need of personnel. This isn't about numbers. The strength of these two in the future will undoubtedly be formidable. After all, surpassing both me and Wang Mian, we cannot afford to overlook such talent. I want them both. It's imperative. Captain, if the special team has no personnel losses, we cannot recruit new members. The woman gazed intently at the man, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Captain, what are you planning? I'll just injure you a bit. Then we'll have personnel losses, right? That would only account for one person. Then, the woman paused, I'll injure myself too. That way we'll have 2 vacancies. The man thought. This woman is ruthless. She won't even spare herself. In Huaihai City, Tianping hurriedly strode through the corridor, knocking briskly on Wang Mian's office door before entering. Captain, the rankings are out, Tianping announced as he approached Wang Mian. What are the rankings? Zhang Luocheng is first with 96 points. Lin Chia is second with 95 points. Wang Mian's expression faltered as the images of these two individuals flashed in his mind. 96 points? That means they both surpassed me. Wang Mian chuckled bitterly. I never anticipated that my score would be exceeded in this manner. Lin Chia's shooting score is abysmally low, just 6 points. Zhang Luocheng's theoretical score is also only 6 points. Tianping reported that those two were nearly tied. Both are extraordinary. It seems many teams will be vying for them. Captain, should we recruit them? No need. These two will not join any special team. They are destined to form their own. I'm curious, will they each form one, or will both join the same team? What a pity. Not at all. I eagerly anticipate the emergence of a new special team in Daxia, and I look forward to their carving out their own glory on this land. After breakfast, dark clouds gradually overshadowed the earth, concealing the once blazing sun, yet the temperature showed no signs of declining. Instead, it became increasingly oppressive and stifling, leaving one somewhat breathless. Zhang Luocheng observed the shifting sky. As a few raindrops fell upon his cheek, "You all go ahead. I need to head somewhere." Amidst the puzzled expressions of his companions, Zhang Luocheng sprinted in the opposite direction of the crowd, swiftly arriving at Yuan Gang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Yuan Gang's voice resonated from behind the door. Upon entering, Zhang Luocheng caught Yuan Gang off guard. Zhang Luocheng, what brings you here? Yuan Gang set down the documents in his hands. Instructor, it's about to rain, and there's a high possibility of an earthquake near Jinan Mountain. which could trigger a mudslide. We need to evacuate the nearby villagers promptly. Zhang Luocheng understood that this impending mudslide was caused by the whispers. But the villagers were innocent. How do you know this? Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, regarding Zhang Luocheng intently. My elemental affinity includes earth manipulation, allowing me to sense the underground environment and changes that I inadvertently detected tectonic movements just now. Hence my concern about a possible earthquake. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, turning to gaze out the window. The sky appeared increasingly peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, regardless, the safety of the villagers must come first. I will notify them immediately. You should return and prepare for graduation. Yuan Gang promptly picked up the phone, then added, by the way, congratulations on securing first place. Zhang Luocheng smiled in response to instructor Yuan Gang before departing the office. Casting his gaze toward Jinan Mountain, whispers, this time, I shall confront you. Before Zhang Luocheng could reach his dormitory, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the the sound of the whistle. Everyone abandoned their tasks and sprinted toward the training ground. A year's worth of training making the whistle an instinctive response. Within 3 minutes, everyone had arrived at the training ground, transformed from who they were a year ago. Now, they could gather in less than 3 minutes upon hearing the whistle. Instructor Hong stood on a martial arts platform. Attention! The entire assembly moved in perfect unison, their voices crisp and clear, devoid of hesitation, ease. Instructor Hong retrieved a document from a leather pouch and announced, the reason I called you here is that your transfer orders have been issued. I will announce them now, so you can prepare accordingly. Upon hearing the transfer orders, expressions shifted among the recruits. A mix of tension, excitement, and anticipation. Zheng Zhong transferred to the Wudong City Night Watcher Team, number 117. Li Xiaoguang, Deng Wei. Mo Li transferred to the Gusa City Team, number 017. Bai Li Tuming transferred to the Guangzhou Shenzhen City Team, no. 010. Chao Yuan transferred to the Huaihai City Team, number 007. Shun Qingzhu transferred to the Shangjing City Team, number 006. Lin Xie transferred to the Cangnan City Team, number 136. Zhang Luocheng, having achieved first place, may choose freely if you wish to join a special team. We can assist with that application. Upon hearing this, a myriad of gazes fell upon Lin Xie, some laced with astonishment, while others were tinged with envy directed at Zhang Luocheng. Despite the mere point that separated them, one securing first place and the other second, their treatment was as disparate as night and day. One was afforded the freedom to choose, while the other was relegated to a third-tier city, even less favored than the 184th ranked Bai Tuming. Bai Peng and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, both agreeing that such an arrangement was fundamentally unjust. Yet, Lin Xie's expression bore a hint of relief, seemingly content with the outcome. However, there were still those who remained unconvinced. After a year, the discontented were still discontented. Report, I refuse to accept this, Shun Qingzhu exclaimed. Raising her hand high, you have already been assigned to a team in Shangjing City. What is there to contest? It's not me, it's Lin Xie. He clearly placed second. Why is his treatment so vastly different from that of the first place? And to be sent at Cangnan. Instructor Hong furrowed his brow. Since when did you, Shun Qingzhu, become so close with Lin Xie? Xie, I too find this unfair, Bai Peng whispered within the ranks. Don't say that. I am quite satisfied. Staying in Cangnan is quite agreeable. Lin Xie promptly suppressed by Pong's protests. I could see this moment. You are all soldiers. Once you become a soldier, you must obey the arrangements made by your superiors and execute orders. Thus, I trust that there is a valid reason for the higher-ups' decisions. Instructor Hong addressed the assembly. Zhang Luocheng, you may take your time to consider which team you wish to join, or if there are any special units you aspire to enter. Any team is permissible. Once you decide, simply inform us in the office. Report. Zhang Luocheng raised his hand as well. Instructor Hong, who had been about to declare the disbandment, paused. What is it? Instructor, does that mean I can choose to go wherever I wish? As long as I propose it? Zhang Luocheng inquired. For special units, we need to communicate first. After all, the circumstances surrounding special units differ from those of regular teams. However, for other teams, as long as it is your own wish, you may join directly, Instructor Hong clarified. Zhang Luocheng smiled faintly upon hearing this. glanced at Lin Xie, and stated, "Instructor, I choose to join the Cangnan City Team 136. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The first-place finisher, granted the liberty of choice, opted for Cangnan City, with a second place also headed. Why is there such insistence on going to Cangnan City? Who is even there?" Instructor Hong was momentarily taken aback, having already contemplated how to communicate with the special teams, only to receive such an answer. "Have you thought this through, Zhang Luocheng? This matter is of great significance, I believe. Report, Instructor. I have considered it thoroughly. I wish to join Cangnan City Team 136. This prompted another wave of unrest. "The rest of you do not have this privilege." Instructor Hong, noticing some eager to voice their preferences, swiftly intervened before they could speak. "Very well. Since this is your decision, I shall report it. Your individual transfer orders will be issued shortly. For now, you are dismissed." After Instructor Hong departed, the new recruits remained in the training ground, engaging in hushed conversations, while others exchanged bewildered glances. "You can develop in a better place," Lin Xie remarked, patting Zhang Luocheng on the shoulder. "Staying here is the best development. The captain has said that Team 136 is my home. I merely wish to return home," Zhang Luocheng replied with a gentle smile. Lin Xie smiled back, sharing Zhang Luocheng's sentiment about choosing Cangnan City. Suddenly, rain began to pour heavily. Zhang Luocheng looked into the distance. Murmuring, "It's coming," the rain intensified. Everyone hurried back to the dormitory to seek shelter, many gathering around Shen Qingzhu to shower her with compliments. However, Shen Qingzhu's face was filled with resentment regarding the situation. "Both of you have chosen to stay in Cangnan City," Bai Pang remarked in confusion. "There are some things you will understand in time," Zhang Luocheng said earnestly, patting Bai Pang's shoulder at that moment. A clear voice rang from behind Zhang Luocheng. Zhang Luocheng. Turning around, he saw Yang Zi standing before him. "Yang Zi, what is up? I'm truly happy for you securing first place, since you've chosen to remain in Cangnan City. Remember to visit Hailan City when you have the chance," Yang Zi said, her smile radiant. Zhang Luocheng returned the smile. "Of course, if the opportunity arises, I will definitely come." Yang Zi nodded, her expression hinting at unspoken words. Before saying, "Lastly, congratulations on your first place. Keep up the good work in the future." With that, she turned and jogged toward the girls' dormitory. Bai Pang shot Zhang Luocheng a mischievous grin at, "Oh, congratulations on your first place. If only my Miss Molly could come to congratulate me as well." Zhang Luocheng rolled his eyes at Bai Pang. "What? Congratulations on placing 184th." As they continued their banter, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air, leaving everyone puzzled. Yet instinctively, they rushed toward the training ground, braving the downpour. Despite the heavy rain, they arrived within 3 minutes, standing tall and resolute in the downpour. "What is happening?" Bai Pang asked, puzzled. Lin Xie's expression turned serious. "I am not sure. It seems something has occurred." Zhang Luocheng's face mirrored his concern. He worried for the villagers residing there, particularly the parents of the little girl. Hoping nothing had happened, he thought to himself. Clenching his fists, the calamity of this earthquake was ignited by the whims of Lin Xie and himself, heedless of the lives of ordinary people. The low rumble of engines approached from afar, and a military green truck sped toward them, halting before the group. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang emerged from the vehicle, striding to the platform with an unprecedented gravitas, almost roaring at everyone. 10 minutes ago, a massive landslide occurred near Cangnan Mountain due to the earthquake. Fortunately, thanks to Zhang Luocheng's timely report, we were able to mobilize personnel and evacuate villagers from the danger zone to safety. However, due to insufficient manpower, many villagers remain trapped in Cangnan Mountain. Numerous rescue teams are en route, but they will require time to arrive. Every moment is crucial. Time is life, and the only place where we can swiftly mobilize a large number of personnel is our training camp. I know you have completed your training and are preparing to head to different cities. However, from this moment onward, you are soldiers of Daxia, and wherever you are needed, you shall go. Everyone, assemble. Get in the truck." Disaster relief. Dozens crowded into the truck, which struggled along the muddy road, rain drenching them. Their clothing was thoroughly soaked, yet every face bore a resolute expression. Instructor Hong sat at the front. Currently, Personnel have been arranged to evacuate villagers from the most dangerous areas of Jinan Mountain. However, to ensure no one is left behind, we must venture further in soon. The truck will not be able to navigate the terrain, and we will have to proceed on foot. As he spoke, he unfurled a map, briefly outlining the current situation and briefing everyone on their primary mission. Next, I have drafted a list for the teams. Lin Xie, you will lead Rescue Team 1. Zhang Luocheng, you will lead Rescue Team 2. Understood. The two nodded firmly. They had no objections to this grouping. Teams 1 and 2 were tasked with the most perilous areas, making them ideally suited to lead. Moreover, the proximity of these two locations facilitated mutual support. To maximize resources, it was prudent to assign the most outstanding recruits from their training camp to the same team, making it a waste otherwise. The vehicle continued deeper into the area, with many already disembarking to head directly to their designated rescue sites. Daxia soldiers are here. Death, retreat, survivors shall live. The sound reverberated endlessly throughout the valley, echoing across its expanse, while the caravan continued its forward journey. Inside the vehicle, only Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie remained, their eyes fixed on the map above, diligently recording the route. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. The occupants were thrown forward due to inertia, prompting the instructor in the driver's seat to turn back and announce, "The road ahead is blocked. From here on, you must proceed on your own." Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie exchanged a glance, promptly stowing the map and disembarking. Within the valley, the sound of rain persisted, and figures clad in black military coats descended one after another, each bearing a black box on their backs. Without the vehicle, both teams opted not to take the main road, but instead navigated through narrow paths. After walking a short distance together, Zhang Luocheng confirmed the location of Village No. 2 on the map. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to head in that direction. The two disparate groups commenced their journey toward different destinations, their mutual understanding requiring no words or further well wishes. For they were unaware that upon the completion of their tasks, they would reconvene at the training camp. Zhang Luocheng's team comprised 8 individuals. Apart from Yang Zi, whom he already knew, he was not well acquainted with the others. The 8 of them maneuvered through the dense woods, their pace unwavering. Over the course of a year, they had endured countless extreme training sessions, and Jinan Mountain was the site of their first such trial. This time, the mountain would not deter them. Zhang Luocheng led the way, his Sharingan eyes adept at helping them avoid obstacles, while those behind closely followed his lead. Silence enveloped the group. Each member wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Devoid of the usual banter, their minds solely occupied with the task at hand. Thunder rumbled ominously throughout the valley, and the earth and rocks on one side of the valley became loose from the relentless rain, cascading down the mountainside in an instant. Be careful. There's a landslide. Someone in the team suddenly shouted. Zhang Luocheng turned just in time to see the debris tumbling down. I'll handle it. Earth release. Earth wall. A wall of earth manifested halfway up the hill, effectively blocking the falling rocks. Landslides can occur at any moment. Everyone, remain vigilant, Zhang Luocheng advised. Zhang Luocheng, if we go this way, we can significantly reduce our travel time. Moreover, this route is closer to point number 1, facilitating our regrouping, Yang Zi remarked, gesturing at the map before him. Her intellect was unquestionable. She had played a crucial role on the day of the carnival. Thus, Zhang Luocheng entrusted her with the task of navigating and plotting the optimal course. All right, let's proceed, Zhang Luocheng declared, and the team continued deeper into the mountains. The route suggested by Yang Zi considerably shortened their journey. And before they knew it, they were nearing point number 2. We've been trekking through the mountains for several hours now. Should we take a break? Although Zhang Luocheng still had stamina, he was aware that the others might not share the same endurance. For instance, Yang Zi, who relied on her intellect, appeared to be struggling. No, we are almost there. We can manage, Yang Zi stated resolutely. Zhang Luocheng gazed into the distance. Beyond this point lies village number 2. I will continue to forge the path. Captain, you've been leading the way for a while now. Perhaps we should switch? A new recruit suggested. No need. Your abilities are not suited for the terrain, and visibility in the mountains is already poor. With nightfall approaching, our sight will only worsen. I'm the most capable of navigating ahead, Zhang Luocheng insisted. remaining at the forefront. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at village number 2. The number 2 rescue team has reached the destination. Zhang Luocheng reported through his earpiece before turning to his team that we will disperse to search for any survivors that, if found, provide immediate assistance, but prioritize your safety. Understood, the others replied, scattering in various directions. Zhang Luocheng's expression grew grave, for he had just heard over the radio that instructor Yuan Gang was missing, which indicated that the whispering had begun its sinister actions, with his Sharingan activated since entering the mountains. Zhang Luocheng remained on high alert. He understood that Lin Xie was a target of the ancient god cult, and his team included the formidable Bai Li Pang Pang, who possessed the abilities of a doryman, as well as the skilled Shen Qingzhu and the powerful Hong instructor from Chuan territory, making their combat prowess considerable. Thus, it was Zhang Luocheng who found himself in the greatest peril. He had unexpectedly become a target of the ancient god cult. However, in this moment, he could only wonder what unusual moves the whispering might undertake. "Captain, we found a survivor." 2 team members emerged from the rubble, carrying a middle-aged man. Thanks to Zhang Luocheng's prior warning to instructor Yuan Gang, most villagers had already evacuated, leaving behind those who either could not escape in time or were absent when disaster struck. In total, 6 survivors were located, with no casualties reported, and the team responsible for treatment began tending to them. Zhang Luocheng, it appears there are no others left. These individuals just returned from the mountains and encountered the earthquake, which is why they were unable to evacuate earlier. Yang Zi promptly reported to Zhang Luocheng. "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the ruins. Yang Zi turned her head to see an elderly man, battered and bruised, lying amidst the debris, his voice weak. "Survivor located. Initiate rescue," Yang Zi shouted, sprinting toward the old man. Simultaneously, 2 other team members rushed over to assist in pulling the elderly man from the wreckage. "We are soldiers of the Great Xia. We will provide immediate medical assistance." "Are there any others here?" Yang Zi asked with concern, swiftly retrieving a medical kit to begin bandaging. "There's no one else. Great Xia soldiers, it's so good to see you." The old man's voice grew increasingly faint. "Then, you shall die." In an unexpected turn of events, a dagger appeared in the old man's hand, aimed directly at Yang Zi's throat. This sudden development left Yang Zi, who was not particularly skilled in combat, momentarily frozen. However, in the next instant, the old man's hand hesitated mid-air, his wrist suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. Zhang Luocheng had positioned himself in front of Yang Zi, gripping the old man's wrist tightly, causing the dagger to slip from his grasp. "You," the old man exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Zhang Luocheng. "Disguising yourself as a survivor. The methods of the cultists have truly become pathetic," Zhang Luocheng scoffed coldly. The old man's wrist throbbed with sharp pain, and he gritted his teeth in fury. "The cultists will not allow you to infringe." Crack. The wrist was broken on the spot by Zhang Luocheng. "Tell me, how many cultists were dispatched?" Zhang Luocheng locked eyes with the old man. You are the one from the unknown forbidden ruins," the old man stammered, and before he could finish, his body collapsed heavily. "Devoid of life." Zhang Luocheng, "Why would someone attack?" Yang Zi inquired, looking bewildered at the old man's corpse. "It was the ancient god cult," Zhang Luocheng replied, just as an explosion echoed from afar. "Get the survivors down the mountain first. I will rush to assist the number 1 rescue team." Zhang Luocheng prepared to depart, only to find that none of the other team members had moved. "We will go together," Yang Zi insisted. "But no, these survivors must be evacuated immediately. And you're not suited for combat, that if you join me, it will hinder my efforts," Zhang Luocheng stated with gravity to AS Captain. "This is an order." Yang Zi and the other team members led the survivors down the mountain. As night fell, the already dim valley grew even darker, visibility plummeting to nearly zero. Zhang Luocheng discarded the flashlight in his hand. Under the influence of his Sharingan, it was unnecessary. He turned slightly, gazing toward a distant tree. Merely a scapegoat, hiding in the shadows. The cultists truly fear for their lives, Zhang Luocheng mused, raising his hand with a subtle motion. Would release. Several vines surged swiftly toward the nearby tree. Meanwhile, several tendrils reached out from a distance toward Zhang Luocheng. The tendrils from both sides collided, not making contact with the divine agents, but instead encountering an unknown forbidden zone. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Eliminating you would elevate my position among the followers, although shrouded in darkness. Zhang Luocheng could discern his opponent clearly through his Sharingan. Kawa realm, he uttered, and as his words fell, more robust tendrils lunged toward him. With the star blade in hand, Zhang Luocheng swiftly severed all the tendrils. Is this all the strength you possess? The man's expression twisted with anger as he clasped his hands together. In an instant, the surrounding vines and trees seemed to come to life, simultaneously launching an assault towards Zhang Luocheng. Since you wield wood, I shall not hesitate to use fire. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A colossal wall of flames erupted, incinerating the trees in its wake. The man's expression turned to shock. As the flames dissipated, Zhang Luocheng had mysteriously vanished from his sight. Where has he gone? Of course, he was behind you. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Zhang Luocheng's gaze was icy as he regarded the man sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from various wounds. What have you done to me? The man struggled to prop himself up, attempting to summon the tendrils once more, but it felt as if his entire body was shattered. All 64 of your meridians have been disrupted. At this moment, you are no different from a cripple. Zhang Luocheng looked down upon the man, his crimson eyes starkly visible in the gloom. You, kill me. The man lay defeated, fully aware of his inability to resist. Grant me a swift end. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng unleashed a surge of electricity from his palm, piercing through the man's chest. The power of Kawa realm is formidable. Yet regrettably, your abilities are perfectly countered by mine. Zhang Luocheng spoke slowly, then bent down to retrieve a short blade lying beside the man. Facing Kawa realm alone for the first time, it was primarily the local forbidden zone that controlled the tendrils. While Zhang Luocheng's fire release effectively suppressed his domain, combined with the element of surprise from the flying thunder god technique and the gentle fist, which had directly shattered his meridians, a deafening explosion reverberated, illuminating the surroundings with blinding light that even Zhang Luocheng could perceive. The commotion was also stirring on the other side. Zhang Luocheng turned his gaze toward the source of the flames. Shen Qingzhu stood bloodied and battered, looking utterly disheveled. Behind him lay the barely conscious Li Liang and the injured Deng Wei, who was still tending to Li Liang's wounds. Opposite them stood a burly man wielding a large axe. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he eyed Shen Qingzhu. I shall assist you in removing that overripe brain of yours. With a powerful push from his legs, the man launched himself like a cannonball toward Shen Qingzhu. Return to heaven! Suddenly, a pale blue sphere spun rapidly between the man and Shen Qingzhu, abruptly sending the man reeling backward. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily stunned, and only when Zhang Luocheng halted did he recognize who had arrived. Zhang Luocheng, how did you suddenly appear here? Shen Qingzhu questioned, bewildered by Zhang Luocheng's seemingly spontaneous arrival. Fortunately, I marked you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here so swiftly, Zhang Luocheng murmured to himself, recalling how he had marked each of them for emergencies. Turning to glance at Li Liang and Deng Wei, Zhang Luocheng noted their dire condition. Just then, Ba Li Pangpang, riding a broom, made his entrance. Zhuai, I've come to rescue you. Ba Li Pangpang landed steadily. Ha! 2 more have arrived. Today's harvest is quite substantial. The man's greedy expression widened upon seeing the newcomers. Is it just the 2 of you? Shen Qingzhu inquired. There's more than one enemy. I just eliminated one before coming here, Zhang Luocheng replied. Suddenly, the man with the axe grew furious when he realized he was being ignored, raising his weapon and charging at the 3 to get out of the way. Zhang Luocheng pushed both Shen Qingzhu and Ba Li Pangpang aside. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, empty palm. A gust of energy surged toward the man's axe, deflecting it just enough to prevent it from striking its intended target. What is this technique? The man pondered, suddenly understanding. You are that unknown, forbidden zone. I never expected to encounter you. This strength is insufficient. Shen Qingzhu's expression turned cold as he turned to Ba Li Pangpang. Do you have the sealing scroll, the one used to seal Chao Yuan? I have it. What do you need it for? I need to borrow it for a moment. You 2 can leave, Shen Qingzhu stated. Zhang Luocheng was taken aback. You mean you too? Including me? Shun Qingzhu nodded. Li Liang is on the brink of death. If we don't treat him soon, he will perish. Deng Wei's leg can't be delayed either. And I intend to confront this man myself, that I wish to avenge my brother with my own hands. Both Zhang Luocheng and Bai Li Pangpang were momentarily stunned, before Bai Li Pangpang handed the sealing scroll to Shen Qingzhu. And Zhang Luocheng patted his shoulder that I understand. Zhuai may you return victorious. Zhang Luocheng lifted Li Liang, while Bai Li Pangpang took charge of Deng Wei. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Fortunately, Chao Yuan was not in their team due to the nature of his forbidden zone, which placed him closer to the outskirts, and Zhang Luocheng had also marked him. Thus, when Zhang Luocheng appeared before the barely conscious Li Liang, Chao Yuan was nearly thrown off balance by the sudden encounter. How do you manage to appear out of nowhere? Chao Yuan gasped, nearly collapsing onto the ground. There's no time. Hurry and save him, Zhang Luocheng urged, laying Li Liang upon a bed. Chao Yuan surveyed Li Liang's grievous injuries. What happened? How did he get in this state? Zhang Luocheng briefly recounted the situation. I'm going to provide support, Chao Yuan declared, intending to re-enter the mountain alongside Zhang Luocheng. No, Zhang Luocheng shook his head. The situation is still unclear, and re-entering from here is too far. It would be unsafe. You're responsible for the safety here and these injured. Are you going back in? Chao Yuan asked. Zhang Luocheng nodded. I've marked them all. My solo movement will be more convenient. And sooner had he spoken than Zhang Luocheng vanished before Chao Yuan's eyes. Zhang Luocheng returned to the mountain. A sudden tremor shook the ground once more, indicating further changes in the terrain. His figure materialized at the entrance of a cave. What brings me here? This time, he and T used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Shen Qingzhu or Lin Xie, but had returned to his previous location. However, due to the earthquake, the landscape had shifted, causing him to teleport directly to the cave's mouth. Navigating swiftly through the darkness, Zhang Luocheng thought, the dragon is likely awakening. He dared not pause for even a moment. The cave was darker than the outside, and even with his Sharingan, Zhang Luocheng found it challenging to traverse. Fire release, the flame ignited in his palm, serving as a makeshift flashlight. Had I known, I wouldn't have discarded that flashlight. What was I even thinking? Zhang Luocheng mused. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted within the cave, causing the ground to tremble violently. Zhang Luocheng vanished in an instant, reappearing just in time to block the attacks of two assailants with his blade. Beside him stood Lin Xie, who had also just arrived. The simultaneous appearance of Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie stunned everyone present. Pangpang, leave this to us. You all should retreat, Zhang Luocheng instructed Bai Li Pangpang. Without a word, Bai Li Pangpang hoisted Shen Qingzhu and dashed away. Did you resolve matters on your side? Lin Xie asked, having sensed through his mental acuity that Zhang Luocheng was also under attack. However, the events that transpired thereafter lay beyond his perceptual grasp, rendering him oblivious to what followed. All settled. Yet there are two more devotees? Zhang Luocheng tightened his grip on the straight blade. Lin Xie nodded in affirmation. That individual possesses the ability to manipulate the blades, and as for this silver-clad man, it is my first encounter with him as well. The dual deity's agent, the unknown forbidden ruin. I never anticipated that these two would seek us out voluntarily, remarked Zhuang Qi with a cold chuckle. The silver man abruptly propelled himself off the ground, his arms transforming into two long spears, silver flashes slicing through the darkness, aimed directly at the faces of the two. In unison, Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie drew their weapons, positioning them defensively. Yet, given that their adversary was of a higher realm, they felt an overwhelming force that pushed them back several meters, barely managing to regain their footing. Zhuang Qi slowly raised the handle of his hunting knife. The intricate blades first returned to the knife's body before fracturing again, the fragments becoming exceedingly minute, surging towards the two like a tide. Such minuscule blades proved to be exceptionally troublesome if they retained their original form. There would be no need for such trepidation. However, now that every blade had disintegrated into infinitesimal shapes, in this dim cavern, such minute objects were utterly indistinguishable. Lin Xie, retreat first. Zhang Luocheng swiftly advanced, spinning rapidly around his own axis, a pale blue halo manifesting around him. Return to the heavens. All the minute blades were deflected away. In the next moment, Zhang Luocheng's figure appeared directly before Zhuang Qi. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhuang Qi's face before he could react. A pale blue sphere materialized in Zhang Luocheng's palm, seemingly imbued with a certain power. Spiral sphere. Zhuang Qi felt himself propelled by an immense force, as if his very organs had shifted. Puff! A mouthful of blood was expelled from Zhuang Qi's body. What kind of monstrous technique is this? Despite being on the brink of collapse, Zhuang Qi summoned his willpower to control the blades once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xie had already summoned the chaos cubes, causing the space surrounding Zhuang Qi and the Silver Man to warp. The Silver Man appeared to be ensnared within a confined area, struggling futilely against the constraints. The blades manipulated by Zhuang Qi were also caught within the chaos cubes, relentlessly assaulting the Silver Man, who soon found himself drenched in blood. Fool, stop controlling your hunting knife. The Silver Man cursed in fury at that moment. The chaos cubes ceased their movements, and Zhang Luocheng seized the opportunity, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged forth from the blade's body. The speed was astonishing, the current striking Zhuang Qi, piercing through his form before he could even react, the electricity coursing through him, rendering him immobile. Zhang Luocheng turned to the Silver Man, who was now buried deep beneath the earth, yet still clawing his way out. Not let him escape. Suffocate him in the soil. Zhang Luocheng coldly commanded the chaos cubes. Truly a tenacious man, Zhang Luocheng sheathed his straight blade, observing as the earth continually enveloped the Silver Man, who valiantly continued to claw upward. With each layer he broke through, another immediately descended to cover him anew. The Silver Man persisted in his ascent until the power of the cubes was utterly depleted. Yet he continued to struggle. However, even if he managed to break free, despair awaited him. For as he emerged, two straight blades would pierce through his skull, leading to his immediate demise, in the dark and profound cavern. Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie dashed forward in such an environment. With Lin Xie's perceptive abilities, Zhang Luocheng merely needed to follow his lead, allowing his Sharingan to rest for the time being. They proceeded along the path taken by Li Pang and his companions in their escape. Just then, a bat silently flew to Lin Xie's side, and after a brief exchange, Lin Xie's expression grew solemn. "What is it?" Zhang Luocheng inquired as he stepped forward. "There's a ground dragon residing in the magma of this mountain range, and that Surrealm individual is currently battling it." Lin Xie succinctly explained the situation at hand. "Given our current circumstances, we must hasten to locate Pang and the others, then make our swift exit." Zhang Luocheng stated, "I cannot fathom why this Surrealm individual would provoke that ground dragon." Lin Xie expressed his confusion. "Perhaps it is to control it for the purpose of confronting us. Therefore, our immediate priority is to leave this place." Zhang Luocheng's expression turned grave. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. After running for a considerable distance, they finally caught up with the staggering Li Pang and Shun Qingzhu, and to their surprise, Instructor Hong was also with them. "Instructor Hong, what brings you here?" Zhang Luocheng asked, somewhat astonished. "I came to find you. I have dealt with the enemies outside," Instructor Hong replied. "Incredible, Instructor." Li Pang, exhausted and slumped on the ground, gave a thumbs up. So, the situation now is that only one Surrealm individual and a ground dragon remain, and they are currently engaged in combat, Lin Xie noted. "Ground dragon?" The other three exhibited expressions of astonishment. Lin Xie described the situation he sensed that it sounds like an inferno dragon. That means this is its absolute earth domain. Absolute earth domain is a formidable, forbidden ruin exclusive to the ground dragon, capable of creating its own space at any location underground. If this is the case, there should be magma present. Does that imply this place is a volcano? Shun Qingzhu inquired upon hearing this. "That I never expected that Jinan Mountain in Cangnan City would conceal such a ground dragon," Zhang Luocheng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Neither did I anticipate that this would be a volcano," Lin Xie added. "What shall we do now?" Li Pang asked. "We're likely positioned beneath the earth," Instructor Hong stated. "The only method, then, is to break through the soil?" Lin Xie gazed into the boundless darkness. "Zhang Luocheng can use earth escape. He could alter the structure here to let us out, Shen Qingzhu suddenly suggested. All eyes turned to Zhang Luocheng. He shook his head. We are too deep here, and altering the terrain recklessly would only alert the ground dragon, leading to even greater troubles. Moreover, I attempted to teleport earlier, but due to the ground dragon's forbidden ruin, I was unable to capture any markers from the outside. I believe we should await rescue. Even if we were to break through the soil, there would be risks involved, Instructor Hong advised. The group nodded in agreement, collectively sitting down to regain their strength. At that moment, the entire cavern suddenly trembled, and the individuals remaining in place felt a dizzying spin, only to find themselves in a large cavern brimming with magma. They rose from the ground, their expressions grave. Magma, an inferno dragon, the severely injured Surrealm powerhouse, and a man with an alluring appearance. The group was taken aback, as all the challenges they were about to face materialized before them in an instant. At the core of the subterranean entrance, gazing at the scene before him, Lin Xie murmured to himself. Instructor Hong's gaze fell upon the alluring man, immediately recognizing his identity. The whisper of the ancient God Church. It seems my reputation among you night watchers has spread far and wide. The whisper smiled at the group. Aside from the dual deity agent, we also have the exceedingly hazardous Bai Li family's young master. And you, the unknown forbidden ruin. Quite unexpected. This is a bountiful harvest. Zhang Luocheng beheld the real whisper for the first time. Even though the whisper was merely a projection at present, the oppressive aura exuded by a formidable being compelled him to tighten his grip on the straight blade instinctively. Ha! If I can make the young master of the Bai Li family my disciple, will not the entire Bai Li clan belong to me? The whisper suddenly burst into laughter. Fear not, before you can control me. I shall take my own life. Bai Li Pang Pang, despite his pale countenance, maintained a calm demeanor. Oh, a debonair libertine. Yet you possess such spirit. Instructor Hong took a step forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. The ramblings of the ancient God Church are merely the desperate whimpers of a hunted beast. Yet they dare to flaunt their power in front of the younger generation. Yu furrowed his brow, lightly touching his fingertips together, causing a thick black chain to surge forth from a void behind him, hurtling towards Instructor Hong. However, in the next moment, a long arc of electricity suddenly emerged, instantly severing the black chain. Simultaneously, this faint blue current rapidly propelled itself towards Yu. Observing this, Yu decisively severed the chain in his grasp. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhang Luocheng. The unknown forbidden realm truly piques my curiosity. I can hardly wait to discover what lies within your heart. A blinding, ethereal light erupted from Yu's eyes, and a formidable soul force surged into Zhang Luocheng's body in that instant of their gaze locking, Zhang Luocheng activated the illusion of his Sharingan. Yet Yu merely paused for a brief moment before effortlessly shattering his illusion, forcefully invading his body. After all, the disparity in their realms was evident. Even though Yu was currently just a projection, the gap remained significant. Is there nothing in that head of yours? Yu's voice echoed in Zhang Luocheng's mind. Zhang Luocheng couldn't help but retaliate inwardly. Who are you calling empty-headed? You are the one devoid of substance. Your entire family must be just as empty. Ding! The system detected an intrusion into the host's mind, automatically activating the firewall mode while launching a counterattack against the intruder. Before Yu could comprehend the situation, his consciousness was abruptly returned to the previous moment, leaving everyone staring at him in bewilderment. Yu's face was one of shock. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Zhang Luocheng. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. I have never encountered such an ability before. Once I eliminate the dual goddess agent, I shall thoroughly investigate this unknown forbidden realm of yours. Zhang Luocheng felt a mix of embarrassment and relief, for it was Yu's intrusion that revealed the system's remarkable defensive capability, which had not only expelled Yu, but also left him feeling no discomfort. Wait, why is it that others recruit followers, yet you must resort to killing me? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled. Because you have made a pact with the divine, should you forge another contract with me, I would suffer backlash, unless you choose to join willingly. What if I were to claim that I willingly wish to join the ancient God Church? Lin Xie replied earnestly, Yu's expression shifted, perhaps influenced by Zhang Luocheng's earlier actions, his temper seemingly heightened. Spare me your nonsense. All the instructors from your training camp combined wouldn't stand a chance against me. Not even if all you recruits banded together. Oh, stop wasting your energy trying to delay time. However, I am curious. What makes you the dual goddess agent? You appear so utterly ordinary. Then why not delve into his mind yourself? Zhang Luocheng provocatively suggested. You shot a frosty glare at Zhang Luocheng. Do not celebrate your triumph too soon. I would have done so regardless of your words. With a disdainful snort, Yu shifted his attention to Lin Xie, initiating a similar invasion. Bailey Pang Pang clenched his fists instinctively at this scene, his palms bloodied from his nails digging in. While Shun Qingzhu and Instructor Hong refrained from acting recklessly, however, stood leisurely to the side, fully aware of Yu's strength, having secured his position among the followers. Oh, not worry. Lin Xie will be fine. If he were in danger, his deities would never allow it, he stated confidently. Among those present, only Zhang Luocheng exhibited no trace of concern. Yet we cannot assist against you. Instructor Hong remarked, by the way. Didn't you just lock gazes with him? What did you feel? Shen Qingzhu suddenly asked. I felt nothing. In fact, it was rather pleasant, Zhang Luocheng reflected. The group rolled their eyes, yet Zhang Luocheng had experienced the same ordeal, so if he was unharmed, it was likely Lin Xie was as well. You all should not harbor excessive hope, Ma Yiqian interjected, a mocking expression on his face. Oh, really? Then why am I perfectly fine? Your leader seems rather lackluster. Zhang Luocheng retorted, immediately catching Ma Yiqian off guard. You are different. Your situation is complex, and Lord Yu has yet to fully understand. But the divine agents are another matter. This is not Lord Yu's first encounter with them. Ma Yiqian quickly countered. Listen, old Ma. Your faith in your leader is excessive. Don't get caught off guard later. Zhang Luocheng sighed slightly. Get lost. The might of Lord Yu is beyond what mere ants like you can comprehend. Ma Yiqian shot back, then seemed to ponder something. What do you mean, old Ma? Am I that old? Who knows? You certainly seem older than I am, Zhang Luocheng quipped, as Ma Yiqian prepared to respond. Lin Xie's eyes slowly opened. Ha ha ha, have you all seen? Our Lord Yu is... Ma Yiqian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he watched Lin Xie appear unfazed. In stark contrast, Yu stood like a stone statue. The brilliance in his eyes extinguished, resembling a lifeless figure. Impossible. Ma Yiqian gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Oh dear, someone just got slapped. Bailey Pang Pang laughed heartily. Oh, old Ma. Oh, old Ma. Zhang Luocheng feigned a sorrowful expression. Ma Yiqian snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to Zhang Luocheng and his companions, fury igniting within him, his face contorted with rage as the pressure of the ocean realm surged forth. Although he was unaware of the method Lin Xie employed, the current circumstances dictated that he must eliminate everyone present. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to provide for losing a projection. Failing to complete his task would yield no favorable outcome upon his return. Simultaneously, the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon roared in fury under the control of the Soul Contract, unleashing a deafening roar that sent the surrounding magma into a violent frenzy. The thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underground realm, an unprecedented gravity settling upon the faces of Zhang Luocheng and the others. Despite Yu's resolution, they still faced two foes that were somewhat beyond their capabilities. Searing flames engulfed the entire underground cavern. The temperature rapidly rising, transforming the previously pitch-black cave into an incandescent red. The Flame Pulse Earth Dragon spread its wings, causing a scorching gale to erupt from the magma, the overwhelming energy sending shivers through the group. Sensing the precarious situation, Ma Yiqian had already retreated to the side, fearful that the dragon's attack would inadvertently ensnare him as well. Observing this, Instructor Hong stepped forward, inhaling deeply as he retrieved a medallion from his chest, a symbol unique to the Night Watchers. Now, listen to me carefully. I will exert all my strength to carve a path. When that moment arrives, you must run with all your might, Instructor Hong declared calmly. What about you, Instructor? What will you do? Bailey Pang Pang sensed something amiss. That is of little consequence. Simply do as I instruct, Instructor Hong replied. lowering his head slightly, an unusual smile gracing his lips. You younger ones, do not let me down. Ensure that you achieve great things in the future. Instructor Hong's fingers traced the surface of the medallion, a slender needle springing forth from its interior. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to pierce the needle into his own body. Suddenly, two hands seized his wrist from opposite directions. Instructor Hong jerked his head up to find Zhang Luocheng and Lin Xie standing beside him. Lin Xie having retrieved the medallion and replaced it against his chest. When the dark night finally descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Instructor Hong declared, "We are all aware of this," Zhang Luocheng said softly. Lin Xie turned away from the group, speaking slowly. "We shall not bear witness to the same tragedy again." "What are you two planning?" Instructor Hong asked, bewildered, as he looked at the two before him. Zhang Luocheng regarded Lin Xie with calm determination, understanding that their small group could not prevail alone, yet Lin Xie possessed an extraordinary advantage. "Leave the next steps to me." Lin Xie spoke slowly. Suddenly, an indescribable aura emanated from his body, transforming him entirely. The others looked at Lin Xie in disbelief, shocked into silence as they sensed the change within him. At that moment, a powerful darkness enveloped the cave, which had previously been illuminated by the molten flames, plunging it into utter blackness. In this instant, it belonged solely to the night, for the goddess of night had descended. Lin Xie, bearing the divine essence of the goddess, unleashed a straight blade, revealing a massive circular passageway before the crowd, extending upward without end. Just then, the space within the cave began to warp. The ground trembled as if the flame pulse earth dragon had been attacked and activated its forbidden domain. The passage that had once ascended was now obscured, and Lin Xie, along with the flame pulse earth dragon, had been transported to another realm. What has happened? Zhang Luocheng glanced around at the encompassing darkness. Unable to see the figures of the other three, but utilizing his Sharingan, he observed his surroundings. Lin Xie was currently engaged with the flame pulse earth dragon, leaving him with no cause for concern. With the flame pulse earth dragon absent, the absolute earth domain had vanished, and it seemed that the flying thunder god technique had been restored. Just as Zhang Luocheng prepared to use the flying thunder god, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the rock wall, charging directly towards him. Quick-witted, Zhang Luocheng raised his straight blade to parry the attack, but the impact left his hands tingling. Etienne stood bloodied upon the rock wall, a sinister grin spreading across his face as his cold eyes fixed on Zhang Luocheng. "Are you the only one left?" Zhang Luocheng, upon seeing Ma Etienne, remained unfazed. He knew that the moment the flame pulse earth dragon roared in fury, Ma Etienne had already slipped away to another location using his forbidden domain. He had likely been observing them from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Facing a master of the sea realm, Zhang Luocheng had to remain fully alert. Even though Ma Etienne now appeared gravely injured, "They've all left," Zhang Luocheng replied calmly. "Left? Do you expect me to believe that?" Ma Etienne scoffed. "Very well, let me deal with you. The unknown forbidden domain. First, it will make reporting back much easier." In the next instant, half of Ma Etienne transformed into a dark light, surging into the rock wall beneath him, causing the surrounding walls to seem as if they had come to life, suddenly stirring. Then, dozens of sturdy earth spikes erupted, hurtling towards Zhang Luocheng's face. "Earth release, earth flow wall." Zhang Luocheng swiftly placed his hands on the ground, conjuring a wall of earth that shielded him from most of the spikes. However, the remaining spikes, as if animated, surged towards Zhang Luocheng from various angles. He deflected a few with his straight blade, but quickly retreated, sustaining injuries from several spikes. Etienne showed no sign of relenting. In the next moment, 100 earth spikes rushed wildly towards Zhang Luocheng. Without hesitation, Zhang Luocheng began to rotate in place, forming a pale blue sphere around him. Gentle fist returned to heaven. Hundreds of earth spikes scattered chaotically in all directions. Yet Ma Etienne's attacks showed no signs of abating as the spikes charged toward Zhang Luocheng once more. "Kid, stop struggling. The gap between us is insurmountable. Surrender." Ma Etienne revealed a menacing grin. "That's so. What if I manage to strike you once? Would you concede then?" As soon as Zhang Luocheng finished speaking, he propelled himself off the ground, launching into the Etienne, half buried in the rock, raised his hand, sending hundreds of earth spikes hurtling toward Zhang Luocheng. Resembling a rain of arrows, from Ma Etienne's perspective, it appeared as though the spikes had all struck Zhang Luocheng. Humph! Overestimating yourself, Ma Etienne grunted. Yet in the next moment, Zhang Luocheng's body vanished, leaving behind a wooden log, which was now pierced by the earth spikes. What? Where did he go? Ma Etienne stared in astonishment at the log lying on the ground. Are you looking for me? Zhang Luocheng's figure materialized suddenly. Panic-stricken, Ma Etienne once again commanded the earth spikes, which surged toward Zhang Luocheng. However, this time, despite witnessing the spikes accurately pierce Zhang Luocheng's body, he vanished once more, leaving only the wooden log behind. Impossible. Ma Etienne manipulated the spikes again, this time summoning even more, convinced that he would surely claim Zhang Luocheng's life upon spotting him. Too late. Zhang Luocheng's voice resonated from behind Ma Etienne. Etienne felt a chilling sensation on his back. Turning around, he saw a pale blue sphere in Zhang Luocheng's right hand. Spiral sphere. The pale blue orb slammed into Ma Etienne, causing his body to rapidly sink into the rock. Zhang Luocheng, observing the rocky structure with the Sharingan, found no trace of Ma Etienne. Has he fled? Zhang Luocheng scanned the area. Etienne had completely immersed himself in the rock, hastily escaping. Damn it, this unknown forbidden domain is truly formidable. Luckily, I managed to escape in time. Ma Etienne felt a lingering fear, realizing that the spiral sphere had merely grazed a shoulder. Given his current situation, he understood that confronting Zhang Luocheng was unwise. He needed to prioritize preserving his own life. Ma Etienne darted through the cave, but he had no idea where the exit lay, flailing about like a headless fly. Ma Etienne sensed several distinct auras approaching from that direction. Zhang Luocheng's expression grew grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Facing a single Sea Realm opponent had drained a significant amount of his mental energy, and his wounds continued to bleed profusely that he needed to locate Pang Pang and the others promptly. Closing his eyes, Zhang Luocheng, free from the disruption of the absolute Earth domain, found the Flying Thunder God technique no longer restricted. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. However, when he reappeared, he found himself at a sheer cliff. Zhang Luocheng immediately plunged a straight blade into the rock, searching for Pang Pang and the others. How peculiar! Where have I ended up? I used Shun Qingzhu's mark, did I not? Zhang Luocheng wondered, glancing around. Strangely, he did not see their figures. Logically, the Flying Thunder God technique utilized marks for teleportation, yet there were no marks here. Why had he teleported to this location? Just then, a wave of heat surged from the depths, filling the entire cave. And Zhang Luocheng faintly heard a voice resonating from within. Shun Qingzhu, pledge allegiance under the banner of the great Xia. Zhang Luocheng withdrew his straight blade from the rock and let his body plummet freely towards the depths below. When the dark night finally descends, Shun Qingzhu's voice echoed throughout the cave. From the moment Zhang Luocheng heard this voice, he realized that Shun Qingzhu had activated the demon god summon. He descended further. The heat intensified, and Zhang Luocheng could see several figures. Instructor Hong dragged by Li Pang Pang, who appeared gravely injured, while Shun Qingzhu, burnt all over, was being pulled by Ma Etienne. Chidori stream, a pale blue current shot from Zhang Luocheng's body in a straight line, piercing through Ma Etienne's form. Zhang Luocheng plunged his straight blade into the rock. Earth release. A path of earth emerged from the rock, allowing Li Pang Pang and Instructor Hong to stand securely. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? Instructor Hong exclaimed, worry etched on his face, while Li Pang Pang lay unconscious beside him. I'll get you all out of here. Zhang Luocheng leaped directly before them. The searing heat from the depths still lingered, and the lava was incessantly rising, beads of sweat cascading from their brows. You all should leave. I will hold this ground, he said calmly. I have summoned the spirit of the underworld. Brother Zhuai, Zhang Luocheng, I have never begged anyone before, but this time I implore you to escort them to safety. Furthermore, eradicate those wretched followers completely. Zhang Luocheng nodded, Rest assured, Brother Zhuai. One day, you shall return in glory. He then turned to Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong, come with me. I shall lead you out. With his hands clasped together, he invoked the flying thunder god technique. Brother Zhuai, we shall await your glorious return. We will always wait for you. Zhang Luocheng's voice echoed through the cavern. Even as his figure faded from sight, Shun Qingzhu felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking, what nonsense is this foolish lad uttering? I have employed the summon of the underworld. Does he not comprehend? Am I to perish? What glory is there to return to? Perhaps this child does not understand what the summon entails. Very well, I shall forgive him. Zhang Luocheng, if you do not eliminate those followers, I shall haunt you even in death. Instructor Hong felt a fleeting disorientation, and suddenly they found themselves above ground. Shun Qingzhu's voice resonated once more from the cavern. With a blade, I shall confront the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens, as the final words faded. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the air still thick with residual heat. Upon returning to the surface, Zhang Luocheng stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. And Instructor Hong rushed forward to support him. Zhang Luocheng, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained, he replied, feeling a yearning for the overflowing chakra of the Nine Tails. Regrettably, luck had not favored him in drawing that power. Just then, a faint light appeared above them, emanating from a flashlight. There are people above. It seems to be Instructor Hong. A voice emerged from above. Upon seeing the familiar faces, Instructor Hong breathed a sigh of relief, his previously taut body relaxing as he collapsed onto the ground. Soaked in sweat, Zhang Luocheng, Instructor Hong, and Bai Li Pangpang were all lifted onto stretchers, the medical personnel hastening them towards the mountain's edge. After some time, an ambulance escorted them away from Jinan Mountain. As the vehicle distanced itself from the mountain, Zhang Luocheng gazed out the window, as though he could perceive the interior of the mountain, hearing a voice echoing from within. Farewell, Night Watcher, we shall meet again. Shun Qingzhu, he mused, and then his eyes gradually closed. When Zhang Luocheng next opened his eyes, the dawn had broken, and he lay upon a pristine hospital bed. Through the sheer curtains, he beheld the familiar training grounds. It appeared he had returned to the training camp. This must be the infirmary. He turned slightly to see Lin Qiye still resting in the adjacent bed, and glanced down at his own attire. Clad in a patient gown, with wounds meticulously bandaged, wishing not to disturb Lin Qiye, Zhang Luocheng tiptoed out of the room. Upon stepping outside, he heard Bai Li Pangpang's voice, tinged with a hint of tears. Impossible! He cannot be dead! Zhang Luocheng quickened his pace and called out, Pang Pang. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Zhang Luocheng. Luocheng, you're awake. What about Qiye? How is he? He is still sleeping. I have awakened as well. What were you discussing? Lin Qiye, battered and bruised, leaned against the door for support. It was Shun Qingzhu, to save Instructor Hong, and Bai Li Tuming. He took the instructor's emblem and leaped into the blazing cavern. Instructor Hanli explained from the side that he cannot be dead. Luocheng, you must believe me, Bai Li Pangpang declared resolutely. He must be trapped within the cavern, deeper down, and you did not continue to explore it. I must go find him. I will dig him out myself. Bai Li Tuming, calm down, Instructor Hanli urged as he grasped the impulsive Bai Li Pangpang. Pangpang, Zhang Luocheng interjected. Calm yourself. This is not a scene from a drama. This is the life of a soldier. Sacrifice occurs every day. This is reality, and you must understand that such events unfold time and again before us. Once you leave the training camp, you will face countless choices between life and death. Even the possibility of sacrificing yourselves, as Night Watchers, you must possess the courage to confront reality. He has my returning jade, Bai Li Pangpang continued. Instructor Hanli was about to say something further when both Zhang Luocheng and Lin Qiye placed their hands on his shoulders. Turning around, Instructor Hanli saw Lin Qiye speak slowly. Instructor, leave this to us. Instructor Hanli took a moment to compose himself before nodding. Rest well. Tomorrow morning, you will participate in the oath-taking ceremony. After that, you will be departing. With a slight sigh, he turned and walked away. So, what exactly transpired? Lin Qiye inquired. Zhang Luocheng succinctly recounted the events. By the time I arrived, Brother Zhuai had already utilized the emblem, but he has my returning jade. He cannot be dead. Bali Pongpong's eyes brimmed with tears. Pang Pang. Zhang Luocheng patted Bali Pongpong's shoulder. Do you believe in your returning jade? Bali Pang Pang looked at Zhang Luocheng, nodding firmly. Of course I do. It is our Bai family's sacred artifact. Even if he travels to the gates of hell, he can return. Since you believe in your returning jade, then I too shall believe that Brother Zhuai is alive. One day he will return to our side, Zhang Luocheng asserted with unwavering conviction. Bali Pang Pang gazed at Zhang Luocheng. Indeed, he is Brother Zhuai. As long as he draws breath, he will survive. He possesses my returning jade. Yes, he always enjoyed slacking off, so he must be resting somewhere. When we meet again, I shall ensure he pays for it. Lin Chia observed Bali Pongpong's shifting expressions, choosing not to say much more. For he too found the situation rather perplexing. By the way, Chia, I discussed with Instructor Hong and decided to keep your transformation into a woman under wraps, that we three must coordinate our accounts. We cannot let it slip. Wait a moment. Lin Chia interjected with a peculiar expression. What do you mean by me transforming into a woman? Your hair grew longer and your skin became more delicate. To be honest, it was my first time encountering you like that, Zhang Luocheng explained, fully aware that it was Nikes who had occupied Lin Chia's body at that time. Let us discuss our coordinated accounts. Lin Chia's expression appeared slightly more serious.